728 A world where we don't exist. 1. It was white. My vision was white. It remained like that for quite a while. I wasn't sure for how long, though. Time seemed inconsequential at the moment as I basked in a strange warmth. It enveloped every part of my body, pouring into me and tickling every part of me. It felt oddly good. The feeling didn't last for long. Soon, my vision warped and my senses started to return. It wasn't long before I felt something bump against me and I heard the sound of engines roaring in the distance. "What are you doing, asshole?" Huh. When I turned around to look around me, I was taken aback to find that I was standing in the middle of a crosswalk. People moved past me with annoyed and threatening looks. "What are you standing there like an idiot? Move the fuck away." I was pushed once again. When I turned to look, I saw a young girl glaring at me before she disappeared into the crowd. After frowning for a while, I ultimately made the decision to cross over to the other side of the road. Even though I wasn't entirely clear on the reason why I was standing in the middle of the road, I should know better than to just remain standing there. After making it to the end of the road without incident, I stopped for a second to take a look at my surroundings. What's going on? Everything looked and felt so different. Is it just me? I could see children running around with happy expressions on their faces, and adults walking alongside them with smiles plastered on their faces as they went about their business. It was as though the war that they'd just gone through had never happened. Are they that happy that the war is over? The scenery wasn't bad. I quite liked it. It was quite peaceful, and unknowingly, I cracked a smile. Kevin did a good job. All that I was seeing was thanks to his sacrifice. My smile slowly receded as I thought about him. If only he was Dash. Realizing something, I looked up at the sky, and a curse slipped past my mouth. The fuck? I gave it a few blinks to make sure my eyes weren't playing tricks on me. Confirming that I was indeed seeing correctly, I lowered my head and glanced at the air around me. It contained little to no scions. What? I felt my heart stop for a moment. If that wasn't all. The massive crack that used to hang in the sky was also gone. As if it never existed in the first place. Hold on a second, what the hell is going on? Looking around and finding an empty bench, I sat down and massaged my head. When I extended my hand, a faint glow materialized all the way around it. The glow was not particularly bright, and it covered only the exterior of my hand. However, the moment it did so, I noticed that everyone around me was staring at me with surprised looks on their faces. An awakener. He can use mana. Ha. As I looked around at everyone's faces, which were glowing brightly at the sight of my powers, confusion continued to grow within me. I was already used to such stares. I was somewhat well known, but as I looked around, I noticed that everyone had their smartphones out and was taking pictures of me. This made me even more aware that there was something wrong with the situation. Especially since their focus wasn't on me, but on the faint glow in my hand. Are you a newly licensed hero? Did you already sign up for a guild? A guy wearing a suit and sunglasses approached me. He seemed rather fit, and his aura was close to C rank. Probably D+ rank. For some reason, the moment he arrived, the people around him moved and looked at him with even more reverence than they previously did toward me. Is he famous? I stealthily gave him a closer look and, after determining that he was not a person I had seen before, I gave a covert shrug. Must be some sort of celebrity, I guess. I didn't really pay attention to anything outside of what I cared about. I was famous, but not to the point where everyone knew me, unlike Kevin. My, I didn't expect to see a talented young man over here. His eyes under the sunglasses seemed to be glowing as he looked at me. He handed me a diamond card. Pleasure to meet you, I'll cut straight to the chase. I would like to recruit you to our guild. There was visible pride in his voice as he said those words. I was amused, but I still took the card. Dominion Scott, head scout of Green Claw Guild. Playing with the card, I looked at him and pointed at myself. Don't you know me? While I didn't expect everyone to know me, I didn't expect someone who seemed to be working in the guild business to be unaware of who I was. I wasn't being arrogant, I was just aware of the fact that I was quite well known within the guilding industry. Especially since I was so highly ranked within the hero ranking. The man cocked his head with a confused look. Should I know you? I was taken aback, and my brows furrowed. Does he really not know who I am? Perhaps he's new to the business. That probably was the answer. Smiling, I handed him the card. Never mind. Thank you for the offer, but I'll have to reject it. You're rejecting. It was the man's turn to frown as he stared at the card in my hand. Raising his head, he looked at me deeply before his voice lowered. Are you already with some other guild? No. I had my own mercenary group. What guild? Are you perhaps from the Union? No. The hell was with the questions? Are you per dash? Look man, I'm not with anyone. If you'll excuse me, I'll take my leave. His behavior was beginning to annoy me, and I couldn't stand it any longer. As a result, I shoved the card back at him and got ready to leave to head back to the headquarters. Only that. I'm talking. Who told you to leave? A hand pressed against my shoulder. There was quite a bit of force put into it, but it wasn't as if it was very painful. Ha ha. I let out a laugh. It's been a while since I've met someone this arrogant. I cocked my head to the side and looked at the men before focusing my attention on the hand that was pressing against my shoulder. I smiled. It's in your best interest if you were to let go. Hey, kid. I've been treating you pretty nicely. I'd appreciate it if you took a look at the offer once more. The man lowered his head, exposing his eyes under his sunglasses. As a bright yellow glow began to emanate from his body, the complexion of the people in the area around us began to change. Looking around me, I frowned. Do you seriously not know me? I already knew the answer, but I had to make sure. For some reason, I felt that there was something off about the situation. Heh. The man laughed, and the yellow glow around his body started to expand. Kid, do you think that just because you've awakened your powers you're some sort of big shot? Let me tell you, your powers mean nothing. All right, shut up. I pressed my hand against his mouth and clenched his head tightly. Instantaneously, the yellow glow that had been enveloping him vanished, and his face turned completely white. After lowering my head and taking a quick glance at the business card that he had given to me earlier but that had since fallen to the ground, I bent over and picked it up. I looked at the guild name, which was imprinted on the card. Green Claw Guild, huh? Never heard of it before. I was a bit surprised. I had never heard of this diamond-ranked guild before. I assumed I knew the names of most of the diamond-graded guilds because there weren't many of them, but from the looks of it, my memory was starting to fail. No, that's impossible. Was this perhaps a new guild that made great contributions to the war and was thus promoted as a result? If so, I'd explain why everyone seemed to be looking up to someone who was ranked so low. How should I deal with this? As I turned my attention back to the man, who was by this time wriggling around in my grasp, I felt my head throb with annoyance. His once pale face had taken on a purplish hue, and he stared at me with a terrified expression. I don't have time to deal with this crap at the moment. Cough, cough. The moment I released him, he started coughing violently. Why you? Why you? He seemed to want to say something to me, but I ignored him and headed out. There were more important things that I needed to take care of. Although he looked like a chained villain, I wasn't too bothered. Staring at the card in my hand, it slowly burned and disappeared. Perhaps, I'll pay the guild a visit later. 729 A world where we don't exist, too. How dare he? That bastard. Dominon's jaw clenched tightly as he inched his way up from the ground while grinding his teeth. After glaring at the people around him for what seemed like an eternity and then watching them leave one by one, he massaged his jaw. In that brief instant he felt the hand seize his jaw, he thought his face would explode. How is he so strong? He didn't even have time to react before he felt his hand grasp his jaw. He felt helpless at that moment. No matter how hard he struggled, he was unable to free himself from that grasp. For a moment, he thought he was going to die. Dominion, ever since he joined the Green Claw Guild, never imagined there would be a day when he would find himself in a position where he would find himself completely helpless and disrespected like that. From the first moment he saw the young man, he had the impression that he was powerful. However, he had never before thought that he was powerful to that extent. It was highly likely that he was an emerging face in the industry. But how come I don't remember seeing news about him? That was what confused Dominion the most regarding the circumstances. If he was so powerful, how come he'd never heard of him? Could he have used some sort of trick, or is he someone who's hiding his power? It wasn't unheard of. He grit his teeth. Regardless of whether you've hidden your power or not, you've messed with the wrong person. He was going to make the youth understand that letting go was the worst decision he could have possibly made. Dominion continued to massage his jaw and took out his phone. He soon dialed a number. I wonder what face he'll make once he sees the guild leader in person. His eyes flashed with ferocity. What's going on here? I came to a halt in front of a plot of land on which there was a sizable warehouse. Nothing was left inside, and the building looked to be completely deserted. My brows furrowed even further as I walked around the location and double-checked to make sure there really was nothing there. I stopped once I was certain that the place was completely abandoned. The hell is going on? It finally became extremely clear to me that something was extremely wrong with the situation. Who? I had to take a deep breath to calm myself down. Just what did you do, Kevin? When I thought back to the scene where his body abruptly disintegrated into fragments and entered my body, I realized that whatever was happening to me was a direct result of whatever he had done moments prior to his death. I just needed to understand what he'd done. Let me try checking home. The scene around me warped, and I appeared before a tall building. It was a familiar building. One that I had been to many times before in the past. At least this looks the same. I headed toward the entrance of the building but soon came to a stop. Huh. Again, another change. Usually, there'd be a couple of guards in front of the residence. It was the same as now, but why are they so weak? The guards that stood at the entrance of the building were rather weak. They were at best E ranked. Usually, whenever I came into the place, they'd be at around B rank. My conviction that something was off with the circumstances grew stronger as time went on. After taking another breath, I proceeded toward the front door of the building. Please state your purpose. The guards stopped me at the entrance of the building. I wasn't surprised, as this tended to happen often. Even when everything was normal. I flashed them a card. I live here. The moment I took out the card, the guards looked at each other and frowned. You have the wrong building, sir. My expression didn't change at their rejection. I somewhat expected this to happen. After casting a brief glance in their direction, I moved forward and proceeded to enter the building. It wasn't until I walked into the building that the security guards regained their composure and started looking around in a daze. What happened? What were we doing just now? With my abilities, overhearing their words was rather easy. Not that I cared as my vision warped once more and I appeared in front of my apartment. Tap. I tapped the card against the door, but nothing happened. Strange. Why isn't the card working? Everything about the whole situation was strange. From everything that had happened before, to now this. Just what in the world was going on? It was when I was in the midst of my thoughts that I heard a voice coming from behind me. Do you need some help? It was a familiar voice, and I turned around. Seeing a familiar figure, I finally smiled in relief. Natasha, there you are. I stopped myself mid-sentence. Cocking my head a little, my eyes squinted. What's up with you? Did you age or something? Natasha, being Amanda's mother, was an extremely beautiful woman. Despite being in the 40s, she looked like she was in her 20s, but the woman who was standing in front of me did not appear to be the same Natasha that I knew. Her skin was marked with a number of wrinkles, and although she was still quite beautiful, it was a stark contrast to the Natasha that I knew. Was something wrong with my eyes? Excuse me. Natasha seemed rather taken aback by my words as she proceeded to touch her face. Only after a while did she proceed to glare at me. Who are you, and why do you know my name? Huh. Her words shook me. Before I had time to process them, she continued speaking. Her words were more threatening. Did you hear me or not? What are you doing here, and why are you standing in front of my daughter's apartment? Are you a stalker? What? No. I looked at Natasha, utterly baffled. Stalker? Me? Is this some sort of joke? Joke. The moment Natasha pulled out her phone and started dialing a number, her glare intensified. Someone soon picked up. Madam, what's going on? With my hearing, I was able to hear everything. Crossing her arms, Natasha glared at me once again before speaking. What are you doing? Why have you allowed a stranger into the apartment? A stranger? Yes, a stranger. Send security right now and kick him out of the building. WH-. She hung up before the person could speak further. Putting the phone away, she continued to glare at me. I don't know who you are, but you better hope that this is some sort of misunderstanding. I'm sure you're aware that this building belongs to the Angel Wing Guild, so I don't know what gave you the balls to come all the way here knowing that. Angel what guild? What? Angel Wing Guild. The fuck was that? Seeing the look on my face, Natasha seemed to become more irritated. HM. Are you unaware of the Angel Wing Guild? You're not joking, right? Not really. I rubbed the back of my head with my finger and looked in the direction of the elevator. I could make out a number of groups of security personnel hurriedly running in our direction. Others were making their way up the stairs, while others had taken the elevator. There were even some of them waiting outside the window on the lower level. Looks like you're already aware of what's going to happen next. Natasha smiled. Obediently stay here with me until the guards come, and I'll make sure they won't treat you badly in the guild chambers. Her words, although threatening, had no effect on me. She was someone I knew well, and honestly, I couldn't really bring myself to feel any threat from her. Still. This is so messed up. I massaged my head. Everything was so messed up. None of it made sense. Just what in the world did Kevin do? Ding. The door to the elevator opened, and a number of security personnel stepped out. As I turned my attention toward them, a small frown formed on my face. The highest ranked amongst them was D+ rank. They were pitifully weak. Surrender yourself now. They encircled me from all sides and pointed their weapons in my direction. A very slight pressure forced its way out of their bodies and moved toward me. It felt like a gentle breeze. How did you get here, and what is your purpose? The captain shouted. He was someone that I was familiar with as I had seen him several times in the past, but to my shock, he was the D+ ranked guy. Last I checked, he was supposed to be in the B+ range. My head. I massaged it once again. It was starting to hurt a lot. I repeat, state your purpose. The captain yelled once more, and this time his voice contained undertones of mana, causing the air to stir a little. Lifting my head to stare at him, I sighed before looking at Natasha. They really don't seem to know me. The look in their eyes said it all. What do I do? Looking at everyone around me, I inwardly sighed and apologized. I apologize for the inconvenience. My vision then warped. What's going on? Where did he go? Natasha looked toward the guards in panic. She thought she had trapped him, yet, at the moment it took for her eyes to blink, he was gone. This. As they looked at each other in a seemingly bewildered manner, the security guards appeared to be just as confused as she was. What brought them back from it was their captain's loud yell. Drop whatever you're doing. Search every nook and cranny of this building, and bring that man to me at this moment. Yes, sir. The guards saluted and dispersed. Following that, the captain walked toward Natasha. Madam, are you okay? Yes. She nodded her head while looking around with her eyes. She was a bit panicked. For him to disappear as he wished. He was no simple character. Thinking about the fact that he was standing right in front of her daughter's room, Natasha found herself growing nervous. She looked at the captain. Captain, do you have any idea of where he went? I'm sorry, madam. He shook his head, and Natasha bit her lips. How did he do it? How did he manage to escape the sight of so many guards? It made no sense. Her heart started to beat faster. Okay, Captain, I won't take more of your time. Please try to find the young man. Understood. His loud voice reverberated throughout the corridor, and he soon disappeared from Natasha's sight. Natasha bit her lips again as she watched his back disappear around the corner. Taking out her phone, she scrolled through her contacts and soon pressed a certain number. The phone rang a couple of times before the call went through. Ding. Natasha spoke. Honey. 7:30 a world where we don't exist. 3. Sunlight filtered through the canopy of trees, gently bathing my body and enveloping it with a thin layer of warmth. The birds chirped, and a gentle breeze lingered in the air. It felt nice outside, but as I sat down on a wooden bench in a familiar park, everything around me seemed so intrusive. I want it, Mom. No, that's enough sweets for today. My gaze never left the pair of mother and daughter in the distance. They were quite close to me. About 100 meters. Yet, they never felt so distant before. Nola, you better behave. I already told you that you can't have any more candy for today. Why? Because I said so. I couldn't help but crack a smile as I watched the two of them argue from a distance. It was a sight that had been seen plenty of times before. One to which I have been accustomed for a considerable amount of time. Is there something that you need, young man? Apparently noticing my gaze, the woman turned her head to look at me. She looked the same, maybe a bit older than in my memories. I smiled at the two. No, don't mind me. You guys just remind me of my family. Oh. The woman flashed me a smile before patting Nola on the head. Is your sister as naughty as her? Lowering my head to look at Nola, I laughed. You can say so. Perhaps even naughtier. You must have it tough then. The woman spoke with sympathy before taking Nola's hand. She was currently glaring daggers at me, and I couldn't help but laugh once more. It's getting late. We have to go. It was nice knowing you. It was nice knowing you too. I murmured while staring at their departing backs. I didn't have to wait for very long before I lost sight of the two of them, and when that happened, I leaned back against the bench that I was sitting on. This is fucked. The whole situation was fucked. Why did you do this, Kevin? I had an idea at first, but it only became clear to me after a while. This was not the world I lived in. This was a world where Kevin and I never existed. No, rather. It's more accurate to say that this is a world where the Demon King never existed. While mana existed, gates and dungeons didn't. The monolith also didn't exist, and no one had ever heard of the demons. Dwarves and the other races too. The geography was also very different from what I remembered, with Ashton City still existing but the four great cities having disappeared from the world's map and being replaced by many other major cities all over the world. That wasn't all. The overall strength of the people here was drastically lower than in the world that I was used to. In this world, the highest power was A+. It was none other than Octavius who held such power, but despite my best efforts, I was unable to find any humor in this situation. This world. It made no sense to me. May I take a seat? Yeah, sure. I scooched to the side a little and allowed the person to sit next to me. Covering my face with my arm, I took a deep breath. Just what is your purpose in sending me to this world? There must be a reason, and how do I go back? Reverse it. There was no way Kevin did all of this without a reason. There must have been one, but just what was that reason? Are you perhaps wondering why you've been sent here? A voice pricked my ears, and my body tensed. The voice. It was somewhat familiar. I just couldn't quite remember to whom it belonged to. I slowly lowered my arm and looked toward my right. Immediately, my breath stopped, and my mouth opened and closed several times. It was a face that I'd never forget. One that belonged to a guy whom I used to regard as my best friend. The same one that I had killed a long time ago. Matthew. Angel Wing Guild. Edward had a serious look on his face as he looked at the screen in front of him. Two other men were standing behind him, and both of them were also staring intently at the screen before Edward. The room was incredibly tense at the moment. No one uttered a single word as everyone gazed in the direction of the screen in front of them. On it, the events that had taken place in the past were played over and over again. It showed a young person with short black hair and deep blue eyes, looking around before disappearing. It had been about the 12th time that Edward watched, and yet, he couldn't understand how that youth managed to disappear from the spot. Was it some sort of skill? But how was that possible? Skills were practically impossible to get, and those that did have it were the most authoritative individuals in the entire world. Even he had to sacrifice a hefty sum to acquire a single skill. It must be some sort of trick. One of the men behind Edward uttered. He had long gray hair and a thick beard. If he really did have a skill, then I'm sure we would have known about it. There's no way our information network would miss someone like him. I agree. The other male nodded. He had a fairly large stomach, dark hair that was beginning to thin out toward the back of his head, and wore a pair of thin round glasses. He must have used some sort of trick to escape from the detection of the captain. Since he boldly entered the place, I'm sure he must have had some sort of preparations. Yeah. Edward frowned when he heard their analysis. Normally, he'd agree with them. It was practically impossible for someone that young to know a skill and yet be unknown to them. Because there were only a finite number of skills in the world, As the most powerful guild in the world, they would undoubtedly be the first to learn of any newly discovered skills in the world, so how could they have missed the appearance of such a skill? Unless he's someone that has been secretly groomed by a superpower. The possibility made him frown, and he turned his head. Do you guys have anything on his identity? No. The older man shook his head. I've tried checking his face with the database, but I got nothing. No family history, no DNA, no date of birth, nothing. It's as if he doesn't exist. Edward's frown deepened further at the news. The possibility was starting to seem more plausible. Is there absolutely nothing on him? Actually, there is something. The plumpman spoke, taking out a tablet and passing it on. After checking the cameras and the base system, we were able to find a video of him. Oh. Edward raised his brow with a hint of joy. After tapping on the tablet, a video soon began to replay, and as it did, the hint of joy that had been on his face slowly started to fade, giving way to an extremely serious expression. Who is the other man in the video? He seemed rather familiar. He goes by the name of Dominion Scott, and he works for the Green Claw Guild. Edward paused, and his brow raised once more. That Green Claw Guild? Edward interlocked his hands together, and his frown deepened. Edward took another look at the video and was surprised to see how easily he had taken the man down. This made him realize that the situation was more serious than he had originally thought it would be. He took a deep breath. As much as I hate those guys from the Green Claw Guild, I want you to contact them immediately. Tell them that we're willing to cooperate with them in finding this youth. You want to contact them? The plumpman looked at Edward strangely. Why do we have to contact them? Can't we just do it ourselves? No. Edward shook his head and shifted his attention back toward the display. Since we both have the same target, it's best if we cooperate. We might be the #1 guild, but that doesn't mean we're omnipotent. If we join hands with them, we might be able to find him faster. His goal was to find the man. Nothing else. He didn't care if he had to work with someone else to find him. Understood. The two nodded immediately and thereafter left the room in haste. Silence reigned over the office space as Edward traced his finger over the tablet and continued to replay the video. The more he watched, the greater his frown became. The young man was without a doubt strong. To what extent? He wasn't sure. However, that didn't matter. Although he hadn't done anything to Natasha, just the fact that he had gone to his daughter's apartment and claimed it as his own alarmed him. He couldn't let such a dangerous man continue to roam the streets. Not when he was possibly aiming for his daughter. To talk. A knock was suddenly heard from the other side of the room. It soon opened to reveal the features of a young woman with glossy black hair and a well-developed body, with her abdomen revealed in her two-piece outfit that consisted of a short black shirt and a leather skirt. Her face was cold, but at the same time, it carried a gentleness within it. Moving toward Edward, she asked. Did you call me, father? 731 A world where we don't exist, 4. Green Claw Guild. Inside of a large meeting room. A large oval table made of wood hosted a number of people who were seated nearby. As everyone looked at the big screen near the room's entrance, their auras spread through the whole room. On the monitor was a short video depicting an incident. The video didn't last for long. It was about a couple of minutes long, and it soon ended. Once it did, silence filtered throughout the entirety of the room. Everyone's attention then shifted toward a certain individual. This video has been circulating all over the internet. Do you have an answer for this, Dominion? A deep voice echoed out into the room. It belonged to the current guild master of the Green Claw Guild. Jerome Knox. B ranked, and ranked within the top 100 of the hero rankings. He was a man in his mid-50s with short green hair and a bulky body. His face, although expressionless, contained boundless anger as he gazed at Dominion, who shivered under it. That. He stuttered under the gaze. However, he was soon able to muster up enough courage to speak. Enough. Jerome cut. That's now what I want from you. Jerome threatened as Dominion found himself unable to breathe as Jerome's aura pressed on him. He continued. What I want from you is an answer on how we can mend this situation. Currently, we've become a laughingstock among the other guilds because of this one incident. How are we supposed to mend our reputation? This. Dominon looked around. He looked at Jerome and swallowed out a mouthful of saliva before opening his mouth carefully. Although he's powerful, he's not as strong as you. If you allow me to deal with the situation, I can find a way to mend the situation. Back then, although for a short period of time, he felt the youth's strength. It wasn't as domineering as his guild master. He wasn't exactly sure how strong he was, but the guild master was unquestionably above him in terms of power. He was certain that he would be able to handle him. Ding! It was all of a sudden that a subtle ringing noise spread throughout the room. The focus of everyone's attention shifted to Jerome, who grimaced and pulled out his phone. As he read the notification that had appeared, his expression changed from one of annoyance to one of surprise as he began to smile. Putting the phone away, he looked toward the others. It looks like we won't have to deal with this alone. There weren't many things that utterly shocked me. Even when I found myself in a new world where everyone didn't know me and everything was different, I was able to retain my calm and calmly process what was happening. I was perhaps alarmed, but I wasn't shocked. I thought that with all that I had seen, there wouldn't be many things that would bring forth such emotion. Yet, staring at the youth in front of me, I couldn't help but feel shocked. Matthew. The fact that he was alive wasn't what shocked me. That seemed fairly normal considering that this was a different world. What shocked me was the fact that he seemed to know me and what was happening around me. He flashed me a smile. Are you that shocked to see me? He seemed to be enjoying my reaction, as he laughed a little. You're probably wondering why I know you and why I seem to know about your circumstances, right? I didn't say anything. I couldn't say anything. Opening my mouth, I found myself struggling to find my words. Eventually, I nodded my head. There's really nothing much to it. Matthew leaned back against the bench and gazed toward the distant sun. He didn't look for too long, as his eyes soon squinted. In that short moment, I was beginning to calm down and come to terms with the situation. His next words, however, caught me completely off guard. I've long known that you were going to come. Kevin told me a long time ago. I paused, trying to process his words. It was a rather slow process since the words didn't seem to register in my hand. When I did process them, however, I almost got up from my seat. What? Thankfully, I remained seated and didn't cause a scene. Despite that, I still found it hard to contain myself. Did you just say Kevin told you a long time ago? How was that possible? Did the two even know each other? You must be confused. Matthew smiled in amusement. It was very clear that he was enjoying my shock, but his smile soon faded. He looked around him. You're wondering why I know Kevin and what is currently happening to you, right? You probably already figured out that this world isn't the same world that you lived in, and that there must have been a reason why you were sent here. Yeah. Right on. That was exactly what I wanted to figure out. Although Matthew's appearance shocked me, I was soon able to calm down. Right now, I was intently listening to what Matthew had to say. I'll start off simple. Matthew licked his lips as a complicated look flashed across his features. From the very beginning, I've been working with Kevin. My eyes opened wide. You call that simple? Before I could say anything, Matthew continued. Don't get me wrong. What I did to your parents and signing a contract with a demon. That was all me. When I say I've been working with Kevin from the very beginning, I mean from several regressions back. His smile grew bitter. As you're very well aware, once a contracted demon dies, their host will also similarly die. Only on a rare chance will they survive, and that's extremely rare. From the moment that Everblood killed the demon I was contracted with, I was supposed to die. Yet, I survived. Do you want to know why? I nodded without saying a word. Indeed, looking back at it now, Matthew wasn't supposed to have lived as long as he did. He was supposed to have died along with the contracted demon. While Everblood thought back then that I had survived due to that one small chance, reality was that I only kept on living due to Kevin's interference. At the time, I didn't know he had interfered before, but during that one brief moment where I was supposed to die in one of the timelines, he restored my memories, and from there, I was able to learn about our past. The smile on his face grew more bitter. The things I did to you. The brief moments where my head became clear and I learned of my actions. The regret that I felt during each death of mine. It all came crashing down on me at that moment, and he finally appeared before me. He closed his eyes. We had a brief conversation. It wasn't that long, and I'm not sure how long ago it was, but from what I remember, he told me that there would come a day where I'd need to explain to you the contents of our conversation, but that the time wasn't right yet. He told me that the day wouldn't be too long and that for now, all I had to do was just follow Everblood and report to him everything that he was doing. In a way, I guess you can say that I was spying on Everblood while also checking up on you when the time came that you entered the monolith. His eyes soon opened, and he looked at me with clear eyes. I don't know how many times I've died under your blade ever since then, but I guess you can say that I deserved it for what I did to you, although you really never were gentle with me when you killed me. His eyes suddenly squinted, and his face grew bitter. Getting stabbed in the chest really isn't the most pleasant of experience. How was I supposed to know? I scratched the side of my cheek. Back then, all I wanted to do was survive. I didn't really care about whether he suffered or not during his death. Matthew looked at me with disgust. Didn't you hear me say, if there's a next time, do it more gently? I didn't just say it because I was dying. I said it because I literally meant it. So that's what it was about. Back then, I didn't really think much when he said those words. I thought they were just a few short words he said to make light of his death, but it seemed like that wasn't the case. My memories were wiped. I really didn't know. I'm just messing. Don't take my words seriously. Matthew laughed a bit before finally standing up from the bench. He proceeded to stretch his back before looking at me. You must be wondering why you were sent here, right? While I also don't exactly know the reason, I was told to show you several things. Matthew suddenly paused as he looked at me. Ah, right. If you were worried about going back, don't be. After everything is done, you'll be able to go back to where you belong. You can say that this is a small trip you have to take in order to get a better understanding of why Kevin did what he did. He smiled. He really did sacrifice a lot. 732 Death Sentence, 1. The world looks peaceful, doesn't it? While I trailed Matthew from behind, I looked around at everything that was going on around me. The world, as he pointed out, was quite different from the world that I lived in. People running around with smiles, no gates or demons to worry about. It was extremely peaceful. Enough to make me jealous. Is this how the world would have been if Jezebeth and the demons never existed? It was rather good. You think too much. Matthew smirked as he looked at me. True, the world looks peaceful, but that's merely what you're perceiving on the surface. Reality is, the world is a lot less idealistic than you'd imagine. He continued forth, and I followed from behind him. He didn't elaborate further, but he seemed to be hinting at something. I honestly didn't understand his words. When I looked around me and saw the world, which appeared to be in much better shape than the war-torn world that I was a part of, I had a hard time believing that this world could be as terrible as he hinted at. Merely what you're perceiving on the surface. Was he hinting that something big was happening in the shadows? We're nearly here. The first thing that caught my eye in the distance was a familiar skyscraper. It was a building that I had frequented in the past, and its appearance in this world was identical to how it appeared in the world that I belonged to. The Union Tower. We want justice. I heard faint chants in the distance. At least, that part of the Union Tower didn't change. Be it my world or this world, there'd always be a couple of people protesting there. The further we went, the louder they got, and it wasn't long before I had a better grasp of what they were yelling. My expression changed a little. Life imprisonment. Sentence those criminals to the death. Kill them. Hearing the contents of their words, my brows slowly furrowed, and I looked toward Matthew. What's going on? Were some big-time criminals being persecuted? The reaction seemed rather extreme. You'll see. Matthew merely smiled at my question and continued moving forward. Even though his secrecy was driving me a bit crazy, I decided to follow him closely and no longer said a word. I was a patient man. Kill those traitors. Have them hanged in the streets and make an example of them. Murderers. Before long, I stood before a large group of people carrying signs and speakers, shouting toward the Union Tower. They shouted all sorts of profanities while waving the banners in the sky. We want justice. We want justice. We want justice. Their chants spread throughout every nook and cranny of the square beneath the Union Tower. It was so loud that it was starting to grow uncomfortable. We're here. Matthew stopped right next to the crowd and stared at the large tower in front. I stopped beside him. Is this what you were trying to show me? The riot? Was there something special about it? Matthew smiled. Just wait a couple of minutes. You'll get an idea soon enough. Okay. I turned to stare at the crowd in hopes of getting any clues, but there didn't seem to be anything as they all just mindlessly screamed toward the tower. Thankfully, I didn't have to wait too long to see a change happening. Someone is finally out. Judgment will finally prevail. Justice. The doors to the tower opened with a deliberate pace, revealing a stoic figure with languid eyes. The effect of his power was immediate, and everyone in the square became silent as it spread throughout the area. He's still the same. Be it this world, or the other world. Octavius was still Octavius. He never changed. A verdict has been made. His calm voice reached the ears of everyone present. Absolute silence filled the surroundings as everyone held their breath. After observing their demeanor, my interest in the matter increased, and I couldn't help but keep staring at Octavius. Let's see what this verdict is about. He soon continued. After going through all of the evidence, and a lot of discussions, we, the Union, have come to the conclusion that the following 3 individuals are guilty of the following crimes. The moment he extended his hand, 3 pictures materialized next to him, and my entire face went completely still. Attempted genocide. Extortion at the highest level. Murder. Kidnapping. The list went on, but I had no time to focus on it as all the noise drowned out from my head. With my gaze directed toward the 3 individuals depicted in the images presented by Octavius, I felt my mind go completely blank. How is this possible? It didn't make sense. Toshimoto Keiki, also known as Grandmaster Keiki, sole creator of the Keiki style, and a former honorary member of the Union. Aaron Levisha, also known as Grandmaster Levisha, sole creator of Levisha style, and a former honorary member of the Union. Roman Gravkar, also known as Grandmaster Gravar, sole creator of Graver style, and a former honorary member of the Union. Reciting their names slowly, Octavius turned his head to stare at the images next to him before loudly announcing. From this day forth, I hereby declare that the 3 of them will be sentenced to death. Wah. Woo. The stillness that had been engulfing the square was suddenly shattered as the sound of cheers reverberated throughout. People were comforting one another by crying and hugging while they screamed in happiness. Some even fainted from joy, while others started praising the Union endlessly. Do you still think that everything looks peaceful? Swallowing my saliva, I slowly shook my head. I was still trying to process what had just happened, but it finally dawned on me that something seriously messed up was happening somewhere in this world. How could the people who were deemed to be the heroes of my world suddenly become such hated criminals? Whatever it was that was happening was definitely something that Kevin wanted me to understand. What am I supposed to do now? I looked at Matthew cluelessly. The sudden revelation baffled me and left me clueless as to what to do. Everything felt so foreign to me. Should I rescue the 3 of them? I looked toward the images of the 3 grandmasters in the distance. Saving them shouldn't be too hard. The problem was what I'd have to do after. What exactly was I supposed to do after rescuing them? Would rescuing them give me clues with regards to how to get back to my world and get a better understanding of what Kevin was trying to show me? Was he perhaps hinting at something? Were the deaths of the 3 grandmasters in my world not caused by the demons? I swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Why can't he just tell me everything instead of showing me all of this? Not yet. Matthew turned away from me and started to walk away from the square. I quickly followed him from behind. Wait up. As I moved away from the area, the volume of the noise began to decrease, but I could still occasionally make out the honks of several cars as their passengers celebrated the unexpected news. Ashton City was basking in a festive mood. I didn't know how to feel as I looked around. Although I had never met the 3 grandmasters, apart from Keiki's remnant soul, I owed the 3 of them a lot. A lot of my success was attributed to the 3 of them, and seeing them in this situation made me feel rather complicated. I'm sure he knows something. I stared at Matthew's back. He didn't speak much, and just quietly showed me the way. For some reason, I had a feeling that he was being mysterious on purpose. As if he had a grudge against me. Where are we going? You'll know soon enough. This again. I was starting to get annoyed with all of these answers, but what could I do? He was the only person that I could rely on at the moment. He was the key to getting back to my world as well as understanding the main principle behind this world. For now, I could only suck it up and do as he said. We're here. Thankfully, we didn't have to walk around for very long. We were soon standing in front of a large white building. Is this the place? I carefully observed it. The building was rather large and square in shape. It wasn't very tall, but it seemed very populated as a lot of people walked in and out of the structure. Looking around, my eyes soon fell toward a certain sign at the very top, and my mouth twitched. The moment I saw the words imprinted at the top of the building, I almost wanted to turn back and get as far away from the place as possible. Hall Pharmaceuticals. Really? 733 death sentence, 2. The circumstances surrounding the three grandmasters became widely known throughout the entirety of the world. Everyone, whether they were children or adults, was in some way presented with the news. It was that viral. Almost everyone. Shit, I fucked up again. Melissa readjusted her glasses while clicking her tongue in annoyance. In front of her were a few test tubes that were releasing a gas that had no discernible odor. She looked at Rosie. How many failed samples does that make? About 100. Over 100 million you. I see. Melissa gave a subdued nod of her head as her hand made its way toward her chest, and she clenched her clothes. Her heart was hurting. What's our current budget? We're almost out. I see. Melissa proceeded to sit down on a nearby stool. She couldn't feel her legs. With quivering lips, she weakly looked toward Rosie. Say, how much do you think I'd get if I sold my body? You what? The expression on Rosie's face went through a series of abrupt changes as she was rendered speechless. Useless. Melissa turned her head away from her and continued to gaze at the test tubes in front of her. She was close. She could feel it. So long as I get the formula right. Tisk. She clicked her tongue once more and took out her phone. The first thing that she did was look over her research funds and determine the precise amount that was still available to her. 3,563,000 U. Her lips quivered at the sum. Maybe I should really sell my body. Ding. At that precise moment, her phone started to ring. Melissa picked up the phone while frowning and responded to the call. Yes. Mrs. Hall, there's a guest that wants to meet you downstairs. Does he have an appointment? No. Then kick him out. She hung up the phone shortly after that. Massaging her head, she leaned her elbow against the table. I think I should start by cutting down the staff. She'd already told them beforehand not to disturb her with trivial matters. The fact that they called her for something as useless as that annoyed her. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Her ears were startled by a sudden whisper, and she leaped to her feet in surprise. Huh? Who the fuck are you? As soon as she turned around, she saw a young man with dark hair and blue eyes. He appeared to be about her age and had a smile on his face. For some reason, Melissa found herself annoyed. Why was she feeling so aggravated by the smile that was plastered on his face? It made no sense since she'd never seen him before. Having said that, she did not have time to ruminate on it as she immediately stood up and moved backward. An artifact quickly appeared in her hand and she pointed it in his direction. Who are you, and how did you get here? This was worth it. It had been quite a long time since I'd seen Melissa this panicked, and I couldn't help but feel some sort of sense of accomplishment from it. I should have recorded it. I'll ask you again, who the fuck are you? Melissa's voice brought me back to reality. Looking at her, I raised both hands. Let's calm down for a good minute. I mean no har, don't look at me like that. Seriously. Melissa's face said it all. It was as if she was staring at an idiot. Do you actually expect me to believe your words when you suddenly broke into my lab without anyone knowing? I scratched the back of my head. She had a point. Okay, fair enough, but I truly don't mean any harm. If I did, I would have already done something to you by now. Good point. Melissa lowered the artifact in her hand. It resembled a gun, but it was far from one. It didn't have any bullets and curved at weird angles. She looked behind me and pointed. What did you do to her? I turned around to look at her assistant, who was standing behind me. She appeared to be completely motionless and without any expression at the moment. When I looked at her, memories from the past came flooding back to me, and my heart chilled. Don't worry about her, she's fine. She doesn't look fine. She's fine. I could release her if I wanted to, but I wasn't going to. It may have been a long time ago, but I wasn't one to forget the past. Even if they belonged to another world. Who was she to make fun of my name? Ha. Melissa sighed before sitting down. Fucking hell. As usual, she threw out a curse, and I smiled. Are you finally willing to listen to me? She threw a glare at me. Do I have a choice? You do. I nodded in a serious manner. If I do, then I don't dash. It's just that you need to ask my permission for the choice. Her glare grew more terrifying, but I paid no mind to it. I was seriously enjoying myself at the moment. Finding a stool, I sat down. All right, let's get down to business. To be honest, I had no idea why I was currently talking to Melissa, nor had any idea why I was proposing a deal with her. However, according to Matthew, if I wanted to find out more about the current situation, then I had no choice but to interact with her. From what I've heard, you seem to lack money, right? Yes. Melissa sighed while raising her glasses a little. I'm impressed by your stalking skills. I smiled and paid no mind to her comments. Demonic Melissa was worse than her. I'll keep this short. I'll give you several important recipes and formulas in exchange for a small percentage of the profits. How much is a little? Like 5%. That little? Melissa seemed rather surprised by the offer, and to be honest, I would be too, but it didn't really matter to me. I was in no need of money. The opportunity to engage further with her was the sole factor in my decision to accept a share of the profits. If it turned out that she was one of the clues I needed to get out of here, then doing this was necessary. I looked at her. You seem to trust my words quite a bit. No. She threw me the same look as before. My mouth twitched a little. Since I have no choice, then I might as well accept your words. Let me make this clear, I don't trust you at all. Fair enough. She made a good point. I massaged my forehead a bit, then stood up and walked towards her. What are you doing? Melissa immediately stood up and moved back. I rolled my eyes at her actions. Don't worry, I already have a girlfriend. That doesn't mean shit. She covered her body with her arms. I ignored her and extended my finger toward her head. She tried to resist, but how could she? The gap in our strength was astronomical. When my finger finally made contact with her forehead, she immediately lost consciousness. After that, a flood of information poured into my head as I shared several of my memories with her. They were the ones containing the recipes and potions I'd promised her. That should do it. I took my finger away from her head and tried to absorb the information that I had managed to get from her memories. It might take a while for me to absorb everything. Sitting down, I crossed my arms and went through each of them carefully. The chip inside my head quickly got to work, and over 1,000 different bubbles flashed within my head. My head throbbed, but I remained composed. I had no idea how long I had been like this, but I soon heard Melissa's startled voice coming from in front of me, and my eyes opened. Is the information you've given me real? Her eyes had a strange glow in them as she gazed at me. It was now my turn to take a step back. It is. Are you fucking kidding me? Where have you been my whole life? Her eyes glowed even more. She was practically salivating at this point, and I felt the back of my head tingle. I took a couple more steps back. Let's have some boundaries. Fuck off. Rolling her eyes, she turned away from me and dashed toward a certain section of her lab. When I saw that, I let out a sigh of relief, but my mood quickly changed for the worse. I think I have an idea of what the clue is. My face twisted a little at the thought. My feelings were all over the place as I watched Melissa, who was smiling and laughing as she happily took out her notes and flipped through them. If my guess was correct, then this is bad. I let out a soft breath and turned toward the entrance of the lab. When I saw that Melissa was completely focused on what she was doing, I knew there was no point in trying to talk to her anymore. I accomplished the purpose of my visit regardless. I really hope I'm overthinking things. As I approached the door, I reached out to grab the handle. However, just as I was about to do so, the door unexpectedly opened, and I saw a familiar face appear in the space before me. The figure froze in place as soon as it caught sight of me, but not long after that, his haughty voice resounded out loud while a murderous aura emanated from his body. Who are you? 734 The pen, 1. For a brief moment, I shut my eyes in an effort to permanently etch the scene in front of me into my memory. I had to. Never again did I expect to see this sight again. An arrogant voice once again echoed out loud. Did you not hear me? Who are you? What are you doing here? What's your relationship with Melissa? My lips trembled. I was struggling. I really was. I found myself fighting an uphill battle to maintain my composure as I looked at the men in front of me. His glare was strong, and the arrogance in his demeanor was clear. It has been so long. I was almost starting to get emotional. Are you deaf? Did you not hear me? He had a firm grip on the collar of my shirt. As he tightened his hold on me, his emerald eyes cast a menacing glare in my general direction. I felt my body get lifted off the ground, but I did nothing. Tell me. What's your relationship with Melissa? Once more, my lips were quivering, and I raised my head in an attempt to conceal the expression on my face. This is too much. I was almost starting to feel thankful for Kevin. Answer me. He raised his fist and tried to punch me. I finally came to and cocked my head to the side just in time to avoid getting punched in the face by his fist. Huh. The fact that I was able to avoid being hit by his fist appeared to startle him, as his face went blank for a brief moment. The sight made me grin, and I pressed my hands against his forearms. I only applied a little pressure. Ag. Instantaneously, a distorted expression appeared on his face, and I gently yanked his arms away from my collar. It was honestly effortless. Let go. He glared at me with a distorted look. Do you know who I am? Yes, I do. I nodded my head. Of course, I knew who he was. Then I suggest you let go and scram away from Melissa. That's not possible. I shook my head with a serious expression. His face distorted further, but I didn't mind as I simply enjoyed his reaction. It had been so long since I had seen this version of Jean, and I just couldn't help myself. Leaning closer, I softly whispered into his ear. You see, the two of us have a special relationship. Special in the fact that we were business partners, but obviously, I omitted that part. And I was glad I did, as Jin's face bleached completely as horror flashed across his face. What did you say? My lips trembled once again. I had to take a deep breath in order to keep my composure. You've heard me correctly the first time. After tapping on his chest, his entire body froze while I composed myself and adjusted my clothing. I reached out and patted Jean on the shoulder as I turned my head to look in the direction of Melissa, who was completely oblivious to what was taking place. I suggest you give up. It's for your own good. She's a lost cause. Aside from her work, I never saw her show any interest in anything romance-related. The Jean in my world understood this long ago and seemed to have given up on her. I didn't want this version of Jean to suffer for his whole life. I'll kill you, huh? Who? What are you doing? Thinking about how pitiful his life would be, I unknowingly found myself hugging him. I was just as startled as Jean was by my actions, but once again, thinking about his love life, I found myself hugging him even tighter. Let go of me. What are you doing? I like Melissa. My heart is already tacked. Let me stop you right there. I let go of Jean and stepped back. Patting him on the shoulder, I seriously looked at him. For your information, I have a girlfriend. I was just hugging you out of pity. I have no interest in you. A number of people emerged from the shadows of an impressive building to extend their greetings to a number of people coming in their direction. Both sides exuded an imposing aura that did not lose out to the other. Ho-ho, who would have thought someone as esteemed as you would contact me first? Jerome boisterously laughed as he went to greet Edward Stern, the guild master of the Angel Wing Guild. He extended his hand. Do you know just how surprised I was by your text message? The guild leader of the largest guild on Earth suddenly said that he wanted to work with me. Ah, what an honor. Hearing his words, which were obviously tinged with sarcasm, Edward's face underwent no change as he extended his hand forth and shook it. It is indeed your honor. Jerome's face stiffened, but he soon smiled again. Not very humble, are we? Why would I be? Edward looked at him with squinted eyes, a formless pressure coming out of his body. Am I supposed to pretend to be humble? I'm merely stating the facts. It is indeed your honor to meet me. In spite of Jerome's best efforts to conceal it, the rage that was building up on his face was obvious even as he tightened his grip. Indeed, you are the guild master of the #1 guild. What's the point of being humble when you're merely stating the truth? I'm glad you noted this. Edward finally let go of his hand and Jerome did the same. The two sides separated, and Edward looked around. Should we get down to business? P. Jerome extended his hand and invited Edward and his entourage into the building. Oh. Just then, his eyes caught sight of a certain figure, and his smile widened. Could this be your daughter? He deeply gazed at the young girl who stood behind Edward. She was a beauty without a doubt. Jerome was not sure that he had ever seen a woman who was as beautiful as she was in his life, and he believed that his wife was the most attractive person in the world. Furthermore, judging from her aura, she was without a doubt extremely talented. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. This is indeed my daughter. Edward stepped forward, blocking Jerome's sight. As he looked down on him, the intangible pressure that had been emanating from his body just a few moments earlier grew to an even greater intensity. Is there a problem? No, no. Jerome shook his hands. I was just very surprised to see how talented your daughter is. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also very talented. I'm a very envious man. He turned around and stared at a young man who seemed utterly enthralled by the young girl's appearance. He had long green hair and thick brows, both of which contributed to his overall attractive appearance. He had a body that was rather well built, and the most notable feature about him was the color of his eyes. They were emerald, and they seemed to sparkle alongside his hair. Kyle. Ah. Father. It was only after Jerome called out for him that he snapped out of it. Jerome beckoned him with his hand. Come here, I'd like to introduce you to someone. Looking at where his father was, Kyle immediately became excited and rushed forward. After stopping next to his father, he continued to stare fixedly at the young woman who was standing behind Edward. It was a shame that she didn't pay any attention to him at all. Jerome started to introduce him. This over here is my son. Kyle. He's just recently turned 25 and is about to break through to C rank. He drew out the last few words on purpose as his face flashed with pride. It had to be known that reaching C rank at such an age was almost unheard of. Typically, one would be in their mid-30s before ever achieving such a rank. If they were even capable of achieving it. It went without saying that his talent was unparalleled. Even Edward was unable to conceal his surprise as he was forced to cast a few glances in his direction multiple times. Jerome's eyes were clearly drawn to this particular detail as he guffawed broadly. What do you think? Pretty good. Edward honestly said, taking his eyes away from the youth. It's good to know your son is this talented. I'm sure he'll make a good addition to your guild in the future. With that being said, let's get down to business. I don't have much time to spare. He departed shortly after that, no longer paying any attention to the youth. His daughter trailed closely behind him while maintaining her expressionless face. She didn't even give his son a sideways glance. A stark contrast to him, who couldn't stop gawking at her. Why, you're right. Seeing Edward leave, Jerome's fist silently clenched, but he was able to force a smile. Let's get going then. He proceeded to lead them into the building. Coldness flashed across his eyes as he led them into the building. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. How did it go? I managed to find the clue. As I was leaving the building, I saw Matthew walking in the opposite direction. When I thought about what I had been able to piece together from Melissa's recollections, I realized that my mind wasn't exactly in the right place. I hope that I was wrong. I really did. Judging from your expression, it looks like you really do have an idea. Matthew happily smiled while leaning against the side of the building. Lifting his head to stare at the sky, his gaze soon shifted toward my direction. Since you found the clue, then I guess my job for now is done. You're leaving. Already. Was this all that he wanted to show me? Matthew moved away from the wall. My job is done. I've done what I needed to do. Everything else is up to you. We'll meet once more later, so don't miss me too much. My brows furrowed, but they soon relaxed. When I considered the tidbits of information that I had been able to assemble, it really did seem like I didn't need his help anymore. I now had a distinct clue as to what path I needed to take in order to get out of here. All right, then. I exhaled while looking up at the sky. Thank Y-. I wasn't even able to thank him when I realized that he was already gone. After taking a quick glance in all directions and confirming that I was, in fact, alone, I gave a sarcastic grin and shook my head. How rude. 735 The Pen, 2. The Union gave the name, The Pen, to their incarceration facility. Because the prison was home to some of the most dangerous criminals ever known to humanity, it required the most stringent level of control and security. Any one of the people who were locked up had the potential to pose a significant risk to both the national and international security of several countries. Because of the obvious dangers involved, the location of the facility was kept a secret, and only a select few individuals were aware of its precise whereabouts. This should be the place. I count myself among the fortunate few in that I was one of those who knew where the location was. The fact that the location was identical to the one in my original world made things a lot easier for me. Despite the fact that the two worlds were very similar to one another, with demons and other races no longer invading the planet, the geography of the entire world was very different from the world that I was familiar with. The first cataclysm still took place as a result of mana unexpectedly making its way into the world, and Ashton City was also constructed in the same location as it was in my world, but those were the only similarities I could think of when it came to the two worlds. Everything else was practically different. I guess this too isn't too different. I wasn't really shocked by it, though. After all, it was constructed into Mount Everest itself. The mountain that was once deemed the tallest in the world. It was no longer the tallest, but due to its remote location and harsh climate, it was the ideal place to confine the most dangerous criminals. Let's see. As I gazed at the mountain that was on the other side of me, an icy wind blew through my clothes. It was a little chilly, but I was able to tolerate it. The most annoying part was the thinning oxygen, but I could also bear that to some extent. There it is. I cracked a smile after finally locating the entrance to the facility. It was very well hidden, and if not for the fact that I was someone whose strength far surpassed that of what this world's greatest held, I probably would have had a harder time finding it. Let's get this over quickly. My vision began to blur, and the next thing I knew, I was standing in front of a massive metal door located deep within the mountain. Who are you? Enemy alert. 2 soldiers were waiting for me when I arrived, and as soon as they saw me, they pulled out their weapons and began yelling as loudly as they could. After I gave them a quick glance, the 2 of them froze, and I continued on in a leisurely manner toward the large metallic door. The door disintegrated into a fine powder as I lightly pressed my hand against it, revealing the expansive facility that was hidden behind it. Sorry for the intrusion. I made my way into the building while giving a curt nod to the 2 security guards, who were staring at me with frozen expressions. Pen, control facility. A woman with long, glossy black hair, red eyes, and a straight posture stood with her fierce gaze fixed on the many monitors that were in front of her. Those around her didn't dare utter a single word or even breathe. They weren't equipped to deal with the kind of pressure that the woman was putting off. It was just too much for them. Every second felt like an eternity for them. Hero rank 17, Mia Janice. What was most terrifying about her was her strict and serious disposition. She treated everything with the utmost seriousness, and she punished any mistakes, regardless of how serious or minor they were, in the most severe way possible. At the moment. Intruder alert. Intruder alert. Intruder alert. The monitors started to flash red, and the room completely froze. Turn on the camera feeds. It was Mia's calm voice that helped everyone get over their initial shock as a large holographic screen appeared in front of them. At this precise instant, all of the people present were able to catch a glimpse of a young man with jet black hair and deep blue eyes moving leisurely around the facility. Mrs. Janney, the target is currently in Segment A, approaching Segment B. I can see that. Mia's expression remained unchanged as she continued to stare at the holographic display that had been placed in front of her. Her tone remained exactly the same as it had been before. Calm and collected. It was as if nothing had happened. Can we get a read on his rank? The facility was outfitted with a number of different pieces of equipment, all of which were designed to determine the ranks of those that passed through it. It was an efficient method for rooting out anyone who attempted to infiltrate the facility while cloaked in a false identity. Negative, the equipment seems to be target has breached Segment B. I repeat, the target has breached Segment B. He wasn't able to finish his sentence before his face bleached. Everyone held their breath and waited for her order. They didn't have to wait for long, as Mia softly closed her eyes before turning around. I'll handle this matter. Stay put and report the situation to me. I more or less have an idea of what his strength is. I will be back shortly. Everyone rejoiced at her words and finally calmed down. With her taking action, they no longer needed to worry about the situation. Even Octavius, the strongest man in the world, would need to think twice before dealing with her. What could an unknown intruder do? Is this the right way? I turned to look to the right, where I noticed a large B etched into the side of the wall. This was the very first time I'd ever been in here, and to be perfectly honest, I had no idea where I was. Excuse me, do you know where the highest security area is? Surrender yourself. The people here seemed rather rude, too. Just then, I felt a powerful shockwave coming from behind me, and I saw a large sword heading my way. I lifted my finger, and the blade stopped. Clank. How is this possible? The man who wielded the blade spoke, his voice tinged with shock. Just stay still. Lifting my finger, his body floated towards me, and I pressed my finger against his head. My head began to hurt as a deluge of memories began to rush into my consciousness. Thankfully, I had the chip implanted in my brain, and I was thus able to quickly organize the memories in my mind. Section G. That was where I needed to go. I finally let go of the men and pursed my lips before turning to look at my surroundings. I should be in Section B at the moment. That's a bit far from where I need to be. I gave my surroundings a second look and went over the memories stored in my head. Raising my foot, I stomped the ground. Rumble. My surroundings began to shake, and a large hole formed beneath my feet. Without giving it much thought, I took a step forward and promptly fell into the hole. Thump. I wasn't sure how long I was in free fall, but it wasn't long before my feet touched the ground again, and when they did, I found myself inside a very isolated facility that was covered in metal all around. It sort of reminded me of the time I was in the monolith. This should be Section F. I figured it out from the large F that was imprinted on the side of the walls. The place was divided into sections that ranged from A to G, with G being the lowest and most secure area. From my memories, Section G was placed right next to Section F, which meant that I was very close. It should be this way. I pulverized a portion of the wall by pressing my hand against one of its sides. During the course of the process, a number of guards came my way and attempted to stop me. However, I was able to overcome their resistance without too much difficulty. I didn't even need to lift a finger to deal with them. This should be it. I soon stopped in front of a large door. Behind it was Section G. I was about to put my hand on the door when I heard a woman's voice coming from behind me. At that moment, I felt as though the weight of the world had been placed upon my entire body. Stop, don't move another muscle. Oh. Feeling the extra weight that I was carrying, my brow raised, and I turned to look toward the culprit. It was none other than a woman with long black hair and red eyes. She was rather attractive, but her disposition seemed extremely chilly. From the memories of the guard, she should be the main guard of this place. Hero rank 17. She's ranked even higher than me. That won't do. I suggest you surrender yourself right now. If you do so, I will not be forced to kill you. I smiled. You seem to be rather confident in your power. Should I not be? She said calmly while her black hair started to flutter and my body became even heavier. You're not someone who can deal with me. Her hand extended forward, and the surrounding metal scrunched up together. The entire room trembled, and the pressure that she was exhibiting increased even more. Gravitational power? I looked around me in awe. Such power was quite rare. So. I heard her voice once again. Are you going to surrender? Opening my mouth, I soon closed it and found myself smiling. 736 The pen, 3. The aperture in the cell was so small that very little light could pass through it. It was eerily quiet and pitch black. He had no idea how long he had been locked up for. He had long stopped keeping track. He just felt numb. Thinking about his wife and daughter, he felt his heart get torn into pieces. He was innocent. He didn't do anything, but for some reason, he was framed. It wasn't just him, Levisha and Gravar were put in the same circumstances as him. They had been wondering why, but the only response they got was a list of charges. Each worse than the other. The looks of scorn and the contempt he received from the guards were something he'd never experienced in his whole life. Why are they doing this to me? Tashimoto's head slowly raised as he gazed up at the pitch-black ceiling above him with a blank expression on his face. He felt so empty. Rumble. Suddenly, he heard a muffled rumbling sound coming from a distance, and he lowered his head to look in that direction. What's going on? He wondered, weakly raising himself and moving toward the door. Rumble. Another muffled rumble reverberated. This time, it was a lot closer, and Tashimoto was able to make it out clearly. Did something happen in the facility? He felt his heart beat quicker. Rumble. The rumbling was getting louder and louder with each passing second, and it wasn't long before it reached his direction. He could feel the entire room shaking as it happened. This power. It felt terrifying and oppressive. Mia. He was able to instantly recognize it due to the heaviness of it. What was more terrifying was the fact that it was getting weaker and weaker by the second. Is she fighting against someone? It soon became clear to him that something major was happening. An attack perhaps. He wasn't sure, but for it to require Mia's personal intervention, it had to be extremely serious. Boom. The terrifying sound of an explosion came from nowhere, and at the same time, the door of the cell was violently blown open. Toshimoto had to quickly cover his eyes with his arm in order to protect himself from the sudden influx of light that filled the room. Arg. He still nonetheless felt his eyes sting. What is happening? In spite of the pain, Toshimoto forced himself to open his eyes and see what was going on. It was there that he caught sight of two deep blue eyes staring at him. With a smile on his face, he greeted. It's very nice to meet you. Master. Master. Benefactor. Was that the right way to address him? Technically speaking, he wasn't the same person as the one from my world, but at the same time, he was. Or was he not? Ugh, this is so confusing. I felt a headache thinking of how to address him. In the end, I still came to the decision that it was appropriate to address him as master. It was a form of respect for everything that his martial manual had granted me. Without it, I wouldn't have been what I was today. Why, you, who are you? He looked different from the Keiki that I knew. Compared to the remnant soul I had met back then, he looked much older and more malnourished. The skin on his face was also quite pale, and he appeared to have trouble standing up straight. Let's leave the questions for later. Let me help you get out of here first. I offered him my hand, which he glanced at with caution. I smiled at that. I understand your caution, but you really have no choice but to take my hand. It's either you take my hand or you stay here and go through the death sentence. Grandmaster Keiki's face changed before he eventually nodded his head. You're right. His sudden calmness and composure in dealing with the unexpected matter was rather surprising, but how should I put this? As expected of my master. He took the initiative and grabbed hold of my hand. It was at that point that I directed my mana into his body, and finally, his frail body started to transform. His previously pale face became flushed with red, his posture began to straighten, and his muscles began to fill. Within seconds, he looked like a completely different person. This. He seemed startled by the sudden changes, but I merely smiled at him and let go. That will do for now. Let's go. Rumble. I had just turned around when I felt a strong force heading in my direction, and I furrowed my brows. How annoying. As I moved my hand forward, a figure slammed into the nearby wall, leaving behind a sizable impression. Cough. Cough. Several coughs came after that, and I found myself on the other end of two glaring red eyes. Impossible. She weakly muttered while trying her best to get out of the deformation on the wall. I rolled my eyes and turned to look at Grandmaster Keiki. What's wrong? The way he looked at me was akin to that of someone looking at a ghost. That. How? Don't worry about it. I gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder before turning my attention to the other two prison cells. After pointing at them, the doors suddenly blasted open, revealing two elderly men in poor health. One's stature was larger than the other, while another seemed rather handsome, and I instantly knew who they were. Grandmaster Levisha, Grandmaster Gravar. I signaled to them with my finger, and they both sped in my direction. When they arrived, I pressed my hand against each of their chests. Instantaneously, a similar scene from before replayed, and the two of them began to heal very quickly, and not long after that, they became filled with vitality. What's going on? What's happening? It's an honor to meet you. The two of them looked at each other before shifting their attention toward Grandmaster Keiki, who shook his head. Seeing just how apprehensive the three of them were, I didn't bother saying anything. Had I been in their situation, I'd have reacted the same as them. Cough. I had just finished speaking when I was startled by a series of coughs coming from behind me. Turning around, I saw Mia standing there. My eyes opened in surprise. She's quite tenacious. Why, what are you doing? Can't you see? I thought it was fairly obvious from the start. She glared at me more fiercely and took a step forward. Her hair was all over her face, and blood was dripping down the side of her mouth and down the back of her head. Don't you to PFTT. She spat a mouthful of blood halfway through her sentence and took a knee. I was honestly impressed by her willpower. Had it been anyone else, they would have already given up by now. I wonder just how strong she would have been in my world had she survived. The fact that she was not a person who I knew very well led me to believe that during the second cataclysm, a demon had most likely been the cause of her death. It was a pity since she was so talented. All right then, let's get going. I turned my gaze away from her and looked up. Just as I was about to make a move, I heard Grandmaster Keiki's voice. Wait. I stopped whatever I was doing and looked at him. He stared straight into my eyes with a serious look. Are you really on our side? Even though his question appeared to be rather straightforward, he and the two other Grandmasters became tense the moment he asked it. They were still extremely vigilant. I calmly looked at the three of them. If I wasn't on your side, I wouldn't have bothered coming here. Grandmaster Keiki closed his eyes for a short time and then turned around to look behind me. He looked toward Mia. Then, if you're really on our side, take her with you. Huh. His words surprised me as I turned to look behind me, where Mia was. She was looking at me with a fierce glare, and I looked back toward Grandmaster Keiki. An idea suddenly popped up in my mind. Is she on your side? Yes. He nodded. Without her, we would have probably been in even worse shape. You can say that the only reason we're still alive is because of her. My eyes squinted. Last I recall, they were in pretty bad shape. Did she brainwash them into thinking that she was on their side? As if he could read my mind, he continued. They were planning on having us chained up for every moment of our stay over there. She was the one who opposed it. Almost risking her career over it. Risking her career? I looked at her strangely. Before I could say anything else, Grandmaster Levisha spoke. The forces behind our imprisonment are far stronger than you think. Just that simple action was a big risk for her. I see. I came to a sudden understanding. Very well then. Let's get out of here then. Bringing another person out wasn't really a problem. With a wave of my hand, my vision warped. 737 The dangers that lurk in the shadows, 1. How is this possible? Tashimoto's last memory was of the young man waving his hand before the surroundings around him abruptly changed and he found himself in front of a large abandoned warehouse. His mind blanked at the sight. When he came to, his eyes bulged in shock. This is impossible. When he looked around him and realized that he wasn't hallucinating, his initial shock quickly escalated into complete disbelief. He wasn't the only one who was shocked. Levisha, Gravar, and Mia all appeared to be in a state of extreme shock as they took in their surroundings alongside him. Everyone's attention was drawn to the young man, who appeared to be no more than 30 years old and was casually making his way toward the warehouse as if what he'd done was nothing worth taking note of. Was that space distortion? Mia asked in a grave tone as she felt the ground, making sure it was real. Once she was sure they were indeed standing on real ground, she found herself swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Did he use some sort of artifact? It was the only thing that could have explained such a phenomenon. Even Octavius, who was the strongest human in existence, was unable to accomplish such feats. He could, at most, run extremely fast. Octavius once said that once one reaches the S rank, they can fly, but that's as far as it goes. Space distortion shouldn't be possible. Grandmaster Gravar suddenly said, and everyone held their breath. This was especially so for Grandmaster Keiki, who was still recovering from the sudden shock of finding himself in another location. Mia took a deep breath and stood up. Although he's strong. Very strong. It is impossible for anyone to cross over the boundaries of S rank, let alone higher. It is most likely that he's used some sort of artifact to get us over here. Everyone nodded their heads. It was the only explanation that they were willing to accept at the moment. Are you guys coming or not? As soon as they heard his voice, the others glanced at one another before heading in the direction of the abandoned warehouse. After the initial shock of the previous accident subsided, the look on their faces gradually transformed into one of renewed seriousness. Whatever the case was, they couldn't run away. The only thing that they could do was wait and try to figure out what the man's objective was in bringing them out. Let's go. Under Grandmaster Keiki's lead, the three of them entered the warehouse. It was riddled with cracks and spiderwebs, but it would still do. Make yourselves comfortable. I pointed to a few sofas that I had just positioned a moment earlier. I could have probably selected a better location to speak to them, but out of habit, I came to this place. I guess I was more attached to it than I originally thought. I was starting to miss my headquarters. You guys don't have to be so tense. After noticing how tense everyone was, I made an effort to smile in order to help ease the tension. This approach did not appear to be very successful, as the four of them appeared to be even more vigilant. I shook my head bitterly and leaned against the sofa. All right, let's just get down to business first. I felt my smile disappear. What happened to you guys? Why have you been locked up and charged with such serious crimes? Never once did I entertain the possibility that they were in fact responsible for the crimes that they were accused of. Despite the fact that this was a different world, the fact that all three of them were violent criminals in this world made things seem rather suspicious. Now that I think about it, how did the three grandmasters die in my world? There were no real records in my world. Some speculated it was the demons, but now that I thought about it carefully, if that was really the case, why did the three grandmasters hide their graves? Just so that only a select few could find them. Last I recalled, I remembered him saying he was hiding it from the prying eyes of those greedy bastards. Was the answer as simple as that, or was there perhaps a link between what was happening now and what had happened to them in my world? The sudden thought made my heart rate quicken. It's not impossible. Don't worry, I know it might not look like it, but I'm on your side. You can say that I owe each and every one of you a debt of gratitude. The three of them looked at each other once they heard my words. They didn't really seem to believe me. I guess I have no choice but to show you. I eased myself out of my seat while simultaneously extending my arm. My sword materialized out of thin air as I tightly gripped it in my hand, and I slid it along the side of my waist in one smooth motion. I miss this feeling. It had been a while since I touched my sword. I stared at Grandmaster Keiki in the eye. Watch carefully. Click. The first movement of the Keiki style, quick flash. A subtle clicking sound rang in the air. A startling transformation took place in Keiki's demeanor in response to the soft click that came from my hilt. It wasn't just him, the others also showed similar expressions. I wasn't done. My entire body began to tense up as I placed both of my hands on the hilt of my sword, and I could feel the muscles in my arms and shoulders expanding. Impossible. Grandmaster's Gravar changed even more after seeing this. I took a step forward. Rumble. A single step on my part caused the warehouse to vibrate. As a result of the building's advanced age, several of the wooden frames located at the top fell to the floor. Seeing this, I decided to stop, and my muscles returned to their normal state not long after that. This place is in a worse state than I thought, and here I was holding back quite a lot already. I sat back down after putting my sword away. Don't bother asking me how I learned it. Just know that I am on your side. I couldn't explain to them that I came from a different world and that I had learned the arts from digging through their graves. That made no sense. Nevertheless, what I showed them should be enough to appease them. How? How did you do it? I never taught anyone the Gravar style. Same. Grandmaster Keiki nodded absent-mindedly from the side. Seeing how the two of them were, I could only shake my head. Don't worry about it. Just know that I am not against you. If I really was, then I'd have already spread your sword arts everywhere. The three sobered up after my words and straightened their posture. The first one to speak was Grandmaster Levisha. You seem to know both of their sword arts, what about mine? About that. I scratched the back of my head. I don't actually know your sword art. I was not even remotely interested in learning it, so I never persuaded Kevin to teach me it. The same was true for the Gravar style, which I learned not out of choice but rather out of necessity. Even though it wasn't the complete Gravar style, what I learned still held the essence of it. If I wanted, I could probably learn it. Don't worry. Just because I don't know the Levisha style, it doesn't mean that I won't be helping you. Like I said before, I owe the three of you a lot of debt. Just think of me as someone who wants to repay what is owed. In spite of what I said, all three of them continued to exhibit skepticism. I didn't blame them, but soon enough, the three of them accepted the situation. Do we even have a choice but to trust you? Grandmaster Keiki sighed. Regardless of whether we're wary of you or not, the reality is that the three of us are wanted people on a death sentence. We have no choice but to trust you. Grandmaster Keiki slowly closed his eyes and nodded his head firmly. All right, ask me anything you want. I will try to answer whatever question you have to the best of my ability. He looked toward the other three, before continuing. I'm sure the other three feel the same. Everyone nodded shortly after that, and I smiled. I'm glad to hear that. When I finally saw them come to terms with the situation, I let out a sigh of relief. Pinching the bridge of my nose, I stood up and started walking in their direction. Since you guys are willing to cooperate, this will make things easier for all of us. I stopped a few meters away from them and bent down a little. Don't be too wary of what I'm about to do next. Just relax your mind and let me do the rest. I promise that I won't hurt you. I'm just trying to save up time. My finger pressed against one of their foreheads. 738 The dangers that lurk in the shadows, 2. Ack. Someone help me. Monster. Help me. The room was filled with the sound of people screaming in anguish. They originated from a specific video that was projected onto a screen, and showed an image of a young man with glossy black hair and deep blue eyes taking care of a series of guards in an effortless manner. The expression on Octavius' face remained the same as he sat in front of the holographic projection. His eyes were as listless and hazy as they had always been. It was as if the happenings in the projection were of no interest to him. Would you like to replay the video? The video soon came to an end, and silence filtered across the dimly lit room. The next couple of minutes were spent with Octavius's gaze intently fixed on the projection. It wasn't until a subtle shaking began in the room that he finally showed any kind of reaction, and he got up out of his chair. Swoosh. The entire room became tinged with white, and all of a sudden, a tremendous amount of pressure filled the space. The pressure began to have an effect on Octavius's face, and for the first time in a while, his eyes began to show visible signs of change. He slightly lowered his head. How may I be of service? His tone was composed, but there was a hint of fear hidden deeply within his words. I trusted that you would have accomplished the mission without a problem. What has happened? An ancient and deep voice reverberated throughout the room. There is a purpose behind why I have bestowed upon you the power that you currently possess. Because you haven't let me down in any way up to this point, you are still alive. That, however, is being tested at the moment. As Octavius listened to the voice, he could feel sweat running down the side of his face. He hurriedly lowered his head further. I apologize for the situation. Find the culprit behind the incident and make sure to eliminate them. I do not wish to expose myself. I understand. Octavius nodded his head, and knelt down on one knee. He then placed his hand over his chest. I will carry out the task to the utmost, protector of the seat of diligence. I really hope that you won't let me down. There is no next time in this scenario. Soon after that, the voice got quieter and quieter until it was gone completely, leaving Octavius alone in the room. While he rested both arms against the table, a trickle of sweat continued to run down the sides of his cheeks. Heavy was his breath. I must find the culprit. As he slowly tightened his grip on his fist, his eyes clouded once more, and his face went back to its usual expression of indifference. He was going to personally take action. It's as I expected. I took a moment to compose myself by drawing a deep breath, and then I sat myself down on the sofa. As I tried to organize the thoughts and images floating around in my head, I noticed that the noise that was occurring around me began to recede. Fuck. I was unable to maintain my composure after processing the information. I learned very little from the memories, but by combining them with what I already knew, I was able to form a hypothesis, which left me in a state of complete disbelief. I raised my head to stare at the three grandmasters before me. If I'm not wrong, the main reason why they're being targeted is because they are too talented. Even though I wasn't absolutely certain of this hypothesis at the time, I had a strong intuition that this was almost certainly the case. From what I gleaned from their recollections, I was able to deduce that Octavius was the one who was ultimately to blame for everything that happened. Be it this world, or my world, he was the strongest person in the human domain. Most surprisingly, however, was the fact that he still learned the martial manual or skill that made him the way he was. He was like that back when I saw him at the Union Tower, and thinking back at the memories that I saw from Melissa and seeing that they were practically the same as the ones from my world, another hypothesis formed inside of my mind. I need more information. I can't be too sure just yet. I quickly shook my head and dispersed it. If the hypothesis proved to be correct, then I wouldn't know how to react. It was too much. Ooh. I took another deep breath. It was then that I heard Grandmaster Keiki's voice. Did you find anything? Lowering my head, I looked at him and soon nodded my head. Yeah. I think I have an idea of what's going on. I just am not 100% sure yet. However, from what I've gathered, you have indeed been targeted, and the reason is possibly because you are all too powerful. That damn bastard, Octavius. Power has gotten to his head. Grandmaster Gravar cursed out loud while gnashing his teeth in anger. Ever since the child changed, he's been eyeing the three of us. I knew that something was wrong from the very beginning. He must feel threatened by our power. That may not necessarily be the case. My fingers drummed over the armrest of the chair I was leaning on. While Octavius is definitely responsible for what happened to you guys, the motive behind it is definitely not because he feels threatened by your power. My impression of Octavius was that he was the type of person who strived for excellence in everything he did. He was a man of great pragmatism and was the type of person who enjoyed having control over the circumstances surrounding him. If I hadn't known otherwise, I probably would have assumed that he was to blame for the deaths of the three grandmasters who lived in my world. However, I knew that wasn't possible considering that he wasn't yet powerful enough to deal with them back when they were still in power. Fortunately, I knew, and was thus aware of the fact that there was something else at play over here. If the deaths of the three grandmasters in my world were really not due to the demons, then I'm afraid there's some sort of higher power hidden within both worlds, controlling everything. I could only think of one such power. A pity that I still don't have enough evidence to prove my hypothesis. I got out of my seat, bracing my hands against the edge of the couch as I did so, and stood up. After that, I turned my attention to the three grandmasters. I need to ask the three of you a favor. The three straightened their backs. Grandmaster Levisha spoke. Tell us. If it's something that we can do, then we will try our best to help you. Seeing the looks in their eyes, I knew that they meant their words. It was just that. I scratched the side of my cheek. Anything. Anything. The three of them nodded with firm looks. Licking my lips, I shot my shot. Then. Can you guys teach me your arts? The faces of the three froze altogether. Amanda sat in the back of the SUV and didn't pay any attention to what was going on around her. A lengthy silver sword rested in her hand, and she hugged it to herself in front of her. The way she was holding it made it seem as though it was her most prized possession. Excuse me. She was aware of a voice coming from the front, but she chose to disregard it. At this very moment, all she was thinking about was the task at hand. Mrs. Stern, I would like to talk about the upcoming mission. When Amanda finally opened her eyes, she noticed a young man with green hair seated in front of her. As soon as she opened her eyes, his gaze gleamed, and Amanda felt mildly annoyed by it. She didn't show it. What is it that you'd like to talk about? About what we should do once we meet the man. The young man with the emerald hair, Kyle, pulled out his tablet while maintaining a solemn expression. He stopped on a particular video while he was scrolling through the tablet's content. From the looks of it, the target seems to be pretty young. About our age. He shouldn't be too strong. A calm smile spread across Kyle's face as he analyzed the video. If there's an off chance that we do end up meeting him, then you can leave everything to me. You won't need to move a single muscle. Looking at how confident he was, Amanda frowned but didn't say anything else. She stared at the video for a good minute, during which time she took good note of the man that was reflected in it. After that, she diverted her attention elsewhere and once again closed her eyes. She was certain that he wouldn't be able to handle it. If you feel like you can handle him yourself, then be my guest. She warned him. You've got eye. Ding. A sudden ring interrupted Kyle. Similarly, hearing a notification on her watch, Amanda lowered her head and gazed at her watch. Target spotted. Please make your way toward them. Reinforcements will be there with you shortly. 739 The dangers that lurk in the shadows, 3. I anticipated it would be difficult to convince the three to teach me their arts. I expected to have to make a sacrifice in order to get them to comply, so I was pleasantly surprised to learn that they were willing to teach me their arts without anything in return on my part. Are you sure you guys want to teach me, a complete stranger, your arts? I emphasized the stranger part. 5-star martial manuals were a big deal. The more people knew about them, the worse they became, as they would be dissected to find their weaknesses and flaws. Consequently, few people shared them. Even though I had some familiarity with their arts, particularly the keiki style, the core of it was quite different from the real keiki style. My keiki style, and Grandmaster Keiki's keiki style, were similar yet different. After all, the only thing he handed down to me was knowledge, and when it came to martial arts manuals, knowledge wasn't everything. It's fine. If not for you, we would have died without having spread any of our arts to the world yet. We thought we had some time before we could pass them down to those we deemed worth it, but... Grandmaster Keiki lowered his head with a frown. Grandmaster Levisha finished the sentence for him. But we ended up in the situation that we're in. Grandmaster Gravar nodded his head. Moreover, based on what I observed earlier, you could have directly forced us to teach you the arts, but you didn't. In addition to your knowledge of Tashimoto's art style, which I have no idea how you acquired, you also seem to be knowledgeable regarding the Gravar style, and so you are definitely talented enough to learn our arts. Martial manuals. Especially for 4 stars and above, learning requires a certain level of talent. He was trying to hint at the fact that I had the necessary talent to learn their arts due to how I was able to learn the keiki style. I felt a little embarrassed hearing their words. My talent is not bad, I guess. The 3 looked at me with strange faces, and I turned my head away from them. Their gazes were rather uncomfortable. All right, I'll start first. Grandmaster Keiki stepped up. He looked at me with an interested look. I won't ask you how you've come to learn of my art style, but I'm curious about something. Ask away. You. His eyes narrowed. Just how much of the keiki style have you learned? Up to what movement? Ah. I pursed my lips. After musing for a minute, I went ahead and told him the truth. Up to most of the 6th movement. 6th movement, is. Grandmaster Keiki's face froze, and his body stiffened. His eyes widened, and his face twitched repeatedly. The 6th movement. 2 hands grasped the sides of my shoulders as Grandmaster Keiki's face inched closer to mine. Hold on a minute. I moved my head away with how close his face was getting. How did you learn the 6th movement? No, as a matter of fact, how did you even learn the 5th movement? Even I myself have barely even grasped that. That's impossible. Are you lying to me? Tashimoto, is everything okay? What's wrong with you? Levisha and Gravar looked at him strangely, seemingly not understanding why he was behaving like that. It was only after he turned around and explained that they finally understood. Both showed similar shocked reactions. Is this even possible? How is it possible for him to reach the 6th movement when even you haven't created it yet? Grandmaster Keiki looked at them and shook his head. It's definitely possible. You 2 should know better than anyone that this is possible. He shifted his gaze to me once again. Young man. His gaze turned complicated. However, as if he had made up his mind, he continued. If possible, can you teach me the 6th movement? Grandmaster Keiki's sudden request left me at a loss for words. How did it go from me asking for them to teach me to me teaching them? After thinking for a moment, I shook my head. No, I'm sorry. Grandmaster Keiki showed a disappointed look. He didn't press further. I understand. You probably don't want dash. That's not it. I cut him off before he could misunderstand the reason for my rejection. I didn't reject you because I didn't want to teach you. The reason why I can't teach you is because you're not yet at a level where you can use it. Even at the moment, I could barely use the final movement of the keiki style. It would be a bit of an exaggeration to say that I had completed the 6th movement. In point of fact, I only mastered about half of it, and the primary reason for that was because of my strength. If someone like Grandmaster Keiki were to learn it, he'd explode on the spot. He was simply too weak. Not yet at a level where I can learn it. Grandmaster Keiki looked at me with a confused look. I smiled at him and didn't elaborate. You might not believe me now, but you'll possibly come to understand why I said what I said now. I clapped my hands and looked at the 3 grandmasters. Anyways, that aside, we don't have much time. If possible, I'd like to start learning already. A few guests were going to be arriving any moment now. I wanted to maximize the time that I had with the grandmasters to learn their arts. Only that way would I get a better idea of how to develop my very own martial manual. Mia sat outside in a daze. Her eyes were currently drawn toward 4 people. They were diligently practicing all sorts of movements and styles in the distance. Although she could hear what they were saying if she wanted to, she restrained herself from doing so. She was not the type of person who would blatantly steal from other people. Furthermore, since she didn't use a sword, it wouldn't have been very helpful for her anyway. I wonder what his real strength is. Her gaze shifted toward the young man in the middle of the 3 grandmasters. His whole presence was shrouded in a mist. She couldn't see through him. She fought with everything she had, but she was ultimately rendered completely helpless by his strength. Even Octavius was unable to give her such a feeling, and he was the strongest human within the human domain. It couldn't be that he really There was only one explanation for all of this, but she just couldn't find herself believing it. There was a reason why that S rank was deemed to be unachievable. It wasn't because there wasn't enough mana or resources available, neither of those factors played a role. The fact that there was no higher level was ultimately the deciding factor in this situation. Typically, when breaking through to the next rank, one would feel a barrier that they'd need to break to reach that next level. There was no such thing for A+ rank. The barrier didn't exist. It was as if the world had put a limiter on that one barrier. There had been many in the past who had the potential to reach such a rank, the 3 grandmasters being prime examples. In the end, however, they all ended up failing. Many of those who were talented enough to cross the barrier met tragic ends, with some suddenly killing themselves at certain points. It was strange. Whenever there was someone who was talented or had the potential to surpass that A+ rank and reach the next level, they'd mysteriously die or get sick. It made no sense, and it was exactly for this reason that Mia helped out the 3 grandmasters. She had the impression that something was taking place unseen by the world, preventing people from progressing to the next level. The fact that she was met with such a significant amount of opposition after attempting to assist the 3 grandmasters provided further evidence in support of her hypothesis, and it became her objective to determine what was going on. Something sinister was lurking beneath the shadows, and it had clawed its way toward every powerful organization. Slowly, her gaze paused toward the young man in the distance. If he truly reached that rank, then he might be able to help us figure out what's going on with the world and what's trying to stop us from breaking through to the next level. She could only hope that was the case. All of a sudden, she sensed something, and her gaze turned toward the faraway distance. With her senses, she was able to see very far and thus caught a glimpse of several large black SUVs speeding in their direction. Mia had a sneaking suspicion that they were not coming with the best of intentions, given the speed at which they were moving in their direction. The young man's words served to further firm her thoughts. They came faster than expected. Before Mia could say anything, she felt her vision warp. 740 Conflict, 1. Squadron 5 is currently headed to the target's location. They will arrive at the destination shortly. Edward glanced at the notification that appeared on his watch before turning his attention to the person operating the vehicle. Head toward the same location as Squadron 5. He paused and added, "Pick up the pace, please." As a result of his words, the car picked up speed. Almost immediately after that, Edward heard a voice coming from beside him. "What's the rush?" It belonged to none other than Jerome, who at that very moment was occupying the seat next to him. Let the children take care of the problem. They ought to be able to handle the situation with that young man between the two of them. It'll be a good experience for the two of them. It's still best if we hurry up. As he spoke, Edward's pupils contracted slightly. He was not a fool. He was able to figure out what Jerome was planning to do, and it didn't sit well with him in the least bit. Not that he was worried about Amanda falling for someone like him. Only someone who could match his looks and strength could hope of courting her. You might never know what can happen. With the two of us there, I can rest assured about their safety. Heh. Jerome smirked. With my son and the elders, there's no problem even if the... Ding. A sudden notification appeared on both of their watches at the same time, which caused his sentence to be cut off abruptly. The two frowned immediately and gazed toward their watches. There was a video in it, and they both watched it. Staring at the video, their eyes widened as the color left their faces and they began to bleach. Right away, Jerome got to his feet and started hounding the driver. Hurry the fuck up. Speed up the vehicle. Now. Hurry up. But. Don't care about breaking any laws, just hurry up. Why, yes, sir. He was reading the message that was attached to the video. ===. Attention to all guild leaders. If you find any clues regarding this person, contact the Union immediately. Target is extremely dangerous, and requires the full force of a diamond-graded guild to handle. Suspected powers, spatial movement type skill. Estimated power, a rank. ===. The land appeared to be mostly uninhabited. The only things that were visible on the land were a sizable storage facility and a young man. It appeared as though he had been expecting their arrival based on the way he was looking at them. However, immediately after they exited their vehicles, a small change occurred in his expression, and Amanda felt his gaze pause on her. Her brows furrowed at the sight. Yet another one. Even though she was accustomed to being stared at in this manner, she found it to be rather irritating. In spite of this, she shrugged it off and continued moving forward. According to her father's instructions, they had to stop him until they managed to get there. Let me handle this. Kyle extended his hand just as she was about to take a step forward, preventing her from taking the step. He looked at her with a calm smile. Let me handle this matter. Just stay there and relax. This matter is related to my guild, so if possible, allow me to handle this. Amanda furrowed her brows but ultimately chose not to argue with him despite her frustration. What if you can't handle it? She had learned from her father that the man standing in front of them was powerful. He appeared to be the same age as them, and based on appearances, he appeared to have a similar level of strength. She couldn't actually gauge his strength, though. Kyle looked at the men and smiled. He looks to be about the same as us, and I'm confident that no one apart from you is able to beat me. Amanda was left standing there with a blank expression on her face as she watched him confidently striding toward where the man was. The more time she spent with him, the more irritated she became. He was simply too arrogant. That being said, she could see several elders following from behind him. If things did go bad, they'd be able to help him. I was honestly taken aback when I saw Amanda show up. I somewhat expected the guys from the Green Whatever Guild to show up. I had since called it, orchestrated it, but not necessarily Amanda. I assumed this is probably Edward's doing. It made perfect sense when you considered how overprotective he was. It was likely that he wanted to deal with me due to my sudden appearance at his place of residence without prior notice, after which I vanished without anyone being able to tell anything. I could only bitterly shake my head. I should have seen this coming. She appeared to have almost precisely the same appearance as she did in my world. She was every bit as stunning as I had remembered. There were some distinctions, but nothing of significant importance. It was mainly in the way she dressed. Compared to the Amanda I knew, she dressed in more casual, emo-like clothes. If that were even close to describing them. She was dressed head to toe in black, and while that color did look good on her, it was a little excessive. Where are you looking at? A green-haired kid made his way toward me. Behind him were a couple of elderly people. Their strength seemed to be B+ rank, nearing A-. They could be considered very powerful in this world. Who are you? This was the first time I had ever come across this man in my life. It's highly likely that he had already passed away in my previous world, either before he was born or somewhere in the middle of his life. I honestly didn't care. His gaze was annoying. I've been told that you have no idea about our guild. At first, I didn't believe it, but seeing you now, I can see that they weren't lying. You're truly ignorant. He retrieved something that looked like a spear from out of thin. Soon after, he began to expel a significant amount of energy from his body. My face changed when I felt his power. It was just barely at C rank. For some reason, the young man mistook my gaze, and he looked even prouder than before. How? Shut up. I'm getting a headache just from thinking about what you're going to say next. Thump. I waved my hand, and shortly after that, his body crumpled to the ground. The two elders who were standing behind him stared at me in disbelief. Don't worry, I didn't kill him. I waved my hand once more, and the two collided with the ground in a forceful manner. Bang. Since they had their uses, I didn't bother killing time. I also wasn't one who took pleasure in mindlessly killing people. I shifted my gaze toward the direction of Amanda's entourage. Thump. Thump. A mere breath's worth of my genuine aura was all that was necessary to send each of them tumbling to the ground on their bellies. I was a bit gentler with them than those of the Green Whatever Guild. What did you do? As was to be anticipated from Amanda. In spite of being confronted with such a scenario, she maintained her composure and even managed to retrieve her weapon. Just that. Since when do you use a sword? She looked at me with a frown. What does that matter to you? No, well. I scratched the top of my head absent-mindedly. I could tell that she had put a good deal of practice into using the sword by observing her posture and the way in which she wielded it. I could also see the calluses on her hands. Perhaps she also had a talent for a sword. Interesting. Come, let me see how strong you are. I signaled to her with my hand, and she responded immediately with a powerful chop in the direction of my shoulder. Never mind, she's not very talented. Because of the strength disparity between us, I was able to easily see each of her moves, and based on those moves alone, I was able to easily tell that she had no talent for the sword. Her movements seemed stiff, as if she memorized them from a book, and her eyes seemed to be looking in a whole different direction than the sword. It's like her brain is moving faster than her body. Clink. I gave her a sharp tap on the side of the blade, and she staggered backward. When I tried to provoke her once more, she responded with another attack. It was a bit sharper than the previous one, but that was it. Clink. Clink. The same thing happened over and over again. Gradually, however, her movements started to get a little bit smoother. Just a bit. Clank. I got a hold of the blade with one hand, at which point she stopped in front of me. I shook my head and looked at her with worry. I'm sorry, but this isn't going to work. She looked at me with an expressionless look. She stomped her feet on the ground repeatedly as she attempted to retrieve the blade, but no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to get it to budge. I continued. You're not fitted for the sword. After hearing my words, her entire body went limp, and the icy expression on her face vanished. What took its place was one that was filled with rage. My mind was boggled by the abrupt shift in her expression. Especially given the fact that I'd never before witnessed her look at me in such a way. It looks like I've hit a sore spot. I was just about to elaborate on my point when I became aware of a forceful voice coming from a considerable distance away. My mouth started to twitch as I realized how familiar it was. Get away from her. 741 Conflict, 2. After sensing a powerful force being directed toward me from the right side of my body, I quickly retreated away from Amanda. Just enough to avoid the sharp end of what looked to be a spear. It was difficult for me to tell as I sensed yet another powerful blast heading in the direction of my back. By taking a side step, I was able to avoid the blast and obtain a better understanding of who was attacking me. You dodged that. It was Edward and another man I didn't know of. Almost certainly the guild master of the Green Paw or whichever guild it was. Kyle, what happened? It wasn't until this very moment that the guildmaster took notice of the guy I dealt with earlier, and he dashed in his direction. So Kyle was his name. Amanda, are you okay? Is everything all right? Are you fine? Edward did the same and rushed toward Amanda while warily looking at me. I'm fine. I'm okay. Only after he made sure that she was fine did he finally sigh in relief. I'm glad that you're okay. Once more, he turned his head to look at me, and I could tell that the expression in his eyes was not one of friendliness. I scratched the back of my head. What am I supposed to do? I should be allowed to beat him up, right? I'm not going to lie, I'm very tempted. Back in my world, there were many instances in which I was on the receiving end of a loss, and I'm not going to lie, there were times when I was almost tempted to fight with him directly. You. What have you done to my Kyle? At that precise moment, I was looking to my right when I noticed a furious shout coming from that direction. After that, I saw a flash of something green across my vision, and then the man from before materialized in front of my eyes. His eyes had a brilliant scarlet color to them. I will make you pee, Uck. Before he could complete his statement, I interrupted him. I already knew what he would say, so I decided to cut him off before he could finish speaking. You must be the guild master of the Green Paw Guild, right? He struggled under my grasp. I could feel him exert a strength that was akin to the peak of A rank, almost A+. It wasn't bad, but to me, who was SS-, almost SS, it really wasn't anything worth taking note of. I looked straight at him in the eye. You know, you came a little later than I originally planned. He persisted in struggling against my hold on him. I wrinkled my brows and tapped my finger over his body, and he went limp immediately. He looked at me with complete disbelief. As I was saying, why do you think you were even able to locate me if I didn't purposely show it off for you fools to find me? Do you really think I can't hide away from the lot of you if I wanted to? He continued to stare. He was struggling less. No. The reason why I even bothered letting you know of my location is because I needed you guys. This world was vast. Far bigger than the world that I belonged to. I knew from the moment that I arrived in this world that I would require the assistance of some kind of higher power in order to successfully navigate through it. While I wasn't completely unaware of my circumstances back then when I slapped that little man from the Green Paw Guild, I already had an idea that he would soon be bringing his guild to me. A chain villain was not to be underestimated. It was also why I wasn't surprised by their appearance. I squinted my eyes and firmed my grip on his throat. You don't want to die, do you? He shook his head. It took a bit, but he finally calmed down. His skin was red, turning purple most probably due to how hard I was holding, and he had difficulty making eye contact with me. I wasn't unfamiliar with this type of gaze. That's good. I finally let go of his throat. Cough. Cough. And he started to cough uncontrollably. I remained standing over him until he managed to calm himself down. Only then did I speak again. From this moment forth, your Green Paw Guild will listen to my commands. If you so much as oppose me, I'll annihilate your entire guild. The information is wrong. Extremely wrong. Edward felt his heart pounding wildly at his throat as he attempted to maintain composure. He started at the young man before him with dread. Initially, he believed he could deal with him. Edward was one of the top experts in the world, but as soon as he witnessed Jerome being treated like a child, he abandoned such aspirations. The sight before him shattered all common sense he had. He was only a bit more powerful than Jerome, and he didn't think he could defeat Jerome as easily as the younger man did. He had a sudden thought. He couldn't have reached. He gave an exasperated sigh and shook his head, putting an end to the ridiculous notion before it had even a chance to form. He didn't want to believe in such nonsense. It was impossible. All he could think of at the moment was how to get Amanda out of there safely. He quietly looked at his daughter. Her gaze was fixed on the young man, painted with what seemed to be hatred and disbelief. She seemed to be just as startled by his strength as he was. Amanda. Edward called out, and she looked up at him. His eyes turned complicated when he looked at her. He took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. In a minute, I'll go over to him and fight it out. Do your best to escape in the meantime, Anne. Seriously. Edward felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end as a voice pricked his ear. Instinctively, he whirled around and punched in the direction of the voice. Boom. A large shockwave swept the surrounding area, and Amanda's clothes fluttered. When the wind died down, Edward watched as a hand slowly and gently closed around his fist. He slowly turned his head upward and saw the same man who had been staring at him earlier with a troubled expression on his face. Did you really have to hit me like that? His gaze appeared to be apologetic, and he quickly released his grip on the fist, much to Edward's astonishment. Letting out a long sigh, he raised both hands. Believe me or not, I'm not against you guys. How about we settle this peacefully? Edward stared off into the distance at the other members of the Green Claw Guild before turning his attention back to the young man. He nodded his head. I was just about to suggest the same thing. The man pinched the middle of his brows. All right, I'll start off by saying that what happened back in the residence was a misunderstanding. He looked toward Amanda. I didn't mean to go to her apartment. Edward looked at him oddly. He didn't believe him one bit. As if he could read his thoughts, the young man elaborated. If I really wanted to do something, do you think you could have stopped me? As soon as Edward opened his mouth to respond, he realized he had nothing to say. As a matter of fact, the young man probably could have accomplished whatever it was that he intended to do to them if he had really been intent on doing it. He was at a level of strength where only a select few could stop him. When he thought about everything that had happened up to this point, Edward felt a little more at ease. It's possible that there was a genuine misunderstanding. He turned his head to look at the young man, but instead, the young man turned away from him and looked elsewhere. His expression appeared somewhat serious. Following his gaze and seeing that he was staring at nothing, Edward became confused. Is there some? You can come out now. Your presence is fairly obvious. Following his voice, the area in the distance began to distort, and shortly thereafter, a man emerged from it. Edward's eyes opened widely at the sight of the man. He recognized him immediately. Octavius. When did you get here? Indeed, the man was Octavius. At this moment, he was looking directly at the young man, and he didn't even bother to turn his head to look at Edward. After observing your prowess, it appears that I've overlooked something of great significance. My original plan was to retrieve the 3 Grandmasters and place you under lockdown, but it looks like I'll have to make some changes to my plans. Oh. The young man displayed a curious expression and gestured with his hand in the air. Almost immediately after that, a sizable barrier began to envelop the area around them, completely surrounding them within its confines as it did so. Octavius stared at the barrier that had enveloped them and his eyes rippled. As he closed his eyes, the world around him began to shake, and a formidable and limitless pressure began to emerge from within his body. As he continued to close his eyes, the sensation became increasingly intense. This. Under the weight of the pressure, Edward took a few precautionary steps back and looked off into the distance in disbelief. His astonishment only grew when he unexpectedly witnessed Octavius take a step into the air and begin to levitate upwards. Because of the way that his back blended in with the sun in the sky, he appeared to be an immortal that had descended upon the world. Impossible. At the sight of it, he felt an uncontrollable acceleration in the beating of his heart. It wasn't just him, Amanda and Jerome both looked at Octavius with eyes that were filled with complete and utter shock. Jerome, who found himself unable to tear his gaze away from Octavius as he stood in the air, was the first one to speak. In his eyes, he looked no different from a god. S rank. He managed to mutter before passing out. 742 Octavius Hall, 1. Aren't they overreacting a little? The way the three of them were looking at Octavius was rather odd. It was as if they were staring at some sort of god. I wonder what reaction they'll have when I do the same. I was just about to do that when I suddenly stopped and my eyes opened wide. Why does his body possess the Akashic laws, and why can I feel them? My gaze was fixed on the murky white substance that was enveloping Octavius. It gave me a very familiar feeling. Boom. I put very little pressure on the ground as the area beneath me began to collapse into a crater. When I looked up, Octavius was staring at me with a blank expression on his face. The strength he was exerting was indeed S-rank, but the most shocking part was the white mist that was covering his body. It made his power soar all the way toward S+ rank. Boom. He wasn't a man of many words. Arching his back, he threw a fist my way, splitting the air in the process. I took a look down at his approaching fist, and then I punched out with the same level of strength as he had. I needed to get a better grasp of his strength and the white mist that was covering his body. I had a feeling that I was about to unearth a very big secret. The aftermath of our two fists colliding was anything but beautiful. The warehouse collapsed, completely destroying the ground beneath it. Octavius showed a surprised look at the fact that I was able to block the attack and threw another fist. I retaliated in kind. Boom. I took a few steps back and stared at my hand, which was covered in a cloudy white substance. For some reason, in that collusion, small parts of it entered my body. This power. I wasn't wrong. This was indeed the Akashic law, and my eyes couldn't help but widen at the realization. Why does Octavius have this sort of power? Shouldn't it just be Kevin who can wield such power? The more I reflected on it, the more concerned I became about the situation. Things were going in a direction that was completely outside my expectations. Is this really all you have? Octavius's voice rang from behind me, and I felt a powerful blow land on the right side of my abdomen. Shortly after, my vision blurred, and I seemed to have crashed against the remains of the warehouse. Despite that, I was in no major pain. If anything, my heart hurt after seeing the state that my warehouse was in. I slowly stood up and patted my body clean. Damned bastard. The sounds of explosions continued to echo from a great distance away. The ground began to shake, and the air began to twist. The entire plane was thrown into disarray just from the aftershocks caused by the collision between the two. If not for the barrier that surrounded the place, Edward was afraid that their conflict would implicate the nearby city. Never in my life did I believe that someone could reach S rank. The shock that Edward was going through right now was unlike any other he had experienced in the past. Before his eyes, he was gazing at two beings who had surpassed what was deemed to be possible. I understand Octavius, but someone else. If there was anyone that could have reached such rank, Edward believed it would be Octavius. He could accept that. But how come there was someone else who was capable of achieving such power? Moreover, he looked to be the same as his daughter. Do people who reach such rank grow younger? It was the only explanation he could think of. Boom. Amanda, come here. After hearing the sound of another explosion, Edward moved quickly toward Amanda in order to shield her from the aftereffects of the collision between the two. Ugh. He let out a groan and took several steps back. This is too much. Concerned, he cast a worried glance around the place. There were still people there from the Green Claw Guild laying on the ground in addition to the members of his guild. He was afraid that they'd be implicated in the conflict between the two. He grit his teeth and looked at Amanda. For now, help me collect all of our members and place them in the furthest part of the barrier. What about you? Amanda asked, her voice tinged with worry. Don't worry about me. Edward reassured, caressing her head. Looking toward the battlefield in the distance, he murmured. If I'm careful, I should be able to survive. I felt a light breeze brush past me, and then I saw a fist coming closer to my face. I ducked my head to the side and sidestepped the punch that was coming my way. After that, I gently pressed my hand against his stomach, and his entire body shot off into the distance. I didn't bother following up as I once again focused my attention on my hand. The opaque white substance that had been surrounding it before was even thicker. When I clenched and unclenched my fist, I could feel that I had some degree of control over the power. Why is that? Was this something that Kevin had planned for me? Somehow, as I stared at the newfound power, I felt that the more I fought against Octavius, the more I could grasp it. I turned my head to look at Octavius before taking a step forward. I was in front of him in a matter of seconds, at which point I threw a gentle punch in his general direction. Boom. He counterattacked with his own punch, but in the end, he was the one who was pushed back several steps. There it is. When Octavius and I parted ways, that was when I noticed a thin white thread moving away from him and linking toward me. Fascinating. Unaware of what was happening, Octavius's face, which had been expressionless up until that point, became a little more surprised, and his eyes became a little clearer. How are you this powerful? This shouldn't be possible. I thought they told me there was no one else capable of fighting against me. In response to his words, I wrinkled my brows. I was making slow but steady progress toward a better comprehension of the mystery that Kevin wanted me to solve. Who is this they? I asked while standing squarely in front of him once more. As soon as he saw me, his foot came flying toward my face, but I was easily able to avoid it while lightly kicking his foot and causing him to stagger back several steps. It seems like the more I touch him, the more I can control this Akashic law. As we fought, I was dumbfounded by the fact that I was gradually absorbing the hazy white that was enveloping Octavius and that he also appeared to be displaying an increasing number of emotions at the same time. Was this a link? Was the hazy white liquid the reason why he couldn't display emotions? Boom. I continued to punch, kick, or even headbutt. I used every part of my body to fight him, and my assumption soon turned out to be correct. With each punch, kick, slap, and headbutt I delivered, his power began to dwindle while the opaque white substance I was able to control began to grow. Not only that, Octavius's eyes began to become progressively clearer. It was as if he was starting to become normal again. If that made any sense. Boom. How are you this strong? It shouldn't be possible. Octavius shouted with a shocked expression. Long gone was his apathetic and calm look. What replaced it was a man who was filled with emotions. It was at this moment that I came to get a better understanding of what was going on, and my expression turned grim. Easily dodging his fist, I extended my hand forward and grasped his shoulder. I thought I heard a small cracking sound, but it was probably just my ears. I ignored his contorting face and closed my eyes. While I was carefully sensing the Akashic laws that were revolving around his body, I soon noticed a small white orb in the middle of his body and tried to absorb it. The orb seemed to be thick in Akashic laws. What are you doing? I paid no attention to Octavius's shouts and instead kept my attention on the small ball that was located inside of his body. My expression, on the other hand, changed as time went on, and I quickly released my grip on his body. OSH. Boom. My body was struck by a powerful force, and as a result, I was propelled a great distance away. Crashing against the ground, I felt several of my bones break as my body spasmed on the ground. Ugh. This time Elle truly felt it. The pain was terrible, but I was already used to the pain. It was one of my many friends. I deliberately shut my eyes and took a long, deep breath before slowly raising my body so that I could look into the distance. In there, I was able to catch a glimpse of Octavius laying on the ground, unconscious. His entire body was trembling, and I forced myself to stand. I inched my way closer and closer in his general direction. Because of what just happened, I was able to verify something. Ugh. I let out a small groan while stumbling forward. The power Octavius wields. I gritted my teeth and forced myself to come to a stop in front of him. After I had fallen to my knees, I reached forward with both hands and grabbed his head. It's the same as Kevin's. A white glow dyed my vision. 743 Octavius Hall, 2. She was beautiful. More so than anyone I'd ever seen in my life. She was someone whom I couldn't take my eyes away from. She was the love of my life. My everything. What do you think? I think it looks quite nice. The air seemed to echo with a soft but endearing voice. It belonged to a beautiful young lady in her early 20s, whose brown hair waved at the ends. Her features were flawless, and her face was soft. She was beautiful. Extremely so. It looks awful. A man muttered. He recoiled in horror at the sight of the room, which was dominated by the color pink throughout. He cast his gaze in her direction. You took this too far. Oh, please. She rolled her eyes while casting a glance toward her belly. It was slightly bulging. Since you're training all the time, I took it upon myself to decorate the room. If you're unsatisfied, then you should have spent more time with us. Ugh. After groaning, the man sighed and sat down on a nearby stool. As he continued to survey the surroundings, he eventually gave up and lowered his head. You're right. I guess this is the price I have to pay for being busy. EY. The woman glared. You're making it sound as if it looks terrible. You know, I've put a lot of effort into this place. Oh, sure. The man raised his hands in resignation. You're right, and I'm wrong. The woman smiled. Extremely pleased with the man's words. It's good that you know. I was satisfied with my life. Happy with it. Every day I would wake up happier than the next. Life was perfect. I loved it. I thought it'd last until my last days. I could still envision my future back then. It was beautiful. So beautiful. Every day I'd wake up with joy just thinking about that future. I was naive. The surrounding walls were almost entirely dominated by the color white. There was a lingering smell of stale alcohol in the atmosphere, and in the background, there was a faint rhythmical beeping sound. Her lips were dry, and her eyes were hollow. A hand grasped her hand tightly. It belonged to a young man. He looked at her with distraught eyes. She took her first steps today. I wasn't there, but I got a video of it. He took out his phone and played the video. A cute girl with her hair pulled back into a ponytail and sporting a cute little frown was seen approaching the camera. She had just taken 2 steps when she tripped and fell forward, at which point she began crying. The husky figure slowly turned her head to look at the video. Ha ha. The man laughed, finding the little girl cute. She looks just like you. Even her frown is the same. He covered his mouth with his hand and rubbed it. His eyes started to redden a little, but he didn't show it. At long last, a response came from the woman. Even though it was only slight, Octavius noticed that the corners of her mouth turned upwards slightly. Before he knew it, something warm began to run down the side of his cheek, and he squeezed her hand even more tightly. You think she's cute too, right? Haha, of course, she is. She looks just like you, so get better. He pursed his lips. Get better so that we can finally be together and live like a family as we've always dreamed of. Okay. Near the end of the sentence, his voice began to crack, and warmth continued to trickle down the side of his cheeks. She was still beautiful to me. Even when she was like that. In my eyes, she was the most beautiful person in the world. Nothing could take that beauty away from her. So, why did she have to leave me? Why did the world take her away from me? You are. The wail of a child could be heard all throughout. They went on and on and on, stopping only when the child became tired. Octavius lay on the sofa, his gaze directed toward the ceiling of the room. It was pink. A color he hated. Hoo-ha. His chest trembled as he took a breath. He turned his attention to the right, where a glass pane stood, and looked at his own reflection in the pane. His eyes were sunken in, his hair was a mess, and his clothes were a mess as well. Who is he? Octavius found himself questioning the look of the man that was reflected on the glass. Was that supposed to be him? He looked nothing like him. That's not me. He tore his gaze away from the mirror, adamant in his belief that he was merely seeing things. You are. Right then, the child began to cry again, and Octavius turned his gaze toward the small girl who was laying on the white crib opposite him. She's probably hungry, right? It was the only thing that could explain why she was crying. Octavius blinked a few times before leaning his head against the sofa and turning his attention to the bottle of milk that was sitting next to him. After pondering for a while, he chose to leave it where it was and continued to listen to the child's cries. You are. The cries continued and stopped in cycles. Sometimes they'd go for hours, sometimes for minutes, before stopping. Octavius spent his time listening to them with his eyes closed. It was the only sound that filled his empty heart. The only sound that reassured him that he wasn't alone. Losing my emotions. It wasn't purely just for the sake of power. I just wanted to forget. Numb myself from the pain. They call me strong. The strongest human. If only that was the case. I'm not strong. I'm just a coward. Ashton City Community Orphanage. Octavius stared at the sign in front of him. It belonged to a small chapel, and he could hear the sound of children playing in the background. They seemed rather happy. In his hands was a small girl that was quietly resting with her thumb in her mouth. His lips trembled as he gazed at the orphanage in front of him. When he lowered his hand to gaze at the young girl in his arms, he found himself torn. This is for the best. He didn't want to, but he knew this was the best decision he could take. He was a danger to her. For her, he couldn't allow himself to be near her. He wanted to love her with all of his heart, but he was too broken to love her. He didn't deserve her. Ha. His chest trembled once more as he gazed at the orphanage in the distance. Closing his eyes, he firmed himself to move forward. Just that. Dada. His feet came to a sudden stop as a sweet voice called out for him. Octavius felt his entire body freeze at that moment, and he lowered his gaze to meet two innocent eyes looking directly at him. They were so pure. Dada. She called out again, her little hands reaching out for his face. Octavius's lips trembled and he slowly brought his head toward her. Her hands soon touched his cheeks and she let out a series of soft giggles. Octavius let out a soft whimper as he heard her laugh. He suddenly found that his legs were frozen and the orphanage in the distance was a lot further than he had originally thought. Throb. His chest throbbed and soon something trickled the side of his lips, dyeing bits of the ground in red. Hi. The young girl continued to laugh as she pulled his hair and played with his face. Please stop. The more she did that, the greater the pain that Octavius felt. His resolve was starting to wane. No, I can't allow that. He grit his teeth. The orphanage inched closer. It was no longer as unreachable as it was before. He was a danger to her. He couldn't allow her to stay with him. Come, Melissa, be obedient. With a wave of his hand, the little girl, Melissa, closed her eyes and fell asleep. Feeling her rhythmical breath, Octavius took a deep breath and turned his gaze toward the orphanage once more. He gently kissed her on the head before moving forward. Hello, is there anything that I can help you? Meeting him at the entrance of the building was a nun holding onto a small broom. She had a soft smile on her face and seemed rather friendly. When her gaze landed on the little girl in his hands, she came to an understanding. You want to leave her here in the orphanage? Octavius swallowed before nodding his head. Why, yes. Oh, my. The nun looked quite troubled. Just before she could say anything else, Octavius took out a black card and handed it to her. There's over 12 million in the card. Please take it. The nun looked surprised when she saw the card. Looking back at Octavius, she asked. You seem rather wealthy, why are you leaving her here? Octavius smiled at her but didn't answer. He pushed the card forward. Please. The nurse stared at the card for a moment before setting the broom to the side. She then headed toward the entrance of the orphanage. Octavius felt his heart drop when he saw this, but just as he was about to turn and leave, he heard her voice calling for him. If you don't mind, why don't you follow me into the orphanage? I'm sure you'd want to see the place before sending your daughter here, right? Octavius's eyes lit up when he heard her voice and quickly followed her in. Thank you. Thank you. The chapel was rather small, with wooden benches on the side and stained glass all over. The place was dimly lit and its center was a small statue. It was a man holding onto a book. Who is that man? For some reason, Octavius felt drawn toward the statue in the middle. He felt entranced by it. That. The nun smiled and walked up to the statue. She moved to its side and looked at Octavius. This is our protector. Protector. Indeed. The nun smiled warmly. He is the one that grants us strength. He is the one that grants us food. He is the one that grants us protection. WH. Before Octavius could say anything else, the world around him suddenly turned white. 744 Octavius Hall, 3. Who? I took a deep breath. As I moved away from Octavius, who was lying down on the ground in front of me, I experienced a range of conflicting feelings. I was only able to retrieve a limited number of memories from his mind before my abilities started to fall apart and I was ejected from his consciousness. It was the first time that something like that had occurred, and I must admit that it caught me off guard. That being said, I had seen enough. The orb must be a defensive mechanism to stop anyone from prying any deeper. A pity it stops right when things were getting spicy. It was the only explanation that I could think of at the moment. Thinking back about his memories, I wasn't sure how to react. I somewhat expected this after seeing Melissa's memories, but this runs deeper than I originally thought. I finally found the answer to a lot of the questions that had been plaguing me for quite a while. So this is why Kevin sent me over here. It was to make me realize that there was another power within the world that was controlling everything from the shadows. While I wasn't completely sure of its purpose, from what I'd witnessed, it appeared as though its goal was to eliminate and stop all those that had certain levels of talent, leaving only Octavius to reign at the top, someone whom they had full control of. The real question is, who is the one controlling everything? It had something to do with the records, that I knew, but I wasn't sure if it was the records themselves. Protector of the seat of diligence. Was that what he said? My brows furrowed as I pondered over the memories I'd witnessed. It was then that I heard a slight groan coming from beneath me. Ugh. Octavius slowly opened his eyes, and our gaze met. Staring at him, I extended my hand and thin white threads forced themselves out from his body before moving toward my direction and entering the palm of my hand. With each passing second, Octavius's eyes became clearer and clearer, and once I reached the point where I could no longer take in any more of the white thread, his eyes turned completely clear. He started mumbling incomprehensible things while looking around him in a confused state. His face was pale and he seemed to be displaying all sorts of different emotions at the moment. He was a far cry from the Octavius that I knew. Compared to the stoic and powerful man that I knew, the man that was before me was a frail shell of what he once was. He seemed broken. I bent down to meet his line of sight. How about it? Have you come to your old self? It felt like a long dream. A long and hazy dream he could only witness but not be a part of. The memories were faint, and he felt comfortable in them. He felt powerful. Almost invincible, and best of all, he felt numb. So numb that he managed to forget all the pain that had haunted him for a very long time. He felt great. That, however, did not last for long. It all came crashing down at one point. He wasn't sure when, but that comfortable dream started to crumble right before his very eyes, revealing to him the truth that lay behind that sweet and beautiful dream. A nightmare. What's going on? His memory was fragmented, but he could more or less come to an understanding of what had happened not long after. This. He lowered his head to stare at his hands. His lips were dry, and his body was weak. He felt pain all over, and most importantly, he felt his chest ache once more. Waves of different emotions came crashing down on him all at once as different images appeared within his vision displaying all the things he'd done during that one long dream. There were many of them, and all of them were of him doing inexplicable things. Killing, blackmailing, kidnapping. The more he witnessed, the more he felt that he was suffocating. It was as if he were in the deepest part of the ocean, surrounded by water, pressuring him from all sides. It made breathing impossible. How about it? Have you come to your old self? It was a soft voice that brought him back out of those depths and he raised his head. It was there that he caught a glimpse of two deep blue eyes staring directly at him. Though fragmented, Octavius had an idea of who he was. He was the man that had pulled him out of his dream. Why, you? Octavius struggled to find his words. He tried, but every part of him hurt. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. As if noticing that, Octavius felt the two eyes drift away from him. It seems like the after effects of our fight were a bit stronger than I thought. Have a rest for now. Darkness overtook Octavius's vision. I wanted to ask him a few questions, but it looks like I'll have to do that later. I sighed and moved my eyes away from Octavius. He was in no state to talk at the moment. Massaging my chin, I waved my hand and 4 people appeared before me. The moment they appeared, they stared at me with incredulous eyes. I smiled. How was it? Did you enjoy the sight? The 4 continued to stare at me without saying a word. The way they looked at me felt rather uncomfortable, but I somewhat expected this. What I showed them was a power that far surpassed this world. To them, I looked no different than a monster. Would they believe me if I told them that they had a similar level of strength in my world? I shook my head and shifted my attention toward the distance where I could see Amanda and Edward in the distance. He seemed rather haggard at the moment with a pile of people behind him. He was most probably protecting them from the aftershocks of our fight. Oh, right. Thinking about how much strength I used, I felt apologetic and waved my hand once more. The barrier that was surrounding us disappeared, revealing several cars behind. They were in pristine shape. I looked toward the four beside me. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but let's go for now. There are a few things I still need to figure out. I looked toward Octavius. And I still need to talk to him. Asterisk. W. Where would you like to go? The driver stuttered as he gazed at me through the front mirror. I turned to look at the haggard Edward beside me. Is it okay if we go to your guild? He looked at me and blinked several times. I could tell by the look in his eyes that he didn't want to go, but after he swallowed his saliva, he gave the driver the signal to go ahead and leave. Yes. Let's go to my guild. It was only after his confirmation that the car picked up the pace and sped through the streets. Several cars trailed us from behind. The car was rather quiet during our journey, but I paid no mind to it. At the moment, I was preoccupied with a different, and more problematic matter. Talk. Tisk. Octavius's head smacked against my shoulder and I pushed him away. This was the third time it happened and I was starting to get annoyed. He's annoying even when passed out. I pushed his head toward the other side. It was at this moment that I heard Edward's voice and I turned to look at him. He seemed to have composed himself a bit. Yes. Do you mind if I ask the reason why you want to go out, guild? There's no deep meaning about it. I reassured and looked at Octavius. I just need a quiet place to interrogate him. I was only able to extract the memories he had before gaining his power. Anything after that was completely sealed, and even with my power, I couldn't pry it open, nor was I keen on prying it open. Just thinking about the small explosion that had occurred a while back, I knew better than to touch whatever was sealed within his body. I may have been caught off guard, but it was definitely not something I could touch lightly. The only thing I could do was hope that Octavius had recovered enough to answer my questions. Since I have removed some of the laws that were surrounding his body, I should be able to get some answers, right? I wasn't sure, but I could only hope. Talk. My mouth twitched and my head snapped toward my right. Why do you keep, No, fuck, he's drooling. 745 Emotionally Immature, 1. The Fallen Angel, Wing. Whatever the guild's name was, it was the same as the Demon Hunter Guild in terms of layout. I felt at home the moment that I entered the guild, baffling Edward. In the lower grounds of the guild. Wake up, you've had enough sleep. I pressed my hand against Octavius's head and channeled my mana into him. He was currently bound on a chair opposite me, and his body jerked the moment my mana entered his body. W, where am I? He looked around in confusion before his eyes settled over me. It's you. Somehow he was able to recognize me in an instant. That was a good start. Yes, it's me. Whatever that means, and if possible, I'd like it if you calmed down a little. I wouldn't want him to pass out again. Your head should be a little clearer. You should be able to think for yourself for once. While I didn't know much, from what I was able to figure out regarding the power that was circulating within Octavius's system was that it was slowly consuming his emotions and essentially turning him into some form of emotionless warrior. Sort of like a robot with diluted emotions. I looked at him and reassured. If you're worried about suffering a potential backlash, don't be. With me here, nothing will happen to you. I've also already caught a glimpse of your memories, and have an understanding of what happened, but... I paused. There's still some things that I'm unclear about and hence why I'm currently with you. Silence filtered across the room following my words, and I continued to gaze at Octavius, who was similarly looking back at me. While I wasn't capable of reading his mind, I didn't need to. His face said it all. You've done a lot of fucked up shit under the influence of the power you wielded. I'm not sure how bad, since the only one who knows this best is you, but that's not what I care about at the moment. What I care about at the moment is figuring out who was it that made you the way that you were and what was the purpose behind giving you the power. It wasn't clear to me before, but it was clear to me now. If I wanted to get back to my own world, I had to figure out who the one controlling everything from the shadows was. Once I figure out who it is that is responsible for all of this, I'll finally be able to get back. I'm sure of it. I looked at Octavius. He was the key to helping me determine who was responsible for everything. Cough. Cough. He coughed several times. Clearly, he was still quite injured from our earlier conflict, but I didn't care. I wanted answers. Why, you, how are you so strong? The question he posed wasn't what I wanted to hear and my brows furrowed. Don't worry about that for now. Answer my question first. Who is the one behind you, and why did you do the things that you did? Octavius opened his mouth before lowering his head. I don't know. I knew he wasn't lying from how helpless he looked. You don't know. What don't you know? Who is the one behind the matter, or what the purpose behind your power was? I don't know who is the one behind my power. You say you have seen my memories, you should know that he's never shown himself to me. Even while I was under his power, I never got to catch a glimpse of his looks. All I know is his title. Protector of the Seat of Diligence. I finished the sentence for him. This title was one of the things that stood out the most in his memories. Protector of the Seat of Diligence sounds eerily similar to one of the 7 virtues, 7 deadly sins. My brows furrowed. It couldn't be right. All right, I believe you in the fact that you don't know who this protector is, but you should at least be aware of what his purpose in giving you power was, right? Can't you tell me what he's ordered you to do over the past few years? That. Octavius's eyes flashed with complex emotions. Organizing his thoughts, he eventually answered. I don't remember much. However, from what I recall, my mission was simple. That is to make sure that I stood at the top of the world. My brow raised. That's it. Yes. Octavius nodded his head. That's it. He added. My goal was that simple. It was to remain at the top of the world, and eliminate anyone that comes close to my power. I bit my shirt and pondered before asking. Is this the reason why you had the 3 grandmasters imprisoned and sentenced to death? Yes. They were growing too powerful. They were the closest to reaching the next level, and I was ordered to eliminate them. So that's not the first time you've done something like this. It's not. Octavius shook his head, and I lowered my head. I've also been tasked with keeping watch on those that show particularly strong talent. My job is to make it so that they don't develop to their full potential. I see. It's as I suspected. Pondering over his words, a lot of things started to make sense. Thinking back at my world, and recalling how the 3 grandmasters had all fallen during their peaks. It looks like their deaths had nothing to do with the demons. From the looks of it, the one responsible for their death was probably the higher power that lurked within this world. Perhaps the reason they were killed so early was because things were moving at a faster rate than they were now. Ha ha. I suddenly found myself laughing, catching Octavius off guard. Is there something funny? No, no. Don't mind me. I suddenly thought of something absurd. I covered my face as an absurd thought crossed my mind. While this world is indeed a lot more peaceful than the one I belong to, it's just as bad as the one I belong to if one looks carefully. While not many people are aware, they're merely a bunch of sheep inside of a large herd. If not for the demons. I laughed again. One could argue that the demons were the ones that gave humans a chance at freedom. Did I say something funny? No, I told you it's something else. I looked back at Octavius and stood up from my seat. Thank you, I think I got a better understanding of what I'm up against. I'll take my leave now. Wait. I was stopped before I could leave. Yes. I looked at Octavius, who pursed his lips. His eyes shook a little and his head lowered. He seemed to be struggling to find the right words, and I think I saw something that closely resembled fear in his gaze. I found myself stopping at that. See, can you do me a favor? Hum. Melissa was in a good mood. To the point that she began humming while she was arranging the items on the table in front of her. This was an extremely uncommon occurrence, and if anyone who knew her were to witness it, they would be astounded beyond belief. La la la, yulu. It had to be said. She was not the greatest of singers. In fact, she was rather terrible. So much so that Rosie, who was still frozen in place in the distance, started to fear for the glass around the lab. It was shaking. Datum, Pulam, Katam, Chica. Melissa drummed her fingers over the desk. With the influx of information inside her mind, she felt invincible at the moment. Instantaneously, all of the obstacles that had been preventing her from making further progress in her research were gone, and from that point on, she was able to conduct experiments without encountering any problems. So smooth was her life in the lab that she herself was baffled by the results. She was on cloud 9 at the moment. Money, 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 in the rich girl's world. The glass began to shake even more, and Rosie's face became increasingly pale. She started fearing for the worst. Ding! It was a blessing that the bell at the lab's entrance suddenly rang at that precise moment as Melissa immediately stopped singing. It didn't take long for a frown to appear on her face, but the thought of all the money she was going to have soon was enough to convince her to go ahead and open the door. Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll let this one slide. When she reached the entrance, she pressed her hand against the side of the door. Her expression froze as soon as she caught a glimpse of the man who was standing on the other side of the door. Her mood instantly sunk after that and her expression turned gloomy. It's nice that you haven't forgotten about me, father. 746 Emotionally immature, 2. Even after he heard his daughter speak in a cool, detached way, Octavia's face didn't change. He had long since expected such a reaction. Everything became clear once the power he wielded was no longer with him. When Melissa looked at him, he was able to tell just by looking at her expression what kinds of feelings were going through her mind at that very moment. They were expressions he'd seen many times in his life. He wasn't unfamiliar with them. May I come in? He asked, looking around and frowning at the sight of the frozen girl in the distance. Why was she like that? Why do you have to come in? It appeared as though Melissa did not want him to enter, as she blocked his path. Octavius lowered his head and fixed his gaze on her. She looked the same as she did when she was younger. Perhaps she was even more beautiful. Her angry look is also the same. A long-forgotten pain began to reappear in his chest, and his expression nearly collapsed. He was able to retain it after a fierce struggle, and after looking around, he returned his gaze to Melissa. I need to talk to you. His voice was calm and soft, but the manner in which he spoke made Melissa feel as though she could not refuse, and she moved to the side in reluctance. Make it quick. She had no desire to interact with the men in front of her, but what could she do? Kick him out. The world's strongest human. PFT, as if that stubborn bastard would even bother listening to my demands. Melissa could only resign herself to the situation and lead him toward her private lab where there was no one. It was in a bit of a mess at the moment, but she didn't care in the least bit. Since he came so abruptly, she had no time to clean it, and even if he had made an appointment, she wouldn't have cared. He was a stranger that shared the same blood as her in her eyes. Clank. She closed the door behind her and turned to look toward her father. She wanted to get this done quickly. Out with it, what is it that you want? Feeling a rough hand against her cheek, Melissa froze halfway through her sentence. Her eyes soon opened wide as she looked at the man standing opposite her in shock. What are you doing? She smacked the hand away and moved several steps back. With her sleeve, she rubbed her cheek and glared at the man. I know that you're my father, but who gave you permission to tea? You look exactly like her. She froze after hearing his voice. It wasn't so much the contents of his voice that made her freeze, but the softness of his voice. Never before did she hear him speak to her with such tenderness. When she looked up at him, she was even more shocked to see her usually expressionless father staring at her with an expression that was different from its usual self. She looked exactly like you when she was younger. He may not have directly stated who the she he was referring to was, but Melissa had an idea of whom he was referring to, and as she observed him, a lump formed in her throat. She had no idea how to react at the moment. My stomach is starting to hurt. In her 20-plus years of life, this was the first time that her father had talked about her mother, and she could vividly see the emotions in his eyes. He looked frail. Melissa took off her glasses and pinched the middle of her brows. What are you trying to achieve over here? Do you seriously expect something from me? You don't have to pretend to be like this. If you want something, just ask away. I'll see if I can help you. She sat on a nearby stool and bit onto her nails. The way he was behaving was giving her anxiety. Emotions made her cringe. The neglect she faced during her younger years made her emotionally immature. She wasn't capable of understanding emotions properly, and anything related to them made her cringe. It was for this reason that she buried herself in her research and avoided people. It wasn't so much that she hated them, but she was incapable of interacting with them. Emotions repulsed her and gave her anxiety. She scratched the side of her neck. Fuck, I want this to stop. Octavius's current behavior was akin to torture for her. Octavius smiled at her words and similarly sat down on one of the nearby stools. He covered his mouth with his hand while leaning his shoulder against the table. There were many things that he wanted to say to her now that he had finally managed to regain clarity over his own head. However, as he looked at his daughter who was seated opposite him, Octavius found himself unable to say anything. He couldn't recall everything, but the few tidbits that he managed to remember were no pleasant memories. Thinking of how he had treated his daughter for the past few years, the disappointment in her face, the times he saw her cry, and the times she tried to meet his expectations only for him to disregard her efforts. He felt his heart squeeze. "I failed as a father," he unconsciously blurted out loud. Melissa's body stiffened at his words and she looked at him with a baffled look. Octavius smiled, it was a forced one. Every time he looked at his daughter, he felt himself drowning in even more pain, but he bore with it. This was the price he had to pay for his actions. Your mother's death, he took a deep breath. It affected me in more ways than you can imagine. She was my everything. I was happy back then. In more ways than you could imagine. It felt as though I had everything in my life. A soft smile unconsciously spread across his face as he thought back at those moments in the past. He was truly happy back then. She was everything that I could ever ask for in a partner. Caring, funny, annoying. He let out a soft chuckle at the last part, and he felt something toward the corner of his eyes. He slowly lowered his head to gaze at Melissa, who was staring at him with a scrunched-up face. His gaze softened. You couldn't imagine just how happy I was when I heard of the news that she was pregnant. I was happy, really happy. Alongside the day he decided to marry her, that was single-handedly the best day of his life. Just the thought of starting a family excited me. Every day I would wake up thinking about the future. Life was perfect. His chest slowly moved up, and the smile that had spread across his face slowly subsided. The moment I lost her was the moment that I lost myself. Octavius didn't even bother looking at her. He couldn't find the courage to look at her. He was just laying out what was bottled up within him. She deserved to hear the truth. For everything that he'd put her through. Many have hailed me as the strongest human in existence, some sort of talent that has never been seen before. Octavius shook his head. It's a lie, all of it. The more she listened, the more Melissa found her face contorting. What is he doing? Why is he saying all of this, and why now? Whatever he was trying to do, it was too late. Yet. Why did it feel as though someone was stabbing straight through her heart? For some reason, his words were piercing her. She didn't feel comfortable. She wanted to leave but found herself unable to. Staring at her father who, for the first time in her life, seemed to be displaying emotions, she found herself rooted in her seat. She clenched her teeth. Ah, fuck, this sucks. She wanted to throw up at this moment. She could feel it in her stomach. With each passing second, the feeling was getting clearer and clearer. She covered her mouth with her hand while her foot repeatedly tapped against the ground. She felt suffocated. She was everything that I could ever ask for in a partner. Caring, funny, annoying. Make this end quicker. She didn't know when, but she soon felt an iron-like taste in her mouth. Thinking at how her lips were stinging, she associated it with her lips bleeding. Just the thought of starting a family excited me. Every day I would wake up thinking about the future. Life was perfect. Scratching the side of her neck, she soon started to notice that her hands were sliding against something wet, and when she looked, she realized it was her own blood. Make this stop, I hate this. I hate this, stop. Melissa. Hearing her name being called, Melissa raised her head. It was there that she found her father staring at her with a smile. It was a forced one, and droplets were streaming down the side of his cheeks. I'm sorry. Blurg. She threw up. 747 Figuring things out, 1. Swoosh dash. Swoosh dash. A sword streaked through the air, cutting through it in a swift manner and giving rise to a whistling sound. Sweat trickled toward the ground, quickly evaporating the moment it touched it. Swoosh. Amanda swung her sword again. You're not fitted for the sword. Her grip on the hilt tightened, and she found herself swinging with even more force as her teeth clenched tightly. Bastard. She wanted to refute his comments. They were denying her efforts in the blood, sweat, and tears she shed to get where she was. It was denying her efforts. Every time she thought back at his face and the condescending look he gave her as he said those words, Amanda found herself hating him more and more. It's just that. What if his words are true? She stopped swinging the sword and lowered her hand. But how's that possible? There's no one within my age group who is as strong as me. There's no way what he said is true. She was trying to convince herself, but thinking about the strength that he displayed, Amanda found herself starting to doubt herself even more. She looked at the sword in her hand. Perhaps. Clank. The door to the training ground suddenly opened, and when Amanda turned her head to see who had entered, her face crumbled. It was him. Someone looks a bit hostile. I could feel Amanda's glare from the other end of the room. She didn't look all too pleased with my presence. What are you doing here? This training ground is occupied. Oh, I know. I nodded my head and continued to move forward. Amanda was dressed in a form-fitting uniform that accentuated her curves beautifully, and she had her hair pulled back into a ponytail. However, even though she looked very alluring at the moment, the thing that caught my attention was the sword that she was holding in her hand. You still haven't changed your weapon. I was hit by a more powerful glare. Who are you to tell me what I should do, and what I shouldn't do? Ha. I found myself laughing at her tone. She was being incredibly cute at the moment. Is there something funny? If looks could kill, I'd probably be dead 1,000,000 times over. Sadly, looks couldn't kill. Maybe when my charm levels up. That'd be interesting. No, don't mind me. I just think that your reaction is quite cute. I extended my hand, and my sword appeared in my hand. Amanda frowned at my words and took several steps back. She had a sudden look of understanding. Is this how it is? Did you purposely say that I'm not fitted to the sword so that I would develop some sort of interest in you? She looked at me in disgust. If that's your goal, then I suggest you give up. I have no interest in a squid-looking man like you. I found myself freezing on the spot. Oh. Did I hit the spot? Were you actually trying to use this chance to flirt with me? The level of disgust on her face increased, but I didn't care. At that moment, I felt something within me snap. Did she just call me a squid-looking man? I found myself grasping for my chest as I felt something prick it. It hurt. Me. A squid-looking man. No. I'm sure she's just saying this because she's angry with me. Yeah, it had to be that. It could only be that. Phew. I took a deep breath and recovered my composure. All right, let's not fall for her taunts. She's clearly just angry. I smiled at her and removed my sword from my sheath. Amanda's eyes narrowed when I did so, and she took several steps back. What are you doing? Were you so hurt by my words that you now want to silence me? My mouth twitched, and I shook my head. You're misunderstanding. I'm not trying to do anything of the sort. I'm just going to spar with you and let you understand why I said what I said. I took another deep breath. I didn't say what I said back then just to insult you or flirt with you. The reason why I said what I said is because I truly do think that you're not fitted with the sword. While she may not realize it just yet since she was too weak, the moment that she broke into A-rank, she would definitely come to realize the flaws within her swordsmanship, and by then, it would be far too late for her to fix. She may not be the same Amanda from my world, her current personality being a dead giveaway, or perhaps not even be real, but I felt compelled to correct her at the moment. Actually, come to think of it. Who was it that told her to use the sword? It was definitely odd that Edward didn't notice the flaws in Amanda's swordsmanship, but thinking that he wasn't yet S-rank, I could only attribute it to the fact that he was simply not yet strong enough to tell. Let's be serious for a moment. Show me what you've got. I urged her on by pointing my sword in her direction. She didn't seem convinced regarding the spar, so I pushed further. Come, you're about to spar against someone who's far more powerful than the strongest man in this world. I'm sure you can set aside some misgivings to learn from me, or... I purposely stopped while narrowing my eyes at her. Are you afraid that my words are right? That seemed to have done the trick. Instantly, Amanda unsheathed her sword and aimed it at me. Her face was as cold as ice. Fine. She stepped toward me and swung at me. TSK, as expected. She's really not talented with the sword. It was the second time that I sparred with her, and it became even clearer to me that this wasn't it. Clank. Too obvious. I slapped the side of the blade, making Amanda lose her balance. Landing softly on the ground, she punched me again. Clank. Too wide. Clank. Your movements are wrong. Clank. Oof, even my grandma is more flexible than you. Your movements are way too rigid. Clank. Really? I grew more and more disappointed as time went on, yet at the same time, I found myself enjoying every bit of the time I was spending with her. It was really fun. I soon lost track of time. It could have been an hour, 2 hours, or even more, but we just continued to spar on and on and on. It was only after Amanda was completely gassed that we finally stopped. Ha, HAAA. Her heavy breaths echoed throughout the training grounds. Though faint, I could see that the edges of her mouth were curled. She must have enjoyed herself. I'm glad. I sat down next to her. No matter how different she was from my Amanda, she was still her. Convinced yet? Nope. She shook her head. Unlike before, her tone wasn't as venomous. I massaged my forehead. Ugh, you're really stubborn. Get used to it. Ha ha. I laughed. She was quite the character. Maybe when I come back, I can share my memories with Amanda. I wonder how she'll react. I grinned when I thought that far. Hey. I turned to look at her. What is it? Why are you smiling like that? Are you thinking about someone? Oh. I raised my brow. How did she know? When I looked at her, I soon found myself smiling. Yes, I was indeed thinking about someone else. Her eyes narrowed, but she soon turned her head away. I see. Are you curious as to who I was thinking about? No. Amanda shook her head and stood up. Who you think about is none of my business. Is that so? I also stood up and stretched my back. At the same time, I put my sword away. Well, if you were curious, I was just thinking about my girlfriend. Amanda stiffened on the spot, and I found myself smirking. Oh. What's this? Why are you reacting like that? Are you perhaps embarrassed that you realized that I wasn't flirting with you? Like what? Amanda looked at me calmly. She stared at me coldly, and answered. I was just surprised by how someone that looks like you managed to get himself a girlfriend. Oi. I glared at her. She really knew how to hit my sore spots. I'll have you know Clank. It was all of a sudden, the door of the training room opened, and a familiar figure walked in. She had short auburn hair, and her face was as exquisite as Amanda's. Amanda, there you are. Where were you? I was trying to REA. She stopped halfway through her sentence and looked at me. She opened her eyes wide, and pointed at me. That, who is he? Your beau. No. Amanda cut her off before she could finish her sentence. He's just someone who I was sparring with. Oh. Emma nodded, not entirely convinced. Were you sparring the whole time? Yeah. What for? He said that I'm not fit for the sword. What? Emma opened her eyes wide and looked at me. Are you serious? Did he actually say that? Yeah. Amanda nodded her head. He seems to think the opposite of your dad. HM. Is she talking about Waylon? Was he the one who suggested Amanda was a better fit for the sword? Ugh. Emma shook her head. And what's the result? Was he right, or was my dad right? Amanda smiled while she looked at me. Well, I don't know yet. So far, I still don't believe him yet, but we can only ask Oliver later. I blinked twice. Oliver. Who's Oliver? 748 figuring things out, too. I'm sure I heard Oliver. Did I hear wrongly? I didn't think so. My dad's been kind of busy lately. I haven't even seen him around these past few days. Is that so? Yeah, but it's not like it rarely happens. It's been like this since I last remember. I'm sure you understand me. Yeah. I interrupted the conversation between the two. Scratching the side of my cheek, I altered my gaze between Amanda and Emma before finally settling on Emma. What did you say that your father's name was? Emma looked at me strangely. You don't know who my father is. She paused and furrowed her brows. No, never mind. It's not like he's some sort of big-shot celebrity. Why should I expect everyone to know his name? His name is Oliver. Amanda answered for her, and I found myself blinking several times again. Oliver. Yes. Only after Amanda confirmed it once more was I finally convinced that I didn't hear incorrectly. Oliver. Why is his name different? This wasn't the name that I knew of. I looked at Emma. By chance, do you know of anyone that goes by the name Waylon? Perhaps he was still called Waylon, but went by a different name in front of people. It wasn't impossible. Or so I thought. Waylon. No, I've never heard of him before. Emma looked at Amanda. Do you know what he's talking about? No. I see. I had no choice but to give up when I saw that neither of the two knew who Waylon was. I guess it makes sense in some way. Even though everyone I interacted with in this world had the same name as the ones in my world, it wasn't impossible for some others to have names that were different. After all, this was a different world, and its history was completely different. The fact that their names were the same was the odd part. Well, whatever. I shrugged the thought off. It didn't seem like a big deal. Ding. Right then, I received a notification on my watch. I smiled when I looked at it. They're faster than I expected. Ashton City Community Orphanage, Middlestone Street 56. Read more. During the time that I was able to catch a glimpse of Octavius's memories, the orphanage was the one thing that stood out to me the most. That was as far as Octavius's memories led me, but that was enough. Sir, we will be arriving shortly. MHM. The view from the window of the car revealed a rundown neighborhood. There were no towering structures, and most of the homes were on the modest side. After what I did to the Green Paw Guild, I felt as if my life suddenly became simpler. In addition to having an excellent information network, they also provided me with a personal driver. It was no thanks to them that I was able to find the orphanage this quickly. We have arrived. The car stopped, and the driver got out. Coming around, he opened the door for me. The orphanage is up ahead. He pointed at a certain chapel off in the distance with his finger. It was uncannily similar to the way it appeared in the memories I saw. It was probably a little bit more rundown, but other than that, it was pretty much the same. Would you like for me to wait for you here? That's okay. While calmly observing the distant chapel, I shook my head. From the exterior, nothing seemed amiss. It looked perfectly normal. It was as if this was just a regular chapel. You can leave, I can go back on my own. Sending the driver on his way, I fixed my clothes and moved toward the chapel. Secretly, I started to channel my mana and demonic energy. If what I saw in Octavius's memories was true, then whoever this protector was, they weren't something that I could make light of. Welcome to the orphanage, how may I be of assistance? Greeting me was a nun. She was a different nun than the one from Octavius's memories. She seemed rather young, and what particularly struck me were her deep blue eyes. I greeted her politely. I just wanted to take a look. You see, my wife and I have been thinking of adopting. Ah. The nun's eyes lit up, and she smiled brightly. Why if that isn't great news? She led me toward the chapel. Come with me inside for a moment. I will contact the head nun and let you see the children. Thank you. Creak. The wooden door creaked as the nun pushed it open, revealing a dark interior lit only by the flickering flames of a few candles. The air was heavy with the scent of incense and decay. When my eyes adjusted to the dim lighting, I looked around to notice the pews were draped in tattering black cloth and the walls were adorned with faded paintings that were no longer discernible. There was something unsettling about the paintings, but I couldn't quite make out what it was. There it is. At the center of the chapel stood a familiar statue. Its marble surface was chipped and stained. Clearly from the wear of time. My feet came to a stop, and I stared at the statue from where I stood. It looks normal. The statue was just a statue. Observing it from where I was, there didn't seem to be anything odd about it. I thought I'd be able to notice something since I can now control a bit of the laws, but it didn't seem to be the case. Are you interested in the statue? I heard a distant voice. When I looked up, I saw an elderly nun making her way toward the statue. I squinted my eyes at her presence. She seems familiar. She made a favorable first impression on me. Something about being in her presence was soothing, and it made me want to put my faith in what she had to say. But it was that sort of impression that made me warier of her. Still, I didn't outwardly display my wariness and merely smiled at her. I am indeed interested in the statue. I took a few steps forward, and curiously looked at the statue while pinching my chin. I've been to many churches in my life, and I've never seen such a statue before. I was just wondering who the statue is depicting. A question I'm very used to. The nun smiled, caressing the statue next to her. Our chapel doesn't belong to a religious branch. You can say that this statue does not depict a god. I cocked my head. That's rather interesting. A chapel was a place of worship. If they weren't worshipping a god, what were they worshipping? Did you say that you were interested in taking a child for adoption? I was momentarily thrown off by the nun's unexpected question, but recalling what I had said to the other nun at the entrance, I nodded my head. Yes, my wife and I are looking to adopt. Is that so? The nun smiled, and I found myself frowning. For some reason, it felt as though I was being seen through at this very moment. I hadn't experienced anything like it in a very long time, and it wasn't a pleasant sensation by any stretch of the imagination. Especially ever since I reached the strength that I currently possess. Is there something wrong? Her smile was unsettling. Why am I getting creeped out with someone that has no shred of mana in them? There's nothing wrong. The nun shook her head. It's just that we don't appreciate it when someone lies. I raised my brow. Lie. The nun nodded her head. She then gently caressed the statue. Protector has already revealed everything to me. You're not here for the children. You're here for him, aren't you? I didn't like how things were playing out. Ha! I sighed while shaking my head. I shouldn't be surprised. I'm sure whoever was controlling Octavius must have seen what I did to him. Think thus far, I let out a long breath and nodded my head. You're right. I did indeed come to meet this protector of yours. I'm not really looking to adopt children. I decided to come clean. There was no point in lying anyway. What I needed to do now was figure out who this damned protector was so that I could finally go back to my own world. That's much better. The nun clasped her hands together. She seemed genuinely pleased by my words and moved away from the statue. What would you like to know about the protector? Her words caught me off guard. Am I not going to meet him? Meet him. The nun's eyes squinted at my words. You wish to meet the protector? I thought I made that pretty clear. That is not possible. The nun shook her head, her eyes closing into thin slits. The protector isn't someone you can meet as you, please. They have far more important tasks at hand than meeting with the likes of you. Even after everything that I did to Octavius and the power I displayed, this so-called protector refuses to meet me. Tasks? Like what tasks? Keeping balance. The nun replied, her tone reverent. The protector is in charge of keeping the balance in this world. Balance. I almost laughed at her words. Is keeping balance the same as eliminating those who have talent? This became pretty obvious to me after I heard what Octavius had to say. What this so-called protector did was nothing short of cleansing those who had a certain level of talent and accomplishments. Yes. The nun nodded, admitting everything rather quickly. I was taken aback. She's not even going to deny it. That is indeed one of the many roles of the protector. There are more roles. Indeed. The nun replied. The protector is also in charge of blessing the world. Wait, I had a sudden thought, and my eyes opened up. When you mean by blessing, you can't be saying. It is indeed as you're thinking. The nun cut me off before I could finish. You and the people of this world should be thankful to the protector. If it weren't for the protector, your world would have never gotten into contact with mana. 749 Figuring Things Out, 3. It first started with the first cataclysm. A shift in tectonic plates all over Earth. Moving countries from where they previously were, and producing tsunamis and earthquakes in the process. By the end of the first cataclysm, the world map changed completely, creating one supercontinent. Many hypothesized that the first cataclysm occurred so the Earth could acclimate to the mana that would soon enter the planet. It made sense, and I also believed it was the case. I was wrong. So you're telling me the first cataclysm wasn't something that occurred naturally but was instead done by this so-called protector? The first cataclysm, as the world named it as such, was the day that the protector blessed this world with his presence. The nun looked at the statue with reverence. His mere presence brought change to this world. What? The more she spoke, the more confused I become. Despite that, I somewhat understood some of her words. Is she implying that the first cataclysm happened because he came to this world? How powerful was that? Mana was a gift that the protector bestowed upon us from the goodness of their heart. The nun paused, looking at me with a clear smile. Since they bestowed upon us this power, it is only fitting that the protect decides who should keep the power and who shan't. Am I right? I think I've heard enough. What she said. It was enough to make me understand what was going on. Why did the protector bless us with mana? If they were too afraid of us getting too much power, why even give us the power in the first place? It made no sense. The motives of the protector aren't things that the likes of us can understand. The nun replied. We must appreciate what they have already blessed us with. Right. I found myself tearing my gaze away from her and focusing it on the statue. Is this what you were trying to show me, Kevin? This so-called protector? While I wasn't sure about the specifics behind this so-called blessing, I knew for a fact that it had something to do with the records. The clues were there. The laws in Octavius's body, Matthew's words, the nun's words. Everything linked to the records. Whoever this protector was, they were most likely with the records, perhaps even their creation. This protector of yours. I looked at the nun. There was something else I was curious about. Do they have a name? Protector of the Seat of Diligence. That was more of a title than a name. I'm sure, whoever this protector is, they must have a name, right? Or do they just go by titles? The nurse looked at me incredulously. How would the likes of me know? The true name of the protector is not something we can know. Only protectors can know the name of other protectors. There are others. This, how should I say? I somewhat expected it. It looks like my earlier hunch wasn't wrong. Perhaps the term diligence was truly the same diligence as the one in the 7 virtues. Wouldn't this mean there are 6 other of these so-called protectors around? I found myself frowning at the thought. One was already scary enough, 6 more. I could only shudder at the thought. Creak. The wooden door of the chapel creaked, and I broke free from my thoughts. When I raised my head, my eyes paused on a certain figure. He looks familiar. That was the first thing I thought when my gaze paused on him. It was so dimly lit that I was unable to get a good look at who had just entered, but the moment I laid my eyes on them, I felt a sense of familiarity. Ah, if it isn't our most esteemed benefactor. I was surprised by the nun's words as I turned to see her rushing toward the men who had just entered the chapel. Following her back, I heard a certain voice, and my breath stopped. Sister Viviana. It's nice to see you again. If it isn't little Oliver. It's so nice that you visit us despite being so busy. It's what I must do. Are these gifts for us? It's just a little something I picked up while coming here. Don't mind it too much. Why aren't you kind, Oliver? Oliver. Waylon. I now understood why I felt that he looked familiar. Upon casting a closer look at him, the man that stood before the nun was indeed Waylon. He looked exactly the same as I remembered, uncannily so. Oh, how rare. It looks like you have visitors today. Finally taking notice of me, Oliver smiled and waved his hand at me. I smiled back and waved at him. It's nice to meet you. What have you come into this rundown place for? He walked up to me while looking around the chapel. It isn't often that I come to visit, but it's usually just me and Sister Viviana. I've never seen anyone else here. You can say it's a breath of fresh air. Is that so? The way he carried himself and his speech was the same as the Waylon that I knew. I've been coming here for the past 2 decades, and you're the first person I've seen come into this orphanage. Past 2 decades. I looked at Waylon in surprise. He's been coming here for the past decade. Oh, yes. He's such a lovely young man. Each time he comes, he always brings gifts for us and the children. The nun, Sister Viviana, patted Waylon on the shoulder. We would have been in quite a lot of trouble if it weren't for him. I must say, he really is a sweetheart. You flatter me too much. Waylon scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. I pursed my lips at the sight. There was something unsettling about the current situation, but I couldn't tell what it was. The more I observed Waylon, the more I felt that there was nothing wrong with him. He was indeed normal, in the sense that his body did not contain akashic laws, but the very fact that he was here was alarming. If I may ask. I scratched the side of my neck while keeping my eyes focused on Waylon. What is the reason you're here? How did you find this orphanage? That's a question I'd like to ask you, instead. Waylon smiled as he put the gifts he brought toward the nearby bench. This isn't a very well-known orphanage. There are many out there, and I'm surprised you managed to find this one. Technology advances quite fast. I chuckled a little. It wasn't really that hard to find. Plus, you can say that I came here for a purpose. He came for the protector. Sister Viviana suddenly said, happily taking the gifts that were resting on the bench. The protector? Waylon looked at me strangely before looking toward the statue behind me. Don't tell me you actually believe the story behind the protector. Who knows? I smiled at Waylon. It's a fascinating story, I'll give her that. It indeed is. Waylon smiled and tidied his clothes. He then checked his watch. Oh, it looks like my time is up. I have to leave now. My daughter will nag me if I'm late today. She seems adamant about making sure I came home today. Something about helping a friend of hers. You're leaving already? Sister Viviana looked rather saddened by that fact, but that was as far as it went. She didn't try to convince him to stay. You know how Emma can be when she's angry. That's true. Sister Viviana giggled. Say hi to her for me. Will do. He proceeded to put on a light brown coat before turning his attention toward me. Well, it was nice meeting you, young man. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Thank you. I smiled and waved at him. After that, I watched him peacefully leave the orphanage. What a poor man. Just then, I heard Sister Viviana's voice. I turned to look at her. Poor man. What was she trying to imply? If you would mind. She passed me some of the gifts and I took them. After that, I followed her into the deeper ends of the chambers. Oliver. That child. Do you know why he always comes here? No. I shook my head. I was honestly clueless in that regard. Sister Viviana stopped in front of a wooden door and opened it to reveal a small room. Walking in, she set some of the gifts down. I'm getting quite old for this. She stretched her back with both hands on her sides. At the same time, she looked at the room with a gentle smile. This orphanage once was quite popular. It wasn't as run down as it is now, and it was all thanks to Juliana. While listening to her words, I set the gifts down. Juliana. His wife. My brows jumped a little. His wife used to work here. Indeed. Sister Viviana nodded her head. You can say that she's the only reason he's still been coming here after all these years. A pity that Emma doesn't want to come here. I quite miss the little girl. Right. I could more or less understand why Emma refused to come here. Given her character, she probably didn't want to be reminded of her mother every time that she came here. I knew her well enough to tell this much. It really is a pity. She was such a lovely girl. She looked so much like Juliana. There was clear regret on Sister Viviana's face as she said those words. It became clear to me that she was close to Emma's mother. I looked around the place. I think it's about time I leave. I'm satisfied with what I've learned. Ah, is that so? That's a pity. Sister Viviana reluctantly said, placing her hand over her cheek. I wanted to show you the children. Maybe next time. I smiled at her. Next time it is. She opened the door for me and we both went out. Young man, just a reminder before you leave. Hearing her voice, I turned to her. Don't let yourself be led astray. Choose the right side. 750 Figuring Things Out, 4. Don't let yourself be led astray. Choose the right side. Don't let yourself be led astray. Choose the right side. Don't let yourself be led astray. Choose the right side. Ha. I laughed when I thought back on those words. Was she threatening me? It sure as hell sounded like one. It didn't matter much to me anyway. Whether it was a threat or not, I already knew which side I was on. There was no need for her to remind me. Walking around the empty streets in front of me, I mused back on the words Sister Viviana told me. There was quite a bit of information that I learned. So Waylon's wife used to work at the orphanage, huh? But most importantly, I came to learn of a very strange fact. The fact that Wayland's wife formerly held a position at this orphanage was interesting. It clarified why he continued to come here after such a long time, but what remained unclear to me was whether or not they were connected to the so-called protector. A pity I don't really know much about Wayland. Emma was the only person he ever mentioned in any of his conversations. Other than that, I didn't really know that much about him. In addition to that, it wasn't really within my rights to inquire about his wife or his past at all. It wasn't any of my business. Things are different now, though. When my thoughts paused thus far, I took out my phone and dialed a number. "How can I help you?" I smiled the moment I heard the voice coming from the speaker of the phone. It was very polite. A stark contrast to how it was a while back. "It's nice to hear your voice again, Jerome. I have to say, you've done a good job so far." "Haha, it is only right that I do this much." The smile on my face grew larger when I heard his words. I did the right thing by getting them on my side. They saved me a lot of trouble. Is there a reason why you've called me?" Yes." I paused and looked behind me, at where the orphanage was. Although it was quite a distance away from where I was standing, I was still able to make out the details. Thinking about my time over there, the smile I previously had on my face faded. "Search everything regarding the orphanage I sent you previously. Ashton City Community Orphanage." As if the instruction wasn't clear enough, I repeated the full name of the orphanage. I felt as though I was close. Close to finding what Kevin was trying to show me, and closer to finding the key to the identity of this protector. So long as I figured out what was up with this orphanage and who this protector was. Tell me the date of its founding, its founders, how it was 20 years ago, just any information that you can find about them. Useless or not useless. I want everything. I paused. Don't miss anything. Regardless of how trivial it is. It's very important that I know everything about the place. The Rochefield family had a rather sizable main residence. The home could be considered one of the largest in the city with more than 10 bedrooms, 12 bathrooms, and a total floor space of more than 76,000 square feet. Inside the mansion, beside a large oval wooden table. "Hear this, Dad." Emma pointed her fork at her father while still chewing on her food with her mouth open. "Chew with your mouth closed." "Shut up." Amanda sat next to her, chewing her food with her mouth closed and only consuming small portions of the food in front of her. She was considerably more refined than Emma, and if there was one thing she couldn't stand about Emma, it was the fact that she chewed with her mouth open. She hated the sound. "Why are you always hounding me about that?" "Because it's disgusting." Emma rolled her eyes. "Whatever." Having said that, she complied with Amanda's request and started eating her food with her mouth close. Swallowing her food, she looked at her father and continued. "As I was saying, believe it or not, someone actually said that Amanda is not fitted for the sword." "Oh." Oliver's brows raised, and he looked at Amanda. "Is what she said true?" Amanda nodded her head but did not respond. After chewing and swallowing her food, she wiped her mouth with her napkin, and then she finally spoke. "Yes, it's true." "That's rather surprising." Oliver sliced the piece of steak in front of him. "Did anything come out of that statement?" "No, not really." Emma answered for Amanda. Amanda said she still doesn't believe him. "That's also the reason why I brought her here today." Oliver smiled while bringing the slice of steak to his mouth. "You wanted to confirm with me whether I agreed with that statement or not." Chewing on the steak, he cleaned his mouth with the napkin on his lap. "Then you don't need to mind those words, Amanda. Do what you feel is right. Back then, I said you were fitted for the sword because I believe that you are indeed talented in that aspect. Your results have shown me that my words are right. You're indeed quite talented for the sword if you consider your progress. If someone had to rank people based on rank, then Amanda could be considered at the top of the human race. She alongside a couple of others. Jean Horton and Emma being examples. You've gotten to where you are with the sword, and if you were to change now, you'd have to start all over again." He paused and put the fork down. "It's not worth it." The night's breeze, which was rather brisk, blew her hair in all directions, scattering it all over her face. Amanda supported herself by placing her hands on a metal handrail and raising her eyes to the moon in the distance. It brought peace to her mind. "It's not worth it." Amanda gave the words that Oliver had shared with her during the meal a lot of careful thought. You've gotten to where you are with the sword, and if you were to change now, you'd have to start all over again. His words make sense. The more she mused on those words, the more she felt that they were right. As he said, if she were to truly change her weapon, then she'd have to start all over again. By then, everyone she had left behind would catch up to her. She wasn't too sure if that was the right move. What to do? The decision should have been an obvious one. However, when she thought about who had said those words, Amanda couldn't help but find herself hesitating. If his strength was similar to hers, then she might have scoffed at him. However, this wasn't the case. She was unable to fathom the depths of his true powers. She had no chance of ever catching up to him, and Oliver, the one who told her to use the sword, had no chance of defeating him either. It was only logical that she listened to him. But which weapon should I change to? That, he never specified. All she could remember was him telling her that she wasn't fitted for the sword. He never actually elaborated on his words. Ugh. Amanda found herself massaging her head. Thinking about him, whose name she still didn't know, she felt her head throb. That being said, thinking at the time she'd spent today, training with him, she unconsciously felt her lips curl. I guess, it wasn't bad. 751 Figuring Things Out, 5. What odd power. Drawing my attention was the white, viscous film that was coating my hand. The power felt rather gentle, and I sensed no rejection from it. At a glance, one wouldn't be able to tell that this power I held was something that far surpassed mana in terms of power. Too bad I don't have a good grasp on it. The most I could do with it at the moment was just move it around my hand, albeit extremely slowly. I attempted to channel it, but, unlike the mana that flowed freely around my body, the Akashic laws proved to be much more difficult to manipulate than I had anticipated. If mana was like water, then the Akashic laws were like peanut butter. It just refused to move forward. Even demonic energy is a lot easier to control than this. I extended my other hand and watched as a black film covered my other hand. The process was smooth, and the black film moved around my hand in a smooth manner. It was right when I was playing with the demonic energy inside of my body that I noticed something. What's this? As I brought my right and left hands closer together, I was surprised to feel a sense of opposition coming from the two powers. It was rather weak, but it was there for sure. Are the two of them rejecting each other? I pressed both hands together and closed my eyes to feel whatever was going on. It wasn't long before I felt something, and I opened my eyes in surprise. Indeed, it looks like the two powers are rejecting each other. It was very faint, but I could feel it. I stopped halfway and hurriedly looked toward my palms. It was there that I noticed the demonic energy pushing back the Akashic laws. What's going on? I immediately grew intrigued and channeled more demonic energy into my right palm. Gradually, I watched as the demonic energy pushed the Akashic laws around more and more. What in the? The phenomenon fascinated me, and I understood why this was happening. Compared to the laws, the demonic energy was a lot denser. There wasn't a lot of Akashic laws in my body, as compared to demonic energy, and I had a sudden thought. What if I used demonic energy to help me move the laws better around my body? The concept piqued my interest, and I did not squander any time before putting it into action. The results were immediate. The moment that I started channeling the demonic energy inside of my body, the Akashic laws started to move against it. Almost in repulsion, and suddenly, I felt myself getting more and more familiar with this new power. I had the urge to release the power at that very moment, but when I thought about a particular possibility, I dismissed the idea. I didn't want to blow this place up by accident. Ooh. I stopped channeling my demonic energy and took a deep breath. If only I had a little bit more. The laws that I had in my body, they were still a little too thin for me to control properly. While I indeed found a solution with the demonic energy, it was a little taxing. I think that'll do for today. It was more important for me to get more familiar with it before using it again. So to avoid any problems. Now. I slowly stood up from the ground. I was currently in a high-end training ground, courtesy of the Green Paw Guild. I figured this was the best place to train. Due to my unfamiliarity with this new ability, I determined that this was the best location to train in case something went wrong. If something truly did happen, I wouldn't really feel guilty about it. Whom. Covering my mouth, I stretched my back. Ding. A sudden notification stopped me, and I turned to look at my watch. When I pressed the message, I noticed it contained a file. Echo.txt. They are truly a lot more efficient than I gave them credit for. I tapped on the file, and several files appeared on my watch. I carefully read through them, not missing a single sentence. Going through each and every one of the files didn't take me very long at all. About an hour, and by the time I was finished, I wasn't sure how to react. There was a lot more information than I expected. I felt complicated, but I think I know how to get back now. It was a delightful day in Ashton City. The sun hung in the sky, illuminating all that was beneath, and a gentle breeze accompanied the light. In a certain park. You're quite a hard man to find. My gaze fell on a certain man. On one of the park benches, he was scattering breadcrumbs towards a small flock of pigeons. Bobbing their heads up and down, they wrestled and tackled each other to get to the crumbs. Have you found the answer that you were looking for? More or less. I sat down on the same bench. May I? Go ahead. Seeing how he was enjoying himself while feeding the pigeons, I decided to give it a try myself. I scooped up a few of the crumbs and flung them in the direction of the birds. By the time it took me to blink, the crumbs were already gone. It's rather calming, eh? You call this calming? I handed him the bag back. This wasn't for me. Not a fan. Matthew took the bag and then continued to feed the pigeons. It looked like he was having a good time. What are you going to do next? He asked while keeping his eyes on the pigeons. I took a moment to muse over my thoughts before leaning back on the bench. Although I've found a clue, I don't know whether it's the right clue. I'd have to check back to my world to check the validity of it. Matthew threw a handful of crumbs to the pigeons. His expression was rather hard to read. Does that mean that you want to go back? I can go back. I was surprised by the sudden revelation. Could I finally go back to my own world? You can go back. Matthew repeated, reassuring me that I didn't hear incorrectly. I immediately found myself getting excited at the words. No, wait. But I was quick to calm myself down. While I do want to go back home, it's still too early. Thinking about a few things, I found myself calming down considerably. There were still a couple of things I needed to get done here. So, do you want to go back? Hearing Matthew's voice, I turned to face him. I found myself pursing my lips. How long can I stay in this world? You want to stay? Matthew appeared quite surprised by my words, as he raised his eyebrows and stopped feeding the pigeons. Loosening his hand, the crumbs fell through the gap between his fingers. Why do you want to stay? I thought you wanted to go back. I want to remind you that the people here are not the same people you know. This world. It's not your world, nor is it real. Well. I smiled and stared at my hand. Real or not real, it doesn't really matter to me. While the people of this world are so much weaker than those of my world, there's still a lot that I can learn from them. The three grandmasters. They were indeed a lot weaker than I currently was. That being said, in the few short instances where I had the pleasure of learning from them, I understood that their mastery over the sword was far greater than mine. There was so much that I could learn from them, and leaving such an opportunity behind did indeed feel like a pity. That is, of course, granted by the fact that the time I spend here is faster than my world. If time flows the same, then I guess I have no choice but to go back. The war with the monolith might have been over, but that was merely the start of the true war that was about to come. I couldn't afford to waste time. You don't have to worry about that. Matthew smiled. Kevin has already made the necessary preparations. If you want to stay, you can stay. Just that I don't know for how long you can stay for. He raised his head to stare at the sky. Perhaps a couple of days. A week, perhaps even a month, I'm not sure, but when the time comes, I'm sure you'll know. That's enough. Honestly, it was a bit less than I wanted, but it was just about enough. I knew from the very beginning that I was merely a visitor of this world and that I'd soon leave it. Well, that's great. Matthew patted his hands and stood up. Once you're done, you can find me again. I'll be in this park. Got it. Nodding my head, I watched him leave and heaved a long sigh. I guess I should make do with the time I have. For I knew that the moment I returned to my world, it'd be the same moment I entered hell. 752 A world where he doesn't exist. 1. As my sword tore through the air in front of me, I noticed a trickle of sweat running down the side of my face. It had been a while since I practiced with the sword, and I sort of missed this feeling. The discomfort, which I subjected myself to on a regular basis in order to improve my strength, was not something I particularly enjoyed. I much preferred this to that. Swoosh. It had also been a while since I started sweating during my training. Swoosh. Swoosh. I think that's enough for today. A voice called out from the back, and I stopped. I turned my head, and as I did so, my eyes stopped on Grandmaster Keiki, who was coming in my direction. He was grinning to himself in a relaxed manner. You've been training like crazy for the past few days, I think you should take some time to rest. He tossed me a towel, and I grabbed it. I wiped my face and stabbed the sword into the ground. You see, I don't really have much time left here. Matthew's words weren't clear before, but I could feel them now. I had the distinct impression that I did not have a lot of time left to enjoy life in this world. I want to learn as much as possible before leaving. He didn't exist in my world, sadly. If there was a time when I could learn from him, then it was now. I couldn't afford to waste a single second. You're leaving. Where to? The news appeared to take Grandmaster Keiki by quite a bit of surprise. It seemed as though he hadn't expected my sudden departure. He looks better. When I looked at him, he appeared to be in much better shape than when I had first found him, and that made me smile. I'm going back home. You don't live in Ashton City? Thinking of my world, I shook my head. No. I live quite far away from here. A place only I could reach. Oh. Grandmaster Keiki nodded his head reluctantly. He shrugged his shoulders. It's all right. I appreciate the gesture. I wiped the side of my face with the towel. The situation of the three grandmasters was still a little sensitive. It wasn't so much that Octavius didn't want to absolve them of their wrongdoings, rather, it was more that he found it difficult to persuade the general public of their crimes. At the same time, the Protector also existed. If he could do it, then it was going to be a long and slow process. One that may take months or maybe even years, and sadly, during that time, they wouldn't be able to visit their families. Seeing his grim look, I shifted the conversation away from his family. Anyways, is there something else you suggest I take note of when practicing? Oh. Grandmaster Keiki's eyes finally lit up, and he soon nodded his head. Yes, as I've confirmed to you on multiple occasions over the course of the past week. You are going to need to keep practicing the fundamentals over and over again. Please don't get the wrong idea, they are not bad. Rather, your fundamentals are already at a level that most people won't ever reach in their lifetime, but... He paused for a moment. It's just that it's the only thing you haven't mastered. As opposed to the movements, which you seem to have quite the hang of, your basics are the only thing that you don't have a solid grasp on. Just stick to them, and you'll find yourself improving. Extending his hand, he retrieved the sword from the ground and slashed it. Swoosh. Just slash, and slash, and slash. That's really all there is to it. Keep slashing until you feel as if it's second nature to you. Once you get that done, everything will become much easier for you. He handed the sword back to me. I see. I took the sword from his hand and stared at it. Just slash, and slash, and slash. That sounded easy enough. It wasn't impossible. Anything else? No. He shook his head. That is the extent of the complexity involved. If you can just keep what I told you in mind, you'll be able to make significant progress in no time. The same can be said for the two other forms of swordplay. The Gravar and Levisha styles. Even though there are some key differences, they are all based on the same principles. You won't have trouble getting the hang of them when you solidify your fundamentals. I understand. I threw the towel to the ground and took a stance. So he's saying that if I keep training my fundamentals, then learning the other two sword arts should also be easier. Not just the Keiki style. That made a lot of sense, and I found myself wanting to facepalm. Because I was so rushed to increase my power so much, I neglected to train my fundamentals as much as I should have. Although they weren't terrible, in fact, they were quite good, they weren't perfect, and at this point, perfection was what I needed the most. I paused for a moment and smiled bitterly. Actually, more than me neglecting them, it has more to do with the fact that I have only lived in this world for about 8 years. Had I had more time, then I was sure my fundamentals would have been perfect. A pity I didn't. Swoosh. I slashed the sword once more. Thump. Something tore through the air and landed with a thud on a small target approximately 100 meters away from the location where the source of the noise originated. Staring at the target in the distance, Amanda frowned. Am I really talented in this? She had a very clear view of the target, even though it was far away. It was currently riddled with arrows, but none of them hit the target in the bullseye mark. She had been attempting to hit the target for a week and had yet to succeed. It felt rather depressing to her. This was hard. She took a deep breath. Honestly, she was really doubting the validity of his words. No matter how much she thought about it, she didn't feel suited for the bow. It's still too early. She took another deep breath and calmed herself down. After getting a feel for the bow in her hand, she gave the string a very light pull. As a direct result of this, her gaze became fixated on the object in the far distance. She could see it quite clearly. This wasn't a surprise to her. She had always had good eyesight. But that didn't mean anything when she couldn't even hit the target in the first place. Creak. The bow creaked slightly as she pulled the string. Feeling the wind around her, she waited. Waited for the perfect moment for her to let go of the string. The moment came sooner than she thought. Feeling the air around her still, Amanda let go of the string. Thump. Amanda was able to see everything that had transpired in that instant, despite the fact that not even a second had passed since she let go of the string. It was as if time had slowed down and all she could see was the arrow. She watched as it tore through the air, slicing through it in the most delicate way possible, before finally coming to rest against the yellow mark in the distance. Staring at her arrow that had pierced through the target, Amanda felt her mind go blank for a moment. She blinked her eyes several times as she tried to make sense of what had just occurred in her head. When she finally succeeded, her face became flushed with excitement, and she leaped into the air. Yees! She had never experienced anything like the rush she felt when she realized she had finally hit the target. It was so exhilarating that she could feel the heat rising in her cheeks. This feeling was awesome. It looks like you've made some progress. It was at this moment that she heard a certain voice, and her initial excitement died down. Calming herself, she turned around to face the voice. When did you get here? Just now. He seemed rather laid back as he stared at the target in the distance. I'm rather impressed. In just a week, you've managed to improve so much. He had a look on his face that seemed to say, I told you so. It irritated Amanda for some reason, and her initial excitement wore down. What did you come here for? To check on your progress and to say goodbye. Amanda was stunned to the point that she couldn't move from where she was standing, as if she had been hit by lightning. Say goodbye. You're leaving. I have to leave. Amanda felt her mouth go dry, but she soon nodded her head. I understand. You must miss your family. I do. He happily smiled. Amanda had never before witnessed him smiling in such a way, and to be completely honest, the sight of it caused her to temporarily lose her breath. I guess, he doesn't look like a squid when he smiles like that. Not that she would admit to him. When will you be leaving? Amanda set her bow down and wiped her sweat with a clean white towel. Soon. He answered while following the bow with his eyes. How soon? I'm not entirely sure. He raised his head and looked up toward the ceiling, or something distant. Amanda couldn't quite make out what it was. She eventually let out a long breath. If you're leaving so soon, why don't you have dinner with us? I'm sure my dad and my mom both want to apologize to you for what happened a while back, Anne. The same goes for me. She found herself unable to utter those words, but it didn't seem as though she needed to. Following his gaze, she could tell he could see right through her, and he soon smiled. Sure, why not? Great, I'll tell my dad. Amanda happily smiled at his words. For some reason, she felt excited by the idea. I guess, in a way, she was thankful for what he'd done for her. Sadly, what she didn't know was that he'd agreed knowing that it wasn't possible. See, crack. The world froze over, and cracks appeared within the space surrounding the two. After that, everything shattered as though it were made of broken glass, and the world turned white. 753 A world where he doesn't exist, too. The color white dyed my vision once more. The world around me shattered into a million pieces, and I found myself standing on a clear floor. As I bent my head forward, I was able to see my own reflection. It seems like you've run out of time. The voice. I tilted my head to the side in order to get a better look at Matthew, who had seemingly materialized out of thin air. He was smiling at me. Did you manage to learn what you were looking to learn? Sort of. The time was brief, but I was somehow able to improve myself. It wasn't as much as I'd hoped I would improve, but it was better than nothing. That's good to hear. Matthew mumbled, staring at the white world around him with a complicated look. Then it looks like my mission is completed. I wanted to meet you at the park because I liked the view there, but I guess that isn't possible anymore. He raised his head up and sighed. Well, that's that. I guess. You can say that I'm now officially dead. The smile that spread across his face when he said those words seemed rather forced. I couldn't tell since his head was turned. When you mean, officially dead, it means what it means. Matthew looked at me. The only reason I was in this world, to begin with, was to wait for you. My real body, well, you should already be aware of what happened to it. My mind started going back to the incident that took place at the monolith, and as it did so, I found myself closing my eyes. This world, he continued. It was nice. It was peaceful. It was everything that I thought Ashton City would be like if the demons never existed. I've lived in this place long enough to say that I was happy. I opened my eyes again to stare at him. Thinking about his words, I found myself asking. Do you really think that world is one where the demons don't exist? The history of the world suggested as much. The fact that Kevin didn't exist in that world was also an indicator that the demon king, Jezebeth, had never existed, yet, for some reason, I couldn't get something out of my mind. If the demons never existed, why don't I exist? Why have I never been born in that world? There were no records about me, despite of how hard I looked for them. Ren Dover didn't exist in that world, and I didn't know why. About that. Matthew scratched the side of his head. I'm not sure either, to be honest. I assume it's because two Wrens can't exist in the same world, or for some other reason like that, but I don't know, nor will I ever know. I just know that Kevin wanted to show you something, and I hope you found your answer. I have. I found myself nodding. Although I'm not entirely sure about the validity of what I found, once I return, I'll be able to confirm everything. Then I can only wish you the best of luck. Matthew smiled and extended both hands to the side. I looked at him strangely. Don't tell me that you want me to who? No. He cut me off, laughing almost. Like I've said before, make sure you're gentle this time. It might be the very last time I experience pain again, but I still wish for it to be something that I don't have to go through. A sword appeared the moment his words faded. When I raised my head to look at him, I found him smiling at me. Come on, I didn't take you for someone who's indecisive. Get this over with. Let me finally have some rest. I found myself at a loss for words, but I soon took a deep breath. All right. I gripped my sword tightly and moved forward. I only came to a stop when I was a few meters away from Matthew and placed my blade against his neck. Make sure it doesn't hurt. He reminded me, making me laugh a little. I'll try. All right. He seemed to recall something. As he scratched the side of his face, it appeared as though he was at a loss for the appropriate words to say. After some time, he gave his head a slight shake and then looked directly at me. I'm sorry. Alliance Master. I could hear faint words echo in the background of my mind. They were rather faint. Alliance Master. With time, they grew louder and louder. Ren. That was, until I became aware that my body was shaking and my head had jerked forward. When I opened my eyes, I was immediately surrounded by bright light, and my eyes stung. What's going on? Where am I? When I turned my attention to my surroundings, I noticed that I was in the middle of a sizable office. In front of me was a wooden table where papers were scattered, and behind it was a rather large window. Have you finally woken up? Ryan. To my surprise, I found Ryan standing in front of me. He was attired in a gray suit that was completely unfit for him. It was ridiculously oversized, and he hadn't even bothered to tie his tie correctly. What are you doing here, and where are we? I massaged my forehead and looked up. Actually, as a matter of fact. If I don't recall wrongly, you called me Alliance Master. Are you okay? Instead of an answer, I received a worried look. Looking around the place, Ryan retrieved a small bottle from his ring and passed it to me. Take this potion. It looks like you've been overworking yourself. Perhaps he was right. The taste of the potion was rather bitter, and I noticed that it helped clear up some of the fog in my head. A shame about the flavor, because if it hadn't been so astringent, I would have plowed through it in a single sitting. Feeling better? A little bit. Didn't really make a difference, but at the very least I felt more alert. So, I looked around me without saying anything. The office space, it looked similar to Kevin's, but it was also different. There were several pictures in front of mine, all of which seemed to be drawings that Nola had gifted me a while back. There were also pictures of my parents and Amanda. The more I observed, the more confused I became. Ryan, where are we exactly? Ryan looked at me weirdly once again. Seeing the worried look on his face, I spoke before he had the chance to. Just answer me. Alliance headquarters. Alliance headquarters. I see. I massaged the bottom part of my mouth. And I'm the Alliance Master, right? Ren, are you sure you're all right? Just answer me. Yes. If you were curious, then yes, you are indeed the Alliance Master. I felt my head throb even harder. What happened while I was gone? Lowering my head and staring at my watch, I realized that not even a single day had passed since Kevin's passing. This confused me even more. Ryan. Yes. I'm curious about something. The location of the nearest hospital. Can you stop it with that? I glared at Ryan, and he lowered his head. Taking a deep breath, I finished what was left of the potion. Kevin. What happened to Kevin? I had a bad premonition when I asked that question. For some reason, I felt that the recent incident wasn't the only thing that Kevin had done. And Ryan's next words served to prove my hunch. Kevin. Who's Kevin? Ha. I smiled. As expected. My hunch was indeed correct. What he showed me wasn't the only thing he had done. From the looks of it, he appears to have erased himself from everyone's memories. Do you need some information on someone called Kevin? What's their last name? No, never mind that. I waved Ryan off and took out my phone. He's not even in my contacts. Looking through it, I realized that Kevin was no longer in my contacts. Opening my social media, I also realized that he was gone from there and that there was not a single mention of him on the web. I was an avid follower of Kevin's social media, so I knew better than anyone that he was gone. It was as if he had completely vanished from the world. Fuck. I turned my phone off and leaned back in my chair. Nothing. There was nothing left of him. Without a doubt, this should be my world. While all records of him had disappeared, I knew that this was the world I belonged to. It was just that Kevin's previous achievements had been given to certain others. History was practically the same. Why did he? No, I can tell why. It didn't take a scientist to figure out his intentions. He, as awkward as he was, didn't want those to whom he was close to suffering because of him. He didn't want them to cry over him. He knew that his death would prevent some from ever moving on, and he didn't want that. Heh. In a way, he wasn't that different from me. If I were put in a similar situation to him, I probably would have made the same choice as him. He really was a pushover. Ren, is there something that you'd like for me to do? If not, I'd like to return to PLA work. Ryan's voice broke me out of my thoughts, and pretending not to have heard his final words, I nodded my head. Yes, actually. I'd like for you to do several things for me. 754 Protector of the Seat of Diligence, 1. I kind of understand why those in power always like to have a window behind their office. I felt my shoulders drop and my body loosen up as I stood at the window and looked down at Ashton City. Staring at the city that was once again filled with people, I found myself relaxing. The view. It wasn't so different from the world I just came from. Ha. I inevitably let out a sigh. Even though the view was beautiful, I couldn't help but feel a rush of a variety of different emotions whenever I thought about the one responsible for making this whole thing possible. Are you really finding that everyone is forgetting about you, Kevin? It rubbed me the wrong way a little bit that everyone was going about their day, celebrating the peace, and yet they had no idea who it was that made it this way. What irritated me the most was the fact that I was getting all of the credits that were supposed to belong to Kevin. Things weren't supposed to go this way. I unknowingly found myself clenching my fist tightly. If there was a way to make everyone remember, I'd do it. Ding. Here's the information you've asked me to look for. I don't think I've missed anything out. If that's not enough, give me a message and I'll see what I can do. As expected, Ryan's the best. The message was attached to a small file, and when I opened it, I discovered that it contained a great deal of information along with a number of pictures. They were incredibly detailed and contained all the information I could possibly want. He was indeed someone whom I personally recruited. If only Small Snake was still here. I felt my mood plummet thinking about him. If there was anyone else who was good at getting information, it'd be him. To talk. It was then that someone knocked on the door. "Come in." I sat myself back down in my chair. "Did you call for me?" A lethargic figure walked in. After entering the office, he took a quick survey of his surroundings before finding a seat in one of the chairs that were directly across from mine. Huh. He cocked his head to the side, confused. Was there supposed to be a problem? You say this when you can't even remember where the mercenary headquarters are. Liam blinked a couple of times before leaning back on the chair. We had a mercenary headquarters. I pressed my hand against my forehead. As expected of Liam. Anyways. I rubbed both of my hands while taking a closer look at Liam. There was something I needed to check. Perhaps taken aback by how long I was looking for or by my gaze, Liam sat up straight. Is something wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't answer and continued to observe him. The longer I looked at him, the more certain I became of my assumption, and I noticed that my mood became more serious as a result. As expected. It really was the case. Ren. It wasn't until that point that I finally became aware that Liam was standing in front of me, waving his hand in front of my face, that I snapped out of it. What are you doing? No. I thought there was something wrong with you since you weren't responding. I'm fine. Sit back down. I waved at him and leaned back on my chair. After he had taken a seat, I rubbed the underside of my chin and lightly tapped my finger against the surface of the desk. The more I think about it, the more it makes perfect sense. Liam. I called out his name. He cocked his head. Yes. I think I may have found the reason for your memory problems. Upon hearing my words, Liam's eyes widened quite a bit, and before he could respond, I extended my hand in front of me, and all of a sudden, a white substance coated my hand. I should have realized it long before. Stay still. Let me see the extent of the laws that are placed within your body. Swoosh. On a training ground that was otherwise empty, Emma practiced her swordplay with two short swords. Whenever she swung her blade, strands of her hair would fly into the air and land on her face, where they would become affixed to her skin due to the sweat that had accumulated. She wasn't sure for how long she'd been at it, but it was only when she was completely gassed out that she finally stopped. H-A-A-A, H-A-A-A. Her chest burned with each breath. I feel empty. For some inexplicable reason, Emma felt empty. She had no idea why she was unable to shake this feeling, but it had been plaguing her for the past few days, and she couldn't figure out how to get rid of it. What is wrong with me? The more she thought about that emptiness, the more she felt it turn into something else. Pain. She wasn't sure. It was either that or something else. She just couldn't figure out what was bothering her. Fuck. I hate this. Staring at her short swords, she stood up and resumed practice. It was the only thing that helped her ease her mind away from that empty feeling. Swoosh. Swoosh. Her short swords pierced through the air as her figure danced across the training grounds. Wherever she went, the sound of wind slicing accompanied her every movement. She was fast, extremely so. Leaving behind after images of herself as she stabbed, slashed, and pierced through the air. Holding her breath, she increased the pace continuously. Her lungs were burning and her muscles were aching, but she continued. She was in a state where the pain was what helped her relieve that feeling. She looked forward for the pain. This only lasted for 5 minutes, however. Clank. Dropping both her weapons to the floor, Emma grabbed her shirt and wiped her face. Just what is wrong with me? She found herself unable to focus on her training. Whenever she tried, that feeling would resurface again, distracting her from her practice. Drip. Feeling something drip down her cheek, Emma froze for a moment. Something stabbed her in the chest, and she found herself clenching her shirt. Why am I like this? What was going on with her? What was happening to her? Why was she like this? Fuck it. Unable to find an answer, she kicked her swords away and headed for her room. She had enough training. Asterisk. Following a speedy shower, Emma proceeded to detangle her hair while sitting in front of a sizable mirror. As she looked at her own reflection, she noticed that the empty feeling she was feeling was starting to dissipate. What was that? She wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or not by the fact that the feeling had gone away, but as she stared at herself in the mirror, she was startled to find that several tears were streaming down her cheeks. What's going on? She stood up, wiping her tears with her sleeves. Why am I suddenly crying out of nowhere? Rubbing her eyes with her hand, she continued to wipe away the tears that were falling. Fuck. Cursing out loud, Emma put the brush away and headed down the stairs of her house. The house was rather empty, and by the time she took the last step toward the ground floor, she heard the sound of the door ringing. Tong. Is it Dad? Surprised, she went ahead and opened the door. Huh. What surprised her, however, was a sight completely different than she had expected. Standing in front of her was someone she knew all too well, not just her, perhaps the whole world, and raising his hand, he waved at her. Hi. It was Ren. Chapter 755, Protector of the Seat of Diligence, 2. The world was eerily quiet. The sky was a brilliant shade of blue, and there was a sense of calm permeating every part of the world. The grass that covered the surface of the land leaned over as a light breeze moved past it, ruffling the hair of a particular figure that quietly sat over the grass. While he was sitting on the grass, his figure seemed to melt into the background, giving the impression that he was a part of the natural world. He had always enjoyed this type of atmosphere. It reminded him of his home world when everything was still peaceful and he was just a child. Only in such worlds would he feel a sense of peace. It was unfortunate that he didn't get to enjoy such sense for very long when all of a sudden. His figure shook, and his eyes gradually opened to reveal two crimson pupils. At the mere opening of his eyelids, the world around him gradually lost its color and appeared to come to a halt. Turning his head, his gaze peered through the world, coming to a stop in a certain direction. The curse. His little mumble caused the surroundings to shake, and he gradually stood up. Lowering his head to stare at his hands, his white brows came together tightly as his usually calm expression stilled completely. It's gone. Rumble. Rumble. It had been a while since Jezebeth felt his composure falter. However, as he felt the link between him and Ren disappear, he knew that the curse he had placed on his body a while back had been removed. How is this possible? He wasn't one to let emotions get the best of him, but at the moment, Jezebeth found himself experiencing such emotions as his chest slowly heaved up. This shouldn't be possible. I've made sure that the CU. He stopped himself mid-sentence. As he opened his eyes, his vision sharpened as he peered through the space he was in, focusing on a planet in the far distance. It was an azure-colored planet he was all too familiar with. His eyes gradually opened up in shock. He's gone. Jezebeth remained immobile, dumbfounded by the sudden occurrence, as his hair was blown forward by a second breeze. Why? Why can't I sense Kevin? Jezebeth closed his eyes and tried to sense Kevin's presence. As someone who also wielded the power of the laws, Jezebeth could sense him anytime he wanted. It was also why Kevin never really went away from Earth. If he did, Jezebeth would know. Unfortunately, he also had the means to return to Earth before he could ever reach him. Otherwise, he would have finished him off by now. Gone. Jezebeth reopened his eyes and was taken aback by the abrupt situation. No matter how hard he looked, Kevin was nowhere to be found. How is this possible? Was he somehow able to find a way to hide away from him? It was the only thing that could explain the current situation. No. It was right when Jezebeth felt that he had gotten an idea of what had happened that his body turned stiff. Why? Why can I suddenly feel him? He couldn't feel Kevin, but he could feel Ren. How was this possible? A certain thought suddenly occurred in his mind, and his face finally showed signs of change. Ha. He was in such a state of shock that he soon found himself chuckling. Covering his mouth with his hand, he bent over slightly. Don't tell me he actually. I was right, wasn't I? The more he thought about it, the more the realization of the matter hit him. He already had a hunch beforehand, but it had never been clear. Now, however, he was sure. Kevin had transferred his powers over to Ren. Ha, to think he'd go that far. Jezebeth continued to laugh. His laugh was neither loud nor quiet, but it spread through every inch of the world, and birds scattered away into the air. I can't believe he'd do that. Jezebeth's mind was filled with complex emotions as he stopped laughing. He was neither angry nor pleased with the current circumstance. In fact, he felt rather sad. His already lonely life had just gotten lonelier. A pity. I wanted to at least say goodbye to him. Although they were never friends and always at each other's throats, Jezebeth never despised him. He understood his motives and never really took his actions to heart. At the end of the day, they were just two people who had conflicting interests. That was all there was to it. It really is a pity. Jezebeth stared blankly at the sky before him. For some inexplicable reason, he found it to be less colorful than he previously thought. Perhaps, this was a perfect reflection of his own state of mind. Clink. 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 As he extended his hand forward, a number of metallic fragments appeared in his grasp, and Jezebeth stared at them with a complicated look. Everyone he knew was slowly leaving, and these shards were the only things left of his parents. It had saved his life a while back. Back when the protectors tried to cleanse his race. Had it not been for these shards, he probably would have never been alive. One could say that the only reason his race had ever gotten a chance to rise was because of these shards that once made up a small cube. To this day, he had no idea where this cube came from, and the only thing he knew about it was that it had once fallen from the sky, landing directly over where his parents were. At least, that was what he had been told. He had been too young back then. He wasn't entirely sure of the origins of the cube, but he didn't really care. I'll find out once I get my hands on the records. The records. All answers were within the records. So long as he got his hands on them, he'll get all the answers he's ever hoped for. Soon. He clenched his hand, and the shards disappeared into thin air. He took a few deep breaths as he kept his gaze fixed on the planet in the far distance. In the next breath, a small portal opened up from beside him, and a small figure walked out of it. What is it? His tone didn't sound very respectful. Rather, it was anything but respectful, but Jezebeth didn't mind. In fact, he rather liked the way he spoke to him. Jezebeth stared toward the sky. How long have we known each other? About 2 Earth years. The figure replied, his tone sounding somewhat confused by the sudden question. What's with the question? Just curious. Jezebeth replied with a smile. 2 years, huh? Time seemed to fly a lot faster than he had originally thought. He felt a little lonely at Kevin's death, but he wasn't completely alone. There had been someone keeping him company for the past few years, and he didn't quite dislike his company. In fact, he rather enjoyed it. A pity that they had only known each other for a meager 2 years. Is there something else that you need from me? You didn't call me just to ask me how long we've known each other, right? The man's tone of voice contained a hint of exasperation in it, and Jezebeth found himself laughing in response. I suppose that he finally understood his gaze to some extent back then. No. It's just that. Jezebeth shook his head and continued to stare at the sky. A smile soon formed on his lips. It looks like you'll get your wish granted sooner than I originally anticipated. Huh. Jezebeth extended his hand forward, and the planet began to shake violently. Rumble. The ground broke apart, and molten rock erupted from cracks and fissures in the planet's crust. The clouds in the sky began to disperse, and the elevation of the mountains increased. Rumble. Rumble. The world underwent drastic changes within the space of a few seconds, and it didn't take long before the calm and serene scenery that had been there moments before vanished. Jezebeth slowly brought his hand to a close as he stared at the landscape with compassionate eyes, and then everything vanished into thin air. The world turned completely dark, and silence reigned over Jezebeth's surroundings. In the distance, one could see white specks scattered all over the darkness while a bright orb stood before Jezebeth. Staring at it, he took a deep breath. He had a rather complicated look on his face at the moment. I didn't think the time would come so soon. He motioned with his hand, and the orb moved toward him. I thought I had a bit more time to enjoy this scenery, but this is good enough. With him gone, everything's changed. Gently stopping over Jezebeth's palm, a powerful wave spread from the orb's body. It scattered across the surroundings, distorting the space he was in. All it took was a simple wave of Jezebeth's hand to make the distortion disappear. He turned to look toward his right. Are you all right? Ah, yes. That's good. Jezebeth flashed a grin as he moved the orb closer to his mouth and then proceeded to swallow it. The instant that the orb made contact with his tongue, the surrounding area came to a complete and utter standstill, and Jezebeth's skin began to radiate a dazzling white light from its surface. After Jezebeth had closed his eyes, the light faded away, having initially illuminated a large portion of the space that encompassed him. At that moment, Jezebeth's hair grew by an inch, and the muscles all throughout his body expanded ever so slightly. An ethereal aura encircled his entire being. Opening his eyes again, the crimson that had been present in his pupils began to fade away, and a coloration with a distinct purplish-red hue took its place. Haa. Turbid air escaped from his mouth as he exhaled. Staring toward his right and left hands, he finally let out a satisfied smile. I've finally done it. He slowly clenched and unclenched his fist. He felt a tremendous power run down his body. Turning his head to the left, he took another deep breath. I am complete. His eyes glowed with a brilliant hue that illuminated a considerable portion of his surrounding area. A fissure quickly manifested itself in the region directly in front of him, revealing the image of a planet. It was completely green, and a white barrier surrounded the world. Jezebeth took a step through the opening while he kept his gaze fixed on the planet. But just as he moved, he recalled something and turned around while motioning with his hand. Come, Brian. He smiled in the calmest of ways. Come see for yourself why they call me the Demon King. 756 Protector of the Seat of Diligence, 3. What are you doing over here? Emma's voice was laced with a hint of confusion as she looked at me standing at her doorstep. I knew it was a strange move on my part, showing up unannounced at her house, but I had my reasons. I peeked through the door and pointed towards the interior, hoping she wouldn't turn me away. May I come in? The strangeness in Emma's expression became more prominent, but after thinking for a while, she stepped to the side, letting me in. Well, sure, I guess. It's not like I can stop you anyways. Thanks. I grinned, relieved that things were flowing more smoothly than I had expected. As I stepped into her living room, I took in the surroundings. The hall was cozy, with warm lighting and a plush sofa. But my eyes were drawn to the tall chandelier hanging from the ceiling, sparkling in the soft light. For a moment, I thought that I felt something. I was sure of it. I must have been staring at it for too long because Emma's voice broke through my thoughts. So, care to tell me why you're here? Clank. She closed the door behind her and crossed her arms. I paused, looking around the place until my eyes fell on the chandelier once again. Sensing something, I smiled. You can say that I'm here to meet your father. My dad. Emma's eyes widened in surprise. Do you have an appointment with him or something? Well. You can say so, I guess. I didn't have an appointment with him, but I had a feeling that he would be willing to meet with me. Emma's expression was a mix of confusion and curiosity, and she tightened her robe around her waist, a sign that she was becoming more guarded. That makes sense. She muttered, looking around the room as if trying to spot her father. I'm not sure where he is now, so I guess you can wah. There's no need for that. I cut Emma off, and she looked at me with a confused expression. Huh. Once again, my gaze drifted toward the chandelier, and I smiled. There's no need for me to wait. He's already here. Wah. Jezebeth's chest heaved up the moment he stepped into the planet. The fresh air of the world filled his lungs, and a smile spread across his features as he took in the vast vegetation that surrounded him. His breath caught in his throat as he looked around him, taking in the thousands of elves that were gathered, their bows drawn and exuding an incredible pressure that upset the air around them and caused them to distort. Ha! Jezebeth recognized them immediately. They were the last remaining elites of the elves, those that hadn't gone to Earth with their job to guard over the demon world that connected to this world. Jezebeth felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him as he gazed at the familiar faces before him. He had missed them dearly. Addressing the crowd, his lips curled ever so slightly. It looks like you all caught on to my presence. The elves remained silent, their gazes fixed on Jezebeth. Demon King. Suddenly, an ancient voice spread across the world, and the space distorted open. An elderly female figure walked out from the void, followed by a younger female elven figure. The younger one was rather handsome, with crystal-clear blue eyes and long silver hair. Surrounding her body was a silver armor that shone under the sun that hung in the sky. The presence of the two instantly took over the previous pressure emitted by the thousands of elves and focused it on Jezebeth. It was a pity that Jezebeth showed no reaction to the pressure he was subjected to. Staring at the two, Jezebeth smiled. It had been a long time. He missed them. Placing his hand over his chest, Jezebeth elegantly bowed his head. It is an honor to meet you again, protector of the seat of patience. Protector of the seat of charity. Raising his head, he grinned, exposing his pearly white teeth, and continued. I've missed the two of you so much. The air stilled at his words, and the two elves stared at Jezebeth from above. Their gazes were still, and there was no apparent change in them. In spite of that, one could feel their demeanor slowly shift as a white glow started to surface from within their bodies. The elderly elf raised her hand and brought it down. Attack. Swoosh. Swoosh. Heeding her words, the elves surrounding Jezebeth all let go of their bows, and over 1,000 different arrows shot in his direction. Shio. 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 The power contained within each arrow was strong enough to distort the space in front of them, and it wasn't long before they all appeared before Jezebeth, who remained calm despite the situation. Extending his hand, the arrows came to a sudden stop. Now. His gaze never left the two figures in the air as his hand gently moved, and the arrows slowly turned away. It isn't that bad of an attempt, to be honest. A white glow similar to the two figures above surfaced within his hand as the arrows that were pointing at him all turned to face the opposite direction. Now. Jezebeth let out a satisfied smile when all the arrows turned, and his head cocked to the side. With his eyes on the two protectors, a light breeze brushed past him, scattering his hair forward. Feeling the power surfacing his body, the faces of the two protectors changed, but it was already too late. Watch as I exterminate all of your forces while all you can do is watch. Snap. It was just a snap. A single snap was all it took. At that moment, the arrows disappeared from the spot, and red rained across the plain, basking Jezebeth underneath it. HAAA. It's been many years since I've felt like this. I guess I missed it. Extending his hand and letting himself get basked in the red, Jezebeth took another deep breath. He relished the smell of blood that lingered over the air. Crack. Waving his hand, the world behind him distorted, and several portals appeared behind him. The portals were black and twisted, and the very air around them seemed to be infused with demonic energy. From behind the portals, several demons emerged, each releasing an incredible aura that filled the air with ominous energy. The demons knelt before Jezebeth, their heads bowed in deference to their leader. We greet His Majesty. We greet His Majesty. We greet His Majesty. Jezebeth paid no mind to their words as his gaze continued to lock toward the protectors above. Gradually, more and more elves appeared from out of the trees, bows and staffs drawn. They formed a formidable line, determined to protect themselves from him and his army. Yeah, this is how it should be. It wasn't long before he was faced with a number that was drastically above the one from before, and a gradual smile formed on his face as he took in the view. The thought of what came after their death made his blood boil, and as he opened his mouth, he directed his voice toward the demons behind him. Kill anyone that puts resistance. Take in those that are willing to surrender. His words were like a call to arms, and the demons eagerly obeyed. With a fierce battle cry, they charged toward the elven army, their demonic power unleashed in a fury of fire and brimstone. Within the next few weeks, I want this place cleaned. Those were the last words he said before appearing right before the two protectors. His gaze fell on the woman wearing the silver armor, and he happily smiled at her. She was someone he'd never forget. Your race does not belong to in this universe, was it, an unwanted parasite? Their existence is a threat to the universe. He nodded his head, a smirk forming on his lips. I guess you were right. I walked down the dimly lit hallway, the soft glow of the flickering light illuminating my path. As I approached Wayland's door, I found that my legs were becoming heavier the closer I was to the door. Secretly, I hoped that whatever I was assuming wasn't true and that I was simply making a mistake, but... To talk. I knocked on the door. Come in. It was only after his confirmation that I finally walked into the office. If you'll pardon my intrusion. Pushing the door open, I stepped inside the office, the familiar scent of old books and paper hitting me. Looking around the room, it seemed like a rather normal office with a classical desk in the middle, a large window behind him, and pictures of Emma around. Yup, very normal indeed. What brings you here, Ren? Wayland stood up from his seat and greeted me. He seemed rather pleased by my appearance as he had a large smile on his face. It's nothing much. I greeted him back with a smile and shook his hand. I then found myself a seat in front of him. Making myself comfortable, I took a good look at him. At a glance, there was nothing abnormal about him. He looked like the Wayland that I knew, the men who had been with me in the Dwarven domain and the men whom I risked and entrusted my life with back at the Inferno headquarters. Nothing much. Does that mean you've just come to visit me for the sake of visiting? Wayland made himself comfortable in his chair and similarly leaned back. I didn't think someone as busy as you would have the time to visit me out of nowhere. Ha ha ha. I laughed while scratching the back of my head, the tension in my body slowly easing. I wasn't actually busy. P Alpha and D Alpha no one, oh. They were the ones that actually did most of the work. All I needed to do was sign some papers and show my face once in a while. I guess I now know the reason why Kevin became an Alliance head. There are times when one needs a break. I had so much work lately that I needed to take a breather, and since Kevin's not here, I decided to visit you. I held my breath as I muttered those words. I pleaded with every inch of my body that he'd answer differently from what I assumed he would, and... Ah. Wayland nodded his head in understanding, his eyes twinkling with amusement. That makes sense. Kevin doesn't have it easy either, does he? I must say, he's probably having a harder time than you with all the Alliance stuff and all. My heart sank, and I leaned further back onto the chair. My mind flashed back to the events that had led to Kevin's disappearance and what came after. Everything pieced itself together, and I let out a soft breath. So. Funny that you mention Kevin. I pursed my lips and stared him directly in the eyes. Thing is, he doesn't really exist in this world anymore. So how is it that you still know about him? 757 Protector of the Seat of Diligence, 4. The moment those words escaped from my mouth, the very air around the room chilled entirely, and as I sat in front of Wayland, I found myself blinking for a longer time than I usually would have. There was something nagging at the back of my mind, and for a moment, I hesitated to voice my thoughts, unsure of whether I was overthinking or not. But as I studied Wayland's expression, the nagging feeling persisted within me, urging me to speak up. I cleared my throat, breaking the silence between us. You know, Wayland, I've been thinking. I said slowly, my voice laced with uncertainty. I couldn't help but wonder if there's more to Kevin's memory wipe than just sparing everyone the pain of his passing. I thought I knew Kevin well, but after thinking about everything that had happened, I realized that I actually knew almost nothing about him. The Kevin I knew was a lie. And thus, it made me question whether he truly erased everyone's memories to spare them from being hurt by his death. Perhaps it was true to some extent. I felt that there was more to it than just that. Wayland's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise before he lowered his gaze, his hand coming to rest on the wooden table between us. What do you mean? He asked, his voice neutral. I blinked slowly once more, deliberating over the words that I was about to say. It's just that, apart from me, no one else should know about Kevin. And yet, somehow, you do. I watched Wayland's hand tense slightly at my words, but he remained silent, listening intently. I leaned forward, my eyes locked on his. So, how is it that you know? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. How is it that you don't know about his death and the changes he's made while I do? For a moment, Wayland's hand hovered uncertainly over the table, his expression unreadable. But then, he let out a soft chuckle, his features relaxing into a smile. Heh, so it's true then. He said, more to himself than to me. His casual demeanor intrigued me, and I found myself studying him more closely, searching for any hint of deception or guilt. What have you figured out? I asked, unable to hide the curiosity in my voice. Wayland looked up at me, his eyes glinting with amusement. Why did you suspect me? I thought I had done quite a good job up until this point. Despite his attempt at nonchalance, I sensed a hint of unease in his voice. Clearly, he wasn't as unaffected as he tried to play himself out to be. You shouldn't have suspected a thing. Everything was perfect. There should have been nothing to indicate you at all of the matter. He mumbled to himself as if to reassure himself more than me. And yet, I did. I replied calmly, my eyes never leaving his. There was a certain nun that I met a little while back, and she told me something intriguing. Wayland's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and I could see a flicker of confusion pass over his face. What did she tell you? He asked, his voice laced with curiosity. Only a protector knows the name of another protector. I repeated her exact words, watching as Wayland's expression slowly changed, his eyes widening in realization. Only a protector knows the name of another protector. He echoed, almost to himself. I nodded, pursing my lips. Indeed. I silently mumbled to myself before looking back at him. I didn't really notice it at first, to be honest. To me, there was nothing really wrong with your name. I called you that, and everyone called you that. It was how it was supposed to be. How I thought it was supposed to be. But I guess I thought wrongly. We sat in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. But then, Waylon spoke up, his voice hesitant. But things have changed recently, haven't they? You found something. I looked up at him, my gaze steady. Yes, they have. In my perspective, that was his name, and that was all there was to it. Things, however, changed recently. It's funny, at first I thought it was because history was different. It wouldn't be surprising if some things were different. It made perfect sense if you thought about it. Why would there be no change when history is the same? It made sense and I had no faults with it. Even after everything that I saw, I still didn't feel that there was something wrong with your name, the same was for when I came back. I looked straight into Waylon's eyes. When I came back, everything was the same as before. Your name was what I thought it was, there didn't seem to be any change, and I felt my suspicions die down. That was until I remembered something. Only a protector knows the name of another protector. Even after I left, the nun's words kept sticking in my mind. I wasn't sure why, but I felt that those words were of extreme importance to me. I leaned back against my chair. It was a far-fetched thought, but, what if, and I mean what if, for some strange reason that I don't know. I have the power of a protector. It was wild thought, but thinking about Kevin. I had the sudden thought that perhaps, the name shift in the other world wasn't necessarily a historical flaw. Then, if I took the nun's words to mind, wouldn't it mean that from my perspective, only I would know his true name? What if, my mind automatically translated how everyone was referring to him, and how I was referring to him? What if the entire time I had been calling him Oliver without me knowing? Was it all a matter of perspective? You see. I looked at Waylon with a complicated look. Drumming my fingers over the armrest of the chair, I silently sighed. While I did come here hoping that I was wrong, I had already confirmed things beforehand and was just clinging to the little hope that never existed, to begin with. There's this skill that I have. It's a very nice skill, and it's called memory manipulation. Probably one of my favorite skills. It's a skill that enables me to alter and see the memories of others. Judging from how you're looking at me, you seem to have an understanding of where I'm getting at, right? Waylon kept staring at me with an impassive look on his face. I continued. It allows me to see things from another one's perspective rather than just mine. I let out a long sigh. It was a bit of a far-fetched thought, and I hoped I was wrong. I really did. My head lowered in disappointment. But it turns out I wasn't wrong after all. It turns out that my hunch was correct, and you really are Oliver Rochfield in the mind of others. I was baffled at first. Perhaps even shocked, but as I went through the others' memories, I came to realize that my hunch was true. From everyone's perspective, he was Oliver Rochfield. Only in my perspective was he Waylon Rochfield, and it only dawned upon me once I carefully looked through their memories and paid attention to every little detail in them. That was when I realized that they were calling him Oliver. If that wasn't enough proof, I tried something different. I called out Waylon's name before them and used memory manipulation shortly after to see if there were any changes. Shockingly enough, peering through their memories, my heart sank the moment I realized that the word that came out of my mouth was not Waylon, but Oliver. HAAA. I let out another sigh when I thought about what I had recently found. The realization had taken a toll on me mentally as it made me realize a lot of things. From the very moment I met Waylon, I thought he was someone I could trust. Someone I could work with, but it turns out it was merely wishful thinking on my part. Waylon was merely a mask. A mask to hide something deeper. I'm rather impressed. He said all of a sudden, his voice taking on a monotone quality. Impressed that you've managed to figure all of this out. But more than anything, I'm impressed at him. His name didn't need to be mentioned for me to understand to whom he was referring to. You see. Waylon continued, his voice growing more powerful with each passing moment. We protectors don't have the same powers as him. Our roles are completely different. We are in charge of keeping balance, while his job was to eliminate our biggest threat. It's only natural that his powers are different from ours. P alpha and D alpha no one, oh. He was unique. Waylon said, his voice growing quieter. We don't have the ability to leap back in time and retain our memories like him. That's something only he has the privilege of having. He was unique. An existence we put our faith into, and yet. Waylon paused, and the bright light enveloping his body magnified. It was so bright that I couldn't even see his figure. He continued. He chose to betray us. The ones who created him and given him his life. The light slowly faded, revealing a blonde-haired man with starry eyes and a long scar that ran across his forehead and down the side of his face. He exuded a pressure that was almost suffocating, but I refused to back down. It looks like you've finally shown yourself. I wasn't intimidated by the pressure in the least bit. The pressure was strong, but as a thin white film coated my body and the faint outlines of golden letters appeared around it, the pressure around me started to fade. Waylon raised his brow the moment the white film appeared on my body, and his face became colder. The laws. He truly did betray us. I wasn't sure if he was angry or not, but his expression showed no signs of such. The light that had covered his body soon disappeared, and the pressure that was enveloping the entire room also disappeared. All of a sudden, the entire room turned quiet as an eerie calmness pervaded it. Of course, I knew this was merely the calm before the storm. At that moment, Waylon stared at me for close to a minute before he closed his eyes and opened them up again. Do you know why we do what we do? 758 Protector of the Seat of Diligence, 5. As I sat in the dimly lit room with Waylon, I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of curiosity about his role as a protector. I had always struggled to comprehend their roles and the motivations behind their actions. It had been gnawing at me for quite a while now. Waylon was calm and collected, and he seemed to know everything there was to know about the records, the universe, and our place in it. I eventually shook my head. No, I do not know why you do the things that you do. So he hasn't told you? Waylon calmly nodded his head. I frowned in response to what he said, but I did not move from where I was sitting. He continued. The universe, you can say that it was something that was created by the records. It's their body, and we are both creations of the records. This portion was one that I had a general comprehension of. Despite this, it did not clarify for me what the record's objective was in engaging in all of this activity with creating the protectors and keeping this so-called balance. Perhaps seeing the confusion on my face, Waylon shifted his posture and changed his wording. Think of it like human anatomy. The universe is the record's body, and we're the components that make up their body. The things that he said got me nodding my head in agreement. In all honesty, this made much more sense. A body is composed of millions of distinct cells and bacteria that work together to keep it functioning. Cells generate energy, and the body grows gradually over time. In light of the aforementioned, because the human body contains such a vast quantity of cells and bacteria, something is bound to occur sooner or later, right? I pursed my lips. Somewhat starting to get where he was coming from. If there is a virus or some cells begin to multiply too rapidly, the human body will attempt, on its own, to find ways to correct the problem. One such route could be accomplished by deploying white blood cells, antibodies. While I listened to him speak, I kept my eyes closed. Even though I couldn't see my face, I could tell that it was getting more and more ugly with each passing second. Are you trying to imply that you, protectors, are the antibodies of this system? You catch on pretty quickly. Waylon happily smiled. Our job is to maintain a healthy equilibrium. To put it another way, we are here to ensure that all of the processes taking place within the body run smoothly. We get rid of anything that even has the remotest possibility of being hazardous. We respond to things that might be harmful to us in the same way that your body does when it encounters potentially harmful things. But what does that have to do with the fact that you're the ones who introduced mana to this world? Why even give us the means to grow strong to that extent if they were so afraid of us developing into potentially harmful substances? Waylon gave me a glance for a split second before questioning me about something. How do you think the records grow? It was a straightforward inquiry, however. At that very moment, I began to gain a better understanding of everything, and my lips went dry. Do you believe that we decided to give powers to you and every other being in the universe so that we could play a game with you? Do you honestly believe that we even want to get rid of you in the first place? Waylon shook his head. No. Because you are the source of our power, we have no choice but to bestow mana upon you. You are, as I've already mentioned, merely a part of a much larger network. It is our responsibility as protectors to see to it that you do not develop into someone who could pose a threat, just like your body does with everything within it. Waylon paused and stared at me expressionlessly. You need to know your place. The very air chilled at his last words, and I stared straight at him, unable to utter a single word back. I was at a loss as to whether I should be laughing or getting angry. As a matter of fact, making comparisons to the human body has helped me get a better understanding of what was going on, but at the same time, it demonstrated to me just how insignificant I was when compared to the overall scheme of things. Well, not so much anymore. I was no longer as insignificant as I used to be. Waylon's voice reached my ears once more. You come here, arrogantly thinking that you found some big secret. Reality is, it doesn't matter if you found the secret or not. He slowly stood up from his seat. We never cared for that. You were never a threat to us from the very beginning, and even if that traitor has helped you achieve your current level of S. At that precise moment, he halted his speech, and it was at that point that a smile crossed my face. He probably felt it. Did you really think I'd come here knowing of your strength? When I went to pay a visit to the chapel in that world, it was immediately abundantly clear to me that I was not a match for a protector. Even with all of my abilities and skills, I was able to see that there was no way that I could overcome the gap that existed between the two of us. That was before, however. Since you know that Kevin has betrayed you, you should be aware that there'd be no way he'd let me come to you knowing just how powerful you guys are. Right. I came to understand this not long before coming here. But the point of sending me to that world wasn't just to help me understand what was going on behind the scenes, it was actually to help me assimilate his powers. My strength underwent a transition before my very eyes as his power worked its way into my system slowly but surely. The process was smooth and harmless, and gradually I witnessed my power undergo changes that I never thought were possible. The thin barrier that separated me from the next big level shattered, and I broke through to SSS- in one go. As I fixed my attention on Waylon, the corners of my eyes began to scrunch up. While I'm not entirely confident in defeating you if we were to fight, I might not necessarily lose either. As soon as I stepped foot inside his office, it was abundantly clear to me that the protector of the seat of diligence was someone on an entirely different level than anyone else I had ever encountered in my life, but I already knew this beforehand, and I was prepared for it. Bah. Thump. Bah. Thump. When I stood in front of him, I could actually feel the beating of my heart in my chest, but I forcefully calmed it down with a single breath. Must we fight? Waylon, contrary to what I had anticipated, exhibited an air of calm composure. He did not give any indication that he was unhappy with either my actions or my words while he was staring at me from where he was. P alpha and D alpha no one, oh. I did. I listened to every single one of his words carefully. If you did pay attention to what I said, then you ought to understand where you stand in this situation. You are just a single, insignificant part of a much larger system. We are not the villains in this situation. You are. PFTT. I almost laughed out loud at his words. Does it really matter whether something is bad or good? When exactly did anyone decide that I was either the hero or the villain? I've never had any interest in such nonsense. Kevin has never been interested in such nonsense. My previous version of myself was never interested in such nonsense, and not even Jezebeth gives a crap about such nonsense. It was all a matter of perspective. Regardless of how one looked at it, each one of us was the bad guy in their view. There's no real bad guy over here. There are merely a bunch of entities with conflicting interests. Like a business, the last one standing wins, and you shouldn't be naive enough to put on a narrative of us being the bad guys when you're equally the same in my view. Finally, Waylon's expression started to change. His brows slowly brought themselves together, making the scar that traced along his face more hideous. That, however, didn't last for long, as he soon calmed down. I see. I didn't think you looked at things that way. So our interests don't align, he nodded with a pensive look on his face. Very well, since they don't align, let's make them align. Work with us. He soon extended his hand my way. With your powers, you are more than qualified to work with us. Join our mission. Become a protector and help us keep the balance of the universe. If something truly does happen to the records, the universe itself will be in danger. He smiled at me. You say our interests don't align, but they do. If you kill me, then one of the few that can stop him will disappear. We are not your enemy. He is our enemy, and if you desire anything after everything is said and done, the records will grant it to you. All you have to do is join us. At that precise moment, a dazzling white glow began to envelop Waylon's hand, and its profound resonance reverberated throughout the entire room. Join them, huh? I stared at the hand for a short moment. The offer was honestly a bit tempting. With his aid, defeating Jezebeth would indeed be easier. In fact, it would make things a lot easier. Sadly, I knew it was impossible. Tearing my eyes away from the hand, I smiled. Taking into consideration what you did to your wife after you realized she was no longer of any use to you, it doesn't appear that working with you would be the best option, does it? 759 Protector of the Seat of Diligence, 6. The tension in the room was palpable, thick enough to cut through with a knife. Wayland's smile vanished in an instant, leaving behind a stoic expression devoid of any emotion. His clear eyes began to cloud over, and in just a matter of seconds, they turned pitch black. But upon closer inspection, they were much more than just a dark void. As I gazed into his eyes, I could see the reflection of the entire cosmos staring back at me. The swirling galaxies, the shining stars, and the infinite expanse of space were all contained within Wayland's eyes. Is this your answer? Wayland's voice boomed across the room, carrying with it an ancient quality that made the powers within my body tremble. I felt a sudden pressure crash onto me, and I struggled to keep my footing. Despite the weight bearing down on me, I refused to falter and stood my ground. Even after I conceded and allowed you to work with us, you still choose to work against us. Wayland's gaze was cold and unforgiving, and I knew that I was in deep trouble. Arrogant. He spat, and the cosmos within his eyes began to expand, slowly creeping up the walls of the room. I watched in seriousness as the stars and galaxies began to envelop everything around me, slowly but surely. Even in the face of such overwhelming power, I remained composed. Arrogant, huh? I managed to gasp out, struggling against the immense pressure that threatened to crush me. Would knowing that I'd get disposed of after serving my usefulness count as me being arrogant? Rather, instead of arrogant, shouldn't you be saying something along the lines of self-aware? I was no fool. The information that Ryan had sent me coincided with everything that I had managed to figure out myself, and I knew that Wayland wasn't someone who'd spare someone that had lived up to their usefulness. He couldn't fool me, and I knew that he needed to die, regardless of whether he'd eliminate me after. He needs to die regardless. I thought to myself, my resolve hardening with each passing second. His existence was something that needed to be eliminated to have any chance at the third cataclysm that was soon going to come. Self-aware. Wayland looked at me with a calm expression, musing over my words very carefully. It wasn't long before he shook his head. You're the last thing from self-aware. If you were self-aware, you'd know which side to join. The world around me began to distort and warp, and suddenly, I found myself in a cosmic background filled with stars and planets in the distance. I looked around in wonder, marveling at the beauty and grandeur of it all. I felt weightless as if I was standing on nothing at all. It was like nothing I had ever experienced before, and I couldn't help but be in awe of the spectacle before me. Are you surprised? Wayland's voice cut through my reverie, pulling me back to reality. I turned to face him, nodding my head in amazement. Yes, I'm surprised. Where have you brought me? Although I had seen how he had managed to send me here, I never felt a thing, unlike when I was with portals. It was somewhat baffling. I'm surprised that you can't tell where we are, considering that you have his power, but that isn't important. Wayland's gaze pierced through me, and the white glow that emanated from his body grew even brighter. What important is your answer? He slowly reached his hand toward me. Will you join me, or not? Boom. The reverberations of the explosions could be felt all over the world. The ground began to shake, and the mountains were pushed down to the ground. The entire area was filled with the sound of screams of agony, and there was a constant flow of blood. Gates of enormous magnitude were scattered across the cloudless azure sky, and hordes of dark humanoid creatures rushed out of them as quickly as they could. Kill them. Don't spare any of them. Arc. All of those who emerged had a crazed and bloodthirsty look on their faces as they flew toward the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of elves who were standing on the ground behind the trees with their bows drawn and their staffs raised. Waiing. Spells and arrows flew in the air, impaling many of the demons that were rushing their way, but that proved to be futile. Ro Alpha D Alpha Naam. The screams that were heard throughout the area gradually became higher pitched, and it wasn't long before the elves began to suffer casualties. In the distance. What a pitiful sight. The expression of indifference that was plastered across Jezebeth's face was not consistent with the compassionate words that came out of his mouth. It's such a shame that so many have to die today. A pity, a real pity. He shook his head in disappointment. Not so far from him were two elven figures. An elderly one and a younger one, both wearing shiny silver armor. They stared at Jezebeth without moving. Noticing their gaze, Jezebeth turned his gaze and smiled at them. The deaths that are taking place over there don't appear to be having much of an effect on the two of you at all. Is this how things normally work with you protectors? Do you only care about maintaining balance and disregard those who have no use for you? His words were met with silence, but Jezebeth was unconcerned by this development. He was enjoying the present very much. He had dreamt of this day for a very long time, and although he had seen the scene many times in the past, he knew that this was the very last time he'd see this scene ever again. It was for this reason that he was rather chatty today. I know the two of you are waiting for reinforcements, thinking that the 5 other protectors will come to your aid soon enough, but... Jezebeth cocked his head to the side and peered off into the distance. His expression remained one of contentment as his eyes became fixated on a particular scene off in the distance. Well, never mind 5. 4, I guess. Jezebeth's eyes lit up with something as he kept looking at the scene in the distance, but he eventually shook his head and tore his gaze away from the sight. Not yet. It's still a bit too soon. A mumble escaped his mouth before he turned his attention back to the other 2 protectors. While he had both hands behind his back, his hair was blowing in front of him, and his eyes, which had a purplish-red tint to them, began to glow all of a sudden. Swoosh! Instantaneously, the 2 guardians started to move, and their silhouettes began to blend in with the surrounding area. They vanished for a moment and then reappeared right in front of him. The silver-armored elf, who had his rapier drawn and pointed toward his neck, showed no sign of holding back as the slash shattered the area that it passed through. Why-eyeing. The force behind that one slash made everything in the far distance appear to be of insignificant size, and at the same time, the carefree expression that had been on Jezebeth's face vanished. If that wasn't all, the elderly elf appeared behind Jezebeth with a large magic circle the size of a car appearing above her staff. A terrifying fluctuation burst forth from the magic circle, spreading across the nearby areas and shattering everything that was within the vicinity. Boom. Even though they were quite a distance away from the main battlefield in the distance, the aftershock of that attack was still sufficient to reach certain areas of the space, killing anyone who had the misfortune to be in their range. With a powerful slash at the front and a powerful spell at the back, Jezebeth's situation was rather serious. Only that, his previous serious expression vanished as quickly as it had appeared, and a smile soon formed on his face. Enough. Everything stopped. Even though it was only a single word, the moment it was spoken, both of the protectors' bodies came to a stop. Jezebeth's body soon began to radiate a dazzling white light, accompanied by golden runes and words that floated around him. The light was so intense that the elves who were far away were instantly rendered unable to see because of its glare. The same couldn't be said for the demons, as they seemed completely unaffected by the radiance. Wag. Ach. As the demons continued their murderous rampage, more blood splattered against the air. Jezebeth tilted his head to the side and looked off into the distance while maintaining a contented grin on his face. That's good. It was only after he was satisfied with what he saw that he shifted his attention back toward the protectors and waved his hand. The space around them distorted, and they reappeared in the vastness of space. The once vibrant planet has long since disappeared. It was gone, and in its place was an eerie silence and a chill that went straight to the bone. I feel like this place is better suited for the 3 of us. Jezebeth looked at the 2 with a calm smile. If we were to join in on the fun with them, we would be implicating our forces, and that would be a real shame. While Jezebeth spoke, the 2 protectors quickly broke free from the binds that were changing their bodies. It wasn't too hard since the force that was restricting their body wasn't too strong. We should have made sure you had died back then. The elderly elven lady spoke. Her eyes, which had been a bright blue, started to cloud over and eventually darken completely. The situation was the same for the 2nd protector. Both of their scalps became completely golden, and the skin on their bodies began to peel off in patches. An ethereal glow materialized over their bodies, and a terrifying pressure erupted from the combined mass of the 2 of them at the same time. Jezebeth was pushed back a couple of spaces as a result of the pressure, which was intense enough. He still carried a smile on his face as he gazed at the 2 of them. I don't disagree with you. Jezebeth nodded his head with a smile. Had you killed me back then perhaps the 2 of you could have lived. 760 fighting a protector, 1. I'm afraid I'll have to refuse once more. I refused firmly, meeting Waylon's piercing gaze with a calm demeanor. His face contorted, and I braced myself for the inevitable surge of power that was about to emanate from him. Sure enough, the space around us began to distort, and the air crackled with energy. I could feel the pressure building up, suffocating me, until Waylon finally extended his hand in my direction. Very well. I guess there's no need for you to remain. Allow me to take your powers away. I felt a strong force suddenly seize my entire body and drag me in the direction he was facing. The force that was surrounding my body caused my bones to crack, and my face began to distort under the pressure. In spite of that, I'm good. A white film suddenly erupted from within my body and covered every square inch of my skin, shattering the force that was encircling me at the time. Golden runes and words floated around me at the same time, and I finally caught my breath again. My sudden action seemed to surprise Waylon as he looked at me strangely. I did not pay any attention to the expression on his face, and I quickly moved away from the area I was in. At the same time, I directed the demonic energy that was coursing through me all over my body, and I could feel my body beginning to transform. Crack. I couldn't quite make out what was going on, but when scales started to form across my hands, and 2 wings started to shoot out from my back, I knew that the transformation had been successful. That very moment, I felt my body burst with incredible power. How unpleasant. Waylon's expression changed to one of abject revulsion as he witnessed my transformation. The manner in which he looked at me shifted even further, and he extended his hand to face my direction. Whoa. A colossal hand materialized out of nowhere in the form of a large projection, reaching around him and making its way in my direction. It looks like I've underestimated him. I came prepared. I believed that I did, but as I watched the enormous hand coming toward me, I realized that I had grossly misjudged the power of a protector. Despite that. Ugh. I reached out with my hand and took hold of my sword. As I continued to look at the enormous hand, I inhaled deeply and noticed that my body was undergoing yet another shift. My muscles were rapidly expanding, and I felt a tremendous amount of energy rising up from the depths of my being. The incredible pain that came along with the expansion of my muscles caused me to take a deep breath and hold it. It's fine. I'm already used to pain, this isn't anything new. In the time that it took for me to get ready, the hand was already in close proximity to me, and I felt as though I had stopped breathing. The power was not something I could thread lightly against. The 4th movement of the Keiki-style World Splitter. Click. Following a subtle clicking sound, the hand came to a sudden stop in front of me, just a few inches away from my nose, and I felt sweat trickle down the side of my face. Nevertheless, it came to a stop, and after a short while, the hand shattered right in front of my eyes in the form of golden particles, at which point I was finally able to see Waylon once more. He had a surprised look on his face at the moment. Ha. On the other hand, I was having a tough time with it. My chest was on fire, and the pain in my muscles was excruciating. The toll that my body took just to stop that one attack was anything but pleasant. As I focused my attention on the serene figure of Waylon off in the distance, I cursed under my breath. That took everything I had. Combining the Keiki style and the Gravar style together, I was able to unleash an attack that was far more powerful than what I'd normally be able to release, but the mana consumption, it was far too great. I clenched my teeth, which resulted in a stream of liquid gushing into my body. Instantaneously, both the rhythm of my breath and the mana that circulated throughout my body returned to normal. Good thing I have several potions prepared. It never hurt to be prepared beforehand. I'm surprised you managed to stop that. Waylon did not immediately launch another attack after the previous one. At this point in time, he seemed more interested in my abilities than anything else. Are you absolutely certain that you don't want to join us? You may currently be weak, but there is no doubt that you will eventually develop the same level of power as us, the protectors. Again, with that. While I brought my sword closer to my body, I cast a glance in Waylon's direction. Channeling the mana within my body, the pain that was already present in my muscles became even worse. Didn't I already tell you that I'm not interested? Why don't you understand that no means no? I stepped forward and slashed. Clink. Rho alpha d alpha naam. Clink. Clink. After the initial slash, I proceeded with another slash and then another slash after that. I was able to sense an increase in both the speed and power of my attacks as I continued to string them together one after the other. This is. When Waylon saw the movement of my sword, his face changed for some unexplainable reason, and the space around him warped. My blade missed because of his actions, but I continued. Clink. Clink. It all took place in the space of a few seconds, and by the time I had reached the 31st movement, the space around Waylon had already begun to show visible cracks. Almost. I clenched my teeth when I saw this. I could feel at the moment that I was only a few slashes away from breaking apart his first line of defense. I was close, so close. Bank. Huh. My blade came to a sudden stop. Immediately after that, Waylon's hand appeared from behind the barrier and grabbed hold of my blade. His face, which had shown only minute shifts in appearance since the last time we spoke, had become horribly distorted. This sword art. As his chest heaved up and down in an uneven manner, he appeared to be having difficulty finding the appropriate words to express himself. As he stared at the blade, there was no longer any trace of the tranquility and clarity that had previously been in his eyes. Instead, he appeared to be consumed by nothing but rage. Oh, shit. I attempted to pull my sword the moment he reached out for it, but it was as if an invisible force had wrapped itself around it, and I was unable to move it at all. As soon as his hand got a hold of the sword, his face contorted into an incredibly repulsive expression. He gently stroked his face with his other hand, following the line of the scar on his face as he did so, and then, I'm sure of it. He looked away from the sword and turned to look at me. I attempted to apply a greater amount of force, but after observing that the sword would not budge, I quickly gave up. I was making an effort to conserve my mana, and I didn't want to throw away my mana by attempting to regain control of my sword. Sure of what? I asked, calming down a bit and taking note of his abnormal state. Waylon's eyes cleared up a bit. This is the same sword art that old guy used. The what? The same one that scarred my face. He repeated this while pressing his palm firmly against the blade of the sword. Because of how firmly he held onto it, the sword began to creak under the pressure. Huh. I looked at him strangely. The same one that scarred my face. I did wonder where the scar came from, but it actually came from Grandmaster Levisha. Right, but doesn't he know that this sword art also belongs to Kevin? I thought I'd gotten rid of all three of them. Waylon looked at me. Yet, for some reason, you were able to acquire all three of their sword arts. How is this possible? Because of the increased pressure that was emanating from Waylon's body, I found it increasingly difficult to maintain a firm grip on my sword. In any case, his words astounded me. He seemed shocked by the fact that I possess all three sword arts. I'm sure he already knew about the Keiki style, and shouldn't he also know about the Levisha style? It's not like Kevin High. I had a sudden epiphany, and everything clicked into place after that. I clenched my hands around my sword even more tightly and turned my attention back to Waylon. I think you should already be aware of the answer, shouldn't you? Waylon's expression froze, and his eyes soon regained their calmness. Indeed. He nodded his head and gazed back at me. I indeed already know the answer. I was just momentarily surprised by an old memory of mine clouding my judgment. I apologize. The moment I opened my mouth to respond, I was startled by the sensation of something pressing against my stomach. Bang. Ach. I didn't know what happened from that point on as I felt myself lose grip of my sword. I then felt my body shoot in the opposite direction, and my organs shatter. My vision blackened shortly after that. 761 Fighting a Protector, 2. Crack. 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 The sound of shattered glass filled the air, and I felt my body being propelled backward. My consciousness slowly returned as I took in the chaos surrounding me. Cracks ran through the space, like veins coursing with energy, and in a matter of moments, the entire world shattered. The cosmic background shattered alongside it. I was falling, plummeting towards what looked like Ashton City. I tried to stop myself before I collided with the buildings, but I was too late. I barely managed to slow my fall and ended up crashing onto the roof of a tall building. Bang. PFTTT. I coughed, covering my mouth as blood trickled down my fingers. The pain was overwhelming, and my body trembled with every breath. But I knew what to do. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a vial of potion, quickly shattering it inside my mouth. The healing properties of the potion, combined with the demonic energy that was coursing down my body, sped up my recovery. The pain slowly subsided, and my injuries began to heal. But it wasn't enough. Not nearly fast enough. You're still alive after that. Waylon's voice came from above, it sounded ancient and it came from all directions. I looked up to see him hovering in the air, not far from where I was. I backed away, my hand instinctively reaching for my sword, but it wasn't there. You're just as much of a cockroach as he is. Waylon frowned. It annoys me. He extended his hand, and the world flipped upside down. Suddenly, Ashton City was above me, and I was falling again. Ah! Ah! I tried to right myself, but it was no use. Waylon pushed his palm forward, and a projection of a hand headed towards me. Crack! 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 The air around it shattered like glass, and I crossed my arms to shield myself. But the palm moved too fast for me to react, and I was propelled backward once again. Ach! When I regained my bearings, Ashton City was nowhere in sight. I was standing in the middle of the sky. I tried to move, but the pain was unbearable. I felt like every bone in my body was broken. My ribs, and definitely my hip. I grimaced in pain, clenching my teeth. But even as I endured the agony, my body started to heal, aided by the demonic energy that was coursing through me. Still alive. Waylon's voice was taunting. Suddenly, he appeared behind me, and I turned to face him, my body still racked with pain. You really are a cockroach. He extended his hand once again, and the world flipped back to normal, and Ashton City appeared right beneath me. But something was off. I felt disoriented, like I was standing in two places at once. Looking up and down, I saw two Ashton Cities, identical in every way. Both were above and beneath me. What? My sense of direction was lost, and I felt like I was spinning out of control. Suddenly, his voice reverberated through my surroundings. This is a space I created. Within this space, I am akin to what the records are to the universe. I can control everything from space to time itself. The space around me cracked, and another palm headed my way. This time, I was somewhat prepared, and I brought my wings forward, creating a small shield in front of me. But even with the shield, I was still thrown backward, the impact jarring my body. Freeze! Waylon's words fell, and my body froze at his command. I couldn't move, couldn't even blink, and what covered my vision were golden runes and words that clamped against my skin. Huh! Waylon appeared right in front of me, his starry eyes reflecting the world I was in, and I watched as the two cities above and beneath me started to press toward my direction. Rumble. The space shook fiercely as the two cities moved together, and I swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Like I said. Waylon repeated, his tone growing more insistent. Within this world, I am akin to the records. Stop resisting. I could feel his power bearing down on me, crushing my entire body into a pulp. But I refused to give in. I refused to let that happen, not after everything that he did for me to get to this point. Staring out at the approaching cities, I clenched my teeth, and a white glow formed around my body. It was a last-ditch effort, a desperate attempt to take back control. And it worked. Suddenly, I was able to regain control over my body. The golden runes and words that had clamped at my body shattered. My hand shot out, and my sword, which I had previously lost, appeared in my grasp. Waylon's expression twisted in shock as I slashed forward with all the remaining energy that I had. Swoosh. It's futile. He started to say, but I cut him off. Freeze. The command was simple but powerful. The moment I spoke those words, my voice changed, imbued with an ancient feel to it, and golden runes manifested around Waylon, clamping at his body as they had previously done to me. Waylon froze on the spot, unable to move. Seeing that a chance had presented itself, I pressed forward. Why-ying. The blade streaked past his body, slashing directly at his chest. A golden liquid spurted out from his body as he stumbled backward. He looked at me with a shocked expression, and I half smiled. But it was a weak smile. I was too weak to bring myself to smile fully. You seem to, have forgotten that, you're not the only one who can wield the laws. I gasped, channeling the laws within my body once more. The bones of my body creaked and were engulfed by pain, but I clenched my teeth and bore through it. I raised my hand up, and the two approaching cities stopped dead in their tracks. It was just in time to see the two pointed tips of the Union Tower stop just a few meters close to me. I panted, my breath ragged. I lost my breath the moment the two cities stopped, and I almost fainted on the spot. But I knew I couldn't give up. Not yet. Not yet. I bit my tongue until I tasted iron, forcing myself to stay awake. Gulp. I took several potions, but they proved to no longer be effective. What I used wasn't mana, but the Akashic laws. It wasn't something that potions could replenish. As I raised my head to stare at Waylon, who was glaring at me with his hideous face, I found myself cringing. Most notably at the sight of the cut that was rapidly healing. His power was immense, and I could sense it fluctuating in his body. This is bad. I thought to myself, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. In a different part of the universe. How long do you think the other protectors will take? Will they come fast enough to save the two of you? Jezebeth gazed at the two protectors standing in front of him in a relaxed manner. The conditions that they were in at the time were nothing short of pitiful. With their armor broken and the glow on their bodies dim, they seemed to be on the verge of dying. Jezebeth's condition, on the other hand, was in a significantly better state than theirs was. Even though his armor was covered in cracks and his hair was a mess, his condition was still noticeably better than that of the two protectors. The protector of the seat of charity muttered under her breath, "This bastard," as she moved back a little. She was previously the elderly-looking elf, and as she turned towards her left where the protector of the seat of patience was, she found herself clenching her teeth tightly. She was in an equally bad condition. Kamhala. The protector of the seat of charity uttered her name, and Kamhala, the protector of the seat of patience, looked back at her. There were faint runes flickering in between her eyes. When they looked at one another, the runes that were flickering in between Kamhala's eyes began to glow brightly and became more visible, spreading across the area that the two were in. When Kamhala moved both of her hands forward, a crack appeared in the space around her. Crack. Crack. Cracks spread like broken glass across the space around them, and Kamhala's face turned pale as more and more of these cracks appeared across the space. Even so. Ha. She let out a muffled cry, and the space shattered like broken glass. Crash. The landscape abruptly changed, and they found themselves standing in front of a massive sun that was considerably more expansive than the planet they had been on before. The heat that was emanating from the sun caused the space around them to warp, and on multiple occasions, bubbles of fire erupted from the sun and came dangerously close to hitting them. A nice change of scenery. Jezebeth made a remark as he observed his surroundings with interest. It didn't appear as though he was taking the unexpected turn of events very seriously. He looked at the sun with further interest. Rho Alpha D Alpha Naam. Soon after, his head lifted, and he turned to stare at the protector of the seat of charity. As was to be expected, the instant that he looked at her, he saw her drawing energy from the sun as a thread of orange began to envelop her body and her power began to increase. This was a sight he had seen many times before and thus wasn't surprised by it in the least bit. Now that he had managed to acquire all of the fragments, he could more or less recall his memories from the past regressions and thus knew exactly what to expect at the moment. His gaze was constantly shifting between the two protectors. Both of their wounds began to mend rapidly, and simultaneously, they began to experience a rise in their overall power. Even though Jezebeth began to feel threatened by them, he did not move from his position and instead allowed them to carry on with whatever they were doing. From the very moment he decided to attack, he made up his mind one thing. He was going to take things slowly. Chapter 762, Fighting a Protector, 3. From the moment the scenery around me changed, and I found myself back in Ashton City, I came to the realization that I wasn't transported out into the nothingness of space like I previously thought I was. Instead, it seemed like I was placed inside a different dimension created by Waylon, governed by the laws. His words confirmed it shortly afterward. Despite my lack of knowledge about the inner workings of this space I was in, I realized that the only way to properly fight back was through the laws themselves. And I did. I summoned a part of the laws that I had, and I successfully managed to stop him. I was successful in injuring him, but it came at a cost. I'm already gassed out. My body was practically shaking as I struggled to channel the energy inside of me. I thought I had prepared enough, but it was clear that I wasn't prepared for what was to come. I was already gassed out, and my energy was rapidly depleting. You. Waylon noticed the injury in his body, and his expression changed. At first, he seemed mad, but for some reason, he kept his cool, and the injury slowly started to recede. I frowned as I realized that what I had done wasn't enough. But Waylon spoke. That was a very good attempt. His nonchalant voice reverberated through the air, and it was followed by a violent thrust of wind that headed my way. Why-ing. The world around me bent, and I saw the tips of a skyscraper heading straight for me. I narrowly dodged it and shifted my attention to the approaching fist. It grew larger in my vision by the second, and before I knew it, it was just an inch away from my nose. I summoned all the strength I had left and opened my mouth. Stop. Golden runes and words popped out from the space around the fist and clamped onto them. The fist stopped in its tracks and started trembling. Ugh. I could feel my body weaken at the usage of the laws, but I clenched my teeth and pushed through the pain. Swoosh. I took advantage of the little time I bought to move to the side and avoid the fist. I followed up with my own kick, aimed directly at Wayland's neck. But it felt like I hit hard metal, and I felt an intense pain coming directly from my shin. Despite the pain, I managed to push Wayland back. I grabbed my sword and took a deep breath. I knew what I had to do next. I summoned all the energy I had left and prepared for the third movement of the Keiki-style void step. My vision blurred, and I reappeared in front of Wayland. I heard a familiar clicking sound as my sword hit something, and Wayland's body shot back even further. Ha. I was panting heavily, but I gritted my teeth and repeated the same movement. The third movement of the Keiki-style void step. I could feel my mana rapidly deteriorating with each movement, but I persevered and continued. The third movement of the Keiki-style void step. The third movement of the Keiki-style void step. The third movement of the Keiki-style void step. With each attack, I appeared in front of Wayland, determined to take him down. I tried to inflict as much damage as possible on him by employing anything at my disposal, whether it was my sword or any part of my body. The slightest movement felt like it would bring on excruciating pain, and I could feel my muscles tearing as a result of the enormous strain that was being placed on my body. However, with the assistance of the demonic energy that was residing within my body, I was able to push through the pain and keep attacking with everything that I had. Yeah, the pain is nothing. I'm far too used to this. Pain was the one thing I was capable of enduring, and with that knowledge in mind, I continued to put forth as much strain on my body as I possibly could. Wheeing. The space in front of me crumbled, and Wayland's body shot into the distance. As I pressed my hand against the empty space next to me, the mana that was normally stored within my body began to drain at an alarming rate, and I came dangerously close to passing out right then and there. However, I gritted my teeth and persevered through the excruciating pain as a barely perceptible ripple began to spread across the surface of the sky. What are you trying to do? My ears picked up Wayland's voice coming from my right, and when I turned my head to look in that direction, I could see him standing a few meters away from me. The moment he appeared, my heart sank, and before I had even a chance to react, I felt something press against my chest, and I crashed into the city below. Bang. The pain traveled throughout my back, and I found it difficult to breathe as a result of the sheer impact of the collision. Aff. It wasn't until I took a loud gulp of air that I noticed the darkness that had begun to creep into the peripheries of my vision, beginning to fade away. What do you think you're doing? Wayland's voice sounded from above, and when I looked up, I saw him hovering in the area above me. His back was turned to the backdrop of Ashton City, which was inching closer and closer to him. Like I've said before, everything that is within this area is under my direct control. Put an end to whatever futile sense of resistance you have, and just. When he opened his hand, his body phased, and I saw the skyline of Ashton City come into view and head my way at incredible speeds. The most notable thing was the tip of the Union Tower, which was aimed my way directly. Lying in the middle of the road, I watched as the tip of the tower inched its way closer to me. Clenching my teeth, I used everything that was left in me to force myself up and press my hand against my sword. Click. At that precise moment, all of my strength left me, and I felt as though my legs were going to give out from under me. However, I was still able to accomplish what I set out to do. Crash. Following a soft clicking sound, the area in front of me began to collapse, and the Ashton City that was heading my way collapsed into fine shards, revealing a cloudless blue sky where Wayland was standing behind. His starry eyes were directed at me, and an unfathomable pressure bore down on me. Thump. My legs gave out under the strain, and I fell to the ground, unable to hold on any longer. PFTT. I tried to stop whatever was trying to escape my mouth by covering it with my hand, but it was too late, and when I looked down, I saw streaks of my own blood on the ground beneath me. It's over. When I looked up at Wayland, I saw that he was staring at me with a look of complete disinterest, and his voice seemed to be coming from everywhere at once. It was as if he were dealing with a relatively insignificant bug. I couldn't help but laugh when he looked at me, and after I took my hand away from my mouth, I leaned back against the ground and stared at him. Have you finally given up? His voice reached my ears once more. What makes you think that? So you haven't. I cocked my head to the side and smiled faintly, staring at the faint ripple next to him. The one that I had planted moments before falling back into the city. I guess not. Rumble. Rumble. Almost immediately after uttering those words, the space around Waylon began to twist and turn, and a large sword projection emerged from a crack that had formed in the space next to him. The sudden situation surprised Waylon, who looked at the sword in shock, but it was already too late. The sword emerged from the fissure in a very gradual manner, exposing approximately 3/4 of its body, and the space showed signs of breaking apart. Sixth movement. I mustered the strength to utter a few words as I extended my hand to cover both the sword and the figure of Waylon. Almost immediately after that, everything came crashing down, and a deafening sound spread throughout the area around me. Whoa. The sixth movement. A movement that I had been trying to perfect for a very long time. I was close, yet still far from reaching the end of it. I thought I managed to grasp it, but it was only 3/4 of it, but it was enough. Still, it was the best that I had. My most powerful move, and sure enough, the power I felt from it sent shivers down my spine, and as I exploded in front of me. Bang. Bang. The aftermath of the attack sent me flying and stumbling across the ground until I finally came to a stop next to a building. Crash. As I slammed into the building, I felt completely immobile. I no longer felt any energy within my body, and the darkness that had begun to seep into my vision a few moments prior began to expand, slowly consuming my entire vision. Did I do it? I wondered to myself, trying to see the result of my attack in the distance. But it was clear that I wouldn't be able to see it as my vision started to darken completely. That was until I heard a certain voice. A void that I never thought I'd hear again. No. My vision immediately cleared upon hearing that voice. You didn't do it. Chapter 763, Fighting a Protector, 4. Listening to the familiar, yet unfamiliar voice, my mind blanked for a moment. When I turned my head, it blanked completely. A figure sat cross-legged next to me. How? I opened my mouth to speak, but the words died in my throat when I noticed the missing chains on his body. His expressionless face gave nothing away, and I couldn't read any emotions in it. I felt a shock wave through me at the realization of what this could mean. What is going on? Kevin's dead. His voice carried a sense of indifference to it. I noticed that he blinked his eyes a few times while he was staring off into the distance. That was when I also turned my head and saw Waylon standing in the distance. My heart sank to the lowest depths imaginable. So that was the case. He seemed to have understood something. The extent. I didn't know, but that didn't matter. When I stared at him and remembered his goal, I moved away from him. What are you doing? It seemed as though my actions had taken him by surprise, but I didn't give a damn as I slowly stood up. I tried to, but... Thump. The moment I attempted to, I immediately collapsed to the ground. There, I became aware that the majority of my bones were broken, and that many of my muscles had also been torn. What do you think you're doing? You're in no state to be moving at the moment. I warily looked at him and took a deep breath. Do you really think I'd welcome you with open arms or something? Especially when I know exactly what you want to achieve. He was me, yet at the same time he wasn't. While it did look like he was on my side, he wasn't. Our interests were drastically different, and I knew he was as much of a threat as Waylon, if not more. Ah. He seemed to have realized my thoughts, as not long after he nodded his head. Understandable. As he slowly stood up while pressing his hands against the ground, I retreated a few meters in the opposite direction, dragging my body with the little strength I had in my hands. He might be free, but he can't harm me yet. The only way he could harm me was by possessing my body and attempting suicide from there. The fact that he had not yet done so indicated that he was not yet a threat to me. At least. I hoped that was the case. What are you trying to do? I asked him while turning my head to look at the distance. It was faint, but I could feel Waylon approaching my direction. Damn it. I tightened my teeth. I did everything in my power to kill him, but I was ultimately unsuccessful. Rather, it did not appear that I was even close to killing him. Was this the limit of my current powers? Despite everything that Kevin did. It was frustrating. You don't need to be wary. I almost scoffed at his words. With everything that he had done to me, the words he said to me, did he really think I'd actually not be wary of him? His cold and empathetic gaze fell on me. If I really wanted to do something to you at the moment, I'd have already done it by now. I frowned at his words, but at the same time, musing over them, I realized that what he said made sense. If he really did want to do something to me, with the chains gone, it wouldn't be that hard. Rather, the fact that he was talking to me at the moment suggested that he had something to talk about. While my body was still tense, I did lower my guard a little. "I'll hear you out." He cocked his head. "Hear me out?" I raised my brow. "Did you appear because you wanted to say something to me?" "No." He shook his head, confusing me. "Then what are you here for?" "Simple really." He raised his head to look into the distance. I followed his gaze, and it was there that I noticed he was looking in Wayland's direction. "You want to, huh?" When I lowered my head to look at him again, I was shocked to see that he was gone. Before I could even figure out where he was, I heard a quiet voice coming from right next to me. "It's as you think." I felt a palm press against my shoulder, and I started to panic. "What do you think you're doing?" But before I even had a chance to resist, I heard his voice inside my head, and my vision turned black. "Lend me our body." This. Wayland couldn't believe his injuries were not healing as quickly as he expected them to. In fact, they didn't seem to be healing at all. The realization filled him with anger, and he clenched his teeth tightly. "This is impossible." He placed his hand over the area where his other arm used to be, feeling the rage build up from deep within his body. The pain was unbearable, and it only added fuel to the fire of his already intense emotions. I should have killed him back then. Wayland thought in anger. He regretted not taking care of the problem when he first met him. Back then, he was still so weak and could have killed him with a single snap of his fingers. But his main goal was Douglas, so he had to bide his time. On many occasions, he debated whether to kill him or not, but just when he made up his mind, he noticed a certain mark on his body and gave up all ideas. Instead, he quickly befriended him and tried to help him in all the ways he could possibly think of. Since he was marked, it meant that he was an important person. But who would have thought that the one who put the mark on him was the same person who had betrayed them? That traitor. Wayland growled, his teeth clenched in anger. Thinking about the traitor only fueled his anger even further. He had screwed everything they had been working for, and he was the reason why all of this was happening. If not for him, none of this would have happened. "I need to kill him," Wayland muttered through gritted teeth. As he gave up on his arm which was not healing, he shifted his focus in the direction of where he had last seen Ren. By his estimates, Ren should be on the verge of dying. With a wave of his hand, the space in front of him shattered, and he appeared above a certain area. When he looked down, his brows furrowed in confusion. Ren seemed to be in much better shape than he had originally anticipated. Contrary to his expectations, his injuries had healed, and he seemed to be stronger than ever. What happened to him? Wayland wondered aloud, unable to understand how he was still doing so well. The most noticeable change, however, was the coloration of his eyes and hair. They were gray and white, respectively. Observing him from above, he also noticed his gaze and demeanor were completely different than before. Taking one last deep look at him, he no longer paid any mind to the changes anymore. Such a change in his eyes and hair wasn't something he particularly felt threatened by. The only thing that made him wary was the calmness in his gaze. It felt a little unsettling, but Wayland quickly dispelled such a feeling away. He was a protector, a being chosen by the records to uphold the balance of the universe. Why would he feel threatened by such a small existence? But then, a voice reached his mind, interrupting his thoughts. "You're finally here." Ren's voice echoed in his mind. When Wayland raised his head up, he saw Ren standing right before him. His dull gray eyes directly locked onto him, regarding his entire existence in the same manner in which he previously looked at him. Wayland was still able to maintain his calm as he took his time to observe the men before him. "You were waiting for me?" Wayland asked, surprised. "I was." Ren replied calmly. The calmness in his voice unsettled Wayland even further. He frowned and spoke. "I already know that the only reason you're still standing is because of the potions you've been taking. However, don't think dash." "Quiet." Ren interrupted him coldly. Wayland felt his mouth shut completely, and golden runes clamped themselves on his cheek and mouth. Ren observed him with interest. What interesting power. He lowered his head to gaze at his hand. A white, black, and green glow surfaced within his body and his brows furrowed. What mess. he remarked as he continued to stare at the powers that were circling around him. When he finally tore his gaze away from them, he looked at Waylon in a relaxed manner. Still. Waylon broke free of the shackles that were restraining him and moved very far away from him. He had to move quite a distance, but he was still able to hear his final words. It should be about enough. Chapter 764, Fighting a Protector, 5. Ren's body, it was a complete mess. There were far too many distinct powers, and the demonic laws and Akashic laws were exhibiting signs of repulsion toward one another. Ren was unfamiliar, yet familiar, with the Akashic laws. They were the laws that had been binding at this body for the past few centuries. He never wielded them before, but the moment he used them, it felt as though it was second nature to him. Not to mention the golden runes and words that were circling around his body. With just one look, it seemed as though he could decipher their meaning with just a look, and as he stared at his hands, which were coated in a white substance, he turned his attention back toward Waylon and pressed his palm forward. Boom. Futile. Waylon dislodged the palm with a swift whack, causing it to splinter and fly off into the horizon. Following that, he launched a counterattack by pressing his own palm down. A gigantic hand suddenly materialized above Ren's head and made an attempt to squish him from on high. Ren took a measured look at the situation before removing his sword from its sheath. He merely pressed the tip of his sword up, and the palm came to rest directly above him. Whoa! From the intersection of the two forces, where they met in the middle, a tremendous wind erupted. It was powerful enough to push the two back a few meters in response. Waylon's eyes shone. He's different from before. Waylon thought, regaining his footing. The degree of control over the power that he displayed wasn't the same as the one he showed before. There was something completely different about him for some unexplained reason, and the manner in which he carried himself was even more unsettling. Are you really the same, Ren? The surprised Waylon asked. The more he examined him, the more convinced he became that there was something peculiar about him. It appeared as though he was going up against a completely different entity than before. But how was that possible? You give off a different feeling from before. Waylon squinted his eyes. I'm not sure what it is, but it now explains to me why you were so confident a little earlier. Was this power of yours what gave you the confidence to challenge me? Swoosh. A splintering occurred in the space around Ren, and an invisible shot toward his leg. Ren, who was taken aback by the sudden attack, attempted to evade it but was just a fraction of a second too late. Spurt. The blow went all the way through his leg, causing a massive amount of bleeding. Staring at his leg, Ren showed no change in expression. I couldn't even feel it. Darkness seeped into Ren's eyes, and the demonic energy that had been building up inside of his body suddenly erupted, covering his entire leg and erupting from his body in the form of scales that covered the wound completely. Once the wound was covered, he flapped his wings once and appeared right before Waylon. He made a single thrust with his sword. Better. Waylon was able to avoid the slashing attack. He then countered with a blow from his own fist, which caused the air around it to twist and turn like a whirlwind. Dangerous. Ren thought at the sight of the approaching fist. The power that was hidden behind that punch was not something that he could take lightly at any point. He was able to sense that Waylon had packed a lot of power into that seemingly simple fist aimed directly at his chest. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and... boom. A deafening roar filled the area as though an explosion had occurred. As a result of the impact, Ren rolled away like a ball and flew for several hundred meters in the air. As the initial target of the attack, Ren's crossed wrists were severely trembling as a result of the blow. He had done this to prevent the punch from reaching his main body, and while he did indeed succeed, it came with a lot of pain. Feeling the pain in his body, his eyes turned somewhat serious. He's not that much weaker than Jezebeth. He had never faced off against a protector before, and he didn't know very much about them at all. At this point, all he was doing was testing the waters with them. In a way, since he knew so little about them, he deemed the current fight just as troublesome as the ones he had with Jezebeth in the past. In any case, Waylon's fist did not appear to be a typical fist to him, based on what he was able to observe. It was endowed with the laws, and his control and influence over them were astounding, to say the least. It had been a very long time since Ren had perceived a threat from a person or entity that was not the Demon King. Crack! Crack! His shattered wrist began to mend as a shadowy glow began to form around his entire body. Even though Ren's body was a chaotic mess because of all of the powers that his body possessed, if one had proper control over the powers within it, they'd be an unstoppable force. It took his wrist no more than a couple of seconds to return to its normal state, but by the time it did, Waylon had already moved ahead of him. Healed enough. Waylon aimed his kick at his neck. During the kick, the wind seemed to be tearing itself apart, and it left a trail of white in its wake. After Ren tapped his sword, there was a faint clicking sound that emanated from it. Click. Waylon's body twisted just before Ren felt his sword make contact with it, as if he could sense Ren's intentions. Much to Ren's surprise, he felt his sword make contact with nothing. I missed. This was such an unfamiliar feeling, only Jezebeth had ever done this before. Before Ren even had a chance to respond, Waylon aimed a kick toward his stomach. Swoosh. Ren was able to avoid it by a narrow margin as his body similarly twisted and an opening appeared. He tried to capitalize on the opportunity to launch his own attack and counterattack. Reaching down with his hand, he tried to reach the hilt of his sword with his hand. At the same time, looking up, Ren's gaze fixed on Waylon's temple. That was his target. Bang. Waylon's foot redirected itself into the air and kicked down. It was right at the moment when Ren's hand was about to press the hilt of the sword, and after the kick hit his hand in just the right spot, Ren's hand redirected itself away from the sword. Waylon disappeared from Ren's view shortly after that and reappeared a couple of meters away. He then made a fist with his free hand and extended it in front of him. Wai-ying. At that moment, the area around Ren began to warp. A gigantic projection of a hand materialized right beneath where he was standing, and it gripped him in the middle of its palm. The projection began to gradually contract with him in the center as golden runes adhered to his legs, pinning him to the spot and securing him there. At the same time he did that, he appeared right beneath Ren and punched him out. Whatever you've done, the results are the same. You are far too weak to fight against a protector. Waylon had the distinct impression that victory was within his reach. About a quarter of the laws he had left in his body was consumed by these series of attacks he had just performed, and he was confident that not even the Demon King would be able to defend against such an attack without taking damage, let alone someone who wasn't even close to his level. I've heard that line many times before. Contrary to his belief, Ren didn't seem to be in any distress after being subjected to the two attacks. He stared at his hand, where a white glow formed and golden runes floated out. As the runes moved in his hand in a fluid manner, he redirected his gaze toward his sword. He slowly unsheathed it. Pack. 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 The moment he did so, the sword shattered into thousands of fragments, which then formed a ring around him and began to revolve around him. The white glow in his hand moved towards the fragments, and then they all shot out away from him. Bang. 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 The fragments shattered through the air and slammed into the two opposing forces that were moving toward Ren. The moment that the two forces came into contact with one another, the air would twist and the projection would turn fainter. The process was reasonably quick, and in a matter of seconds, the hand that was closing in on Ren from beneath vanished entirely. The same could be said for the fist as it similarly vanished. All that came to Ren was a strong wind that blew his hair up. Come back. The shattered pieces suddenly flew in his direction and reassembled themselves onto his sword, restoring it to its original complete state. Pack. 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 This is. Waylon's expression turned grim at the sight of his two attacks getting blocked. He had not expected such an outcome. Especially since he had gone quite seriously in that attack. Bang. The two clashed once more. Waylon's fist met Ren's sword, and the two bounced back. The more Waylon fought, the more he felt his pride hurt. Looking at Ren, his mouth parted open. You're definitely not Ren. He wasn't exactly sure of it before, but he was sure of it now. The man that was standing before him was a completely different entity from the Ren that he knew. That's where you're wrong. Ren shook his head and fixed his gaze on Waylon as he did so. After opening his mouth, his icy words rained down on the area around them. I am indeed Ren. Chapter 765, Fighting a Protector, 6. You're Ren. Waylon's eyes appeared to be squinting. He examined Ren very carefully from top to bottom, and he had doubts about what he was saying. Even though he did look like Ren, the energy he was putting off was completely different, not to mention the fact that he appeared to be significantly stronger than he was before. There was definitely something off about him. He just couldn't quite place his finger on it. I find that hard to believe. That's not something that I care about. In response to Waylon's display of skepticism, Ren did not show any interest in defending himself. In fact, he had no real interest in anything. He just wanted to get this done with already. What an annoying response. The anger that was building up on Wayland's face manifested itself in the form of a rigid expression, and he rushed over to Ren. To protect himself, Ren quickly drew his sword from its sheath. At the same time, he directed the laws toward the body of the sword, covering it with them. Only that. The moment Wayland's hand came into contact with the sword, the laws shattered. This. Wayland smiled at it. Did you think you'd be able to control the laws better than me? Someone who's wielded them for centuries. Ren's brows furrowed slightly. This was proving to be more troublesome than he had anticipated. Bang. Ren's body flew several meters back. When his body stabilized, Wayland appeared right behind him and pushed his only hand toward Ren's back. The space where his hand traveled fractured into several pieces. Whatever change you've gone through, it's far from enough. As soon as the palm made contact with Ren's back, his body shot off into the distance once more. While Ren's body was flailing about like a rag doll, there was no discernible expression on his face. However, there was noticeable blood streaking down the side of his mouth. Predictable. While in midair, Ren suddenly twisted his body and slashed behind him. Clank. Wayland's body appeared as he blocked the attack, and Ren finally stabilized himself. Extending his finger forward, the space around Wayland cracked apart, and golden streaks of tangible sword energy pierced at him like a porcupine. They came at him in all directions and at speeds that left one unable to react. Shio. 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 However, just as they were about to pierce his body, they came to an abrupt halt. Wayland broke into a grin as he took a closer look at the sword energies that surrounded him. How int? His face froze into a stone-like expression as his head shot up, and he looked at Ren. Whoa. At this precise instant, a powerful ripple spread across the area they were in, shattering the space around them into a number of separate fragments. The space had deteriorated to such an extent that one could actually make out Wayland's office behind it. Crack. As quickly as it could, the space made several attempts to fix itself, but as soon as the large sword appeared above Ren's head, it was unable to do anything other than continue to shatter and rebuild itself. It's that move again. Wayland immediately recognized the move as his eyes moved toward the hand that was no longer on his body. His internal laws surged to the surface in the form of golden runes, and a massive shield materialized in front of him. At the same time, Ren's cold gaze paused on Wayland. It's been a while since I've fought someone of this level. It seems like I'm still a bit rusty. The massive sword that was behind him continued to take shape and grow both more distinct and more substantial with each passing second. SHHHH. Ren drew his primary sword from its sheath as the second sword began to materialize behind him. Pack. 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 The sword shattered into thousands of pieces, all of which became completely detached from one another as they rose up a few meters from each other. The blade that Ren held in his hand grew in size as a thin layer of white film connected the shards of the broken sword from piece to piece, creating a larger sword. While staring at the white film covering his main sword, a sudden thought crossed Ren's mind. It's risky. If all goes bad, I might die. Those thoughts lasted seconds, and he put them into action. Sounds good. So what if he died? Wasn't that his goal to begin with? The outer white layer of the sword was obscured by a dark film that emerged from within Ren's body and covered it. It was demonic energy. Within minutes of making its appearance, the white film began to wiggle, and a destructive power that was on par with the enormous sword in the background began to spread. Impossible. Wayland watched everything that was taking place with a horrified expression on his face. The process of building up took only a few seconds in total. His original strategy was to defend the attack and then launch a counterattack shortly after when he was exhausted. However, he immediately abandoned that notion. I can't wait for him to attack. It was an obvious decision. His body suddenly materialized in front of Ren, and the barrier that had been forming in front of him vanished. His eyes gave off a dazzling white light. As he arched his back, he did not withhold anything. He clenched his fist tightly, gathered all the strength he could muster, and then punched out. Don't push your luck. Crack. Crack. Everything shattered. As soon as he released his grip on his fist, the space around him began to shatter, and the background of his office became more distinct. The paintings and pictures that were hung on the wall began to tremble, even if only very slightly, and the entire office began to shake. Whoa. The fist was aimed directly at Ren's face, and held nothing back. The sword behind him had only formed halfway, and he seemed to still be struggling to control his main sword, which was alternating between white and black. Taking note of this, Waylon held his breath in anticipation, but... Right, I knew this would happen. Ren's eyes, which had been fixated on the sword, moved away from it as he changed his focus. At that precise moment, the area around him began to warp, and the vacant gray pupils in his eyes concentrated on the punch that was drawing near. His expression remained unchanged despite the fact that the fist was drawing closer to his face. Move. Just one word in total. It was only one word, but as soon as he muttered it, golden runes appeared from the area around the fist and clamped onto it like a rope that pulled to the left, and the trajectory of the punch altered if ever so slightly. When Waylon saw this, his eyes widened, and just as he was about to take control of the laws, he felt something touch his forehead, and when he looked up he saw two dull gray pupils staring back at him. All of a sudden, everything came to a sudden standstill. How? With his finger placed right on Waylon's forehead, a ripple spread from the point of contact, which expanded all throughout the pocket space. You fell for it. The sword behind him disappeared, and so did the two energies around it. How? It was so fast that Waylon wasn't even able to react. And in that brief moment, time seemed to have stopped. Locking his eyes against the emotionless-looking Ren, Waylon watched as Ren's mouth parted open, and he muttered. Boom. Boom. Waylon's body vanished from view and then re-emerged far off in the distance, slamming into one of the buildings. Bang. Whack. He let out a pained groan. The moment he slammed into the buildings in the distance, the surrounding area began to flicker, and the background of the office became increasingly distinct. Fool. Ren murmured as he materialized directly in front of Waylon, who was pinned up against the wall of the building. Both his hair and the Akashic laws on his body were a mess, and his face was extremely pale. On the other hand, while Ren was also not in the most optimal of shapes, his condition was a lot better. CAK. 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 Stepping onto the ground, Ren's wings and the scales that covered his body began to retract in unison. He shrank to human size, regaining his human appearance in the process. He casually walked toward Waylon, who weakly raised his head. Why, you can't do this. Ren stopped in front of him and looked down at him with his eyes. The gaze felt oddly familiar to Waylon, who suddenly recalled. It was the same gaze at which he looked at Ren just before their fight started, and it was there that Waylon understood something. In his eyes, he was insignificant. Why can't I do this? The calmness in his voice made Waylon's face grow pale. If you kill me, Jezebeth will come. I am the last barrier that is preventing him to come. Oh. Ren had a sudden understanding, and his hand pressed against Waylon's face. Original last words. Crunch. His hand squeezed, and Waylon's face crushed under his hand. Even though there was a damp feeling all over his hand, Ren didn't appear to be bothered by it as he observed something peculiar. Is this how it is? As soon as he let go of Waylon's body, the scenery around him began to crumble, and he was suddenly back in the office. Ren didn't care in the least bit, as his eyes were focused on Waylon's body. There was a yellow orb levitating over his body, and he felt a familiar feeling coming from it. He, of course, knew what the orb was. He had seen it, and his eyes squinted. What's done is done. He took his eyes away from it and turned his head away. His gaze settled over a sizable mirror by the side of the office. He calmly walked toward the mirror and looked at himself. It had been a while since he'd last seen himself, and he'd almost forgotten that his hair and eyes were different from how they were back then. KHH. He was unaware of the amount of time that had passed since he stood in front of the mirror. However, as he maintained his focus on the mirror, he suddenly noticed that both of his hands were resting on his throat. Squeezing. KHH. The hold became increasingly tighter with each passing second, and even though he did not alter his expression in any way, he could clearly see the color fading away from his face. He felt tempted. Tempted to end it all at this moment. This was his chance to finally accomplish his long-awaited wish. He was just one squeeze away, but not yet. He let go of his throat. With his gaze still fixed on the mirror, he repeated. Not yet. Chapter 766, War in Idoania, 1. Quack. Awk. It's futile. Jezebeth beamed as he gazed at the protector, who was in his grasp. The look of utter disbelief and despair on their faces brought nothing more than joy to Jezebeth, who wanted to savor the moment for as long as possible. There was once upon a time when he looked at them with the same gaze. They reminded him of his past self. Shhhh. He suddenly became aware of a powerful force moving in his direction from the right. Jezebeth didn't even bother to look at the attack and instead simply raised his hand in response to it. Clank. The blade came to a stop on Jezebeth's hand, and dark blood dripped from his palm. Even though it hurt a little, Jezebeth didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to the discomfort. He just wanted to take in their expressions. He couldn't get enough of them. Come now. Don't struggle anymore when the results are already set in stone. He secured his grip on the sword and pulled it with his hand. Ach. As the second protector fell forward, he reached out with his free hand and grabbed hold of her neck, firmly securing it in his hand. Ah. Now, this is a sight I would die for. 2 protectors, and they were both in his grasp. Rumble. Just as he was savoring the view, the space around him began to warp, and 4 massive fissures appeared. The massive sun that was facing him shrank, and within the cracks that were created, 4 figures materialized. There were 2 orcs and 2 dwarves in the group. Jezebeth experienced a tremendous amount of pressure almost immediately after they made their appearance. Greater than what the 2 protectors he was holding in his hand had previously given him, and almost caused him to lose his hold on them. Demon King. The space filled with the sound of a voice that was both ancient and ethereal. It belonged to one of the Orson protectors. The sight of him made Jezebeth smile even more, and his head lowered. Ah, if it isn't the protector of the seat of patience. Ignoring Jezebeth's words, the protector's icy gaze passed over Jezebeth before pausing on the 2 protectors that he was holding in his grasp. His brows were drawn together, and the tone of his voice conveyed obvious dissatisfaction. Let them go. Oh. As the eyes of the 2 protectors in his hand changed, Jezebeth's expression shifted to one of obvious dissatisfaction. The despair and horror that were previously clouding their faces were gone. What pity. He nodded his head. Okay. Crack. Crack. He exerted pressure with his hands, and the bodies of the 2 protectors vanished from within his grasp as they disintegrated into yellow particles that floated in the space in front of him, leaving 2 yellow orbs in their place. Come. The 2 yellow orbs materialized in his hand as he extended his thin finger, and he observed them in a composed manner. I wonder what this does. He had always been curious about it, but no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't figure out what it was that they did. He attempted to absorb them, but they were not something that he could absorb, which was unfortunate given that the power that was concealed within them was something that could have helped him become more powerful. Oh, well. I might as well give this to my subordinates. Even though he was unable to absorb them, that did not mean they were useless to him. With the faint golden runes surrounding the orbs, if one was capable enough and studied them properly, they'd be able to come to a subtle understanding of the laws. If his subordinates managed to learn a bit about the laws, then. But is 2 enough? There were 7 clans and only 2 orbs, clearly, there weren't enough yet. He lifted his head and looked up at the other protectors, whose expressions had become distorted after the deaths of the previous 2 protectors. The atmosphere began to shift, and as a result, the skin on their bodies began to peel off. A tidal wave of power gushed forth from each of their bodies, and the space started to fluctuate wildly. You'll pay for that. Each one of them muttered in unison. Their voices in sync with one another. Oh. Jezebeth nodded disinterestedly. He'd heard it many times before. He shook his head and stared at the 4 protectors while he stuffed the 2 yellow orbs into his pocket. Come then. I need those yellow orbs of yours. Planet Idoania. This verdant paradise was the planet where the elite elven force had decided to settle in. It was a strategic point, strategically positioned to hold back the demons and Jezebeth from reaching planet Earth. The planet was blessed with lush forests, rolling hills, and crystalline rivers that sparkled in the sunlight. It was a breathtaking sight, a world that could make even the most stoic of individuals stop in awe. The sky was a deep shade of blue, without a single cloud in sight, and the air was perfumed with the scent of wildflowers and fresh grass. It was an idyllic paradise, where the soft breeze carried the songs of the birds and the rustle of the leaves. But this paradise was not meant to last. Rumble. Rumble. The ground shook, and the sky dimmed. The refreshing scent of flowers faded, replaced by a repulsive, iron-like scent that slowly took over the entire planet. Dark substances splashed and stained the verdant grass as limbs followed suit. Whack! Eck! Agonized screams reverberated through the air, and the ground shattered at every instance. A full-fledged war had taken over the entirety of the planet. In the midst of this chaos, Angelica stood her ground. She was surrounded by 3 elven warriors, who seemed to be struggling to contain her. Her eyes glowed mysteriously, and her brows furrowed at the sight of a silver streak heading her way. Shio. Angelica quickly moved her head to avoid the arrow, and just in time, she caught a glimpse of the arrow. Demonic energy sprang forth from her body, and just as she was about to retaliate, she sensed multiple attacks coming her way from all sides. Tisk. She clicked her tongue and stopped whatever she was doing. She brought her hand forward, and a small barrier formed in front of her. It was of translucent color and rather thick. The arrows came, and like the sound of someone tapping on a glass, the barrier rippled. But that was it. Tick. 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 That's it. Angelica cast her gaze over the elven warriors who stared at her barrier with a dumbfounded look. She gave them a nonchalant look before waving her hand once. Hey wah whack. As if tranced, one of the elven warriors turned around and stabbed his comrade. Blood spurted out, and the atmosphere froze. The elf snapped out of it and gazed at the scene with shock. What just happened? He muttered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Poochie. An arrow pierced him through his chest before he could figure out what had happened. His face froze, and he stared at the arrow impaled on his body with a look filled with disbelief. His figure fell to the ground shortly after, and Angelica's gaze shifted toward the furthest elven warrior. Thump. In her eyes, he was the most troublesome one. How should I handle this? Her gaze landed on the other elf, and thinking for a moment, a smile crept up on her pretty features. Twirling her body toward the elven warrior in the distance, Angelica charmingly smiled. That smile, however, didn't last for long as it soon froze. She witnessed the elven warrior suddenly fall over from the tree branch they were standing on, and a head slowly rolled in her direction. Poochie. Shortly after, she heard a sound coming from behind her, and her expression froze over. When she turned around, a demon appeared in her vision. He had short black hair and green eyes. His face was rather charming, and with 2 large wings and scales all over his body, he gave off a rather imposing presence. What are you doing? Angelica couldn't help but feel a sense of disgust as she took in the demon's appearance. His messy hair, crooked smile, and lackadaisical demeanor seemed to rub her the wrong way. If anything, his nonchalant attitude seemed to irritate her even further, making her face frost over. Hey, there. What do you want? She snapped. The demon merely smiled, his expression friendly and almost innocent. But Angelica wasn't fooled. She could see the manipulative glint in his eyes, the way he seemed to be enjoying her discomfort. Nothing much, he said, shrugging his shoulders. I'm just lending you a hand. I don't need your help. Angelica replied, her voice dripping with venom. You can go and help yourself out. Now, Angelica. The demon chided. Is that any way to treat your future fiancé? Angelica's teeth ground together at his words. The very thought of being betrothed to this demon made her want to gag. She had come to the demon world to train, to become stronger, not to be tied down in some political marriage. It hasn't been decided yet. The demon's smile didn't falter. True, but the decision will be made shortly after this war. I hope you're prepared. I'm not. Angelica snorted, turning away from the demon. She had no interest in her family's politics nor in the matter of producing an heir. Whoop. As she flapped her wings and took to the air, she couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. She had come to the demon world with a purpose, to become stronger and hone her skills. And she had been making progress, she was certain of it. But now, with the looming threat of a political marriage hanging over her head, she couldn't help but feel as though she had been pulled back into the very world she had been trying to escape. Angelica gritted her teeth, feeling a surge of anger rising up within her. As she flew further away from the demon, her mind couldn't help but drift back to the past, to a time when things had been simpler. When she had been able to focus solely on her training and nothing else. It seemed like a lifetime ago, even though it had only been a few months. Sigh. Angelica sighed, knowing that she couldn't dwell on the past. She had to focus on the present and on the task at hand. She was still far from reaching the Duke rank, but she was making progress, slowly but surely. If only. She bit her lip, a sense of frustration building within her. If only she didn't have to deal with all this political nonsense, she could devote all of her time and energy to her training. Chapter 767, War in Idoania, 2. In the skies above Idoania. You don't seem to be worried about what's going on. A demon spoke. His attention was drawn to the 3 elven figures that were positioned directly in front of him. There were also 6 additional demons standing next to him. The figures that stood in the sky each possessed a distinctive trait that set them apart from one another. Despite the fact that they were doing nothing, their presence completely overpowered those below. They were something that only the Demon King could subdue. Their presence was unlike that of any other prince-ranked demon, and all it took was a simple look from them to send one cowering away. They were the 7 heads of the demon clans. Patriarch of the clan of Envy, Prince Murdoch. Patriarch of the clan of Wrath, Prince Konjak. Patriarch of the clan of Sloth, Prince Ledvia. Patriarch of the clan of Pride, Prince Andrea. Patriarch of the clan of Greed, Prince Solbacon. Matriarch of the clan of Lust, Princess Lilith. Matriarch of the clan of Gluttony, Princess Adiphagia. Are you perhaps just confident in yourselves, or? Lifting his head up toward the sky, Prince Murdoch cracked a smile. Are you perhaps waiting for reinforcements to arrive? As he spoke, the air around the elven leaders became still, and you could see cracks appearing on their faces. The trio of elven figures included an elderly man with a long beard and a wooden staff, in addition to 2 younger elven figures. Both male and female, in separate instances. They gazed at the 7 demon heads with incomparable seriousness. You think that we're afraid of you? The elderly elven man spoke. He was the chief elder of the elves and his power was near the peak of SSS plus rank. Even so, as he faced the 7 leaders of the demon clans, he couldn't help but feel as though he was being suffocated. As though something was clamping at his throat and clenching tightly at his airways, preventing any air from passing through. The situation was the same for the 2 other elves who struggled to keep themselves composed. They were clearly not a match for them. They were not the only ones who grasped this concept. The 7 heads were well aware of this fact and gave off the impression that they were delighted with the present situation. You aren't afraid of us? Prince Murdoch spoke, his voice sounding like the whispers of a snake. The faces of the elven leaders changed the moment he spoke in such a tone, and a trace of fear flashed across their eyes. They were well aware of who he was. It was highly likely that he was the strongest of all the people present, and if there was a justification for why the clan of Envy was considered to be the strongest of all the demon clans, it was solely because of this one particular demon. A mere couple of words from him and the air around them distorted. His gaze fell on the chief elder, and his eyes were filled with ridicule. Your expression says otherwise, he said, extending his slender finger and pressing it against the air. Immediately, the air around them stilled, and the expressions of the 3 elven figures changed drastically. They felt as if a weight was pressing down on them, suffocating them. Shall we see the extent of your fear? Swoosh. A demon materialized right behind him just as he was about to press his hand against the air. Prince Murdoch stopped himself, and he looked at the demon that had just appeared. Is something the matter? He didn't look displeased by the sudden interruption. Yes. The demon replied, casting a glance at the 6 other heads and the elven heads in the distance before moving toward Prince Murdoch. As he got closer to him, he uttered something in a low whisper, which caused Prince Murdoch's brows to furrow. Pondering for a moment, Prince Murdoch relayed the information to the other heads via telepathy after casting a glance in their direction. Do as you fit. Prince Konjak, the head of the Pride clan, replied with a disinterested look. In contrast to Prince Murdoch, who was a rather handsome figure, he was a burly demon with sideburns. His hair was short, and he sported a single horn. Let the strategist handle the matter. It was a woman's voice, and it came straight from Princess Adiphagia, the head of the Gluttony clan. Her form was enormous, even more so than that of Prince Konjak, whose stature towered over those of the other characters, and her eyes, which were obscured by her puffed-up cheeks, were difficult to see. She was similarly displaying an expression of disinterest, and all she did was cast a glance at Prince Murdoch before continuing. This isn't a matter that needs our attention. Let the strategist handle the matter. He hasn't failed us so far, and His Majesty seems to put a lot of trust in him, so let him handle the matter. Is their opinion the same as what you are thinking? Prince Murdoch took a look at the heads next to him. He could feel their gaze on him, and he saw them nod at him, which caused his eyes to flash. I see. He nodded his head and returned his gaze toward the demon that had relayed the message. He was a prince-ranked demon, but he was no different than a bug in his eyes. You've heard them. Inform them and the strategist of the situation. He should be able to handle the situation. Understood. The demon displayed a humble bow while flapping his wings. His form quickly vanished from sight as it dissolved into the atmosphere and became indistinguishable from it. Despite his disappearance, Prince Murdoch was easily able to follow him with his gaze. Let the strategist handle the matter, huh? Before turning his attention back to the elven leaders, his eyes suddenly lit up with something that no one could identify. He then smiled at them and nodded his head as his gaze turned back to the elven leaders. Sorry for that, he said, a smirk playing on his lips. It looks like the reinforcements that you've been waiting for have finally arrived. Not a moment after his words faded, a crack formed in the distance. Crack. It was a magnificent building crafted from silks of a variety of vibrant colors and adorned with intricate gold embroidery. The spacious interior was softly illuminated by flickering torches, which cast a warm glow over the opulent furnishings that were contained within. We're currently pushing back the elves, so it's only right that we send more forces to clean them up before the reinforcements arrive. We won't have time. By the time they come, it'll already be too late to pull them back. The centerpiece of the tent was a hulking oak table that had been buffed to a mirror-like sheen and was surrounded by an assortment of elaborately carved chairs. On the table was a map of the region that had been spread out with various flags and symbols placed on it to indicate where the troops had been moving and where the strategic locations were. It was currently surrounded by several demons who seemed to be in deep discussion. I'm telling you, we should attack now and not waste time. Kill them before they get a chance to reverse things. That'll put us in a bad position. The walls of the tent were adorned with 7 different types of tapestries, and nearby were shelves that were stocked with leather-bound books and old scrolls. There was a cozy, woodsy aroma in the air, thanks to a small brazier in the far corner of the room. There was also a silver tray of refreshments sitting on a nearby side table, which featured a variety of unusual fruits, cheeses, and wines. A diminutive figure with black hair that reached the shoulders and a white mask sat at the far end of the table. The figure's sharp gaze moved quickly between the map and the various demons that were present in the room. It wasn't the white mask that was on his face that was most striking about him, rather, it was the deep green eyes that shone through behind the mask. None of those around him had the courage to look the men in the eyes. There was something off about them, and it seemed as though he could see right through them whenever his gaze was directed in their direction. The mood was tense, and the person seated at the end of the table drew the attention of everyone's gaze at various points throughout the conversation. He seemed to be deep in thought. The tent became increasingly silent as time passed, and eventually, the only sounds that could be heard were the scraping of quills on parchment and the wails of those that fell on the battlefield far off into the distance. The figure finally opened his mouth. So you're saying that reinforcements from the orcs and dwarves will be coming shortly? Yes, strategist. One of the demons that were present in the room responded. It turned out that he was the same prince-ranked demon who had communicated the news to the leaders of the clan, and he was actually one of the bodyguards who had been assigned to the strategist. The unexpected news caused the strategist's frown to deepen. In spite of this, he did not seem very anxious about the news. He sat down and calmly tapped his finger over the wooden table while at the same time carefully examining the map that was in front of him. Tap. 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 With each tap of his finger, a peculiar unease began to spread throughout the room. In the midst of the silence in the room, the tapping continued and gradually picked up speed, increasing the unease in the room. Tap, 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 tap. There's not enough information yet. When his finger finally came to a stop, something caught the strategist's attention, and his eyes flashed. Raising himself to his feet, he turned to look at the other demons before turning his gaze away from them. He then proceeded to move toward the opening of the tent, where he eventually stopped. Everyone followed his movements without saying a single word. When he opened the tent, allowing a small gap between the 2 pieces of fabric, bright sunlight entered the tent and illuminated it. At the same time, the strategist emerged from the tent and raised his head to look far into the horizon. Crack. His attention was immediately drawn to 5 enormous cracks in the sky that continued to grow larger with each passing second. The entirety of the battlefield came to a standstill, and the strategist proceeded to slowly place his hand over his mask and remove it, thereby revealing his flawlessly white skin and human face. His eyes narrowed as he stared into the distance at the fractures, and he mumbled something to himself. They're slower than I predicted. Chapter 768, Changes on Earth, 1. Cr. Crack. Crack. It was a sight unlike any other. The sky, once a serene blue, was now cracking and breaking apart, revealing a jagged, gaping chasm that seemed to stretch from horizon to horizon. The edges of the crack glowed with an ethereal light as if searing heat emanated from the depths of the celestial rupture. "What's going on?" whispered someone in the crowd. "The sky. It's..." stuttered another. As the people stood there, frozen in awe, strange things began to happen. Rustle. Rustle. The crack pulsed and writhed, and one could hear a sound like the rustling of wings or the whispering of ghosts. And then, from the depths of the crack, something emerged, something huge and tangible, almost like a wave. Hey! Leon punched Ram, who was beside him. His gaze was currently drawn toward the crack in the sky. It was expanding by the second. "I'm not seeing this, right?" Ram shook his head, secretly taking a big gulp. There was something unsettling about the situation, and his lips trembled. You have any idea of what's happening?" No. Leon shook his head. "I think it's best if..." Just as he was about to finish his sentence, the crack exploded into bits, and the wave that formed above came crashing down from the sky. Crash! The wave was so powerful that it sent the people scattering in all directions. Accompanying the wave were screams of terror which resounded throughout. Pieces of the sky fell directly down to earth, and everyone fell into a state of panic. "Oh, shit!" Leon muttered, staring at the approaching wave. He wanted to run, but he couldn't. The wave was too fast and too large for him to avoid. By the time a second had gone by, the wave was already upon him, and he reflexively closed his eyes, thinking this would be his last. Whoosh! But just as he closed his eyes, he felt a passing breeze, and the mana inside of his body boiled. It was like a furnace had been lit inside him, and he could feel the power coursing through his veins. Huh. When he opened his eyes again, he was shocked to see that he was still alive. "I didn't die. What's going on?" He looked around him, checking to see if Ram was still fine. To his surprise, the screams of terror had completely died down, and when he looked around, he saw everyone with the same surprised expressions. What happened? Leon overheard Ram's absent-minded mutterings, and he turned his head toward him. He observed him closely but found that nothing was strange with him. The same went for Ram, who observed Leon just as closely. Just as the two were about to open their mouths, their eyes bulged simultaneously. It was as if they noticed it at the same time. The two of them quickly closed their eyes and felt the mana in the air. Moments after closing their eyes, they both opened them up again in shock. Staring at each other, their mouths turned agape. I'm not tripping, am I?" Ram's voice was barely above a whisper. "No. You're not tripping." Leon shook his head at Ram's words, his face filled with shock. Looking around and seeing the shocked expression on several other individuals, his mouth slowly opened. The mana in the air definitely became many times denser than before. Ugh. I was aware of everything that was going on the entire time. I was there, so I not only saw everything that took place, but I also saw the final moments. For a fleeting instant, the thought crossed my mind that this might be the end for me. There was nothing that stopped him from ending it all when I no longer had control over my body. During that moment, I really thought it'd be it for me. I thought that everything that I worked for would come crashing down at that moment, so... Why? Why did you not go through with it? I could not shake the question from my mind. I was extremely curious as to what had caused such a shift in attitude, given that I had previously attempted everything to change his mind. What was it that made him change his mind? Was it Kevin? Was he the one responsible for the sudden change? Ugh. I let out another groan as I felt the tips of my fingers and attempted to prop up the rest of my body from the ground. The entirety of my body hurt, and I was so stiff that I could hardly move. I knew that several of my bones had been fractured, and despite the fact that I had just consumed a potion, I also knew that I would still require some additional time to recuperate completely. Fuck. In spite of the excruciating pain, I was able to force myself toward the nearest wall and lean my back against it. I forced myself to take a few deep breaths in order to overcome the excruciating pain that was permeating my entire body. It was painful, but I was well versed with pain. Something of this magnitude did not bother me nearly as much as it would have quite some time ago when I was still at the lock. It isn't too bad. I started by looking around the room. It was in a state that was still acceptable. It looked like a few paintings and some papers had been knocked over, but other than that, there wasn't much damage. It just looked like a light breeze had come through the room, knocking the insignificant stuff down. Despite that. What is this? My attention was drawn to a particular yellow orb that floated in midair above the wooden floor. Although I was quite a distance away from it and found that I was unable to move closer to it, as I observed it, I got the impression that I was already familiar with it. Familiar golden runes and words floated around the orb, and I found myself unable to tear my gaze away from it. For some strange reason, it resonated with something within my body, and I stretched my hand toward it. Come. I uttered subconsciously as if I were in a trance. What was shocking, however, was the fact that the orb listened to my words. The orb responded to my command as if it were a sentient being and moved in my direction, drifting closer to me. Before coming to a halt, it hovered just a hair's breadth above the palm of my hand. A gentle pulse swept through the air, and I let out another breath. I didn't know when, but that breath was soon followed by another, and I was soon breathing heavily. This orb. There was something about the orb. I couldn't place what was causing it, but I noticed that my vision was becoming increasingly blurry, and I couldn't take my eyes off the runes and words that were surrounding the orb. I wasn't certain if I was hearing correctly or not at that moment, but I noticed gentle whispers lingering in the air, and I slowly brought my hand to a close. Swoosh. Immediately after my hand came to a close, another gentle golden pulse radiated through the air, sweeping through every corner of the room and spreading outwardly, reaching areas around the room I was in. This. At that precise moment, both my eyes suddenly became crystal clear, and a surge of power rushed through my body, filling every nook and cranny of it. The wounds that had formed inside of my body started to heal at an alarming rate, and before I knew it, I had fully recovered. In addition to that, I felt a rapid expansion of the laws that were within my body. If before the ratio between demonic energy and laws were uneven, now the laws were almost on equal terms with the demonic energy in terms of quantity. Ugh. That. The two energies within my body started to compete with one another, so although it was a positive development, it also turned out to be quite a troublesome matter. To keep the two energies from clashing against one another, I had to concentrate extremely hard, and despite my best efforts, it was taking a significant toll on my body. Shit. I let out a curse through my clenched teeth. This presented quite a challenge, but as if that weren't enough, all of a sudden, I became aware of a distinct cracking sound emanating from further away, and I cocked my head in that direction. It's starting. The sight that appeared before me was beyond anything I could have possibly imagined. Despite this, rather than being shocked, I was more surprised by what I saw. I had a premonition that the moment I killed Waylon, something similar to this was going to take place. I made the decision not to work with him due to this factor as well. Before we turned against each other, the two of us could have easily used each other to defeat Jezebeth. The fact that this was taking place right now was the reason why I did not choose to go with such an option. Swoosh. The sky began to tear apart, and I felt a lingering breeze brush past my body. It invigorated each and every part of my body, and I could feel the mana within my body beginning to boil. Even though it wasn't happening very quickly, the mana that was contained within me began to grow and become more fluid. This is. I smiled at the feeling. It was exactly as I thought. Good. Clank. Dad, what's going, huh? What are you doing on the ground? Where's my dad? Right at that moment, the door flung open, and in walked Emma. It wasn't until she saw that I was the only one in the room that her panic subsided, and she stopped looking around the room. Ah. When I felt her gaze on me, I opened my mouth to respond, but I found that I was unable to say anything. I gave it one more shot, this time taking a deep breath to calm myself down, but I got the same result. There was something stopping me from speaking. What's wrong with you? Emma asked, noticing the abnormality in me. Before I met her gaze, I forced a mouthful of saliva down my throat. I bit the inside of my lower lip and then cast my eyes downward before closing them. This is going to be troublesome. He went out to check out the situation. Chapter 769, Changes on Earth, 2. Ashton City Community Orphanage. The dimly lit candles within the chapel flickered continuously, casting an eerie glow over the interior. The alternating orange and black hues of the room created an unsettling atmosphere, one that was heightened by the silence within. The only sound that could be heard was the gentle whistling of the wind outside, which seemed to creep in through the cracks and crevices of the old building. Clank. As the minutes ticked by, the silence was suddenly broken by a loud clank. A certain door within the chapel burst open, and a nun rushed out from it. Oh, no, no, no. No. She had a panicked expression on her face, her eyes wide with fear. No, no, how can it be? There was a certain madness in her face as she muttered to herself in a voice barely above a whisper. Her words were barely coherent, as if she were speaking to someone who wasn't there. It must be a mistake. The nun's pace quickened as she moved across the chapel, her feet making little noise on the stone floor. No. 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 Her gaze was fixed on a certain statue, and as she drew closer, her expression grew even more desperate. With trembling hands, she clasped her hands together and fell to her knees. Thump. Protector. She whispered, her voice barely audible. Her eyes burned with reverence as she looked up at the statue, which towered over her from above. The statue was her faith, the embodiment of all that she held sacred. And yet, just moments before, she had felt her faith shaken. She wasn't sure why, but the feeling had been so strong that she couldn't ignore it. Believing that she had sinned in some way, she rushed toward the statue in order to amend her mistake. Crack. It was right when she was about to pray that a sharp sound shattered the quiet of the chapel. The nun's gaze shot to the statue, her eyes widening in horror. Cracks had formed on the outer shell of the statue, spiderwebbing out in all directions. The sight froze the nun, whose expression paled considerably. Protector, she whispered, her hoarse voice echoing within the empty chapel. Her eyes shook slightly as she felt her throat become dry, all semblance of energy leaving her aged body. Crack. Crack. More cracks formed on the statue, further shocking the nun, who simply gazed at the statue in utter shock. She found herself unable to move, and by the time a minute had passed, the statue was littered with cracks. It can't be. With each crack that formed on the statue, the more the nun's expression changed. It was as if the statue were a living being, and the nun could sense its pain. Wobble. No. She cried out, rushing toward the statue. She could feel that it was soon going to fall. No. She hugged the statue, trying her best to stop it from falling. She was desperate. The statue represented her faith, her beliefs, and her very being. If it broke apart, so would she. She couldn't allow it to happen. But. No. See, crack. It was a crack like the many others that had littered the statue, but once this crack formed, the entire structure of the statue collapsed. No. Rumble. Over 1,000 different pieces crumbled down, unable to remain in a single form anymore. No. The nun screamed, watching the statue before her eyes collapse. What was even worse was the fact that the many pieces of rock directly crashed onto her, burying her beneath the rubble. Her scream didn't last for long, and silence returned to the chapel. The only part of the nun that wasn't buried was her hand, which was outstretched to the side as if pleading for help. One that would never come. Om, om, om. Several blue orbs appeared following the collapse of the statue. They were the size of a marble, and they levitated right above where the statue used to be. As the blue orbs hovered above the shattered remains of the statue, their glow illuminated the chapel, casting an eerie light on the walls and pews. The orbs pulsed with otherworldly energy as if they were alive and searching for something. Suddenly, the orbs began to spin around each other, their blue light intensifying with each rotation. They moved faster and faster, creating a vortex of energy that crackled with the wind. The air in the chapel grew thick with tension, as if something significant was about to happen. The nun's body lay buried under the rubble, but even in death, she seemed to be aware of the strange events unfolding around her. Swoosh. 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 With a final burst of light, the orbs shot away from the statue, streaking through the air like shooting stars. They passed through the walls of the chapel as if they were not there, disappearing into the night. The moment the orbs vanished, the chapel was plunged into silence once more. Swoosh. The candles flickered and went out, leaving the chapel shrouded in blackness. But the darkness was not the only thing that engulfed the chapel. As the orbs disappeared, a deep rumbling sound filled the air, and the ground beneath the chapel began to shake violently. Rumble. Rumble. The clanking sound echoed through the chapel once more, growing louder and more insistent. The walls began to crack and crumble, and the pews were tossed about like twigs in a storm. The roof of the chapel began to cave in, and debris rained down upon the shattered remains of the statue. Crash. The chapel collapsed. Union Tower, top floor. Octavius sat in his high-back chair, looking calm and serene as he flipped through the papers that lay scattered in front of him. Flip. Flip. His long, slender fingers delicately turned the pages as he studied each one with a languid gaze. There was no hint of expression on his face, and his features remained blank as he sifted through the documents. Suddenly, his brows furrowed as he sensed something out of place. His eyes, usually calm and hazy, flicked toward the window behind him, and his expression shifted slightly. Rising to his feet, he approached the window and looked out at the sky. A large crack had appeared, and it was rapidly expanding. "What's going on?" Octavius murmured to himself, his voice low and unusually grave. He stepped closer to the window, peering at it intently as he tried to discern what was happening. But before he could get any closer, the crack widened even further, revealing a shocking sight. A tangible wave of mana. Octavius felt his body freeze in place as the wave crashed down around him. It was as though he was standing on the shore of the ocean, watching as a powerful wave came crashing down on the sand. But this was different. The wave seemed to be unable to affect the surroundings, appearing more like a projection than anything else. Swoosh. The mana splashed everywhere, washing over the earth like a giant wave. Octavius felt his own mana levels surge, increasing rapidly and without warning. He could feel himself getting closer and closer to the threshold of SSS-, just one step away from the pinnacle of power. But then, out of nowhere, a blue orb appeared in front of him. Thine. It hurtled towards him with a speed that he couldn't react to, and before he could even attempt to dodge, it slammed into his forehead with a jarring impact. Ugh! Octavius grunted, his head recoiling backward as he tried to process what had just happened. As he hung in the air, the space around him began to shift and fluctuate wildly. Memories flooded his mind, and a pain that he thought he had long since buried started to resurface in his chest. Ha! Ha! He gasped for air, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he tried to keep his composure. Suddenly, his eyes cleared, and forgotten feelings began to rise up within him. His expression changed rapidly, alternating between a smile, a frown, and tears that threatened to spill down his cheeks. In just a few seconds, he went through a myriad of emotions before finally settling on a smile that was accompanied by tears. He gazed at his hands, feeling a sense of exhilaration that he had never experienced before. All of a sudden, his body trembled, and so did his mouth as he silently mumbled to himself. I'm free. Apartment 1576. Currently, Liam's expression was utterly solemn. If anyone saw the expression on Liam's face, they would be utterly astounded, as they had never before witnessed such uncommon gravity from him. His brows knit together even more tightly, and he tightened his jaw. It seemed as though the more time that went by, the more serious his expression became. The scowl on his face transformed into a troubled one as he massaged his forehead. A massive door made of metal was there in front of him. The source of his problem, a miniature keypad that one would use to enter their passcode located on the handle of the door. Should I just destroy it? He felt tempted. Lowering his hand, he stared at his hand, which was vibrating constantly. Moving the hand closer to the door, it passed through it for just an inch before he stopped himself. Maybe not. It had been close to 3 hours since he stood outside of his apartment, and no matter how many times he pressed the code, the door would not open for him. This presented a bit of a problem for him since he needed to use the restroom. What useless piece of paper. The fact that he had the keycode written down in his wallet was the most vexing aspect of the matter. Yet, for some strange reason, it didn't seem to be working. Is the door faulty? There could be no other explanation. It had to be that. I think it's best if I call someone. He rummaged through his pocket in an attempt to find his phone. When he went to retrieve his phone, the furrows between his brows deepened further. Is this my phone? It was a pink phone covered in a variety of different-sized heart stickers. At first glance, it didn't seem like his phone, however, he could not quite remember how his phone looked. Perhaps, he had been in a phase when he bought the phone. It's not too bad. He convinced himself that it wasn't as bad as it looked. Rather, the more he looked at it, the more he found himself liking it, and he soon convinced himself it was indeed his phone. He tapped the screen. Now. The moment he caught a glimpse of the wallpaper on the phone, his face stiffened on the spot. It was a photograph of Ren's back. The fuck? His entire body began to shake, and he came dangerously close to hurling the phone across the room. He was now confident that whatever he was holding wasn't his phone. Swoosh. Whose phone is th? Awk. Right when he was trying to determine what to do with the phone, a bluish orb materialized out of thin air and stabbed Liam in the head. Almost instantaneously after that, his head jerked back, and he stumbled forward a few steps. What was that? He came to a stop just as his back was turned to the wall, and he looked around him in disbelief. Did someone sneak up on him unexpectedly? Huh. Suddenly, as he looked at the phone while blinking his eyes a few times and staring at it, memories came flooding back into his head. He finally knew who this phone belonged to. It belonged to Leopold's daughter. Not only that. That's the wrong apartment. He also realized he was in the wrong apartment. It wasn't the one in front of him that belonged to him, rather, it was the one that was 2 doors down from it. I see. He put the phone back and walked toward his apartment, but just as he had taken a couple of steps, he froze on the spot. Hold on a second. His eyes opened wide, and his head snapped up. My memories. Chapter 770, Changes on Earth, 3. What? Really? That foo. With what was happening outside at the moment, it wasn't hard to convince Emma that her father had gone out to check on the situation. Why did he just leave without telling me anything? He hasn't changed at all. She grumbled several times, but in the end, she gave up and accepted the situation. It was good that she did. As I listened to her mutter and groan about her father's sudden disappearance, I felt a pang of guilt rise up inside of me. It wasn't so much from the fact that I, or the other me, had killed Waylon, but rather from the fact that now the 2 people whom she cared for the most had both passed away. Her life. It was really pitiful when one thought about it. Should I tell her the truth later, or should I just change her memories? I didn't think the second option was feasible. Whether or not I made an effort to conceal the information from her, she was going to find out about her father's disappearance in one way or another. How should I tell her the news? That was the biggest problem. I couldn't just tell her that her father was someone known as the protector of the seat of diligence and was the one responsible for the deaths of millions of humans. He was also the same person who murdered her mother once he realized she was no longer of any use to him, and the only reason he kept her close to him was because of her talent, which was worth nurturing. She always did seem to lag a bit behind the others. I guess he must have slowed down her path forward on purpose. Ugh. I groaned and ruffled my hair. The situation was more troublesome than I anticipated. If only Kevin was here. He was the one who was good at handling these types of matters. What are you going to do now? Overhearing Emma's voice, I turned to look at her. Her expression seemed to have recovered, and her eyes were on me. I pursed my lips. I think I'll go back. I got what I wanted already. Oh, I see. Emma nodded her head. Do you want me to follow you out? No, it's okay. I shook my head, refusing her offer. To be honest, I'd rather not interact with her at the moment. I found myself struggling to think of how to break the news of her father's passing to her. In the end, I chose to leave and think of the solution later. I'm sure I can think of a way. My expectations weren't very high. All right then. I won't see you out. We parted ways not long after that, Emma and I both. After reappearing right in front of her mansion, I turned around and looked back at it while sighing. This really was troublesome. You're back. When I got back home, the first person I saw was Amanda. She seemed happy to see me. She had her hair pulled back into a ponytail and wore a nice apron. Seeing her like this brought a nice change. Especially after what I just went through. Are you cooking something? Amanda nodded her head. Though her expression didn't give it away, I could tell that she seemed rather excited. I knew her long enough to know how she felt, despite not showing it outwardly. That being said, you don't seem to be surprised by what happened outside. Oh, that. Amanda's body paused. When she turned her head cocked a little. I was shocked at first, and I tried to call you several times, but you didn't answer. You did. I took out my phone and noticed several missed calls. I smiled wryly at the sight. This was my bad. What happened after that? Nothing much. With a little shrug of her shoulders, Amanda patted her hand on her apron. I figured you were busy since you're the Alliance head. That's fair. After going into the kitchen, Amanda returned with a large cake in her hands. It was not very big, about the size of a football, and it appeared to be piled high with whipped cream. My eyes lit up at the sight, and I sat down on the sofa. I like cakes. Rubbing my hands together, I leaned back on the sofa. Pondering over something, I turned my attention back toward Amanda. Still, that doesn't explain why you don't seem surprised by it. Well, I've seen far more shocking things. Amanda looked at me and smiled. When I noticed that what was happening was harmless and the mana density increased, I went back to making the cake. She suddenly pursed her lips and her brows furrowed. I almost burned it because of it. She seemed rather resentful at that fact. Oh. I nodded my head and took a small slice of the cake. The taste was rather good. She had come a long way from the times when she would add far too much cinnamon to her food. It was very sweet. You've improv. I stopped halfway through my sentence. Looking at Amanda's plate, which was filled to the brim with cake, my mouth twitched. This girl. Noticing my gaze, Amanda brought her spoon to my mouth. You want some? I'm good. I still have my own piece. Oh. Amanda looked at my plate and frowned. Is that enough for you? You don't think? My size was what someone would call normal. In comparison to hers, which practically filled the entire plate, it looked like nothing. Just when did she turn into such a glutton, and where did all of that food go? When I looked at Amanda, she seemed to be as fit as ever. Rather, it seemed that she had lost a little bit of weight. What's going on? Hold up. Amanda extended her hand toward my mouth and pressed her finger against the side of my lips. She brought her finger, which was now filled with cream, to her mouth after tracing it down the side of my lips. I looked at her in complete bewilderment, and as if she could read my mind, Amanda frowned and reprimanded me. Eat your food. It's rude to look at others while eating. All right. Letting out a sigh, I took a bite of the cake. For some reason, it tasted a lot more bitter. Do you resent me? It was a question that came abruptly, and I had a hard time processing it. I had just hopped on to visit my family and saw my dad sitting on the sofa with the lights turned off. Apparently, Nola and Mom had gone outside together. I don't get what you mean. Resent you? Why would I ever resent you? I sat myself down on the sofa and looked directly into my father's eyes. He stared back at me, and despite my best efforts, I couldn't quite make out what he was thinking. He was one of the few people I could never find myself able to read. I'm sure you know this, but I find it very hard to express myself. It's something I've been trying to work on for quite a long time, and despite my efforts, I still struggle with it. I quietly listened to my father's words. Indeed, he wasn't one to express his emotions often. He was sort of like how Amanda was at first. Perhaps it was because of him that I felt so comfortable around her. I know, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. He didn't need to express himself for me to understand that he cared for me. His actions spoke louder than his words. The fact that they were willing to shoulder such debts just for me to enter the lock was enough to make me understand. I'm glad you feel that way. I may not express it, but I am truly happy with who you have become. I'm a little embarrassed that I wasn't able to do better, but when I say that I'm proud of what you've achieved, I mean it. He silently smiled, and rummaging through his pocket, he took out a certain something and handed it to me. What's this? Happy birthday. I looked up in surprise. Birthday. Today was my birthday. Wait, was that why Amanda made a cake today? Click. The lights turned on, and a few faces I was familiar with showed up all of a sudden. Happy birthday. Following the strategist's orders, members of the Lust clan will be heading in the Dwarven portal's direction. To reiterate, members of the Lust clan should travel in the northwestern direction toward where Dwarven portal is located. A raspy voice echoed within the mind of every demon within the Idoania. Head toward the Dwarven portal. Spurt. Tearing her gaze away from the elf in front of her, who slumped shortly after, Angelica's head raised up. She scowled when she heard the command, but when she turned her head and saw everyone else in her clan flying in the air and listening to the command, she had no choice but to do the same. How odd. Angelica's brows furrowed as she observed her clansmen moving about without making a great deal of commotion. It was the first time she had seen members of her clan be this obedient, and she could only speculate that it was because of this so-called strategist. To be completely honest, she did not know very much about him. She only knew two things about him: one, that he was someone whom the Demon King had personally recruited, and 2, that their record was impeccable, with not a single loss under their name. Not only that, but some rumors had it that even the clan chiefs respected him. This was not something that she could ignore, and it baffled Angelica. The fact that he had built his reputation over the course of a few years was the most surprising aspect of this matter. It served as further evidence of the formidable nature of the person who acted as this strategist. I should try to report this to Ren when I return. She had a great deal of information that she needed to impart to him. During her time in the clan, she became embroiled in a number of political disputes and came to learn a lot of things. If not for the war, things would have been. Should I be happy or annoyed by the war? She was a demon, but after coming back home, she was more than certain that her decision to join Ren was the right one. There you are. Angelica turned around just as she heard a voice coming from behind her. When she turned her head, she was confronted by the person she had hoped to avoid seeing the most. Why are you following me? Didn't I tell you before? The answer is no. Angelica's facial expression distorted. She was becoming more and more annoyed by his antics. It was obvious that all he cared about was the position he'd gain after marrying her due to the influence her mother held, and Angelica understood this. The fact that he didn't even try to conceal his intentions was what made Angelica loathe him even further. It's fine if you refuse. In the end, it's not up to you. The area around the two of them distorted, and at the same instant, both of them came to a stop. When she looked up ahead, she saw a crack form in the air above her that slowly expanded to reveal over 10 different dwarves wearing large suits that towered over her figure. They were all holding a device in their hands, and it was pointed in their direction. The air began to warp right at the very tip of the device, and Angelica's expression changed drastically. Ah. Whying. 10 large beams headed her way. Shit. Chapter 771, Changes on Earth, 4. Alliance Headquarters. There's a sudden situation. This is the perfect time to strike the demons. I have just been informed that our forces and the demons in Idoania have engaged in full-scale warfare against one another. Even though there have been no requests for additional support, the situation appears to be rather grim. The Demon King is currently engaged in combat with the leaders of our race. The mana on this planet also seemed to have drastically increased. Do you have any idea of what happened, Ren? One at a time, please. I massaged my head while I stared at the 3 projections in front of me. They were Gervis, Malin, and Brutus. The heads of the 3 races on Earth. The 3 of them had different facial expressions at the moment and were talking over one another, but I roughly understood what had occurred. I looked at Malin. So you're saying a war broke out on this planet called Idoania and that the Demon King is currently fighting against all of your race leaders? That's correct. Malin, who was hidden behind the holographic projection, nodded her head. After staring at her for what seemed like an eternity, I eventually leaned against the back of my chair. I had a sudden thought. There are 7 protectors, but as far as I can tell, there is only one on Earth. If I'm not mistaken, then it seems highly likely that the race leaders of the 3 different races are the other protectors, right? It was a possibility. If not, why would Jezebeth opt to move to them before heading down to Earth? The more I thought about it, the more obvious it seemed. In the same manner, as on Earth, the protectors kept a close eye on the 3 other races in order to ensure that they remained in their proper place. Clean up and oppress those who have talent. Their surveillance wasn't something that was exclusive to human beings alone, but it did affect the other races as well. It was also abundantly clear that the protectors placed a higher priority on the other races than they did on us, as evidenced by the fact that there was only one protector watching over us as opposed to the 2 others for each race. Not that I blamed them. After all, mana was something that humans had only very recently begun to interact with. In addition, our population was noticeably lower than theirs. It only made sense. I turned to look at Gervis. Yes, the mana in the atmosphere did indeed become a lot denser. I don't know why, but I've received several reports from our side that many have broken through because of it. Oh. Is Octavius one of them? Yes. I replied with a short nod. Not even a day after my other self killed Waylon, a large phenomenon swept over the city, and Octavius broke through to SSS- rank. The news of his breakthrough was met with a great deal of enthusiasm, and some news articles even suggested that he ought to take the reins as leader of the Alliance in light of his recent success. If only they knew. He's broken through to the next rank, and so have several other people. What about you? Same for us. Gervis heartily laughed. With Inferno gone, everything has been going quite smoothly for us. After the mana density rose, almost all of us experienced a large increase in our powers. Although I don't know what brought about this change, I'm all in for it. That's nice to hear. I gave him a friendly smile before turning my attention to Brutus. Even though he was hidden behind a projection, I was still able to feel his breath from where I was seated. With his sharp eyes focused on me, I sighed. You want to take advantage of this opportunity to attack the demons? Yes. The residual demonic energy in the atmosphere has become noticeably less potent as a result of the significant increase in mana density that has recently taken place. Even though we orcs didn't go through any of what you humans did, we didn't lose any strength, in contrast to the demons. If we take advantage of this opportunity, we will be able to eradicate all of the demons at once. His words had some reason behind them. If there were ever a better time to launch an assault, that time would be now. Not only did a good number of us become stronger, but because the mana was so concentrated, the demons were put in a position where they were at a disadvantage. Especially since the mana compressors needed to be tuned in order to convert the denser mana that had entered the atmosphere. There was only one problem with this situation. I looked toward the three of them, who were looking at me with expectant eyes. It seemed like they had already discussed the matter beforehand and were only waiting for my decision. I massaged the bottom of my chin and muttered my thoughts. We just came off a pretty big war, and if we suddenly get into another war right now, the people will start to riot. The situation is rather sensitive. Even though I couldn't say for certain that this was the case, it was safe to assume that the general populace would be anything but pleased with the news that another war was going to be declared. I was already able to picture all of the articles that would be written about me, calling me a war-hungry tyrant and other such things. Not that I cared. I've seen much worse things said about me in the media, and I've become somewhat desensitized to it all. As a matter of fact, I found them to be rather humorous. The vast majority of the time, all I would do to have a good laugh would be look at the news. Ren, we know that you've just gone through a war and that you're currently recuperating and mourning the losses, but this isn't an opportunity that can be wasted. There's no better time to strike now, and honestly, since we're the ones attacking, it shouldn't matter whether the citizens are happy or not. They won't be affected by all of this. In response to Gervis's statement, I tilted my head back to take a look at the other two. From the looks on their faces, it appeared as though they were all on the same page. I realized that I was the only one who held a contrasting viewpoint, and I adjusted the position of my chair accordingly. My office was completely silent for a brief period of time, as no one spoke at any point. I turned on the chip in my head and rapidly drummed my fingers across the surface of the wooden desk. Well over 100 distinct scenarios began playing over and over again in my head, and I went through each and every one of them very carefully, analyzing the benefits and drawbacks of each one. As the leader of the Alliance, I had many things to consider, and knowing the scope of the attack, I knew I couldn't go alone with my mercenary unit. It went without saying that I needed to bring most of the human domain's forces. What I needed to take into consideration was who should be left behind to defend the domain in the event that the demons decide to launch an assault when the situation deteriorates. Who to bring alongside me. Whether there was a trap set up by the demons. What the citizens would think of the situation and how to calm down the panic and riots that may ensue from the decision. When it came time to make a decision, there were a lot of factors that I needed to take into consideration, and just thinking about all of those factors made my head throb in pain. Thankfully, with the aid of the chip, I was soon able to come up with a decision. I let out a long breath. I can already tell that this is going to be a pain in the ass. But what wasn't? At this point, everything was a pain in the ass. Literally. So, have you made your decision? Malin's pearl-like voice reverberated through my office, and I looked at her. Staring at her for a good couple of seconds, I nodded my head. Yeah. I stood up from my seat. Let's get ready for war. Here. What's this? Raising my head to stare at Ryan, my gaze fell on the small bottle he placed over my desk. Ryan abruptly entered the room and placed a small bottle on my table as I was preparing a series of documents regarding the upcoming war for a general assembly with all the rankers present. This is the thing you asked me to analyze and replicate. With a little help from Melissa, we were able to alter its properties a bit. Faint recollections of a conversation I had a while back started to surface in my mind, and my eyes lit up. Isn't this? Yup. Ryan smiled. It's the serum used to create the super soldiers from the monolith. I figured you'd want to know about this. You're damn right. I picked up the bottle and carefully examined the liquid contained within. It was clear and resembled water, and as I shook the bottle from side to side, I observed how the liquid mirrored my movements and moved in tandem with the movement of the bottle. Rather smooth. Unlike the serum I took, which was rather viscous, this substance was rather smooth. How are the effects? Pretty good. If you inject it into someone, they'll follow your commands, but in a limited manner since it takes several dosages to completely take control over them. Recalling something, Ryan's brows jumped up. Ah, right. They also apparently work on demons and those from the other races. Good. Pleased with what I was hearing, I slid the potion over the desk. Ryan looked at me with a confused look. Don't you want it? I worked quite hard for it. I'm good. I shook my head while carefully observing the serum. While it was indeed good, I had no use for it. Memory manipulation was just as good, if not better. You keep it. I'm sure it'll come in handy, eventually. Sure. With a skeptical look, Ryan took the serum away. With some hesitation, he looked at me again before slowly putting it away. Are you sure you don't want it? Sure. Okay then. After storing the serum, Ryan placed another object on the desk. It resembled a tooth, and I was taken aback. This is. With a proud smile, Ryan nudged the tooth forward with his finger. A dimensional space. Ah. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a dimensional space. Fiddling with it, I was surprised to see that the space within it was quite large. What is this for? Isn't it obvious? Ryan placed the dimensional space directly in his mouth and clenched his teeth multiple times. The sound of his teeth grinding together rang throughout the room. An emergency dimensional space. You know, just in case something happens. Oh. That. It was actually quite a neat invention. Scanning him with my eyes, I really couldn't detect the dimensional space inside of him. That was rather surprising. If I had back in my monolith days. I could only sigh while thinking about the past. Not bad. It really was a useful tool. Is there anything else that you want to report to me? Ah, yes. Ryan suddenly smacked his hand on his forehead. The assembly is full, and you're going to be late if you stay here any longer. I abruptly stood up from my seat. You foo. Chapter 772, Invading the Demon Domain, 1. I know it's sudden, but this is the best time to strike. The demon domain was the largest of the 5 domains that inhabited the surface of the planet. Although the human domain wasn't particularly small, the fact that mountains made up the majority of its land made it possible to argue that it was the smallest. There were several large known cities within the demon domain: Ramlet, Plintus, Kumza, and Hamsala. According to the information that I obtained from the others, that location served as the primary residence for the principal leaders of the demons. It would appear that each of them was protected by a prince-ranked demon, and the strength of their armies was nothing to scoff at. In fact, the full extent of their forces wasn't fully known by the 3 races, hence why ample preparation needed to be made beforehand. Currently, we have been assigned the task of invading the city of Plintus. I paused, taking in all of the looks that were being directed in my direction. The auditorium was packed, and countless gazes were fixed on me. The aura that each one of them contained was nothing to scoff at, with the lowest level being S rank. I would estimate that there were at least several thousand individuals in the auditorium. All of whom were looking at me with intense stares. They were the strongest people that remained, and their gazes didn't seem all that pleased with the sudden announcement. Having anticipated such a reaction, I did not mind their hostile expression and continued. Satellite imaging has been blocked due to the barrier that presides over the city, but from estimates, it's about the size of Ashton City. Several of the spies that we have planted have confirmed this with me, and a large mana compressor resides in the middle of the city. Our goal is to get rid of it. I paused, staring at the map in front of me carefully. So long as we manage to get rid of the mana compressor, then our mission can be said to be done. I then discarded the map and turned my attention to the audience. So. That was honestly all that I needed to say. What was important was how they would take in what I had said. What I was met with was absolute silence. I could tell from their expressions that they had numerous questions for me, so I nodded my head in response. If you have any questions, you can raise your hand, and I'll do my best at an. Swoosh. 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 My mouth twitched, and a wave of hands rose before I could finish my sentence. This might take a lot more time than I anticipated. You had a hard time. You think? I had the urge to give Ryan a swift smack on the crown of his head. Especially considering the fact that he was grinning like a fool and appeared to take pleasure in my misfortune while he did so. What happened to the obedient Ryan that I once used to know? TSK, teens. I don't get why you seem to be enjoying yourself. You should know that your workload just quadrupled because of what we're going to do. Ugh. Ryan's face fell at my words. It was now my turn to smirk. Not laughing anymore, are you? No, like, Ren. You know I'll die at this rate. You won't. I shook my head. You're a teen. At an age where sleep won't matter, so just work for me. At his age, I used to only sleep 6 hours a day. And now? I slept 3. Maybe he's having it too easy. No, you've got that part wrong. It's because I'm a teen that I need to sleep. I'm still growing. You forgot what day and age we're in. Just drink a couple of potions, and you'll be fine. No. Ren, you can't do this to me. Small Snake could do it, so why can't you? My workload is even greater than what he had back then. Have mercy. No. I shook my head and made my way toward the exit of the auditorium. I was obviously joking about letting him do all the work by himself. It was a lot of work, and while he could probably do it by himself, I didn't want him to die early. I planned on getting a few people to help him out. I wonder if he'll be happy to know that he's soon going to be the boss of someone. My mind flashed to a picture of him grinning broadly from ear to ear, but I forced the image out of my head as quickly as it had entered it. It wasn't something worth remembering. Well, at least I'm glad my worries were unfounded. All in all, although most people were dismayed by the sudden news of a new war, they all somehow managed to understand where I was coming from. The demons were a big threat, and since this was the best time to attack them, most of them agreed, albeit unwillingly. Ren, get ready. Approaching the exit, I heard Ryan's words, and I braced myself. I put my hand on the door handle and opened it, and as soon as I did, I saw a flash of light before my eyes. Click. 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 The clicking sound of camera shutters reverberated throughout, and I found myself surrounded by reporters. Alliance Head, can you please explain to us the situation? What's going on, Alliance Head? Are we going to another war when we just finished one? Alliance Head, don't you think the time is a bit too premature? We still haven't recovered from the losses of the war with the monolith. What makes you think that we are ready for another war? Alliance Head. Alliance Head. I was immediately bombarded with more than a dozen questions, and dozens of reporters crowded the area I was in, shoving their microphones toward my mouth in an attempt to get a response from me. My expression changed to one of displeasure, and I found myself coughing once. Cough. The shutters stopped, and so did the questions. Everyone looked at me with frozen expressions, and I silently let out a sigh. Moving closer to one of the mics, I spoke. I know you are all curious about the upcoming war, but don't be. While it is true that this war is going to be even harder than the one against the monolith, you should all also know that we're all a lot stronger than before. A formal answer. One benefiting the Alliance Head. I had trained for this for the past few days. With the mana density increasing exponentially, our forces have become stronger and so have our allies. The demons, on the other hand, have gotten weaker. If there's a better time to attack the demons, then it is now. I looked directly at one of the cameras pointed at me. There were a lot of things that I wanted to say at that moment, but when I gazed at the cameras, I realized that any of the words I'd say would not have any impact on what the people would think. Thus, I only said 2 words. So troublesome. Unfortunately, they ended up being the wrong words as I revealed my inner thoughts. Smack. It was faint, but I definitely heard Ryan smacking his forehead with his hand. I will relay the information to them. Don't worry. The room was dark, the only source of light was a single flickering candle on the table in the center of the room. Its weak light cast eerie shadows on the walls, and the air was thick with the scent of smoke and something else, something rotten. The plush chairs that surrounded the table were empty, and the room was silent, save for the occasional creaking of the old wooden floorboards. Swoosh. Swoosh. The silence was broken by the sound of something brushing against the curtains that covered the windows. Suddenly, several figures appeared within the room, each one taking a seat at the table, eyeing the others grimly. They were all dressed in dark, hooded robes that concealed their identities, and their eyes glowed with a red light. There was a mix of emotions in the room: anger, greed, and a sense of power that only came from those belonging to different clans. Thud. Time ticked by, and by the time the 10th figure appeared, the meeting commenced. A tall and imposing figure dressed in black stood at the head of the table. "It looks like we're all here," he said in a deep, rumbling voice. "I'm sure you all know why I've decided to gather all of you here today." The other demons leaned forward, their eyes glittering in the dim light. "As you all are probably aware of," the demon continued, "those cowards have decided to launch an attack against us. Judging from how they are preparing, they will all each attack one of the main cities and will be coming at us at full force." The demon's gaze suddenly turned fierce. "We don't want that, do we?" There were murmurs of agreement around the table as each demon nodded its head in agreement. None of them wanted to be invaded, especially in a situation where the demonic energy was thinner. "We must be careful," the demon went on. "We must each be willing to make sacrifices, to put aside our individual ambitions in service of a greater cause. But I believe that there's an opportunity hidden within this crisis." The demon suddenly smiled, revealing a set of pearly teeth. "I've just received news that reinforcements will come to aid us soon. So long as we can hold out for a bit, we can get rid of all 4 races at once." The demon's eyes widened at this news, and a sense of excitement and anticipation filled the air. "But we must be careful. We cannot let our guard down, even for a moment. These attacks will be brutal, and we must be prepared for anything." The demons nodded their heads in agreement, and the room fell silent once again. The only sound was the flickering of the candle on the table, casting its weak light on the demons' faces. In light of that fact, not all hope is lost. I've actually procured a nice artifact from the higher demons. A very interesting one at that. Everyone leaned forward, grimly waiting for his next words, and they didn't disappoint as their faces twisted with smiles filled with malice. The meeting went on for the next couple of hours until it soon came to a close, and as it did, the demons rose from their seats, each one disappearing into the shadows. Their disappearance left the room empty once again, save for the single candle, its light flickering in the darkness. Chapter 773, Invading the Demon Domain, 2. Planet Idoania. Boom. The sound of metal clashing against the ground reverberated through the battlefield as Angelica panted heavily. She stared at the bulky figure lying beneath her, trying to catch her breath. "Ha, ha. This is too much," she tirelessly muttered to herself. Angelica's eyes shot up as she saw over a dozen other dwarves approaching her. Her face paled at the sight, knowing that she was outnumbered and outmatched. She was only a Maquis-ranked demon, and while it was considered strong, it wasn't anything noteworthy in the grand scheme of the battlefield. She had already taken over a couple of dozen dwarves, but she was almost out of energy at the moment. Fuck. Her grip tightened around her weapon as she prepared to face her adversaries, but she knew that it was only a matter of time before she would be overwhelmed. She was barely holding on. Boom. A beam of light headed in her direction. It was so fast that she had a hard time avoiding it. Ah, guy. The impact of the beam was so powerful that half of her arm blew off at that moment, causing her to let out a frustrated cry and glare at the dwarf responsible for her injury. With a pale face, her arm wiggled and slowly regenerated itself. Shit. Angelica cursed under her breath as she looked around and noticed that she was surrounded. Where did all that arrogance go from before? When she looked down, and her gaze paused on her so-called prospective fiancé, she could only sigh in disgust. He had only lasted a couple of minutes before dying. She knew that she was in deep trouble, and her expression crumbled. So much for this strategist being great. She thought to herself. They had clearly fallen into a trap intricately set up by the dwarves. When she looked around and noticed that the situation was like this for the other demons too, she knew that it wasn't just her that had fallen for the scheme. It was clear to her that the strategist was at fault for this predicament. Fuck it, whatever. She could only curse another time, knowing that there was no use cursing the strategist's incompetence at this point. Staring at the dwarves that were surrounding her and loading their artifacts, she channeled all of the demonic energy within her body. Her eyes started to glow a red hue as she prepared to make her last stand. Put down your weapons. Her soft voice echoed within the surroundings and traveled through the ears of each and one of the dwarves in front of her. For a split second, the dwarves' movements halted, and Angelica took advantage of that moment. Fwop. She flapped her wings and made a dash upward, the only area that wasn't covered. But unfortunately, the dwarves' reaction was a tad bit faster than she had anticipated. Just as her wings flapped, a huge net was cast above her, trapping her completely. Angelica tried to pass through the net, but it proved to be an impossible task as the net stretched and absorbed her attack. No, shit. She let out a frustrated cry, finally feeling despair. She knew at this moment that there was no way out for her. Shoot her. The dwarves yelled, aiming their weapons at her. It's over. Angelica stared at the barrel of the artifacts, knowing that it was over for her. She didn't close her eyes and simply stared at the artifact, wanting to see what would kill her. Whoom. The beam shot and approached Angelica, and there was only one thought in her mind. It looks like the sun. Bright and large. It wasn't such a bad sight. Darkness completely overtook her vision shortly after, but who? For some strange reason, she felt no pain, and light soon returned to her vision. Her vision hadn't yet fully cleared, but what she managed to catch a glimpse of upon opening her eyes was a flock of pink hair. Reinforcements. Swoosh. Swoosh. The dense and lush canopy of towering trees overhead created a natural fortress, blocking out most of the sunlight and casting a murky green light that filtered through the twisted branches. The air was thick with the sweet scent of decay and damp earth. Follow closely. The forest floor was a tangled mess of roots, vines, and fallen leaves that crunch and rustle underfoot. Squish. The ground was soft and spongy, and it felt as though every step was filled with danger, sinking into the mire beneath. Keep moving, we're almost there. Make sure to hide your presence as best as you can. In the distance, the twisted silhouettes of gnarled trees clawed at the sky, their blackened limbs reaching out like skeletal fingers. The dense foliage and underbrush made it nearly impossible to see more than a few feet in any direction, adding to the sense of disorientation and claustrophobia. This is the right way, right? It is, but just keep moving for now. As we moved deeper into the forest, the trees grew thicker and closer together until their trunks were so close that you could reach out and touch them. Stop here for a moment. I raised my hand, and everyone stopped at my signal. Immediately, everything turned silent. The silence was deafening, and the only sounds I could hear were the occasional rustle of leaves under a breeze that lingered in the air. The stillness was oppressive, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. They're probably using an artifact. It was the only explanation since I could feel it with my senses. There was no one near us at the moment. Take this chance to rest, I'll get in contact with the other teams. Following that, I brought my watch to my mouth and spoke. What's the current situation? Have you all reached your spot? Affirmative. We're currently waiting for orders. Not yet, we'll be there soon. We have just arrived. We see the spot, we're almost there. A couple of minutes at most. A wave of messages reached my ears, and I nodded my head comfortably. Everything so far was proceeding smoothly. This is good. Although everything was going smoothly so far, I didn't let my guard down. With the unsettling feeling that I was being watched, I knew that the demons weren't completely unaware of our movements. In fact, they most probably already knew where we were and were planning on counterattacking. Not that I'd let them. Stay put where you are. Keep your guard up. I reminded the others on my watch before shifting my attention toward my group. It was a rather small group comprised of Amanda, Jean, Emma, and Liam. I thought about bringing Melissa, but considering the gravity of the situation, I decided to leave her in Ashton City, which, well, she was all in for. The thought made me sigh, and I turned to look at the others behind me. Their expression was rather normal, but I could tell that Emma was nervous. Compared to the others, she was practically the weakest and not by a close margin. I tore my gaze away from her and looked at the group. Let's go sneak into the city and do a proper check of the city before we decide to attack. I paused and looked toward the distance, where I could see the faint outline of a city. It was currently masked by the fog, but I could feel it from where I stood. Once we infiltrate the city and do a proper check of the place, we'll find a way to let the others in. It's important that everyone is careful during the task. I was very careful to put an emphasis on the final point. Inadvertently, I gave Liam a glance, but then I realized that there was no point in doing so because he was no longer the Liam I knew from the past. Even though he was just as lethargic as he had been in the past, he was a lot more alert now and didn't forget anything that was said to him. I double-checked with everyone to make sure that we were all on the same page before turning around and heading for the city. Let's go. Ha 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 ha. The sound of laughter echoed throughout the dimly lit room as the representatives of the demons in the demon domain gathered in a single room. Prince Plintus, the one in charge of the city Plintus, sat behind a large wooden desk, his features illuminated by the soft glow of the candles that flickered around the room. His piercing gaze was fixed on a small orb that rested in the center of the table, and a wide smile spread across his face as he listened to the voice replaying within it. Let's go sneak into the city and do a proper check of the city before we decide to attack. Once we infiltrate the city and do a proper check of the place, we'll find a way to let the others in. It's important that everyone is careful during the task. The air around the room was jovial, a stark contrast to the tension and fear that had permeated it just a day ago when the demons received the news of the sudden invasion. But now, with Prince Plintus in possession of the powerful artifact given to them by the major heads, the demons felt a newfound sense of confidence. Prince Plintus, it looks like things will be easy for you. One of the demons remarked, grinning from ear to ear. The humans won't know what hit them. Prince Plintus chuckled, a deep rumble emanating from his chest. Now. He fiddled with the orb in his hand. How do the humans say? Don't count the chickens before they hatch. I won't rejoice until they're dead, but... He trailed off, unable to hide the gleeful expression on his face. Another demon laughed. He was a rather lanky demon, and a dreadful aura surrounded them. He was Prince Kuzma, and just like Prince Plintus, he was in charge of one of the 4 major cities. Kuzma City. With his gaze fixed on a small orb in the middle of the table, he laughed again. It's not just the artifact. The humans are truly just. They're practically inviting us in. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on the orb in the center of the table. I didn't take them to be this careless. Prince Plintus nodded in agreement, his mind already working out the details of their plan. Let me guess. Prince Kuzma interrupted before he could speak. Now that you know what their plan is, you're going to allow them in and then set up a trap, right? Was I so obvious? Prince Plintus laughed, the sound ringing out like a bell in the otherwise silent room. It looks like I'm easy to see through. How can we not when your expression says it all? As the conversation continued, Prince Plintus couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement building within him. Yes, this is it. With the humans taken care of, he would be able to reinforce the other demons and take care of all the other races at once. The possibilities were endless, and he relished the thought of expanding his power and influence even further. I wonder who I should help after getting rid of the humans. He mused to himself, pressing his hands against the wooden table. Who will benefit me the most? The other demons continued to chatter amongst themselves, but Prince Plintus barely heard them. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the future and the power he would wield once the humans were gone. Tap. 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 He leaned back in his chair, his fingers drumming against the table as he plotted and schemed, already looking forward to the day when he would emerge victorious. As if that was already a certainty to him. Chapter 774, Invading the Demon Domain, 3. We're here. When I shut my eyes, I was able to perceive the barrier that blocked my path to the city that was directly in front of me, despite it being invisible from view. I reached out my hand in front of me and stopped when I came into contact with something hard and smooth. I was able to catch a glimpse of a tiny ripple that was forming around the area that I touched, and the ripple, to my relief, stopped moving a couple of meters away from where my hand touched. It's pretty strong. Even though I hadn't put it to the test, I had a hunch that not even someone with an SSS- rank could break through the barrier in a single attack. However, I couldn't say for certain since I hadn't tested it yet. That being said, swoosh. When I shut my eyes and concentrated on a specific energy within my body, a dark hue centered over the palm of my hand, and I brought it forward in a slow, methodical manner. Nothing said that I needed to break the entire structure. Whoom. After the thin film that was surrounding the city was cut cleanly through by my hand, I slowly brought my hand back down. In that short moment, a small cut appeared on the barrier before me. It was small, but it was still there. I can cut it. There was also a fair amount of resistance coming from the barrier, but it was nothing that I was unable to handle in any way. The only issue was that it was a rather slow process, as that single cut took quite a few seconds. When I turned around to look at the others, I was taken aback to see that they had already surrounded me and were attentively observing the area around us. That's good. I smiled at the sight. I had just been considering telling them to cover for me, but it didn't appear as though they required any kind of reminder. With my back secured, I returned my focus to the barrier in front of me, and I brought my hand up. This'll take a couple of minutes. The humans have started to breach the city. What should we do, Your Highness? Nothing for now. On top of a large structure, Prince Plintus was looking in a specific direction as he stood there gazing outward. Even though it wasn't obvious, and there didn't appear to be anything out of the ordinary happening, the prince smiled as he lowered his head and stared at the orb that he held in his hand. Everything was going according to plan. Don't alert the demons patrolling of what's going on. We don't want to startle our guests into thinking this is a trap before it's too late. Understood. The demon is next to the prince replied. Thinking of something, he suddenly asked. Your Highness, what about the other humans? Which ones? The human groups that are surrounding the city outside. What should we do with them? Nothing yet. The images within the orb shifted, and Prince Plintus's eyes squinted at what was replayed inside of it. There were several large groups of humans outside and were all waiting for orders to attack. They were currently hiding their identities with hoods, and although he was unsure of who they were, he wasn't particularly concerned with their identities. He already had a general comprehension of the forces that comprised the human domain, and he was aware that the most difficult opponent was the kid with the blue eyes who was attempting to enter and assist them in infiltrating his city. Just that. They'll never get that chance. The prince smiled and fiddled with the core once more. He was starting to get addicted to it. His gaze eventually came to rest on the human who was tampering with the barrier. Particularly the dark film that was covering his entire body. His gaze changed at the sight. I didn't think we'd have a traitor in our midst. It was clear to him that a demon had betrayed them and had formed a contract with him. Prince Plintus wasn't sure who the demon responsible was, but he wasn't pleased by the revelation. I'll torture the information out of him once I capture him. In his mind, the 5 of them were already in his grasp. What mattered at the moment was finding out who the demon that had betrayed them was and how he should get the information out of them once he captured them. Get the forces ready to ambush them. As soon as they settle, we'll attack all at once. Prince Plintus commanded, tearing his gaze away from the orb. Make sure you keep the one with the blue eyes alive. Kill the others if need be. Fwop. Flapping his wings once, his figure disappeared. We're in. After what seemed like an eternity, I was finally able to carve out a space that was almost big enough to accommodate a single individual. Well, that'll do. Beads of sweat trickled down the side of my cheek, and I tried to catch my breath. The process was a lot more tiring than I originally anticipated. Here. As I was regaining my strength, I felt a coarse fabric on my face. I didn't need to look to understand what was happening because I immediately recognized the voice. Thanks. After putting away the towel, I noticed Amanda's nose crease ever so slightly as she looked at the towel in her hand. I could tell from a glance that she was somewhat repulsed by the sweat from the towel, but it surprised me that she didn't throw it away as she normally would have done in this situation. Rather, it appeared that after only a few brief seconds, she had returned to her normal self and put the towel away, which was somewhat surprising to me. That neat freak of all people. Can I call that progress? I silently laughed to myself before turning serious once more. Glancing at the others once and meeting their gaze, I nodded my head. Only when all of them reciprocated did I finally enter the barrier. Follow me. Stepping through the barrier, I was brought into a whole new world. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds that blocked out the sun, casting a perpetual gloom over the entire area. The buildings were tall and imposing, made of dark stone and wrought iron. They were lit by flickering gas lamps that cast long shadows across the streets. It looks like just as I've imagined them to be. I mumbled, looking around me in both awe and surprise. The streets themselves were narrow and winding, filled with twisting alleys and dark corners where one could barely see the end. The people who lived here seemed to be a mix of humans and demons, with the demons holding the upper hand in this city. At a glance, everything seemed normal. No. There was a bit of unrest. Most probably from the imminent war that was about to come to them. I was quite certain that they were already aware that we were coming. Swoosh. Swoosh. Within seconds of appearing in the city, Jean, Amanda, and the others appeared behind me. They too seemed rather impressed by the city that lay before their eyes, but that didn't last for long as I managed to gather their attention once more. We've already talked about what we're supposed to do beforehand. I turned my head to stare in the distance where an enormous building stood. It loomed over the surrounding landscape like no other building, its twisted spires reaching toward the sky as if to claw at the very fabric of reality itself. Blackened stone, etched with unholy sigils, made up the bulk of its construction, while jagged obsidian spikes jutted out at irregular intervals, forming an imposing barrier against any would-be intruders. My eyes squinted at the sight of the building. Now that I look at it, it's far more impressive than the Union Tower. The mere sight of the building felt intimidating. Most important, however, was the bright light that shot up from the tip of the building. Mana compressor. Jin's muttering reached my ears. I nodded my head without looking at him. That was our current target, and so long as we managed to destroy it, we'd be able to destroy the barrier that was surrounding the city. As it was directly fueled by the demonic energy derived from the mana in the air, as soon as it vanished, the barrier would lose its fuel source and collapse. When this happened, those waiting outside would be able to directly attack the city. Is everyone here? I did a double take on everyone, and only once I was sure that everyone was present did I let out a short breath and move toward the structure. Just before leaving, my feet paused, and I reminded. Make sure you hide your presence as much as possible. It's important that we reach the tower without getting caught. So long as we didn't get caught. I silently licked my lips. Nothing else needed to be said. Chapter 775, Trap, 1. As I drew closer to the tower, a palpable sense of oppression filled the air. Whispers, hisses, and eerie moans could be heard emanating from within, and the very ground seemed to pulse with demonic energy. It didn't bother me very much since my blood was mixed with demon blood. Rather, I felt quite comfortable. The same couldn't be said for the others. Are you guys okay? We can take a rest if you want. It's not like we have to rush directly. Their conditions were quite worrying. It wasn't so much for Jean and Amanda, who were somewhat accustomed to the demonic energy due to their experience in Kamankut, but the same couldn't be said for Emma. Her complexion was rather pale, and her breath was stagnant. The only one that seemed to be completely fine was Liam. I wasn't surprised, though. He had spent quite a few years in the demon realm, where the demonic energy was as thick as it could be. Compared to what he had experienced back then, this was child's play. I'm good. Emma muttered, looking around and clenching her teeth. Judging from her expression, I could tell that she had realized that she was the only one struggling and was just trying not to be a burden. You know, if you're worried about being a burden, then don't be. You'd be a burden if you carried on right now and got tired later when it truly matters. As if her inner thoughts were exposed, Emma's face changed, and her mouth closed. She looked around for a moment and sat down. All right, I'm sorry. Don't be. Thankfully, she wasn't stubborn about the matter and sat down. I unknowingly smiled when I saw that and turned my attention back toward the tower that was only a couple of kilometers away from us. The journey to the tower so far was unobstructed. Although there were a few guards patrolling the area, it wasn't something that posed any trouble for us. Aside from Liam and I, everyone else was around S+ rank. We were amongst the strongest in the human domain, and thus only someone of the Duke rank would actually have a chance at finding us. And with me here, avoiding Duke rank demons was rather easy. Thus, our journey to the tower was nothing short of easy. Do you have a way to get into the tower? Jin's words reached my ears, and I turned to look at him. Calmly staring at the tower in the distance, I patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. I turned to look at Emma. Her complexion was slowly recovering, and with Amanda by her side, she seemed to be in high spirits. So long as we reach the tower, we'll easily be able to enter. That was the goal. They've almost reached the tower. Prince Plintus stood atop a tall building, his sharp gaze fixated on the orb in his hand. Around him stood a group of powerful demons, their ranks ranging from Duke to Marquis. Though their presence was not as overwhelming as the prince's, their strength could not be ignored. They were the elite forces of the city, and they had been following the movements of a group of humans for quite a while. As they watched the humans approach the tower, the demons couldn't help but chuckle. In their eyes, the humans were like rats walking into a trap. Prince, how about we attack now? One of the demons, Duke Camilla, suggested while staring at the orb. His aura was faintly similar to the prince's, but it was clear that he was still on the verge of breaking through to prince rank. But Prince Plintus shook his head, a small frown creasing his features. He knew that attacking now would be too hasty. Instead, he had a plan. Lowering the orb, he turned his gaze to the tower. His eyes flickered as he considered the situation. Lowering the security of the tower was a risky move, but he knew it was the best way to ambush the humans. The moment they entered, they'd be able to block them from all sides and stop them from escaping. Even if they had some sort of trump cards in their pockets, they wouldn't be able to use them once they entered the tower due to the highly sophisticated safety devices that had been installed. That being said, it also stored certain items and artifacts that were rather fragile. It'd be a real pity if those broke. No, rather than pity, it'd be a real pain. Prince Plintus's nose wrinkled in thought as he contemplated his next move. Lower the security of the tower, he said finally. Let them enter. The demons were taken aback by the sudden suggestion. They knew the artifacts inside the tower were incredibly sensitive and valuable. If something were to happen to them, it could be devastating for the city. Prince, you need to reconsider. You, of all people, should know just how important the tower is. If something were to go wrong, the consequence would be catastrophic. Duke Camilla voiced his concerns, but Prince Plintus silenced him with a single glance. Ugh. The Duke felt a tremendous pressure wash over him, and he instantly quieted down. The pressure he was subjected to made him unable to speak, and a realization dawned on him. Even if he were to reach Prince rank, he would be no match for Prince Plintus. Fiddling with the orb in his hand, Prince Plintus continued. I understand your concerns, but there's northwest better place to ambush them than the tower. It'll be impossible for them to get out once they're in. The demons exchanged hesitant glances, unsure of whether to trust the prince's plan. But they knew that Prince Plintus was a cunning demon, and they ultimately decided to follow his lead. They also somewhat agreed with him. It was just that the consequences of their failure made them a little hesitant. Understood. As the sun continued to set, the group of demons moved towards the tower, ready to carry out Prince Plintus's plan. The humans were about to step into a trap, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. All they needed to do was close the trap that they had so intricately set up. Have you recovered enough? Yeah, I'm good now. Seeing Emma's complexion return to normal, I breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the others. It looks like it was a good idea to take a rest. Though they didn't show it, they also seemed to have benefited from the break, as their eyes seemed more clear. Without further ado, I tore my gaze away from them and once again shifted my attention toward the enormous tower in the distance. Licking my lips, I pressed my foot forward and rushed toward it. Swoosh. As I had done previously, I positioned myself at the very front and looked around to see if there were any Duke-ranked demons nearby. There seems to be a couple of Duke-ranked demons not far from here. Whenever I spotted them, I'd alter the direction we were going to avoid them. While I somewhat believed that there was a high chance we could avoid their detection, I didn't want to risk things. I decided to be on the cautious side and avoided their range of detection. Our trip was significantly slowed down as a result of this, but given that we weren't in a particularly urgent race against the clock, we were able to accommodate delays of this magnitude. And we soon arrived near the gate. It took us about an hour to reach it from the spot where we took a rest, but it was well worth it. What should we do now? Liam asked, appearing right next to me. I didn't respond to him immediately and focused my attention on the gate in the distance. It was fairly large and was currently guarded by several marquee-ranked demons. I think that's the best option. I massaged my chin and continued to observe the demons that stood next to the gate. Although they were marquee-ranked demons, they weren't very strong. At most around S rank, and thus weren't a big problem. The problem was inside, as I could feel the presence of a particularly powerful entity. They were Duke-ranked, and although they weren't a threat to me, I knew that killing them quietly was not a real option. That said, the strategy is straightforward. Once inside, we will hunt down and destroy the demons as quickly as we can. Our objective is to get rid of the mana compressor. As long as we are successful in destroying that, the barrier will vanish, and we will be able to begin our assault. I seriously looked at the others. Ideally, I want to do this as quietly as possible, but if something goes wrong, I'll attract their attention, and you guys destroy the mana compressor. My eyes wandered to Liam, and I stopped there. If there was someone I trusted with taking care of their safety, it was him. So long as he was there, I didn't feel worried. After all, his talent was absurd. He had already reached SS rank, and the craziest thing was that he had no cheat to help him get there. Well, he himself was a cheat. While I was massaging my hands, I stole a quick glance at the others before turning my attention once again to the demons that were off in the distance. My vision soon blurred. Let's go. Chapter 776, Trap 2. They have started their attack. Duke Kamala's voice reached the prince's ears, and his eyes came to a gradual close. His thoughts were unknown, and everyone's attention focused on him. The humans had made a dash for the tower, and they were now all waiting for the prince's orders. Should we? No, not yet. The prince shook his head, putting the orb away. Now that he knew where they were, he no longer needed to pay them any attention. The orb consumed quite a bit of demonic energy, and he needed to conserve it as much as possible. Even though their opponents were trapped, they weren't individuals they could make light of. Each and every one of them was strong. Especially the boy called Ren. He was very dangerous. With that being said, get into positions. We will start out attacks soon. He wasn't scared of him. Although Ren was strong, so was he. He was rather confident in his strength and didn't think he'd lose out to that human. In fact, he was confident he could beat him even without the need to ambush him. Last he'd heard, the human wasn't even prince ranked yet. Still, it's best to be careful. You might never know what might happen. Though Prince Plintus was confident, he wasn't one to let confidence get the best of him. He was a meticulous individual and wasn't one that let anything slip his mind. Thinking of something, he took the orb once again and injected demonic energy into it. Instantly, images appeared on the orb, and he flipped through them. Good, it looks like they are still there. What he was currently looking at were the human forces that were waiting outside of the city. He wanted to see if they were making any strange movements, but it looks like he had worried too much. They were still there doing nothing. Good. He put the orb away, casting one of his worries away. After that, he returned his attention back toward the tower and smiled. I think enough time has already passed, how about we greet our guests? His words immediately stirred the minds of the demons, and they all smiled. Following this, their wings expanded, and they disappeared from the spot they were in, reappearing right in front of the tower. Have the others block the other entrances and get ready to set up the mana disruptors. Prince Plintus ordered. Understood. There were a lot of things he had planned out for this moment. Since he was dealing with tough opponents, he made sure to spare nothing for the current trap. From mana disruptors to all sorts of artifacts that could impede their movements and attack them from the distance, he spared nothing. So long as he managed to defeat them, the war was as good as over. Perhaps, he could even be rewarded by His Majesty, if that was the case. Hee hee. Prince Plintus laughed to himself before casting a glance toward the demons behind him. Wait for me here. Once I give out the signal, you can come in. He didn't wait for their replies and made his way into the tower. His steps were leisurely, unbefitting of someone that was about to ambush someone, and when he passed the gate and looked at the broken shards that laid on the ground, remnants of the corps of guards, his expression crumbled a little. Useless. They were supposed to be special elites that they had trained arduously over the years, but for them to die such deaths, he could only feel disgusted. A pity that they had gone up against a powerful foe. A small sacrifice to pay for the greater good. It didn't take long for his expression to return to normal, and he entered the tower. The insides of the tower were dimly lit by torches that rested by the side of the dark walls, and following a narrow corridor was a magnificent hall. Unlike the corridor, it was well lit by the enormous black windows that stood above and the large torches that hung beside the enormous black pillars that supported the structure. A red carpet enveloped the entire floor, and what stood out the most about the room was the throne that sat in the middle of the hall. It was made out of obsidian and was adorned with rubies and emeralds that gleamed menacingly under the lighting of the hall. It was a throne Prince Plintus was all too familiar with. After all, it belonged to him. At the moment, however, it was occupied by a certain someone. With his legs lazily resting on the armrest of the throne and his cheek supported by his fist, he fiddled with a small black orb in his hand. Beside him were 4 other humans, and Prince Plintus's feet came to a sudden pause. His nose wrinkled at the sight. You finally came. A leisurely voice reverberated through the hall, and Prince Plintus's body stiffened. He had a bad feeling about the situation. Without thinking, he took out the orb and channeled his demonic energy into it. Images surfaced within the sphere, and he quickly looked through them. Seconds passed, and hundreds of images flashed across the orb. It wasn't long before Prince Plintus's expression relaxed, and he put the orb away. For a moment there, I thought you had me fooled. Prince Plintus's gaze fell on the human that sat on the throne. From how leisurely his expression had been, he had mistakenly assumed that he had done something, but when he checked with the orb, he found that everything was still as it was before. The humans were outside of the city, and his forces were blocking every entrance. It looks like you figured out the situation that you're in. Prince Plintus smiled. It was a smile that hid the nervousness that had previously been displayed and one that was filled with rage. He had made a fool of himself. He calmly observed the human that was still leisurely lying down on his throne. From his expression, he didn't seem quite to understand the situation he was in. That's fine. Prince Plintus's smile grew, and his hand raised. Rumble. Rumble. The hall shook, and the air started to twist. Immediately, the mana that lingered in the air vanished out of thin air, sucked by a small vortex above the room. The expression of the humans opposite him changed, and Prince Plintus looked even more pleased. If that wasn't all. Swoosh. Swoosh. One after another, demons started to appear beside him. Their entire aura covered the room, and the room trembled even more. There were over 100 demons present in the room, and their presence overwhelmed the ones that belonged to the humans opposite him. Even Ren, the one that gave off the strongest presence. The sight pleased the prince as his smile grew even wider, and his gaze fell on Ren. Do you finally understand what situation you're in? How is it? The prince looked at the demons around him. Are you impressed by what you're seeing? The human didn't answer. He just looked at the demons with an expressionless look. He was still lying down on his seat, but to Prince Plintus, his silence meant a lot of words. You didn't expect to be fooled into a trap, did you? From the very moment that you arrived here, I knew your every movement. For someone that's supposed to lead the humans, you're quite careless. How was it that someone who was known to be meticulous and careful did not suspect a thing when coming into the city and noticed just how easy it was to infiltrate the place? The fact disappointed the prince to no end, as he thought he'd be smarter than this. Although your plan to destroy the mana compressor isn't unreasonable, do you really think you would have made it this far if it wasn't for us making this easier for you? He laughed. You fool, the only reason you even made it this far is because we let you. It was his laugh that set off a chain reaction of laughter from the other demons, who all laughed in response. Fools, we knew everything from the start. Ha ha ha, these fools. Only now do they realize that we were watching their every movement from the start. They believed they were clever, but in reality, they are nothing more than rats falling for our traps. The entire hall was filled with waves of laughter and ridicule as it spread throughout the room. Demons continued to make fun of the situation while the prince stood back and smiled broadly as he watched the show. But just as he was about to speak again, a soft voice echoed within the ears of everyone present. I fell for your trap. Cr. Crack. He clenched his hand, and the orb in his hand shattered. Instantaneously, a deluge of mana engulfed the space, and it immediately began to congregate in the area close to him. Whoom. In a matter of seconds, thin threads of mana began to twirl and twist in front of everyone's eyes, and it wasn't long before something that eerily resembled a portal appeared. The space twisted, and then, much to the surprise of all the demons who were there, a portal appeared in the region that was adjacent to him. Swoosh. 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 On top of that, one figure after another began to materialize from it, making the situation even direr. They were figures they were all familiar with, and the expressions of the demons present changed for the worse. This was especially so for Prince Plintus, who looked as if he had swallowed a bug. A crushing pressure that was many times more powerful than what the demons let out permeated the hall, which had previously been filled with laughter and ridicule from earlier in the day. That. After taking a step back, Prince Plintus was startled to find that he was unable to continue forward. When he turned around, he saw that he was standing with his back against one of the pillars in the hallway. Thank you very much. A whisper made its way into his ear, sending shivers down his body. Before he had a chance to say anything else, the whisper reached his ear once more. Thank you for being so easy to predict. Chapter 777, Trap, 3. Following Kevin's death, a lot of things changed. I was able to gain access to all of Kevin's powers, I was promoted to the role of Alliance Head, and I learned the truth about what was going on behind the scenes. In tandem with that, my rank improved, and although I did not inherit his system, I did obtain access to the abilities that he had previously possessed. And one of these abilities was the ability to create portals that connected to different planets. Swoosh. 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 Figures continued to appear beside me. People like Octavius, Monica, Donna, Douglas, and Ivana, basically the most powerful people in the human domain, were among those I knew very well and counted among them. Wow, these are a lot of demons. Ho, ho. You really did bring us to a nice show. The plan was rather simple. Create a portal, send everyone to Amora, infiltrate the city, open the portal, kill the demons, go home. It was a fairly simple plan. One that didn't take a genius to understand. That being said, it wasn't as easy as it sounded. If I had to be completely truthful, I would say that sneaking into the city was the most difficult part of the mission. Even though I was quite powerful, snaking past over a couple of dozen demons with the rank of Duke and one demon with the rank of Prince was a task that was challenging for even me to complete. I wasn't entirely confident I could do it, but what if the demons were aware of my every move and made it their mission to make things simpler for me and the others? What if I purposely set up dummies outside, masked as the forces of the human domain, and tricked them into letting us into the city and their main tower so that they could trap us? If that were the case, wouldn't everything be solved? Thank you very much, I whispered gratefully, looking at the prince-ranked demon in the distance. His complexion was rather pale, and the sight made me smile. Thank you for being easy to predict. It should not have been surprising that, out of the trillions of lives that existed in the universe, a few of those lives would have been born with incredible potential. One that was far superior to that of their contemporaries and elevated them above the rest. In fact, it would be more surprising if such individuals didn't exist. Regardless of race, there would always be a few who were born above the others. A special one. It was how the universe worked, and it was something it knew very well, hence the existence of the protectors. They were the antibodies of the universe, with their sole role being to eliminate or stunt the growth of these so-called special ones. For 13.7 billion years, the protectors had been faithfully carrying out their job. They infiltrated many races and secretly took control of them. Whenever one such special one appeared, they'd do their best to stunt their growth, and if nothing worked, they'd eliminate them. Just like a brain couldn't control everything that was going on inside, the same was true for the records. The records, despite all their power, couldn't control what was within the universe. The races that lived within and the special ones that appeared. It was the responsibility of the protectors to make sure that everything ran smoothly, and if a particular race displayed an excessive amount of potential or upset the equilibrium that they had created, they'd do everything in their power to eradicate it. Such was what happened to the demon race many years ago. Or so how things were supposed to have happened. Boom. A figure flew across the space, bits of metal trailing the area in which they flew. Judging from the intricate runes that were in the shards of metal, they seemed to belong to a piece of armor that had now been torn into shreds. Finally stabilizing its body, the figure was revealed to be a bulky, golden-haired, gold-eyed male. He was one such protector. How? As the protector looked off into the distance, where a figure with white hair stood, his voice conveyed an obvious sense of distress. He watched as the white-haired figure, Jezebeth, held another figure in his hand. It was another protector. His grip was tight around the protector's neck as it drooped over his hand and held it firmly in place. How? Jezebeth's cold and leisurely voice reverberated through the space, mimicking the protector's voice. Crack. His hand, which was firmly placed by the throat of the other protector, suddenly tightened, and a golden orb quickly materialized in his grip as golden dust flew in the space around him. Putting it away, Jezebeth turned his head to meet the protector's gaze. Protector of the Seat of Chastity. Jezebeth called out his title, and the protector moved back. His face was pale, and he was still in shock at the current situation. Just then, he had witnessed the complete and utter annihilation of 5 other protectors, with him being the last of them. He, who was supposed to stand within the pinnacle of the universe, watched as his compatriots were killed one by the one whom they had allowed to get away many years ago. Their biggest mistake. You're shocked, aren't you? Before he knew it, Jezebeth had appeared before him. He was so fast that he couldn't even react on time, and with the injuries he had sustained, he could only watch as his hand firmly grasped against his throat. Kook. The scene seemed eerily similar to one that he had just seen a few moments earlier. How is it possible for me to be alive? How is it possible when all 7 of you have personally shown up to eliminate us all? Jezebeth muttered the questions that had been lingering in his mind ever since. Truly, he couldn't understand. How was it possible for him to still be alive? Even so, back then, he was someone insignificant. Even if he did survive, he shouldn't have grown to this point. Have a look at this. Right then, Jezebeth extended his other hand, and a number of shards of metal materialized. They were surrounded by a faint eternal aura, and Jezebeth's expression gradually softened as a result. You want to know how I managed to survive? It's because of this. This is what helped me survive, and allowed me to be here today. He slowly clenched his hand, feeling the rough texture of the shards. The sole reason I'm still alive is because of them, and if not for them, I wouldn't be who I am today. Everything started with this cube, but what came after is what truly made all of this happen. Although the cube was the initial spark that set in motion the series of events that led to his ascent to power, his success was primarily due to the fact that he happened upon the planetary seed. Because of that, he was able to mature into the person he was today and assist the demons in regaining their former glory, which would not have been possible without it. A string of events was what allowed everything to occur. One could argue it was fate or a string of coincidences, but Jezebeth didn't care. He had only one goal in mind. Everything else was secondary. Do you want to know why 7 clans exist within us demons? Jezebeth's expressionless gaze turned to the Protector. The force at which Jezebeth held his throat tightened, preventing the Protector from speaking. A lot of people wonder if it has anything to do with the powers that they possess. It bears a striking resemblance to their representative sin, but despite the fact that this conclusion is in large part accurate, it is not the reason why their clan is named as such. Jezebeth gave a little shake of the head and then raised his head to look at the planet in the distance. The clarity in his eyes began to cloud, and a look of reflection appeared on his face. What you've done to me, he started, I remember all of it. From how you massacred my clansmen, my loved ones, and everyone that I care for. I remember all of it. Perhaps unconsciously or consciously, his grip on the Protector's throat tightened even further. It was so tight that the Protector found himself unable to groan. Not a single day has passed that I don't remember what you've done to my people, and there hasn't been a single day where I haven't thought about it. His gaze started to clear up at that moment. I thought that what you did should be remembered by every one of us demons. Just like how humans keep all records of those who have heavily sinned in the past, I etched your sins into the demon clans. For each of your virtue, I named a corresponding sin. Jezebeth's eyes gradually shifted to focus on the Protector, who was staring back at him with a shaky gaze that spread throughout his body. You've guessed it. He smiled. The clans were made with the purpose of eliminating you Protectors. They're a reminder of what you've created, and while it's a pity that you couldn't witness their true power, you should rejoice at the fact that the records will soon bear witness to their might. Crack. Like that, with the clench of his hand, the last Protector died. From this point forward, the Protectors were no more. Brilliant particles flew into the space around Jezebeth, and his gaze followed them as they drifted away from him. Raising his hand, he wiped the corner of his mouth, where a black liquid trickled. He looked at it for a brief moment before turning his head to face the distance. Toward a familiar planet. One where a special person resided. A smile appeared on his face not long after. Just wait a little longer. I'll be there soon. Chapter 778, Taking Over, 1. Time seemed to pass in seconds. By the time it took for everyone to emerge from the portal, the battle had already begun, and both sides clashed with incredible brutality. Mana pulsated in the air, and all sorts of colors flashed across the room. Whoom. The clear winner was clear to see from the very beginning. While the demons were indeed numerous, their numbers were far smaller than those of the humans that had emerged out of thin air. They had more Duke-ranked demons, but when put against over 1,000 S ranks, they were nothing. Boom. The hall shook, and screams of agony echoed throughout. Blood splattered everywhere, and the tower began to tremble uncontrollably shortly thereafter. Rumble. Rumble. Oh no. This is bad. Demons were the first to notice the condition of the tower, and their complexions changed instantly upon noticing the change that was happening. Prince Plintus was among them, but I pressed my hand against his shoulder before he could even move. Let's stay here and have a look, shall we? His head turned to face me, and I returned it with a smile. It was nice to see such a strong demon look so panicked. Let the others settle the matters. How about the two of us have a nice long cha? Swoosh. A fist hurled my way before I could finish my sentence. The air around it twisted, and my hair blew back a little. Staring at the approaching fist, my brows furrowed. How rude. I didn't even get the chance to finish my sentence. Smack. Before the fist could reach me, I smacked his forearm, redirecting the fist away from me, at which point he flapped his wings once, vanished from the location he was in, and reappeared at the opposite end of the hall. Where is he going? The most surprising thing was the fact that he vanished yet again, making me think that he had just run away from the fight, and the sight made my frown even deeper. Right. He must be going there. But as soon as I looked around and realized the circumstances, my frown lines began to smooth out again. It's not hard to see that we're winning. With each second passing, a demon would fall. The situation was dire for them, and with the overwhelming numbers we had, the battle was as good as over. What really mattered, however, was suffering the least amount of losses possible. The human domain simply could not afford to lose any of its forces in light of the impending third cataclysm. In particular, because the demons that were approaching were in a category that was far superior to the demons we were currently up against. It's good that they're being careful. Tearing my gaze away from them, I returned my gaze to where the prince-ranked demon had disappeared. If there was one threat, it was him. So long as I was successful in eliminating him, the war would be considered officially won. All right then. I stretched my limbs and pursed my lips. Let's see exactly what you're up to. Prince Plintus was in a state of panic as he made his way through the corridors. Haa. Ach. Ha. Sweat streamed down his face, and his breathing grew increasingly labored. The more he walked, the heavier his legs felt, and the corridor before him seemed to stretch endlessly. Damn it. He cursed under his breath, moving as fast as he could while flapping his wings to propel himself forward, his figure blurring and reappearing in the far distance. A black halo surrounded his body, completely masking his entire presence so that no one could follow him. The prince was confident in his cloaking skills. Even someone of the same level as him would be unable to find him. Swoosh. Swoosh. How has this happened? It only dawned on him at this moment that he had fallen for a trap. He initially thought that he was leading the way into the trap, but things had taken a turn for the worst. That power, how is it possible? But what was most shocking about the situation was the human's ability. The one to create portals. That, it shouldn't be something that he could wield. Even he, a prince-ranked demon, was unable to achieve such a feat, and as far as he knew, there was no skill that could grant one such ability. So, how? How was it possible? Huff, huff. Despite being caught off guard, the prince had not given up. He had prepared for this scenario, a scenario he never thought he would have to put into action. He had no choice but to resort to this method. The repercussions of using such a method were grave. The city he had built with so much effort would crumble before his very eyes. He didn't want that. Especially since he had put a lot of blood, sweat and tears into building it into what it was today. He constructed it with his majesty in mind, for when the time came that he would, at last, arrive on Earth. But, because of one single occurrence, despite the fact that he had done everything in his power to make the city one of the best there was, he had to force himself to watch it fall apart right in front of his eyes. The thought tore his heart to pieces, but he took comfort in the fact that he would finally be able to kill the human, and everything would make itself up. Yes, so long as I can kill him, this price is fine. The prince repeated this thought in his mind, convincing himself that the price was worth it. He passed through a corridor and came to an abrupt halt before a large beacon. A bright light flooded out from it and shot toward a narrow hole atop the ceiling. The demonic energy around the beacon was incredibly dense, and Prince Plintus felt reinvigorated. He knew that the sudden increase in mana density had taken a toll on him and all the other demons in the city. If not for it, they wouldn't have been suffering so much. Prince Plintus gazed at the beacon with complicated eyes, knowing that he had no choice. He closed his eyes and extended his hand. Whoom! Demonic energy burst out from his hand and enveloped the entire beacon. Suddenly, the demonic energy that lingered in the air twisted dangerously and shot toward the beacon at incredible speeds. Within the span of a couple of seconds, more and more demonic energy started to enter the beacon, and before long, the beacon started to shake, leaving behind several creaking sounds. Clocka. 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 The prince took a deep breath, staring at the unstable beacon. His eyes trembled at the energy contained within it, and his complexion paled. Ugh, this will definitely do. He clenched his teeth and poured more demonic energy into the beacon. It's almost ready. Prince Plintus spat through his clenched teeth. Seeing just how unstable the mana compressor in front of him was, he knew that he was close to destabilizing it. Clocka. 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 The beacon started to tremble even more, its sides smacking against the left and right side. The prince knew that he was close to destabilizing it. So long as he destabilized it, he would be able to create a dungeon that would soon desync. By then, a connection with the demon world would be created, and monsters would pour in. Their situation would quickly reverse. It was a bold move, one that would bring disastrous consequences to his city, but he had no choice. It was the only way. Ah, so that's where it is. Suddenly, a gentle whisper made its way toward the prince's ear, and his entire body stiffened. He wasn't even sure when it had happened, but he soon felt a hand press against the side of his shoulder, and the prince's head robotically turned. How? To his horror, the one person he absolutely did not want to see was standing right next to him, staring at the mana compressor with a look of interest. Without so much as a glance, Ren's mouth parted open, his voice reaching his ears despite the chaos that was happening before them. This is the second time. He slowly turned his head to face him, and their gazes intersected with one another. Why are you so predictable? Chapter 779, Taking Over, 2. I took my time finding Prince Plintus. It would be difficult for anyone, including myself, to see through his disguises, given how adept he was at cloaking himself. In fact, standing in front of him and looking at him, I realized that I was being overly confident in my abilities. There was no way I could find him with my abilities. Thankfully, I'm always prepared. Just prior to that, downstairs, when Prince Plintus was still in shock over the situation, I made the most of the opportunity to arrive in front of him and press my hand against his shoulder. I could have sneaked up on him back then and attacked him, but I decided to go with a different strategy instead. Leaving a mark on his body. It was never my intention to kill him, rather, the goal was to locate the mana compressor and destroy it. I had the opportunity to carry it out after I had Prince Plintus killed, but I chose not to. In all candor, it would have required twice as much time, and in times of war, time was of the essence. I knew, perhaps more than anyone else, that each and every second was important, which was why I chose to proceed in this manner. With the Akashic laws in my command, everything was easy. Placing a thin thread around his body, I was able to find him regardless of his cloaking skills. In my eyes, he was no different than a moving target. Let me guess. I focused my attention on the mana compressor that was right in front of me. It was violently shaking, and the demonic energy in the immediate area around me was in a state of disarray. With a glance, I was able to determine what it was that he was attempting to accomplish. My gaze moved toward Prince Plintus. You're trying to destabilize the mana compressor to create a portal and then desync it. Looks like I'm right. I smiled at the prince's expression. That was enough for me to know that I was right. That's not a bad plan, to be honest. I felt mildly impressed by his attempt. If he had actually constructed a dungeon and then desynced it, then the situation would certainly reverse the way he had hoped it would. Our current advantage does not come from the individual power of a select few but rather from the strength of our numbers. In terms of their individual power, the demons were significantly more powerful than we were. They had far more Duke-ranked demons than we did for SS ranks. The same couldn't be said for Marquis-ranked demons and S-ranked users. Our advantage lay there, with over 1,000 of them currently in the hall. They were the reason for our high chances of victory, and if not for them, then the ambush would have never worked, to begin with. That being said, Prince Plintus had grossly miscalculated something. Not bad. Not bad. I took a step back. Away from the mana compressor and interlocked my hands behind my back. What? I smiled at the prince's expression. He seemed utterly dumbfounded by my actions, and I couldn't really blame him if I had to be honest. With that being said, I didn't really care and continued to observe the mana compressor. What are you doing? Exactly at that moment, I found myself frowning and looking over at Prince Plintus. I gave him a gentle nudge with my head before turning my attention back to the mana compressor. Weren't you trying to create a dungeon? Go, I'm giving you the chance to do it. I promise I won't do a single thing while you inject demonic energy into it. At that very moment, the prince wore a look that could only be described as wonderful. If I could have gotten a few pictures of it, I definitely would have, but I didn't want to push my luck too much. If he snapped, things would turn rather troublesome. Nevertheless, in spite of what I said, Prince Plintus continued to stand in the same place he had been. It was as if he no longer cared to create a dungeon as he had initially intended. Come on. Why aren't? His actions irritated me, and just as I was about to say something else, I felt something being thrown in my direction. It was the tip of a very sharp nail. Swoosh. Wow. I narrowly avoided it and took several steps back. I didn't even have time to properly stabilize my footing before the prince started to attack me again. He came at me with such speed that it made it difficult for me to dodge. Swoosh. 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 His attacks were relentless and extremely ruthless, aiming for my most sensitive organs. His movements were extremely fast, and if not for Eyes of Kronos and the chip inside of my mind, I would have had a hard time dodging them. It looks like he's trying to stall for time and wait for the mana compressor to explode. Well, that's one way of doing things. I didn't know whether to be impressed or disappointed by his actions, but as I stared at the incoming sharp nail, I twisted my foot on the ground and avoided the attack. Then, I raised my foot and smashed it against the other hand he was using to attack me. Clank. I stumbled a couple of steps, barely keeping my face from changing. His arm was a lot harder than I originally anticipated. Thwop. Out of nowhere, his figure blurred, and I felt someone appear behind me. His movements were so fast that even Eyes of Kronos was barely able to keep up with it. Despite that, I was still able to see it somewhat. It was just enough to let me know what had happened, and I ducked down. Swoosh. A large hand materialized out of thin air in the location where my head had been moments earlier. It reached out like it was going to grab something, but all it could do was grab air. I twisted my body, and a sword appeared in my hand. Click. A familiar clicking sound rang out, and a figure hurled all the way back into one of the walls in the distance. Boom. After his figure slammed into the wall, I took a few deep breaths and regained my composure. Everything took place in a split second, and despite the many advantages I possessed, I was having a hard time keeping up with him. He was weaker than Waylon, and not by a small margin, but he was still extremely strong. He wasn't someone I could take lightly. It looks like I still need to get used to my newfound power. In terms of rank, I was a little lower, and as I had only recently gotten to where I was now, I was a little unfamiliar with how to use the power I had. It was only logical that I wasn't accustomed to my power, as some of my body reacted faster than my brain did, a problem which used to be on reverse previously. Still, it's not like I'm using my full power yet. I still hadn't used my demonic transformation or the Akashic laws. One could say that I was going easy on Prince Plintus, and I guess it was true, but considering that my goal was to let the mana compressor desync, I didn't need to go all out. There's no better time than to get used to my powers than now. If one of the reasons why I was having a hard time getting accustomed to my powers was the lack of experience I had with them, then there was no better time than now to gain that experience. Swoosh. Just as the dust began to settle, Prince Plintus materialized on the right side of my body. When he came at me with his claws, I was about to duck out of the way when I noticed several small spherical energy beams on the tips of his fingers. Oh, shit. When I first saw them, my eyes widened, and instead of ducking, I pulled my sword from its sheath. At that moment, I could feel my muscles tensing up, and I brought my sword parallel to my body, and his claws landed perfectly against my sword at that angle. Bang. The point of contact between my sword and his claws generated waves of circular pressure that spread outward in all directions. Letting out a short groan, I stumbled a couple of steps back. Ugh. I only came to a stop when my back was against the side of a wall, stopping me from moving further back. Just as I was about to collect myself, I became aware of something approaching from my right side, and at that precise moment, my gaze stopped on the mana compressor. Creak. 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 The body of the compressor began to develop cracks, and it began to tremble back and forth between the two extremes. The light that had emerged from the cracks was blindingly bright and white. I was about to move away from the cracks that had formed on the side of the compressor when all of a sudden, Prince Plintus materialized in front of me. Where are you going? A gleeful smile was plastered across his face, despite the manic expression that he was sporting. Didn't you want to see what would happen when the mana compressor exploded? Here, I'll let you see. In a motion that rendered it impossible for me to react, he pressed his hands against my shoulders and held my body firmly against the side of the wall. My expression changed at that moment, and Prince Plintus shouted. Watch. Boom. Immediately after that, there was a terrifying explosion, and everything around me turned white. Chapter 780, Taking Over, 3. If one were to use a word to describe how the situation beneath the tower was, it'd be slaughter. The large hall of the tower was filled with blood, and the agonized screams of the demons could be heard continuously ringing out from within the space. Ach. Orc. What was supposed to be a trap in which they would find their way to slay the current leader of humanity instead turned out to be a slaughter for the demons. Things weren't supposed to be this way. Spurt. Ach. No. Cracka. Cracka. Sparks of electricity were seen flying through the air, and blood was seen accompanying each spark. The next thing that appeared after the sparks were a couple of yellow streaks. They came forth immediately from Liam's eyes as they surveyed the entirety of the battlefield in front of him. There was something distinctively different about him today. Whenever his gaze settled, a number of demons would fall from the sky and, not long after, turn into powder. It seemed as though his form was constantly fading into and reappearing in front of a demon before reverting back to a blurry state. When he moved through an area, blood would spatter, and a demon would be killed. He was like a god of death, and he garnered the attention of those around him. Who is he? Have you seen him somewhere before? Since when did we have someone this strong and yet not know anything about them? Within the hall, conversations began to take place as everyone's attention was drawn to Liam, who was sneaking his way through the demons and dispatching them in a matter of moments. Because of the uproar his actions caused, even Octavius and the highest-ranking officers of what was formerly the Union took notice of what was going on. Why have I never heard of him? Even Octavius was taken aback by the scene that unfolded in front of his very eyes. At first glance, he was able to tell that the man before him was not an ordinary person but rather someone whose rank had reached the SS rank. Having just recovered his feelings and retained most of his memories, Octavius was shocked to know that he had no clue as to who the young man was. Where did such a monster appear from? Even though everyone else was talking about him, the individual in question, Liam, seemed to be thinking about something entirely different. I can see it. Sparks flew all around the area that he was in as his eyes performed a low scan of the area that he was in. His vision began to blur, and he suddenly found himself standing in front of another demon. He brandished his sword and swept his eyes across the demon's body before settling on a specific location, which he then stabbed directly in the middle of. Arc. Spurt. The speed with which he moved was so great that the demon did not even have the opportunity to respond before it was immediately reduced to powder. However, the thing that surprised everyone the most about the scenario was that right after Liam defeated one demon, his body twisted, and he suddenly found himself standing in front of another demon. The same thing repeated itself, and his body turned into dust. Liam just stood there, staring into space, as the demon in front of him disintegrated into powder. The unexpected turn of events completely caught him off guard, and everything appeared strange to him. This was the first time he had ever felt this way, and he couldn't quite explain it. Whenever he raised his head, he'd see the demons, but what especially took most of his attention were the thin blue projections that would appear beside them. The projections were an exact copy of them, the only difference was in where they were placed. When a demon ran, their projection would appear just a little bit ahead of them, and when they flew, their projection would appear just a little bit ahead of where they were going. That was fine, but what was most shocking were the projections that were in a completely different position from where the demons were headed. Liam was initially confused about it, but once he saw the demons turn their bodies and move directly into the same position as where the projection was, he finally understood what was going on. I can predict their movements. It was a rather simple conclusion. One that seemed to be the most logical given the situation, and yet, Liam found himself unable to process it properly. It baffled him. When he turned his head to look around, he noticed that time had slowed down and blue projections had appeared in front of everyone. The world started to turn gray, and he noticed that the mana in his body was quickly depleting. Because of how quickly it happened, by the time a couple of seconds had passed, more than half of his mana had been depleted. But that didn't matter to him. The only thing that mattered to him was whether or not what he was seeing was true, and as soon as he stopped channeling his mana and saw everyone move in the direction of their respective projection, his mind blanked. It's true. He wasn't imagining things. It turned out that he could accurately predict everyone's movements, and the revelation stunned him. At that precise moment, more than a dozen questions popped into his head. How is this possible? Since when did I gain such an ability? Is this something that belongs to my art? Is this because I suddenly gained my memories again? Is this my true potential? Ugh. Liam groaned, massaging his head. He felt his head throb, but at the same time, he felt his heart palpitate with an unusual form of excitement, one that he'd only felt a couple of times in the recent past. The most recent one occurred when he was facing off against Ren in the demon realm. He was absolutely ecstatic, and the sparks that were already flying around his body began to crackle and pop with even greater intensity as he relished on the sensation that he hadn't anticipated he would feel again so soon. Cracka. 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 As he gradually removed his sword from its sheath, a powerful force emanated from it, and everyone's attention turned toward him once more. He grinned. Come. What's up with Liam? Hein looked into the distance in shock. Even though he had always been aware for a very long time that Liam was powerful, the events that were taking place right now puzzled him to a much greater degree. Has he been holding back in training? He, who had trained with him over the past few years, was baffled by what Liam was currently showing. He had originally thought he knew his strength, but looking at him now, dancing around the demons, he felt his whole world collapse. Bang. Right at that moment, something incredibly heavy slammed into his shield. The force of the impact caused his entire body to shake, but he did not move even an inch from where he was standing. Focus. Han Yufei's voice rang from behind him. Following this, Hein heard a whistling sound, and a fist hurled past his ear. Hey, watch it. Hein hastily moved his head to the side and covered his right ear. Fuck, that hurts. Stop being a crybaby. Ava's voice echoed just a few meters ahead, and Hein's face turned bitter. When he turned his head to look at her, he noticed that she was surrounded by more than a dozen distinct animals, all of which were displaying a rather threatening aura. These beasts ranged in size from large elephants with multiple tusks to lions and tigers that were only half the size of those elephants. If there was someone else who was attracting just as much attention as Liam, it'd be her. She alone was managing over a dozen different demons, and not only was she not getting pushed back, but she was even killing them. Bang. Ugh. As yet another strong force struck his shield, Hein let out a brief groan as the force caused the shield to vibrate violently. He cocked his head to the side and glared angrily in the direction of the aggressor. It originated from a demoness who ranked in the Marquis range and sported a massive broadsword in her hands. Hein's face turned a bit strange at the sight. How should he say this? She and the sword looked completely incompatible. Not only was it twice as big as she was, but it also looked like it was too heavy for her. Or so it seemed. Bang. Raising the broadsword again, it smacked once more against his shield. The trembling spread throughout Hein's entire body, and he came dangerously close to retreating. It was a relief that, as a result of all of his training, he was now able to stop himself from moving, and despite the fact that his entire body hurt, he was able to persevere despite the discomfort. I think it's enough. I can go all out now. When Hein looked around and saw that there was no one else behind him, he sighed in relief. Now that everyone was gone and he no longer needed to tank, he decided to launch an all-out attack, but just as he was about to do so, the entire room shook violently. Rumble. Rumble. What's going on? While Hein was able to keep his balance, a great number of other people were unable to do so, and as a result, several people fell. Hein instinctively raised his head and looked upward after sensing a particular kind of energy emanating from above him. He wasn't the only one, as many of the stronger people did the same. What's going? Boom. He never got to finish that sentence. Chapter 781, Taking Over, 4. Cuckoo, ha 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 ha. Prince Plintus. I'd say he had lost it completely. His maniacal laugh reverberated throughout the entire area that the two of us were in as his hands pressed even more firmly on my shoulders, pinning me into place. When he turned his head, the spot where the mana compressor had been, came into his field of vision, and his gaze lingered there for a moment. It had only been a few moments ago when it had blown up into pieces, and as a direct result of the explosion, the entire building had begun to shake. A sizable portal could be seen hovering over the location that formerly housed the mana compressor before it was destroyed. Whoom. The area around the portal began to warp, and the demonic energy that had been released into the atmosphere as a consequence of the explosion of the mana compressor began to rush in the direction of the portal, which was at the same time beginning to grow in size. Have a look. Take a look at what you've done. Prince Plintus seemed to be entranced by what he was seeing. He no longer seemed as calm and collected as the first time I saw him, and from what I was seeing, he had completely lost it. His eyes were the best evidence of this as they were rather hazy. This, because of what you've done, this is because you pushed me to this point. If you had just obediently let yourself fall in my hands, none of this would have happened. He's completely lost it. After what seemed like an eternity, Prince Plintus turned his head, and our gazes once again locked. His eyes, which appeared to be even cloudier than they had been before, turned red and bloodshot. Come, witness. Witness the consequences of your actions. Witness how everyone that you care about and the forces of the human domain are whipped. This is the third time. Unable to take it anymore, I spoke up. Raising my head, I directly stared into his eyes. This is the third time. I repeated, feeling more annoyed than before. As I turned my head and stared at the hands that were gripping my shoulders, I decided to channel my demonic energy, and scales began to cover my face. Clocka. 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 My muscles bulged as a result, and my power started to increase drastically. If before, Prince Plintus was letting out more energy than me, then now, we were about even. No, I could tell. I had the edge at the moment. My unexpected actions appeared to have alarmed the prince, as evidenced by the sudden opening of his eyes. You, what are you doing? First, things first. I paid no attention to him as I placed both of my hands on his forearms and began to apply pressure. Yucca! The moment I applied pressure, the prince let out a piercing scream, and his head jerked in the opposite direction. This is not enough. After noticing that his hands were still firmly placed against my shoulders, I increased the amount of force that I was applying, and the prince finally released my shoulders. Waka. The sound that came out of his mouth after I applied some pressure over his arm brought to mind the sound of a chicken being strangled or something similar. I didn't have much time to pay attention to the sound he was making, nor was I interested. Swoosh. Swoosh. Arc. Cook. The portal that was only a few meters away from it was currently diverting all of my attention, especially as monsters started to emerge from it. Even though they weren't very powerful, I could tell at a glance that they were just one of the thousands more that were about to make their way into the tower from the portal. Ha 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 ha, it's already happening. Now that the portal is open, you can't stop it. Your SCR. It's the fourth time. Crack. His hands broke as a result of the additional pressure I applied to his forearms. Ha. The prince let out another agonized cry. He struggled under my grasp, seemingly trying his best to get out of it, but it was a futile attempt. Not only was I a lot stronger than I used to be, but because he had used up a lot of his demonic energy trying to open the portal, he was a lot weaker than he was when he was in the height of his power. I was the one who had the advantage. If I had to make an educated guess about his power right now, I would say that he was roughly on par with Octavius in terms of his ability. He wasn't a threat. You speak a lot of nonsense. I spoke, staring directly at the prince in my hands. His face was pale, and he had a fierce expression on his face. If looks could kill, I'd be dead more than a dozen times already. Unfortunately, however, looks couldn't kill quite as easily as one would think, and I found his glare to be nothing short of amusing. You think that the situation is dire? When I turned my head back to look at the portal, the corners of my mouth turned up into a smile. Naive. I shook my head, soon letting go of his forearms. You. The moment I let go of his hands, the prince looked at me in shock. I made use of that opportunity to move my hand forward toward his lower abdomen and gently place it there. My hand was covered in a white film, and the speed at which it moved increased 1,000 times over. It was so fast that he had no time to react. I went all out. Spurt. Ugh. Blood spurted out, and his eyes opened widely. When he turned his head to look at me, he had a look on his face that conveyed complete and utter surprise. He seemed unable to comprehend what had just taken place, but I didn't bother to explain it to him because I quickly retrieved his core. Thump. His body began to sag, and the soles of his feet began to char and smoke before turning into black embers that rose in the air. He was in terrible shape. While his eyes continued to be fixed on me, I fidgeted with the core in my hand. There's something that you seem to have completely misunderstood about the matter. I looked back at the prince, who seemed to be struggling to understand what I was trying to say. He at most has a minute left before he disappears. Even though his core had not been damaged, now that it was outside of his body, it would quickly disintegrate, and he would not regain consciousness until a new body had been formed. This was something that Angelica had mentioned to me a while ago, and I decided to put this information to use by heading in the direction of the portal that was gradually growing larger right in front of my eyes. The prince's eyes tracked my every move as I moved around. Whoa. Wawa. After casting a single glance, all of the monsters that had been materializing in front of the gate vanished, and I came to a stop in front of the dungeon. As I slowly extended my hand in front of me, a bright white glow began to appear on it. The white glow suddenly erupted into a shower of golden runes and scribbles, which then began to descend like chains in front of me and head toward the portal. Whoom. The gate, which only seconds before had appeared to be reasonably stable, began to shake uncontrollably almost immediately. Right when yet another monster was about to appear, the gate disintegrated into dust, and the opening began to contract. You see this? I turned my head to stare at Prince Plintus, whose gaze was fixed on me with a look of utter disbelief. His already pale face turned a shade paler, and his entire body trembled. As he struggled to comprehend what had transpired, the ambers that were rising from beneath his body and consuming what was there grew even more numerous, almost covering his entire body. I. His mouth opened a couple of times, seemingly trying to say something, but he seemed to be struggling to do so as nothing came out of his mouth. Even so, I knew exactly what he wanted to say, and I smiled as a result. Impossible. I almost laughed, turning my gaze toward the laws that were moving around my palm. It was moving a lot more smoothly than it had in the past, and I had significantly improved my control over it compared to the first time that I had used them. Dungeons. Gates. Skills. Everything originates from one source. There were many types of forces in the world, but only one trumped all of them. The Akashic laws. They were the origin of all power and the driving force behind everything. Everything, including mana and demonic energy, originated from the laws, and despite the fact that demonic energy was antagonistic toward the laws, it was still a force that originated from them. The only reason demonic energy was so rejected was most likely due to Jezebeth and his actions. It was the only thing I could think of to explain the situation. Glancing at the prince, I continued to speak. Not many can wield this power. It's not something that's meant to be wielded by anyone and probably shouldn't. Even so. I brought my hand toward the portal and slowly clenched it. Shum. The golden runes that were encircling the portal started to shrink, and the portal quickly shrank down and transformed into a small ball of energy. As the air around it became chaotically twisted from the mana that was erupting from it, I beckoned it with my hand and brought it to my mouth. Gulp. I swallowed the orb and muttered. To those that wield it, they can do anything. Chapter 782, Situation in Kuzma, 1. Planet Idoania. What's going on? Angelica was completely taken aback as she looked at the flock of pink hair that was in front of her. The moment they came into view, the entire battleground came to a complete stop, and several of the dwarves that had been surrounding her suddenly fell to the ground. Once Angelica was able to get a better glimpse of the figure that had come to rescue her, she was stunned to see a demoness with a beauty unlike any other. Her crimson eyes gave off a mystifying pink glow, and wherever her gaze fell, the dwarves would stop moving suddenly and slam into the ground. Almost as if they had suddenly fallen asleep. It was a one-sided slaughter. Who is she? Angelica was astonished by the demoness' appearance, as she had previously believed she was doomed. With all those dwarves surrounding her, she was truly helpless, and yet, just when she was about to die, a demoness she didn't know came to her rescue. What are you doing? Are you not going to help me? Angelica was jolted awake by a pearly and sweet voice, and when she looked up, she saw the demoness glaring at her with a look that was unbefitting of her voice. She looked like those gangsters she saw on TV back on Earth. Is this how she normally is? Angelica was somewhat perplexed by her behavior, but through it all, she managed to nod her head. After taking a step forward, her wings spread out, and she flew closer to her. Her eyes started to shine as well, and her voice amplified. Stop moving for a second. As was the case previously, the dwarves in the area stopped moving the moment Angelica's voice rang out. And it was only for a split second, but that was enough for the pink-haired demoness who took advantage of that opening to take out a single rapier from her storage space and cut it horizontally. Clank. 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 Sparks flew, and cracks formed on the dwarven armor. Several of them flew back and crashed against the ground, tearing apart the land and trees beneath them. Tisk. When the pink-haired demon realized that her attack hadn't completely eliminated the targets, she made a clicking sound with her tongue and turned her attention to Angelica. Hey, you. She called out, her voice sounding rather irritated. Angelica pursed her lips when she felt her gaze pause over her. She didn't show any outward signs of her anxiety and instead calmly looked back at her, despite the fact that she was feeling quite anxious for some reason, most likely because of the disparity in the strength of their abilities. Yes. The pink-haired demoness frowned at her calmness, but her brows soon relaxed. She began talking after taking a look at her surroundings and determining that there was still some time left before the dwarves launched their next assault. It looks like the strategist's words were right. Strategist. Her words immediately caught Angelica's attention. Why did she mention the strategist? Was he the one that sent her here? Or is there something that I don't know going on? Overhearing her words, the pink-haired demoness looked at her. Right, you don't know. Right, you don't know, Priscilla said, flocking her hair to the side but keeping quiet. Angelica's interest was piqued even more, and she pursed her lips again. Why isn't she saying anything? Is there truly something that I'm unaware of? It certainly appeared to be the case based on her response. She had just gotten to the point where she was about to say something when she was cut off. Don't look at me like that, I won't tell you anything. You can figure it out later. Angelica was forced to keep quiet after realizing that she had read her thoughts. She could only keep them to herself. It seemed as though she was adamant about not saying anything, so she refrained from testing her luck. The pink-haired demoness seemed to appreciate this gesture as she smiled. By the way. She turned her head to look at the dwarves who were approaching from behind her, and she used her thumb to point in their direction. Should we do something about them? Ah, yes. Angelica nodded her head, her mind clearing up from the previous thoughts. A smile formed on the pink-haired demoness. Priscilla. Excuse me. My name. The pink-haired demoness turned her head to look at Angelica. My name is Priscilla. Provide me with a comprehensive update of the current situation, commanded a deep voice from within the tent. The assembled demons immediately raised their heads and rushed to present several parchments of paper to the strategist, who calmly perused the contents. Strategist. One of the demons approached, stuttering. Bending down on one knee, he passed the parchment with both hands. Please have a look. A hand moved forward and grasped the parchment. Placing it over the desk in front of him, the strategist looked through it, his green eyes calmly scanning through the contents of the parchment. Though concealed, the demon sensed a smile from the strategist, whose subsequent words revealed satisfaction with the progress made. Good. It looks like things are progressing as I've anticipated. Ah, yes, a demon started flattering. It was a genius move to use the Lust clan as bait to lure the dwarves. With those little bastards being the perfect counter for them, they would have obviously targeted them. Having the Sloth clan wait in ambush was a great idea. With that, we managed to deal a devastating blow to the dwarven forces. The strategist calmly nodded his head. He didn't pay much attention to the demon's words. All he did was repeat stuff he already knew. Rather, he found it to be quite annoying. Sort of reminded him of a certain kid he knew in the past. He was a lot smarter than the demon next to him, though. How is the situation with the elven forces? Like you've suggested, the clan of Envy and Pride is handling that matter. They seem to be on the brink of winning. Another demon answered. He was an older-looking one, and unlike the other demons, he didn't try to flatter the strategist. Walking up toward the strategist, he placed his long and skinny finger over the parchment and mumbled. The orcs are also not doing any better, with the 3 remaining clans taking care of them. From my conservative estimates, the war should be over within the next week or month. I think so too. The strategist nodded his head in agreement. The war. It was as good as over. The demon forces were simply far too overwhelming for them to handle, and more than a war, it was more of a slaughter. The strategist's brows furrowed when he thought thus far, and his eyes trembled. Even so, he forced himself to keep composed. Have you reminded our forces not to kill if they surrender? He turned his head to look at the elderly-looking demon. We need to replenish the forces that we've lost. Don't worry about that. The elderly-looking demon smiled. We're not that stupid. Everyone who is willing to surrender will be taken in and forced to sign a contract with us. We've already recruited tens of thousands by now. That's good. The strategist nodded his head once more. His voice faltered a little, but it was barely noticeable. You don't seem pleased by the news. Huh. Just then, a voice whispered inside the tent, startling everyone present. The strategist's head hastily turned toward the direction where the voice came from, and immediately after, he heard loud thumping sounds resound throughout the tent. Thump. 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 These lowly subjects greet your majesty, the demon king. Jezebeth paid no mind to the demons and kept his gaze focused on the strategist. He had a knowing smile on his face. What? You also don't seem too pleased to see me. You think? Rather than being cordial and respectful like the other demons, the strategist merely rolled his eyes and turned his gaze away from Jezebeth. Witnessing the scene, the demons within the room didn't dare breathe and hastily lowered their heads. They were scared out of their wits at the moment. How could the strategist behave like this in front of his majesty? Was he trying to die or something? Yet. Contrary to their expectations, Jezebeth showed no signs of anger and calmly moved toward one of the seats inside the tents. With his arms over his thighs, he sat down on one of the chairs and let out a long breath. When he felt everyone's eyes pause on him, he waved his hand dismissively. Carry on with what you're doing. I'm just taking a break. Chapter 783, Situation in Kuzma, 2. Should I say, as expected. As I descended from the top of the tower and made my way toward the hall where the main battle was taking place, I was surprised to see that the battle had essentially come to an end on this side. I wasn't the only one aware that the battle was over. The demons knew it too, and... boom. Arg. Coming down, I could see that there were still some demons that were actively attempting to fight their way out of the tower. However, just as this was supposed to be a prison that was supposed to trap me and the others, it had instead become a prison for all of the demons that were present. No one could get out, and more blood splattered all over the ground. Ren, you're finally here. A voice called out for me, spotting my arrival. When I turned my head to see who had called out for me, I realized it was Edward. How's the situation? I asked, curiously looking around. At first glance, it appeared as though we had won by a landslide. However, when I looked down and saw some of the blood that had been spilled on the floor, I realized that this victory wasn't without its flaws. We had sustained some losses. Don't worry about it. As if reading my expression and thoughts, Edward patted me on the shoulder. Don't beat yourself up because of the losses. Although it is a fact that some of us were killed, from the very beginning, everyone who participated was aware that death was a possibility. Nobody will blame you, on the contrary, most are quite grateful for everything you've done. After a moment's pause, a grin broke out unexpectedly on his face. We have won. He muttered in a low voice. His words were filled with unmasked joy, and when I looked around and observed the facial expressions of those who were currently fighting, I realized that he wasn't the only one who was feeling pleased with the way things were going. You may not understand this very well since you're young, but... Edward continued. This victory means a great deal more to people my age than you probably realize at this point in time. In contrast to the world in which you were born, the one in which I and the other people of my age live was not nearly as tranquil as the world in which you were raised. Our land and our people were subjected to constant destruction at the hands of demons. I've seen the killings and massacres more times than you could possibly imagine, and so have the others. Edward brought his hand forward, which caused the mana that was all around him to congregate, and a beam shot out from the tip of his finger. Ach! The beam landed directly on top of a demon that was attempting to sneak out from behind one of the humans. You beat me to it. I was about to do the same thing, but Edward's response was a little bit faster than mine. It's fine. He patted my shoulder once again. I know this may not mean much to you, but it really means a lot to us older folks, and for that, you don't have to feel guilty about their death. I'm sure the lot of them are happy knowing that they finally managed to get their revenge. Is that so? I muttered absent-mindedly. I understood what Edward was trying to say. I really did, but at the same time, I couldn't bring myself to be happy. I guess being a leader has a lot more responsibility than I give it credit for. Despite the fact that I did not have any feelings of guilt in connection with their passing, I was not happy about it. In a roundabout way, their deaths were my responsibility, and it wasn't exactly the most pleasant thing in the world to realize that I was the reason why they were no longer among us. It was kind of a bummer, and just the thought of what I'd have to say to their families once all of this was over made my stomach turn. HAAA. But this was life. Taking a deep breath, I looked up and let out another breath. I'd be a hypocrite if I felt guilty about all of this. This wasn't the first time that I had done something similar. In fact, it wasn't even the second time. When I was in Amora, there were times when I commanded the orcs to fight against the demons and other times when I used the dwarves to fight against Inferno. When we were in that situation, I made a number of choices that ended up leading to the deaths of members of both the Dwarven and the Orcish armies. Some were even deliberate in order to make sure that the plan was successful, and as a result, I was more aware than anyone else that I was being a hypocrite. It didn't really matter, though. I had long since come to the realization that I was a hypocrite, and despite this realization, I found that it did not affect my sleep very much. There were other things that were keeping me from doing that. Human emotions sure are complicated. I let out another sigh and turned away from the battlefield. I'm done on my part. Suddenly, a figure materialized in front of me. I didn't even need to look up because I immediately recognized his voice. It's good to know that you're already finished, Octavius. It was none other than Octavius, who, unlike before, seemed to have a completely different demeanor. Even after a few weeks had passed since his recuperation, I was still not accustomed to his new personality. It wasn't just me who was experiencing these emotions, in fact, everyone else did as well. On numerous occasions, I was left completely speechless after receiving multiple calls and messages inquiring about Octavius' well-being and asking if anything was wrong. Just how bad was his image before he recovered? The number of questions and messages I received provided a sufficient amount of information to answer my question. What are we going to do now? The question from Octavius jolted me out of my thoughts, and I found myself looking up at him. After turning around, I looked at the others who were slaying the last of the demons, and I couldn't help but break into a grin. About that. I bent my head forward and looked down at the ground below me. I raised one foot, focused all of my mana into it, and then quickly stomped down on the ground with it. We're going to hunt for treasure. My foot came into contact with the floor of the hall. Boom. The ground began to collapse. The demon treasury was a grand hall with towering pillars adorned in gold and silver and vast vaulted ceilings that seemed to stretch endlessly upward. The air was thick with the scent of incense, and the floor was made of polished black marble that reflected the flickering torchlight from the walls. At the center of the hall stood a massive circular dais, upon which rested a colossal black iron chest that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. The chest was carved with intricate runes and symbols of power and was so large that a dozen fully grown demons could stand upon it without crowding. On the walls of the hall were niches and alcoves, each containing a glittering hoard of wealth and treasures. Golden chalices encrusted with rubies and sapphires, piles of silver coins stacked high as mountains, and jewel-encrusted crowns and scepters adorned with the bones of high-grade beasts. It was a location that was only accessible to a handful of people, and not many people were aware of its existence. At that moment. Rumble. Rumble. The ceiling violently shook, and the metallic clicking sound produced by the coins striking each other resounded throughout the treasury. Boom. A large hole appeared above the ceiling, and several figures jumped down from above. Swoosh. Ho, ho. Ren's eyes glistened as he looked around the treasury. He wasn't the only one, as the people who came down with him showed similar reactions. They are a lot richer than I expected. Overhearing Liam's muttering, Ren looked at him strangely. You've been to the demon realm, you should know better about just how wealthy the demons are. Why do you look so surprised? I thought your memories had recovered. No, it's just that. Liam's face turned complicated, but he soon let out a sigh. Looking back, the only thing I can really remember from that time is all of the fights I got into. Because I was never interested in them or their wealth, I never gave it much thought or consideration. So I really don't know anything. Fair enough. After giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder, Ren then turned his attention to the enormous chest off in the distance. At the sight, for some unexplainable reason, his heart began to race, and he found that his feet began to move on their own. Stopping right in front of the chest, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and placed his hand over the chest. A majestic black hue flowed out of the chest and crashed against him. Almost instantly, Ren's figure jolted, but he kept his hand on the chest the entire time, and he opened it very slowly. Creak. As he took a closer look at what was concealed within the chest, a broad grin spread across his features. Now this. Chapter 784, Situation in Kuzma, 3. Demon Domain, Kuzma City. Attack. Charge forward. Raise your shields and charge. The orcs charged forward, their roars echoing through the air as they attempted to breach the demon city. Rumble. Rumble. The sound of their footsteps reverberated across the ground as they ran toward the towering walls. The walls themselves were fortified with layers of thick stone, with towers and battlements dotting the top, bristling with weapons and soldiers. The orcs brandished their weapons, crude axes, spears, and swords, and began pounding against the walls with all their might. Clank. Clank. The sound of metal on stone rang out as they smashed their weapons against the unyielding surface, hoping to make a crack in the demons' defenses. The demons atop the wall retaliated with volleys of different spells and arrows, raining down on the orcs like a deadly hailstorm. The twang of bowstrings mixed with the screams of dying orcs as they fell to the ground below, their bodies broken and lifeless. Arg. Ak. Continue to charge. But the orcs were undeterred, their sheer numbers giving them unrelenting momentum as they continued to throw themselves against the walls, stepping over their fallen comrades. Charge. They had no regard for their own safety, only a fierce determination to break through the defenses and conquer the city. As the battle raged on, the orcs tried everything in their power to breach the city's walls. They brought forward battering rams, hoping to smash through the gates, but the demons were ready for them. The rams were met with a rain of flaming arrows, igniting the wooden frames and sending them crashing to the ground. Boom. Boom. The walls of the city shook every time the orcs rammed against them, but as if they were made out of the sturdiest of materials, they didn't budge an inch. Continuag. The orcs continued to ram the walls, but it proved to be a futile endeavor. Not only were they unable to break through the walls, but with each passing second, they suffered an increasing number of casualties as well. KHHH, KHHH. This is not good. Brutus muttered, overlooking the entire battlefield from afar. He wielded a massive war axe in the palm of his hand. Because it was so heavy, the ground beneath the axe began to slope downward. Brutus took his time as he brought the axe up to rest on his shoulders, all the while keeping his eyes fixed on the walls off in the distance. Commander. Right then, a voice rang next to his ears. When he turned his head, his eyes focused on a lanky Orson warrior. What is it, strategist? About that. The strategist caressed his hands and glanced at the walls in the distance. Right as he realized how serious the circumstance was, he turned his attention back to Brutus and shared his thoughts with him. If possible, could you do something about the... That's impossible. He was abruptly refused before he even had a chance to state the nature of his request. The face of the strategist turned pale, and just as he was about to continue speaking, he was abruptly cut off in the middle of his sentence. But why? If you dash. I said that's impossible. Brutus shook his head once more, his gaze turning ferocious. The strategist immediately flinched at the gaze and hastily lowered his head. He knew that he was out of line. Do you think I want to stand here and do nothing? Brutus said all of a sudden, and the strategist raised his head. Yes. Strategist, you should know me better than anyone by now. Do you really think I'm someone who would just stand idly and do nothing while my brethren suffer? No. The strategist shook his head, processing those words extremely carefully. Then you should know that if I'm not acting, it's not because I don't want to, but because something is preventing me from acting. Preventing you. The strategist at last gave off the impression of having comprehended something, and he hurriedly turned his head to look at the city off in the distance. Is there something that's preventing you from moving? Could it be? A sudden thought occurred to the strategist, and his expression paled. That's correct. Brutus smiled to himself as he nodded his head, content that the strategist had finally grasped the concept behind his passivity. If I were to act right now, I'd attract the attention of the Prince Kuzma. If that were to happen, and the two of us were to fight, what do you think would happen to the battlefield? A battle between Brutus and Prince Kuzma, not only would the after effects of their battle reach the entire battlefield, but the losses that would be sustained because of it would be immense. Far greater than what it was at the moment. I didn't think of that. The strategist hung his head in embarrassment. He was given the title of strategist for this conflict, however, in reality, he was not nearly as intelligent as the strategist who represented the other races. He was head and shoulders above those of his own race, but when measured against the others, he came up short. Something like this, he should have seen through it from the very beginning. He had failed as a strategist. It's all right. Right then, Brutus patted him on the shoulder. Although he maintained a fierce expression, the level of ferocity in it was noticeably less intense. The situation is still not impossible for us to reverse. You mean? The eyes of the strategist lit up with excitement, and he quickly raised his head. He was met with Brutus's slight nod. Yes, there's a way for us to win the war. It's not completely over. The words spoken by Brutus stoked the fire that was already present in the mind of the strategist, and he immediately began running through all of the various possibilities in his head. After a short while, he raised his head in surprise. There was also a noticeable shock and unwillingness to it. Commander. You figured it out. If you did, go ahead and carry out the plan. When Brutus looked at him with a knowing look, the strategist's expression changed into something strange. In the end, he let out a sigh. I understand. The strategist spun around with his shoulders hunched and walked briskly in the direction of one of the tents that they had erected in advance. Brutus's expression underwent a change immediately after the strategist turned around and left. He inhaled deeply before murmuring something to himself in a low voice. This is the only way. Demon Domain, Plinta City. Have you managed to take away everything? When I looked around and noticed that the once full treasury was now completely bare, I felt rather satisfied. Even though almost half of the resources we gathered couldn't be used by us because they were infused with demonic energy, we still collected all of them, and while it was true that most of them couldn't use the items laced with demonic energy, it wasn't true for me. I guess it wasn't a bad idea to ingest demonic blood. With the nectar partially solving my mental problems, I was now able to handle the demonic energy a lot more smoothly, and with that, I was also able to steadily use the demon fruits and resources that I got from the demons without worrying about the repercussions. I still had to be careful, though. Just because most of my mental problems were solved by the nectar, I wasn't unaffected by the effects of the devil's fruits. I only had one portion left of the nectar, and all it did was clear up what problems that I already had. After eating another piece of demon fruit, the problems with the voices and the metal would come back. The nectar was not something that counteracted their effect in its entirety, rather, it only counteracted the effect that was already present. In the event that something came up later, it wouldn't be able to do anything. It's like if I stab myself. A potion will heal me of all the problems, but if I keep stabbing myself, then the problems will just come back. The nectar was, in a way, just a partial solution to the bigger problem. And unfortunately, unlike potions, I had a finite supply of it. Still, I've made good progress. My strength was increasing all the time, and with the arrival of this fresh supply of resources, I was confident that it would continue to rise even further. Jezebetha's level. While I still wasn't close, I felt myself growing closer to it. He wasn't a wall that I couldn't see the end of anymore. Given a bit more time, I knew that I had a good shot at fighting against him. Ren, there's something. My ear suddenly filled with the sound of Ryan's voice, and I immediately lowered my head to check on my watch. Raising my wrist, I spoke. What's going on? It's best if I show you. His enigmatic words confused me even more, and my curiosity started to peak. All of a sudden, my wrist trembled. Huh. Ding. And a notification suddenly popped up on my screen. Looking at the message that had appeared on my wrist, my eyes opened up in surprise. Official request for backup. Chapter 785, Situation in Kuzma, 4. Demon Domain, Kuzma City. The demons stood idly by as the orc horde marched closer and closer to their city, a ferocious and bloodthirsty light glowing in their eyes the whole time. Careful. Stay behind the barriers, and don't move. Keep attacking from where you are. The orcs were an intimidating sight, with their muscular bodies covered in thick, matted fur and their jaws lined with two long, pointed tusks. Each orc wielded a massive weapon, swinging it with deadly accuracy as they charged at the walls of the city. Boom. Boom. The ground shook with the force of the orcs' approach, and the demons watched with a mixture of amusement and disgust. They had long known that the orcs were planning an attack on their city, but they had not expected them to come so soon or so aggressively. They had done everything in their power to prepare their defenses, but the orcs' strategy turned out to be significantly more aggressive than they had anticipated. Despite the surprise attack, the demons were not afraid. They knew that they possessed powers that the orcs could never hope to match. They could sense the fear and uncertainty in the orc army, and they relished the opportunity to turn their own tactics against them. One of the demons, a tall, lanky creature with pointed ears and an elongated snout, spoke to the others. Everything is proceeding smoothly, he said, his voice low and menacing. He was Prince Kuzma, the current head of Kuzma City, and the one responsible for overseeing the battle. From the looks of things, we'll soon be having a nice feast. Kuzma's gaze was currently drawn toward Brutus, the orc leader. He knew that if Brutus so much as made a move, it could turn the tide of the battle. Therefore, he was keeping a good watch on him. Get ready to attack, Kuzma commanded. I'll keep their leader in check. Make sure to kill as many orcs as possible in the meantime. Understood. The other demons nodded their agreement and began to channel their energy, unleashing a barrage of spells toward the orcs below. Whoom. Whoom. The orcs faltered, their weapons clanging uselessly against the barrier that the demons had erected around the city. Kuzma gestured to his fellow demons, indicating that it was time to launch their attack. Attack them directly, he shouted. Send the close combatants out. After letting out a bloodthirsty roar, the demons emerged from the walls and swooped down on the orcs with such ferocity that it left them dazed and confused. Swoosh. Swoosh. They fought with fluid grace, their movements almost too quick for the eye to follow. They came upon the orcs like a swarm of bees. Ach. Arg. The orcs were caught off guard by the unexpected attack and faltered back, their ranks decimating as a result. Keep in position. Keep in position. Attack. Help. Arg. The commands faded alongside the sound of the battle that was ensuing between the demons and orcs. Chaos crept its way onto the battlefield. It was a known fact that each race had its own pride. This was especially so for the three races, the dwarves, the elves, and the orcs. It was because I knew this that I was shocked by the message request that I received from Brutus. It had honestly caught me off guard, and while I was surprised, I immediately left Plintus City. The distance between Kuzma City and Plintus is about 1,000 kilometers, so it shouldn't take me more than an hour to get there. Even though I could go a lot faster and cut the time down to 5 minutes, I needed to save up my mana in order to complete the task. Given the scale of the war, I couldn't show up there completely drained. It's not like I have a choice. Swoosh. I sped through the rotten land. The trees were withered, and the air was thick with a sulfur scent. This occurred as a result of the lingering demonic energy in the area. It stunted the growth of all living organisms within and actually caused them to regress and turn back to whatever they were at the moment. Wait, what if? Right then, my feet came to a sudden halt. I had a sudden thought, and my expression changed a little. They should be fine even if I arrived a little later, right? We've sent the request for backup. He said that he would be coming. Brutus glanced at the strategist, who hurriedly nodded his head. I'm referring to the human leader, Ren. Just him. That. The strategist frowned but then proceeded to shake his head. I doubt it. I believe he will be coming with the human forces. Given the distance, he should arrive here in about an hour. An hour. Brutus frowned, and the strategist added. If he doesn't show up in the next 5 to 10 minutes, then he'll most likely show up in an hour. Brutus pondered over the strategist's words before coming to a sudden understanding. I understand. After that, he turned his attention once more toward the distant battlefield. But just as he turned, his expression abruptly changed. The previous stalemate that was between the demons and orcs was completely shattered as demons came pouring down from above. Arf. Help. Oh. What he was witnessing before his eyes was nothing short of a slaughter as orc after orc collapsed and their limbs flew through the air in all directions. Their cries of agony were amplified and delivered directly to his ears, and Brutus's expression became grim. Rumble. The impact of his axe striking the ground next to him resulted in the formation of a shallow depression in the area where it had made contact. See, Commander. His unexpected action startled the strategist, who retreated a few paces. However, Brutus's knees bent, and his calves bulged, exposing a long and thick vein. Realizing what was about to happen, the strategist hurriedly spoke up. Commander, no. But it was too late. Boom. The air split apart, and a sonic boom echoed in the air. Brutus's bulky figure flew into the air and came shooting right toward the city in the distance. Right in front of the wall that surrounded the city's outskirts, he materialized with his axe raised high above his shoulder, and his muscles puffed out to their fullest extent. Aura erupted from his body at the same time that his enormous mouth gaped open, and he let out a harrowing roar. Arg. The air around him distorted, and the space around him started to lose color. His actions gathered the attention of everyone beneath, and the force contained within that axe made several people spit mouthfuls of blood, their internal organs heavily damaged. I knew you'd be coming. Right then, a raspy voice reverberated through the air, and a lanky demon appeared right in front of Brutus. The instant he appeared, the pressure that had been suffocating the battlefield was immediately relieved, and as a result, a great number of those who had been lying on the ground were able to maintain their lives. Despite this, when the demons looked up, their expressions could not help but change as they took in the disparity in size between the two forces in the air. One was huge, while the other was tiny. They seemed to be two people from different worlds. Prince Kuzma. The loud roar that Brutus let out roused everyone from their stupor, and his axe came slashing down toward Prince Kuzma. The air around the axe whistled as it tore through the air at unbelievable speeds. Boom. A horrifying explosion ripped through the entire battlefield, rupturing the eardrums of those who were standing beneath it and driving a number of orcs and demons fleeing in all directions. After the collision, it was unclear how many individuals were able to survive, but it was reasonable to assume that the vast majority of them didn't. The aftermath of the collision left a cloud of dust, which eventually settled, revealing an unscathed Prince Kuzma standing in front of Brutus. This revelation left everyone in shock. He was clenching Brutus's enormous axe with both hands while he stood with his arms raised above his head. KHHH. This is rather heavy, don't you think? The prince's entire body, including his face, was trembling, and he had a pale complexion. The same could not be said about Brutus, however, as his muscles puffed out and he applied an even greater amount of force. Brutus let out a furious roar and pushed down further. Arg! Slowly, Prince Kuzma's figure started to move down. When they saw him, the hearts of many demons dropped, but Prince Kuzma suddenly cracked a smile, and that was enough to make everyone understand that something was up. Now! Prince Kuzma shouted all of a sudden, and the air around Brutus stirred. Immediately after that, more than a dozen demons of the Duke rank materialized around them, and Brutus's expression changed. You coward! With a distorted look, he tried to move his axe away, but when he tried to, he realized that Prince Kuzma was holding onto it very tightly. He laughed out loud. He. You fool! I knew someone as simple-minded as you would act the way that you did the moment things started to turn south. He turned to look toward the demons surrounding Brutus and shouted. What are you waiting for? The prince glared at the demons around him while desperately clinging to the sides of Brutus's axe with his hands. Now! Attack! Kill him for me! Chapter 786, Situation in Kuzma, 5. You coward! As a surge of anger rose within him, Brutus spat out the words. He knew he was in trouble. As the other orcs were busy fighting their own battles, he was left to defend himself against the onslaught of demons coming at him from all sides. Ha 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 ha. Prince Kuzma chuckled while maintaining a firm grip on the axe. Brutus was rendered helpless as a dark hue emanated from the prince's body, securing the axe and preventing it from moving. You're just trying to cover up your own stupidity by calling me a coward, so stop it. Prince Kuzma retorted while clenching his teeth and making a fierce effort to keep the axe under control. Arga! Brutus put forth every effort he could muster in an effort to pry the prince's grip off of the axe, but it was too late. Over a dozen demonic creatures materialized in an instant next to him and began to pounce on him from all directions. Even though Brutus was a seasoned warrior and knew how to handle himself in battle, the sheer number of demons that were attacking him was too much for him to handle alone. Damn, you! Swoosh! After letting go of the axe, he swung his massive fist with all of his strength, attempting to ward off the demons, but they continued to advance toward him. Bang! Bang! Brutus was knocked off balance in the air and was unable to regain his footing after being struck by demons coming from all directions. Arg! He felt nothing but frustration at the situation as he wildly swung his fist in the air, only to suddenly receive several blows on his body, sending him staggering back. Bang! Whack! Brutus let out a groan as he felt the impact of the demon's attack on his body. This can't go on. He understood that he needed to devise a different strategy, and he needed to do so quickly. Looking around, Brutus's expression fell. There were simply far too many demons for him to face, and he knew he had to think fast. Arg! He let out a rage-filled roar as his entire body charged toward the closest demon to him. In spite of his size and the fact that he wasn't particularly skilled at plotting, he was a quick thinker when it came to fighting. Without giving it much thought, he made the snap decision to concentrate his efforts on eliminating the larger, more powerful demons first, with the expectation that this would weaken the others and provide him with an opportunity to fight back. Brutus ignored the smaller demons that were following close behind him and charged straight for the largest demon that he could see. So long as he caught them off guard, he'd be able to kill them in one shot. Swoosh! He swung his fist with all of his strength, and the air whistled around his fist as it aimed at the demon. Unfortunately, the demon was too quick for him and managed to avoid his attack. Brutus stumbled, and the other demons took advantage of the opening to attack him once again. He felt their claws ripping at his flesh and their teeth biting into his skin. Ugh! Despite the pain, Brutus refused to give up. He refused to let the pain stop him from continuing to fight, and he continued to swing his fists wildly through the air, trying to hit anything he could. He was well aware that, in order to win this fight, he would need to employ some strategic thinking. Bang! Arg! Damn it! As he fought, he noticed something peculiar. As his movements slowed down and he became more passive, a sudden sharpness appeared in his forest green eyes. Attack! He's almost out of gas. Attack! Bang! Bang! The demon's assaults became even more relentless, and more wounds began to appear on his body as a result. In spite of this, his gaze never wavered, and he continued to look in all directions. The way they're attacking. When he looked at the demons, he noticed that they appeared to be working together in some sort of coordinated manner. At first glance, they seemed to be attacking him from all sorts of angles in an effort to wear him out. However, when he examined their behavior in great detail, he noticed that each of their steps followed a particular routine. And that's when it clicked. This is it. He had finally found a vulnerability that he could take advantage of. Brutus withdrew a step and watched the demon's movements more carefully as he shielded his body with his arms. Now, he recognized a window of opportunity and pounced on it, dispatching one demon after another with surgical precision and unrelenting ferocity. Bang. Bang. Arg. Watch out. Brutus' abrupt change in strategy caught the demons off guard. They didn't expect him to be so quick on his feet and so nimble in his movements and were understandably starting to get pushed back. They tried to regain their composure and formation, but they reacted a fraction of a second too late, and Brutus was already standing in the gap that had been created. When he saw the terrified expression on the demons' faces, a bright light flashed in his eyes, and just as his fist was about to land on him, a soft voice began to whisper in his mind. You fell for it again. Huh. Boom. Brutus felt a powerful force land in the middle of his abdomen, and at the same time, he heard a cracking sound and felt his body propelled into the distance, eventually crashing against the hard ground with a powerful force. The force of the impact was so strong that he didn't even get the chance to groan as the air was quickly sucked out of him. The cracking sound he previously heard probably came from the several bones he shattered during the attack. Ugh. When he finally groaned, Brutus was so weak that he could hardly move his body. He felt incredibly heavy, and everything hurt, but he didn't give up. That wasn't nearly enough to make him surrender. Closing his eyes, a dark green hue sprouted out from his body, and his injuries started to recover. If there was one thing that set orcs apart from every other race, it was the fact that they were able to manipulate aura. It was a source of power that was unlike any other, providing them with a great deal of energy and allowing them to recover from their injuries in a short amount of time. Because of this, people tended to view them as a race that was always ready for battle. And they weren't wrong as he prepared to stand up. Oh. It looks like you're still alive. As expected of your orcs. You're quite sturdy. Unfortunately, it was impossible for Prince Kuzma to give Brutus the time he needed to fully recover. Suddenly materializing right next to him, the prince stretched out his slender hand and attempted to grab Brutus by the face. KHHH. Brutus clenched his teeth in anticipation of the hand that was coming closer. He was on the verge of doing something when, all of a sudden, a voice resounded somewhere close to where they were. I've been watching for quite a while now, and I think it's about time that I make my move. Shortly after, a figure materialized right in front of Brutus, and Prince Kuzma's figure blurred, retreating into the air. Who are you? His eyes warily swept over the newcomer. He was a human with short black hair and deep blue eyes. A formidable aura concealed itself within his body, causing the prince to be even warier. I'm sorry for the disturbance. He started with an apology. It looked sincere in the prince's eyes, and yet, for some reason, he felt as though he was being looked down upon. There was something unsettling about his gaze, but the prince couldn't quite explain what it was that he found so unsettling about it. Answer my question, what are you doing here? The prince asked again, but he was once again ignored. He was just about to explode when he suddenly recalled something, and his eyes opened widely. Blue eyes, human, black hair. Impossible. He muttered, stuttering. How are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in Plintus? What's going on? Why? He stopped himself in the middle of his sentence, and his eyes shook. It can't be. Oh, yes, it can. Ren smiled, shifting his attention away from the prince and looking at Brutus, whose condition was stabilizing. He sighed in relief when he saw that. In all honesty, he had been surveying the entirety of the battlefield for a considerable amount of time. On numerous occasions, he had the opportunity to intervene, but he chose not to. The reason for this was that he needed to get a few things set up, but after seeing how Brutus was doing, he had no choice but to go and help him out of his predicament. Just when I was about to finish. Ren silently clicked his tongue while extending his hand toward Brutus. Can you get up? Brutus's gaze fell on his hand before falling onto him. He looked around and soon frowned. I don't feel any other presence here. Are the reinforcements still coming? Did you come by yourself? Reinforcements. Ren looked taken aback before he had a look of understanding. He pointed at himself. Ah, that. Well, you can say that I did come by myself. I left the others back in Plintus, considering the urgency of the situation. But Resta. As his words fell, the expressions of everyone present froze, most noticeably that of Brutus, whose face became extremely gloomy, almost to the point of collapsing. You what? He cut off Ren before he could finish his sentence. Wah. You came by yourself. All of a sudden, Prince Kuzma's voice echoed, and Ren saw several figures appear around them. With a look that seemed filled with relief, Prince Kuzma glared at Ren. And here I was under the impression that you were supposed to be more intelligent than the orcs. It seems that I have greatly exaggerated my expectations of your capabilities. It's obvious that your power got the better of you. A formidable force erupted from within his body. The same was true for the demons that were standing next to him, and the air began to twist. Whoom. Since you didn't bring reinforcements, I'll send you off with that orc. Wait a second. Ren spoke up out of the blue while maintaining an odd expression. After taking in his surroundings, he turned to face Prince Kuzma. Who said I didn't bring reinforcements? Ren glanced at Brutus with the side of his eyes. I was just about to say that I did have them before I was interrupted. Rumble. 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 All of a sudden, the land shook. Chapter 787, Emora's Might, 1. Things weren't peaceful in Emora. A storm was brewing. Who? Clank. Clank. The blaring of horns mixed with the clanging of metal echoed throughout the air. Thousands of brutish creatures prepared to march through a swirling ball of energy that was slowly expanding at the center of a flattened piece of land. It was a portal, a gateway to a world beyond their own. The orcs were decked out in full battle gear, with crude weapons and shields strapped to their massive frames. Clank. 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 Their armor clinked and clanked as they moved, and the ground beneath them shook with each step they took. The air crackled with demonic energy, and the portal itself shimmered with a sickly blue light pulsing with an otherworldly power. At the head of the army stood a certain orc, Silig, his massive frame covered in scars and adorned with trophies from battles won. He was completely different from how he was many years back, and his strength received a massive boost due to the resources he managed to plunder from the demons. It wasn't just him that had changed. So had the majority of the orcs in Emora, with their population rapidly rising and their environment slowly recovering. They had been able to significantly increase their overall force, and it was all thanks to something that had occurred a few years back. Stop. Silig's eyes shone with a ferocious fervor as he barked orders to his troops and urged them to refrain from entering the unknown world that was located on the other side of the portal. Get into positions. He roared, his voice carrying over the din of the army. The orcs scrambled to obey, arranging themselves into formation as the portal grew wider, revealing glimpses of the other side, a barren wasteland of twisted, blackened trees and jagged mountains. Why have you gathered all of our forces? Has something happened? Asked Omgolung, the previous Orson chief. He stood beside Silig, confusion etched into his face. You'll know soon enough. Silig replied, his answer as cryptic as ever. Get ready to charge the moment we step into the portal. He bellowed, his voice ringing out across the army. Rumble. Rumble. The ground shook beneath their feet as the portal grew wider. Karam. Silig raised his greatsword high, letting out a deafening roar that echoed across the army. Omgolung, who was beside him, similarly raised his weapon and chanted. Karam. The orcs responded with a mighty shout, their voices blending into a thunderous war cry. With one final surge of energy, the portal burst open, engulfing the army in a blinding flash of blue light. Karam. 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 With another roar, the orcs charged forward, their weapons held aloft as they stepped into the swirling blue portal. Right behind them, massive artillery that towered over hundreds of meters followed them from behind, making its way toward the portal. Rumble. Rumble. The ground shook beneath their feet as they made the journey to the other side, their bodies jolted by the sudden displacement. When they emerged on the other side, they found themselves in a world unlike any they had ever seen. The air was thick with the stench of brimstone, and the ground writhed beneath their feet. In the distance, they could see a towering black city, surrounded by thick and tall walls, each guarded by legions of demons and monsters. Yes, this is it. Silig grinned savagely, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This was the moment he had been waiting for, the chance to prove his worth to the human that had granted him what he currently had. And with his army at his back, he was ready to conquer them all. Karam. He shouted once more, raising his greatsword high and pointing it toward the distant city. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, and a powerful force erupted from his body. Get ready to charge. Karam. 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 Not wanting to be outdone by Silig, the other orcs chanted, clashing their weapons against the ground. Rumble. The world around them shook, and Silig's voice echoed once more. Charge. The orcs charged forward, brandishing their weapons in a threatening manner as they approached the far-off city. The ground shook violently beneath them, and the thunderous sound of their footsteps filled the air around them. On this day, the previously unknown forces of Amora made their long-awaited debut before the eyes of the entire world. Rumble. Rumble. The ground shook ferociously. What's going on? What's happening? Why is the ground shaking? When I looked around and saw the bewildered expressions on the demons' faces, I couldn't help but smile to myself in private. After giving it some thought, I came to the conclusion that there was no better time to demonstrate the power of the force that was contained within Amora than right now. Rumble. Rumble. The ground shook, and the chants coming from the orcs in the distance grew louder and louder with each passing second. This time, when I turned my head to look in the direction from which the orcs were approaching, I found that I couldn't help but break into a genuine smile. Right before my very eyes was what I had been working hard for. What I had been trying to achieve for a very long time. It was a beautiful sight. Orcs. What's going on? There was another army. Hearing the baffled cries of the demons, I suppressed my smile and turned around. However, just as I did so, I caught a fleeting glimpse of Brutus's expression, which was nothing short of shocked. It was the first time that I had seen his expression change to such a great degree, and if the circumstances hadn't been as they were, I would have paid more attention to the changes he was showing. Swoosh. An intense whistling sound appeared out of nowhere in the air, and at the same time, an enormous boulder that was roughly the size of a truck crashed into the distant barrier surrounding Kuzma City. Boom. The barrier began to ripple, and a number of demons were forced to retreat. Ach. Hayek. If that wasn't all. Swoosh. 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 A number of boulders took to the air and flew through the air before plowing into the barriers with an incredible amount of force, producing additional ripples along the side of the barrier. Crack. Following the collision of the boulders with the barrier, the boulders shattered, releasing a green substance that spread throughout the surrounding area and melted everything that was beneath it. Arg. Akka. From where I was standing, I was able to hear the agonized screams of the demons as the orcs took advantage of the opportunity to exact their revenge on them, who, in contrast to the demons, were completely unaffected by the substance that was splattering from the boulders. Attack. Attack. Rumble. Rumble. The entire battle began to shift as soon as the unexpected reinforcements arrived, and it was now the turn of the demons to suffer heavy casualties as dark blood spilled all over the ground and the cries began to come from the demons. Karam. 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 While the boulders continued to smash into the barrier, the orc army had already made its way beneath the city's walls. Waving their weapons above their heads, they joined the fight and immediately began slicing their way through the thousands of demons that were standing outside the barrier. From how things were before for the orcs, it had now suddenly turned into a one-sided slaughter for them. Slicing and killing tens of demons every second. Damn. Damn it. Damn you. Just then, I heard a high-pitched voice echo in the air as I heard the flap of a wing. Immediately, Prince Kuzma's figure disappeared from the spot, reappearing right above where the battle was most intense. As he extended his hand, the demonic energy in the air began to congregate toward his palm. Whoom. The air began to twist, and a terrifying pressure forced its way out of his body. Everyone on the battlefield stopped what they were doing and looked up as the battle that had been going on at full force suddenly stopped. Everyone turned their attention to Prince Kuzma as his gaze traveled across the land to where the orcs had taken control. How? How? He was having trouble finding the words to express how he felt as his chest began to heave. It was as plain as the nose on my face that he was fuming with rage at that very moment. How dare you? When he finally managed to spit out his words, an enormous sphere appeared at the end of his palm, and my expression changed. Not good. He's completely lost it. The power that the sphere held was beyond what the barrier could possibly hold. When I looked at the city, I knew that it wouldn't be able to resist the attack, and it became clear to me that he no longer cared about his forces. What he wanted was to kill everyone present. It's best if I inte. Allow me. A hand pressed against my shoulder, and when I turned my head, I was surprised to see Brutus standing next to me. With his gaze directed toward the prince, he closed his eyes and looked at me once more. "Let me handle this matter." I prepared to respond, but just as I was about to do so, he opened his mouth again, this time in a pleasing tone, and I quickly closed my mouth again. "Please." Chapter 788, Imora's Might, 2. Go ahead. I averted my eyes from the prince-ranked demon and took a few steps to the side. "He's all yours." When I saw Brutus swallow his pride and ask me for a chance to fight, despite the fact that I wanted to participate in the action, I decided to take a step back instead. Because of the nature of our partnership, I didn't want to put unnecessary strain on our alliance over something like this. In addition, I was aware that orcs had their own sense of pride, and I imagined that he must still be resentful toward the prince for what he had done just a few moments earlier when he had ambushed him. They were very proud of their power and had a deep-seated hatred for those who plotted or engaged in underhanded practices. Cough. I suddenly felt like coughing. Not sure why. "Thank you." Brutus gave me a single nod of his head, and then quickly turned his attention back to Prince Kuzma, who was standing above us. Crack. His calf muscles contracted, as did the muscles on his upper body, and like a bullet, his figure shot through the air and materialized next to the prince-ranked demon. Swoosh. A whistling sound swept through the air, and a pressurized wind force swept through the area beneath. My clothes flapped, and my hair became a mess. Boom. His fist came hurtling toward Prince Kuzma, who had long since forgotten his presence, and the two of them began to clash in the air above me. I don't think there will be any problems from here on out. Seeing how the situation was, I turned my gaze away from them and shifted my attention toward the dozen or so demons that were surrounding me. I smiled at them. "Hi, I dash. Attack him together." Swoosh. Swoosh. I didn't even get a chance to finish my sentence before they all pounced on me together. My brows furrowed, and time slowed down at that moment. 1, 2, 3, 12. I made a mental tally of each and every one of the demons that were coming closer to me. They all seemed to be in the Duke rank, although some of them were on the weaker side, and they were all reaching out with their claws for me. Even so, they were not a threat in my eyes, as their figures moved at a snail's pace within my vision. Suddenly, a thought popped into my head, and as I continued to look at them, I scrunched up my eyes. Should I just kill them? That'd be the most logical answer, but I think sparing them can have its use. There were a lot of things I could do with their cores, and I was also short on manpower back in Imora. This was a perfect opportunity for me to find some new workers. They could be great additions if tamed properly. I guess the decision is made. Making up my mind rather quickly, I placed my hand against the sheath of the sword. A white film covered my palm, allowing it to move through the slowed-down space at the same speed at which my brain was processing things, and I positioned my thumb directly beneath the hilt. I quickly scanned the demons that were in front of me and measured the angles at which they were coming from before slightly increasing the amount of pressure that was being applied by my thumb over the hilt of my sword. Click. A familiar clicking sound echoed within my head as time returned to normal and over a dozen heads came rolling on the ground in front of me. Thump. 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 Did I overdo it? I had to squint my eyes a couple of times to get used to the scene that was in front of me. Although I had seen my fair share of gore, what lay before my eyes was still not pleasing to the eye. Let's get this over with. Trying my best to keep myself composed, I moved toward their bodies and collected all of their cores. That should be all of them. The procedure was completed in a relatively short amount of time, and once I had collected all 12 of them, the demons disintegrated into dust, and I inserted the cores into my bracelet. That's that done. I patted my hand in satisfaction. With them gone, a major force of the demons was gone, and what was left were merely the leftovers. Crack. The sudden cracking sound was a testament to my thoughts. When I turned my head to look in the direction from which the sound was coming from, I noticed that a large crack had formed on the barrier that was surrounding the entire city. It's starting. Crack. Its size grew by the second, and within a couple of seconds, the entire barrier shattered like glass. Fragments of the barrier fell from above and crashed against the ground beneath. Crash. Attack. Attack. Kill as many demons as you can. As the orcs charged headlong into the city with all of their strength, their deafening shrieks reverberated through the air like thunder. Akak. Arg. Clank. Clank. As the two opposing forces collided with one another, sparks erupted into the air, and dark blood splattered into the air. Good. It looks like my investment in Amora wasn't for nothing. If there was one thing that stood out as a significant disadvantage for orcs, it would have to be the fact that they did not make use of mana. In spite of the fact that their use of aura gave them a distinct advantage over the other races in terms of their physical prowess. One of the most significant drawbacks of their use of aura was the fact that it was a rather uncommon source of power in a universe that was predominantly made up of mana. Keeping this in mind, I turned my attention to the rotting remains of the orcs that were scattered across the ground. If not for the lack of aura on Earth, the orcs wouldn't be in the state that they are now. The only reason the orcs were in a situation where they requested backup was because they lacked aura. Orcs, in contrast to the other races, stopped progressing the moment they arrived on Earth. As a direct consequence of this, a great deal of their forces were now noticeably weaker than they had been in the past. This was in stark contrast to the other races, which were able to grow in the time they spent on Earth. Since we were now allies, I wanted the best for them since we were soon going to be fighting against Jezebeth. I didn't want to see them in such a state. It was a pity, but there was nothing I could do about the situation. At least, that was what I thought in the past. Looks like I'll soon have to reveal to the orcs about Amora. There was no way I'd be able to explain the sudden appearance of Silig and the others without telling them about Amora. In fact, they probably already knew about the planet but were rather clueless about its current state. That's that. Patting my hands once more, I stretched my back and shifted my attention toward the city walls in the distance. Let's end this as quickly as possible. Casting a quick glance in Brutus's and Prince Kuzma's direction, I made my way toward the city. As they were fighting among themselves, I made the decision to take advantage of the situation and eliminate as many demons as possible. While I didn't really care about the lives of the orcs that belonged to Brutus, I did care for the ones that belonged to Amora. It took a lot of resources to nurture just a single one of them, and I didn't want my investment to go down the drain like that. Now. I licked my lips. Who should I kill first? We've looted everything. There's nothing left in the treasury. Got it. Ta. Ryan's fingers danced across his keyboard. Lazily leaning his back against one of the pillars of the treasury, he sorted out all of the inventory that they had just received and divided them into many categories. He'd normally be fine with this type of job since it was a lot easier than what he usually did, but when taking into account that the sheer number of items that came from the treasury numbered in the 5 digits, Ryan's already large dark circles started to expand and the energy drained from out of his body. I hate my job. Listen to yourself. If someone passed by, they'd think you were a middle-aged man in your midlife crisis. A rough voice commented, and Leopold soon appeared in front of Ryan. He had a beer in his hand, and his expression seemed rather relaxed. Easy for you to say. You're not the one who's handling all of these boring tasks. I'm not talented in that regard. Ugh. Ryan ruffled his hair. He had previously been very proud of his smarts, but ever since meeting Ren, he started to believe that his genius was more of a curse than a blessing. It seemed like to him, talent equaled greater workload. It's all right, Ryan. Ryan felt a hand press against his shoulder. When he turned around, he found Hein staring at him with a friendly smile. Don't beat yourself too much. I, out of all people, know just how much you're struggling, and I feel your pain. Hein. Ryan felt tears build up in the corner of his eyes. Out of all people, he hadn't expected Hein to sympathize with him. He felt touched. Don't worry about a thing. Hein patted him once more. His subsequent words, however, prompted Ryan's smile to freeze, and all the previous goodwill he felt for him disappeared into thin air. Ren just told me that there's going to be more treasure to loot in another city, so there's no time to rest. Chop. Let's get to work. You foo. Chapter 789, Amora's Might, 3. Brutus and Prince Kuzma stood facing each other, their eyes locked in a deadly stare. The air around them crackled with tension as the two of them prepared to engage in battle. Brutus gripped his massive battle axe tightly, feeling the weight of it in his hand as he eyed the demon warily. He had thankfully managed to recover his axe moments prior, and without it, things would have been extremely difficult for him. Thwop. The prince spread its wings wide, revealing its imposing height and lanky build. Its eyes glinted with an eerie light, and its lips twisted into a wicked grin. I have to admit, I severely underestimated you, Brutus. Prince Kuzma sneered. But that's still far from enough. You'd be delusional if you thought that my city would fall to the likes of you orcs. Brutus said nothing, but he felt a surge of anger rising within him. He was already aware of how insidious and scummy demons were, but having experienced them firsthand, he could barely keep his emotions in check. He knew that the battle ahead would be a difficult one, but he was determined to let him pay the price of trampling all over his honor. Car. Without warning, the orc charged forward with a fearsome roar, his axe held high above his head. Prince Kuzma watched him approach with a look of amusement on his face. Don't think that because I previously didn't fight you head on that I'm weaker than you. Clank. A pressurized wind gale formed from the point of contact between the two powerful beings as they fought each other in a fierce battle that resulted in a shower of sparks and a thunderous clash of their weapons. The loud sound of their clashes was heard all across the land. Boom. Staggering back a few steps, Brutus felt a rush of adrenaline coursing through his veins. Swoosh. He swung his axe with all his might, but Prince Kuzma was too quick, dodging the blow and counterattacking with a flurry of claws that were as hard as his axe. Clank. Uck. Brutus barely managed to block the demon's strikes with his arms, which creaked under the force of the onslaught. I noticed this before, but your skin is a lot tougher than I thought. Prince Kuzma taunted, his voice dripping with contempt. Brutus gritted his teeth, his jaw clenching in anger. He growled. You talk too much. Clank. He swung his axe down, and sparks flew in the air. Clank. As the battle raged on, the two exchanged blows with savage intensity. Their weapons clashed and rang out, sending showers of sparks flying in all directions. Arg. Brutus swung his axe again, this time aiming for the prince's midsection. The prince was able to evade the blow, but not before Brutus managed to graze his arm. Ach. The prince roared in pain, his black blood spilling onto the ground. Touching the ground, the land where his blood fell melted. Why, you. Enraged, Prince Kuzma unleashed a powerful blast of demonic energy. The attack was swift and powerful, sending Brutus flying across the battlefield. Boom. Brutus crashed to the ground, his armor dented, and his bones ached. As he struggled to stand up, Prince Kuzma approached him, his eyes blazing with fury. He snarled. You should have stayed down when you had the chance, Brutus. Brutus rose to his feet, clutching his battle axe tightly. Again. He growled. You talk too much. The demon laughed in a cold and chilling manner. So be it. Clank. And so the battle continued, with Brutus and Prince Kuzma locked in a deadly struggle that seemed to go on forever. But just as the situation between the two of them appeared to be steadily heading toward a stalemate, a sudden cracking sound echoed from the distance, and the two of them came to a halt for a brief moment. Prince Kuzma's expression quickly fell, and Brutus's brightened. See, crack. On the barrier that surrounded the city, cracks had begun to appear and were gradually growing wider with each passing second, intertwining with each other like the thin threads of a spider web. As tens of thousands upon tens of thousands of orcs lined up outside the barrier with their shields and weapons drawn, the demons that stood behind the barrier revealed terrified expressions. Karam. Their war cries reverberated throughout the land, and a formidable power erupted from within their own bodies. Crack. Another crack formed on the barrier, and the expression of the demons grew worse. Brutus took his gaze away from the barrier and looked back at Prince Kuzma, who seemed to be distracted at the moment. He didn't miss his chance. Keep your eyes on the battle. WH. Swoosh. His axe was hurled in the prince's way, and it wasn't until the axe was only a few centimeters away from him that Prince Kuzma realized the demon's precarious situation. In his panic, he turned around and brought his wings in front of him. Boom. The force of the impact hurled his body toward the ground, where it slammed into the surface and created a sizable crater. Boom. Brutus was quick to follow up with his attack as his feet came crashing against the ground, and he ran toward where Prince Kuzma had crashed into. The ground shook with each one of his steps, and when he finally materialized in front of the bewildered prince, he raised his axe once more and slashed down at him. Swoosh. The air tore itself apart and twisted itself around the axe, which shone with a dark green color. The sheer force that was applied to the axe was unlike anything else, and at the same time, Prince Kuzma's expression changed drastically, and demonic energy erupted out of his body and covered every inch of it. But it was too late. Boom. As the axe came crashing to the ground, a cacophony of cracking sounds resounded throughout the room. Brutus didn't need to see it to know what had just happened as Prince Kuzma's body flattened to the ground. Be it his wings, his legs, or his arms. They were all broken, and like a broken toy, Prince Kuzma lay on the ground with all of his limbs facing different directions. Ah! He heaved a heavy breath of air as a thin layer of demonic energy encircled his body and began to slowly heal his wounds. However, it was already far too late for him. Rumble. After taking only one step, Brutus reached the prince and was able to look down on him. Before the Prince of Kuzma saw him raise his axe once more, the icy look that he gave him left a profound impression on his mind. No. He tried to struggle, but couldn't. It was far too late. Swoosh. The axe came crashing down, and just as it was about to land directly over his core and kill him instantly, a thin hand emerged from beneath the axe. Smack. With a loud smack, the hand grabbed the axe and pulled it away from the prince's body. Brutus' eyes widened as the axe came to an abrupt halt, and he looked down at it. As did Prince Kuzma, who stared in disbelief at the individual who had just intervened. "What are you doing?" Brutus growled, staring at Ren, who had just appeared from out of nowhere and interfered with his battle. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't angry at the moment. In fact, he was furious, but thinking about how he had conceded moments prior, he managed to keep his anger in check. "Wait a moment." Ren spoke, his hand letting go of the axe. As soon as he let go of his axe, he looked down at the palm of his hand, which had reddened considerably for a few seconds before turning his attention back to Brutus. "Can you do me a favor and spare him?" "Spare him?" Brutus's expression didn't change, but the land around him cracked. He was on the verge of exploding. "RY dash. Don't misunderstand." Ren waved his right hand while extending his left hand toward the prince and piercing right through his chest area with it. Spurt. "Why, you." He pulled his hand back to reveal a dark orb underneath the black blood that had been oozing all over it. "What I need is this." Brutus's brows furrowed. "Demon core." "Yes." Ren nodded his head, staring at the city in the distance. "I will explain it to you later, but I promised a certain someone something, and the price is this core. You can even say that you owe them as well." "Owe them?" "Yes." Ren nodded his head and pointed at the orc army in the distance. "The one I'm giving the core to was a massive help over the years in helping them develop to where they are now. You can say that the only reason they were even able to pose a threat to the demons was because of their influence." Brutus didn't say anything and just stared at the orb in Ren's hand, but his brows soon relaxed, and he lowered his axe. Taking one last look at Ren, he turned around and moved toward the battlefield in the distance. "Do as you wish." Those were the last words he said before he disappeared into the distance. Staring at his fading back, I sighed and pocketed the core into my dimensional space. Well, that's that. It's good that it ended on a good note. I had feared he'd reject me, but thankfully he didn't. I wasn't sure what I'd have done had he done so. Chapter 790, Imora's Might, 4. Kuzma City was once thought to be impregnable. Its towering walls were fortified with powerful wards and guarded by legions of fierce demons. But all of that changed when the orcs launched their surprise attack. At first, the demons were caught off guard. They had grown complacent in their belief that their city was invincible and started to grow careless when they saw the situation turn in their favor. They thought victory was within their grasp when, all of a sudden, an army of orcs appeared from out of nowhere, carrying heavy artillery with them. That was when the situation started to turn. As the orcs surged forward, their war cries echoing through the streets, the demons quickly rallied to defend their walls. As soon as the orcs made their initial assault, the demon immediately began to cast spells and shoot arrows at them, using the full extent of their power. Boom. Boom. Attack. Attack. But the orcs were not deterred. They charged forward, stepping on their fallen comrades' bodies with their weapons raised high, and crashed into the demon defenders. Clank. 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 The battle was fierce and brutal. Demons and orcs clashed in the narrow streets, fighting tooth and nail for every inch of ground. The air was thick with the scent of blood and the sound of clashing steel. Despite their resistance, the demons were slowly being pushed back. The orcs were simply too numerous, and their strength and ferocity were unmatched. The demons fought with all their might, but it soon became clear that they were fighting a losing battle. With most of their most powerful members outside of the city, what happened inside was nothing short of a slaughter, with Silig leading the charge and hacking at the demons with unmatchable might. Charge. Kill. Karam. Karam. The orcs roared their battle cry, charging forward with renewed vigor. The demons tried to hold their ground, but it was no use. They were outnumbered and outmatched. They fought with all their might, but it was a losing battle. Retreat. Go back. The demons understood that their only chance of survival was to flee and try to regroup. They started to retreat while engaging in a desperate rearguard action in an attempt to buy their troops some time so that they could organize themselves. They hoped that they would be able to turn the tide of the battle if they could just hold out long enough. But it was a futile effort. Attack. Don't give them any breathing space. The orcs were unrelenting in their assault, exerting all of their strength to further their advantage. They broke through the city's last lines of defense and charged straight into the downtown area of the city. Kill any demon that you see. Don't spare anyone. Silig's orders reverberated throughout the entire battlefield, and all the orcs responded in unison. Even those that belonged to Brutus' army. Although brief, Silig had won the hearts of most of the orcs present. His presence was unlike any other, and so was his strength. He was obviously much weaker than Brutus, but his commanding skills were on a level all their own, as evidenced by the fact that he was able to infiltrate and destroy the city in a relatively short amount of time. What was even more impressive was the blind belief that the orc army that came with him had. They would obediently comply with his instructions without skipping a beat, regardless of what he said. And it was because they worked together in such harmony that they were able to make such rapid and significant advancements. It earned the admiration of many of the orcs present. Approach the tower. Silig brandished his hefty sword and pointed in the direction of the massive tower that stood in the middle of the city. So long as we take over the tower, we will take over the city. He bellowed loudly, his voice reaching every corner of the city. Charge. Rumble. Rumble. Looks like the war is as good as over. After putting the core away, I moved closer to Brutus, who was standing on top of the city walls and observing the city below from his vantage point. The focus of his attention was currently on. It's probably Silig, I think. To ensure that I wasn't misinterpreting what I was seeing, I kept switching my gaze between him and the direction in which he was looking. Just as I was about to check for the fourth time, Brutus' mouth opened up. Who is he? Why have I never heard about someone like him before? The expression on his face at the moment revealed some signs of confusion, particularly around his large eyes, which were squinting. It appeared as though he was making an effort to jog his memory about whether or not they had seen Silig in the past. Don't bother, you have never met him before. I similarly turned my gaze to look at Silig. He had completely taken command of the entire army, and despite the fact that he was not the most powerful orc within the army, none of the orcs appeared to be resisting his orders. Rather, they seemed to be following them dutifully. The sight made me smile. He had grown a lot since the last time that I had seen him. It was always reassuring to see an ally grow stronger. The reason you've never met him before is because he doesn't come from Earth. I spoke, feeling a burning gaze on the right side of my cheek. Not from Earth. The look on Brutus' face changed, and he revealed an expression of surprise. As I look at him, I can't help but nod my head. There was no point in hiding it anyway. Yeah, so are the other orcs that have come with him. They are all not from Earth. If Brutus's expression previously was that of mild surprise, his expression at the moment was filled with shock. I wanted to laugh at this moment, but I managed to hold myself back. Feeling the intensity of this gaze deepen, I explained to him. They come from a planet called Amora. I hadn't known Brutus for a long time, but from the brief interactions I had with him, he was the type of orc that never showed changes in his expressions, and yet, today, at this moment, I was seeing all sorts of expressions from him. It was mildly amusing, yet at the same time, I understood where he came from. How is this possible? His words were accompanied by a slight shaking of the mouth, and his eyes moved back to the orcs, who were creeping closer and closer to the city in the distance. It's because of me. I decided to tell him the truth. There was no longer any reason for me to keep it a secret, and I also believed that telling him would be for the best. You. Yeah. I nodded my head. I have recently learned a skill that enables me to open portals to other planets. It costs quite a bit to use, several SS or ranked cores, but it allows me to open the portals and have people come out of them. KHHH. The effort it took Brutus to breathe became noticeable. I was on the verge of losing it at this very moment, but I managed to keep it together. I know. Don't worry. I turned toward him and patted him on the shoulder. After this is over, I'll allow you to come with me to Amora. I think you'll quite like the environment there. If there was one thing that this war enabled me to understand, it was that the orcs were not meant to stay on Earth. They were not able to make use of the sudden influx of mana to their advantage, in contrast to the dwarves and elves, who thrived off of mana. It was exactly like the demons, and it dawned on me that their powers had been regressing because of it. Before I came here, I gave the situation some thought, and after some deliberation, I settled on the conclusion that all of the orcs should be brought to Amora. Since they were my allies, I needed to take care of them properly. With the imminent third cataclysm, I needed everyone to be at their best. I couldn't afford to have the orcs become dead weight. The battle wasn't just between me and Jezebeth. It was also between the four races and the demons. I couldn't do this alone and needed help. Therefore, I needed to ensure that they were strong enough to go up against what was coming. Ho! Then the blaring sound of a horn filled the air, and I turned my head. When I looked in the direction the sound was coming from and saw that Scylla was the one blowing the horn, I smiled and turned to face Brutus. Seems like the war is over. Chapter 791, The New Amora, 1. Demon Domain, Ramlet City. As the elves and the demon army fought each other, the air was thick with the stench of brimstone, and the sound of steel clashing filled the atmosphere. Clank! Clank! The smoke from the burning buildings obscured the view of the night sky above Ramlet City, and the cries of the injured could be heard echoing through the city streets. The elves had been driven to the outskirts of the city, and their numbers were continuing to decrease with each hour that passed. But they held on. The demons were on their last remaining leg and were merely holding on at the moment. The war had been raging on for a while now, and the elves had dominated throughout. They were able to break through the barrier that was protecting the city using the power of their spells and the sharpness of their arrows, which allowed them to kill the demons that were hiding behind the barrier. Shio. Shio. It was a situation that the demons hadn't anticipated, and as a result, they were forced to come out and face the elven forces head-on. Attack. Don't let those bastards awk. Unfortunately for them, it turned out to be a cunningly planned ambush by the elves, who hid themselves behind the dead trees and meticulously dismantled their army. Go. Don't care about them. Charge forward. The circumstances had deteriorated to such a point that the demons had no choice but to launch an all-out assault and square off against the elven forces outside of the protection of their own city walls. Keep shooting. Maintain your distance from them. Shio. Shio. That was exactly what the elves had been hoping for the entire time, so they dispatched a small group of their elite forces into the city while they defended the outside of the city from a distance. While it was true that they suffered a lot of casualties due to the large number of demons that emerged from the city, it wasn't something that they couldn't handle. They kept luring the demons away from the city, thereby killing them one by one and dwindling their numbers. Regroup. Get into formation. Once they were a fair distance away from the demon city, all semblance of order fell apart in the demon army, and chaos ensued. Swoosh. 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 The elves took advantage of the situation and attacked with even more ferocity than they had done before, and the demon army started to dwindle at a faster rate. It was slowly turning into a massacre as the land dyed black in their blood. It looks like the war will be over soon. Malin mumbled something as she surveyed the entire battleground from her vantage point high above. Her eyes were as unmoving as a well, and she held a demon core in the palm of her hand. It belonged to the prince-ranked demon that was in the city. They had been at each other's throats from the moment the war began, and ultimately, it was she who emerged victorious from the conflict. It wasn't a walk in the park, but neither was it a particularly challenging fight. Her strength increased significantly as a direct result of the significant rise in mana levels in the atmosphere, which brought it back to the levels it had on her home planet. How is the situation with you? Mylan's response came after she heard a harsh voice in her ear. I'm almost done over here. How about you? We're almost done on our side as well. What about you, Brutus? Ren. Gervas's question was met with silence, and Malin frowned. Did something happen? What they were currently communicating with was a device that came directly from the dwarves and allowed them to communicate with each other wherever they were. Unlike a communication device, it didn't need to be taken out to speak, and one only had to think to speak through it. It wasn't intrusive, and so the fact that there was no response made Malin and Gervas think that something had gone wrong. However, these concerns did not last for very long, as they were soon relieved to hear a familiar voice ringing in their heads. Sorry about that. Everything's good. I took over Plintus a while back, but I had to go over to help Brutus. The situation has just calmed down, so we are all good now. Help out Brutus. Malin seemed rather surprised by Ren's words. That brute asked for help. She had known Brutus for a considerable amount of time, and she was also very knowledgeable about the orcs. They were a very proud race, and as a result, they were not the kind of people to ask for assistance unless the situation called for it. The fact that they asked for assistance must have been a sign that the circumstances they were in were extremely precarious. Thankfully, it appeared from what Ren had said that the situation had been resolved, and there were no longer any issues. She sighed in relief. Do you need any help? We're almost done on our side too, and so if you... It's all right, thank you. We're done here too. There's no need to send help. You're done. Malin was legitimately surprised by Ren's words. Didn't he just say that he had taken over Plintus City? How did he have the time to take over 2 cities? It was already hard enough for them to take over the city they were in, and yet, he was telling them he had conquered 2. Was Brutus's situation not as bad as he made it out to be? I'll explain it to you guys later, I have to go now. Contact me once you're done taking over your city. I have some things I need to handle with Brutus. Come to these sets of coordinates once you're done. You'll know then. The communication turned off shortly after that, leaving Malin standing there speechless. This boy. Malin firmed her mind at that moment. She was going to have a nice talk with Natasha. It looks like the situation is good on their side. I informed Brutus of the news, and he responded with an unruffled nod of his head. He then pointed at his own head. I know, I can hear. Oh, right. I smiled and didn't say anything else. We all had the same communication device, so he heard everything. Sensing something, my gaze fell in a certain direction. There, I spotted a familiar orc making his way toward me. My lord. Thump. Silig knelt on one knee in front of me. Following his example, another orc knelt down on one knee, and before I knew it, a wave of orcs knelt down right before me. Thump. 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 Not all of the orcs kneeled, with the orcs that belonged to Brutus' army appearing to be confused by their actions. Ignoring them, the edges of my lips began to quiver as I stared at the swarm of orcs kneeling in front of me. I could feel Brutus's stinging gaze from beside me, and my mouth twitched once more. What are you doing? Paying my respect. Silig answered as if it were the most obvious of answers. The only reason we are even alive today is because of you. It is only right that we follow your lead. Silig paused. Or is it that you don't want us? Staring at Silig, I rolled my eyes. He was currently staring at me with puppy eyes and looked like a puppy that had just lost its owner. The scene was pretty funny, but I just couldn't bring myself to laugh in light of the circumstances at hand. Where was the fierce orc leader that was commanding the entire army moments prior? Where did he go? Don't look at me like that. I let out a sigh. If I didn't need you guys, I wouldn't have called for your help over here, would I? I had invested so much into Amora. There was no way that I could ever give up on them like that. What I saw today was a testament to my investment, and although in the past I had some reservations about keeping them for the long term, after seeing what I saw today, it was impossible for me to part with them. They were simply far too useful for me to give up on. Oh. After hearing my words, Silig's demeanor immediately shifted, and a gleam appeared in his eyes. Or at least, that was what I thought I saw. Thank you so much for your grace. Thank you so much for your grace. Thank you so much for your grace. The orcs behind him repeated out loud, and I turned my head away from them. This was too much. All right, let's not dwell on this matter anymore. I quickly tried to shift the topic away from the current situation and looked at the city. Seeing that there were no more demons left and that it was completely empty at the moment, I commanded. Plunder everything that is in the city as quickly as you can. Take care not to forget anything, and then turn back in the direction from which you came. You should bring the rest of the orcs with you. They'll be coming back with you to Amora, so it's important you get along well. Ruer. After hearing my words, the orcs applauded very loudly, and I turned to look at Brutus. Follow me, it's time I show you your new home. Chapter 792, The New Amora, 2. I knew that whatever lay ahead would be a stark contrast to how I had left it back then. But nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to witness. Holy fuck. The words escaped my lips before I could even think to stop them. I couldn't think of anything to say, so I turned to look at Brutus, who was standing next to me and noticed that he had the same expression as I had. Or at least, thought I had. What is this? He asked, his voice filled with what could only be described as shock. Knowing that I wasn't the only one feeling this sense of shock, I grinned. It's nice to know that I'm not shocked just because I'm biased. I pressed my hand against his shoulder and took in the view in front of me. This, my friend, is Imora. While muttering those words, my breath caught in my throat, and my heart started racing. Although I had just recently communicated with Silig and had even made the others go to Imora, I never actually went there myself. I hadn't stepped foot in the place yet. This was the first time in a very long time that I had visited this place, and the sheer magnitude of everything that was in front of me was so overwhelming that I could not help but stare in disbelief. The barrier looked sturdy as well. A shimmering energy barrier that radiated an otherworldly hue encircled the city. When I reached out with my hand to touch it, a faint ripple spread throughout. It can definitely hold out well against a Duke rank. I wasn't too sure about Prince rank. I had to test it. Still, what's more impressive is the city. The towering skyscrapers that stood at the heart of Imora were sleek and shiny, their surfaces reflecting the neon lights that illuminated the streets below. But it wasn't just the buildings that caught my eye. The streets were bustling with activity, with orcs, elves, and dwarves all going about their business. I watched in amazement as they moved about their day, their lives intertwined in a way that I had never seen before. And then there were the trees. My God. They encircled some of the buildings, and some were just as tall as the skyscrapers themselves. Their leaves rustled gently in the breeze, and I couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Further into the city, the buildings became taller and more imposing, their architecture a testament to the ingenuity of the city's engineers and designers. This really the same place? I couldn't help but marvel at the sheer scale of it all. But it wasn't just the buildings that impressed me. The most striking feature of the city was the imposing city walls that encircled it. Made of reinforced steel and towering high into the sky, the walls were rather imposing. This is definitely a nice improvement over what they were before. I couldn't help but feel a sense of security as I gazed up at them, knowing that they were protecting the city from any potential threats. And then, as if to further solidify the fact that this was no longer the same Imora of my memories, I felt it. Mana. It was thin, but it was there. Layers of it lingered in the air, and I could feel its power coursing through me. And then, as if that wasn't enough, I caught sight of several scions floating in the air above me. They actually did it. I muttered to myself, in awe of what I was witnessing. A while back, Jomnuk told me that the elves knew of a way to create mana. I hadn't put much thought into it at the time, but now I realized just how significant this was. The fact that they had managed to create a city that was alive with mana was beyond what I had expected, and it filled me with a sense of wonder. It's still on the thin side, but it's here. I whispered to myself, unable to tear my gaze away from the city before me. For a moment, I was lost in my thoughts, my mind racing with all of the possibilities that this city held. And then, as if to snap me out of my reverie, I heard the soft flap of a pair of wings. Why, you're finally here. Suriel. When I turned my gaze, my eyes paused on a familiar demon, and my eyes opened up a bit. As soon as I looked at the demon in front of me, the shock that I had previously felt from the city vanished almost instantly. The state in which he was in. It wasn't good. He appeared to be very shriveled, and even standing in front of me appeared to be a challenge for him. When I looked at him, a variety of conflicting feelings flooded over me, and I decided to approach him. It looks like you've had it rough. He gave me a sour smile but didn't say a word. It seemed like speaking was too much of a hurdle for him in his present state. He eyed me with some trepidation. Have you? Don't worry. I patted him on the shoulder and looked at the city. You've done a good job. It's right that you get what I promised you. Here. When I removed the core that belonged to Prince Kuzma, Suriel's expression changed immediately and became more upbeat. Thank you. He took the core from my hand and hastily brought it to his mouth. A change took place almost instantaneously, and the atmosphere all around us became thick with demonic energy. It didn't take long for Suriel's emaciated body to start making a full recovery, and his eyes, which only a few moments ago appeared to be cloudy, made a speedy recovery. During the time that this was going on, I whirled around to face Brutus. His eyes flashed me an expression of sudden comprehension, and he nodded his head in my direction. I nodded back. It looks like there won't be any problems. Good. Ha 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 ha. A boisterous and cheerful laugh brought me back, and when I turned my head, I witnessed Suriel jumping up and down with joy, laughing like a maniac. It was a sight that made it difficult for me to find the right words to describe it, and even Brutus was rendered speechless by his behavior. But the demon in question didn't seem to care as he flapped his wings and flew into the air. Swoosh! His speed was extremely fast, and not only did he seem to be a lot faster than the last time that I fought him, but it also seemed as though his strength had undergone a significant transformation. Oh! Congratulations on your breakthrough. I broke into a grin as soon as I realized what had taken place, and Suriel materialized in front of me not long after. His demeanor as a whole had altered, but the sparkle in his eyes was just as strong as before. Thank you. His gaze. He almost seemed touched at the moment, and I found that rather amusing to see. For a very long time, I've been attempting to work my way up to the prince rank. I tried all sorts of methods to get there, but none of them were successful. Duke, no, Prince Suriel stared right at me as he continued. I had almost given up hope when I was brought to this planet to look out over it, but who could have predicted that I would eventually be able to get there after nearly dying? What can I say? The diligent get rewarded. Just before I sent Silig and his army to Earth, I had a conversation with him, and during the conversation, he informed me of all of the contributions that Suriel had made. He detailed to me how Suriel had taken charge of the administrative matters of the city and handled everything to the greatest possible extent. Who would have thought it was by this much? Initially, I didn't give it much thought and just wanted to thank him for his hard work, but after I saw the condition of the city, I realized that the reward I had given him was probably not enough after what he had done to the city. I was honestly extremely pleased with the result. I'm very pleased with your work. Keep up the good work, and I'll think of giving you another reward. I flashed Prince Plintus's core at him, and Suriel's expression hardened. You have another one. I smiled at him. Just do as you're told. Oh, okay. Silig nodded with a stiff face. Good. I didn't just flash him the core for the sake of making him work harder. It was also a warning to him. A warning that prince-ranked demons were not something that I couldn't handle anymore. I believed he was going to be faithful to me, but several events that transpired in my life taught me not to put too much faith in anyone besides a select few. If any. Ah, right. Suriel pounded his closed fist against the surface of his open palm as if suddenly recalling something important. What is it? I asked, curious about his sudden behavior. Looking at me, Suriel's wings expanded. Wait here for a moment. I've got something to report. Swoosh. His figure disappeared from where he was standing, and the area around me turned quiet. Staring in the direction of where he was headed, I turned around to look at Brutus. So, what do you think? About the demon? No, the city. It's good. Brutus spoke quietly after a short pause. Although he had a neutral expression on his face, I could tell from the sparkle in his eyes that he found the city to be more enjoyable than he was letting on. I couldn't help but grin at that, and my lips were just about to move when Suriel made his way back into view. I'm back. This. When I turned my head, I was shocked to see him holding a demon in his hands. Suriel brought him forward. I caught him snooping a while back and was wondering about what we should do with him. As I did not know what to do with him in your absence, I kept him alive, but now that you are present, I await your instructions. Chapter 793, The New Amora, 3. Where are we going? I'm not sure, I'm just following the coordinates that Ren sent me. Ryan muttered something under his breath as he stared at his watch and double-checked to make sure he was heading in the right direction. Behind him were all of the forces that belonged to the human domain, and they were all following him stealthily while wearing simple smiles on their faces. It was obvious that they were pleased with how the war had turned out for them, having suffered relatively few casualties. Did Ren send you the coordinates to the portal? Yup. Ryan responded, casting Ava a fleeting glance before returning his attention to the watch on his wrist. His footsteps picked up their pace as he realized that he was only a few kilometers away from the spot indicated on the watch. As he moved ahead, his eyes took on a certain glint as they looked ahead. It wasn't just him, everyone had the same look in their eyes as they followed him from behind. Everyone couldn't wait to go back to Amora. The fact that they were getting ready to go to war prevented any of them from being able to carefully admire the city, but in the brief time that they were able to stay there, they were awestruck by the splendor of the city. Even though the amount of mana over there was much lower than in Ashton City, the city was a lot cleaner and better put together when compared to Ashton City. We've arrived. Ryan's body came to a startling halt all of a sudden, and as soon as he raised his head to look around, his mind blanked. What's going on? He wasn't the only one that reacted like that, as everyone looked in the distance in what seemed to be shock. Rumble. Rumble. Orcs in the tens of thousands, perhaps even hundreds of thousands, stood in front of a portal that was about the size of a small house. Their presence was dreadful, and the pressure that was exerted was unlike anything that any of them had ever experienced before. At the head of the orc stood a white orc with a large scar running down his face. Upon detecting their approach, he turned his head and approached them. "Silig," Ryan called out in a leisurely manner. "Little human." Ryan's expression could not help but freeze for a moment when Silig greeted him. Thankfully, he recovered quickly. This was not the first time he had referred to him in this manner. That being said, he wasn't pleased with the nickname that he had given him. He wasn't little anymore. "You're lucky that I have a lot of patience." Threatening him inside of his mind, Ryan opened his mouth to ask, "What are you guys doing over here?" "My lord has called for us." "My lord? You mean Ren?" "Yes." Silig nodded his head in agreement, and Ryan's expression changed. He came to a sudden realization. "So that's why he didn't call for us." "I see, he must have called you to handle the orc problem." "Yes." Silig nodded once again, and Ryan massaged the bottom of his chin. He appeared to be considering something as he cast his gaze over the distant portal. "Since that's done, what are you waiting here for?" "The Lord has told us to wait for certain guests." Gew. Swoosh. Before he could even finish his sentence, the surrounding trees began to rustle, and figures emerged from behind them. Their steps were light, and their silver hair perfectly reflected the moonlight that illuminated the night sky. It was the elves. Creak. Creak. If that wasn't enough, soon afterward, mechanical sounds began to ring throughout the vast plot of land, and figures wearing bulky armor and artifacts began to appear from above the skies and gently land on the ground below them. In a matter of seconds, the land became filled with more and more dwarves, and within a short minute of Ryan's words, the land was completely filled with those from the tree races. Ryan's mouth hung open at that moment. "You don't tell me he plans on bringing everyone over to Amora." "How did you know?" Ryan closed his mouth, and his head throbbed. Just what was Ren planning? They're a lot quicker than I anticipated. Thump. As I pulled my hand away from a certain demon's head, its body collapsed in front of my very eyes. When I turned around, I was greeted by the sight of Suriel standing outside the room, where he had been waiting for me. "Have you found anything out?" "Yes." I gave a satisfied nod while gently stroking the top of my chin and pondering over the new information that I had received through the demon's memories. It looks like the demons have noticed that something is amiss with Amora and were asked to investigate the matter. For now, he was the only demon that made a move, but from the memories, the demon seems to think that there will soon be more demons coming over to the planet. That wasn't good news. If Jezebeth were to come to learn of what I was doing in Amora, everything would go up in flames. I think I don't have to worry too much, though. The most recent information I had indicated that the demons were currently engaged in a war with the three primary forces representing the other races. Because Jezebeth was most likely fighting against the protectors, he most likely did not have time to check on how things were progressing on my side. In fact, by the time the conflict was resolved over there, he would probably just shift his attention directly to Earth. When I realized that there was nothing significant to be concerned about, the tension in my brows finally began to ease. "Yeah, there's nothing to worry about," I reassured myself. Whoom. Right at that moment, the barrier of the city began to wobble, and a number of terrifying presences began to make their way into the city. Never mind. At first, I was taken aback, but as I sensed more carefully, I realized that the presence belonged to some people that I was already familiar with, and as a result, I was able to relax. I looked at Suriel. "Let's go greet our guests." There was a momentary change in Malin's expression. The moment her eyes landed on the city that lay in front of her, she found herself overcome with emotion. The city was a mix of different architectural designs. From Orson architecture to human architecture, dwarven architecture, and elven architecture, it had all of them, and they seamlessly blended together to create the city that was before them. It was nothing short of beautiful, and even Gervis seemed to be impressed by the city in front of their eyes. I heard from Rander and Jomnuk that they were working on a large project, but I didn't think it was something of this caliber. I'm honestly baffled. MHM. Malin nodded her head in agreement. She, too, was extremely impressed by what she was seeing. Since Ren had asked for her assistance quite some time ago, and she had dispatched a number of elves to assist with the project. She had previously believed that she knew a little bit about this place, however, she had never imagined that the city would be of this scale and that it would be so well organized. What do you guys think? Their ears picked up a familiar voice, and then a figure appeared in front of them. He regarded them with interest while wearing a sloppy grin. Her. Come her. Ren was forced to retreat in fear as Gervis immediately pounced on him in an attempt to hug him, and he covered the front half of his body as he did so. There was visible fear in his eyes as he looked at Gervis. More specifically, his head, which was level with a certain part of his body. Ah, no. He extended one of his hands forward. Do not even bother trying. You're about half as tall as I am. Are you trying to prevent me from starting a family? Gervis froze on the spot, and his beard trembled. Understanding the meaning of Ren's words, he pointed his thick fingers at Ren while his face went through a series of different expressions. Why, is this how you greet your ally? He was practically yelling, which drew the attention of everyone who was following closely behind them. Watch yourself. It was only after Malin's reminder that he came to, and he raised his fist to cough. Cough. I accidentally turned on my speaker. If you'll excuse me. Everyone behind him quickly turned their heads away from him as he cast an inconspicuous glare in their direction. He nodded his head in satisfaction when he saw them cower under his gaze. My bad. Be it Ren or Malin, the two were at a loss for words. The first one to recover was Ren, who took a step back and moved his hands away from his groin. All right, enough with the jokes. The smile returned to his face, and he nudged them with his head. Come, let's go. I'll bring you guys over to the city. I'm sure we have a lot to discuss at the moment. He turned around and headed toward the city. Malin and Gervis exchanged glances for a split second while staring at the back of his head. After that, they nodded their heads and began to follow him from behind. Yes. Chapter 794, The New Imora, 4. So, what do you think? I asked while keeping an eye on Malin, Gervis, and Brutus. Inside the main headquarters, which was located in the middle of the city, we were currently seated in front of a large wooden table. The room was fairly large, and there was a pleasant breeze that continued to blow throughout it. I felt rather comfortable here. What do you want us to say? Malin's expression was one of bitterness as she looked at me, moving her hair behind her ear as she leaned back in her chair before eventually smiling. I'm not going to lie, it's great. She paused, as if that wasn't enough. It's beyond impressive. I'm glad you think so. I felt my ego go up at that moment. It took a long breath for me to suppress my rising ego, and my expression turned serious. Enough about the city. I'm actually here to talk about something serious. Hearing the solemnity in my tone, the atmosphere in the room immediately shifted, and the three of them sat up straight. Seeing that I now had their full attention, I started to speak. First things first, you should all be aware of what's currently happening outside of this planet, right? The expressions of the three turned grim at my words. How could we not know? We've already been briefed by the other forces. The situation is quite dire for them. Malin commented, her expression beyond serious. When I turned my head to look at the others, I noticed that they all wore the same expression on their faces, and that's when I realized that their forces weren't doing any better than hers. Gervis started. Don't think they'll last any longer than a couple more days. His words increased the tension within the room, and my expression changed in response. Although I somewhat expected this situation to occur, it transpired much more quickly than I anticipated. Ooh. I took a deep breath. This is much worse than I expected. If the forces were only able to hold out for a couple of days, then it just goes to show how powerful the demons really were. Although I was certain that the demons had suffered losses in this war, they were still a major force at the moment, and the situation was rather grim. It also looks like Jezebeth has won against the protectors. The very thought of it made my heart race. I had already fought against one, and I could hardly keep up with them in the fight that followed. It was the other me who ultimately killed him, and the thought that Jezebeth was able to get rid of 6 of them made my heart shudder. It appeared as though the distance between the two of us, which I had thought was getting smaller, had all of a sudden become even greater. Shit. Unable to hold back, I let out a soft curse. As I continued to mull over the various opportunities, I took a deep breath and raised my head to look at the others in the room. I'll be frank. I shared what I concluded. According to what we can tell from the current state of affairs, the third cataclysm will fall upon Earth in at most 6 months. That's if they're being generous to us. At the very least, 1 year of Earth time would be all the demon army needed to recover from the war fully. Since the time difference between Earth and the planet where the war is taking place is only 1:2, then it's safe to assume they will be here within half a year. By the time they fully recovered, Jezebeth would unquestionably open a portal and dispatch his armies to the surface of the Earth. When that happened, what should we do? At this point, the others realized how dire the situation was, and their expressions deteriorated. Thankfully, none of them lost their cool, and everyone was able to maintain their composure. I pondered for a moment before finally proposing. It's not like the situation is completely out of hand. Everyone's gaze fell on me. Before they could even voice out their opinions, I continued. You've seen this place. You've seen Amora, and you should know that the time here flows 10 times faster than that of Earth. Everyone's mouth came to a stop. I continued. The city, it's not exactly the biggest of sizes, but it's large enough to sustain all 4 races. I had planned all of this beforehand. In preparation for a potential migration, I tasked the dwarves with designing skyscrapers that would be capable of housing tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of people. In addition to that, I had constructed a place underground where people could go to seek refuge. Even though I wasn't exactly sure how many people could stay in this place, I did know for a fact that it would be good enough to hold all 4 races. What remained of the humans and other races on Earth was just about enough to fill the city. Since the overall population of Earth shrunk so much, unlike the billions in the past, it's safe to assume that the city is big enough to hold everyone in. I'm glad I planned in advance. Even though the city is still in its infant stages, I believe that it is almost ready to allow people to move in. There is a possibility that it will become quite crowded, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem. I turned to look at Malin. Also, if we use all of the resources we have, it isn't impossible to replicate the environment that we have on Earth. It was no longer necessary to hoard resources, given the impending arrival of the third cataclysm. If there was ever a time when we were required to make use of them, that time had to be right now. If we put all of the cores that we've gathered to use, I have no doubt that we'll be able to bring the total amount of mana in this city up to 4 times what it is right now. In fact, it's entirely possible that we can have the mana density within the city match that of Earth. I alternated my gaze between Gervas and Brutus. But that's not all. In this world, a half year is equivalent to about 5 years, so we can use this time to upgrade the artifacts and equipment that all of our armies have at their disposal. Moreover, we can also make the most of this opportunity by learning how to cooperate with one another. Even though I wasn't present during the war between the demons and the 3 races in Idoania, I was still able to say with absolute certainty that the 3 races, had they been cooperating more closely with one another, wouldn't have been pushed as much as they had been now. They would have been able to significantly increase their power and possibly hold out for even longer had they been able to figure out how to consolidate their armies and coordinate with each other in a way that would make their attacks more efficient by working on the strengths and weaknesses of each race. It is absolutely necessary for us to make the most of the remaining time we have in order to gain as much strength as we possibly can. I leaned my body forward on the table. I understand that it will be difficult for you guys to give up all of the resources that you have hoarded for yourselves, but at this point, there is no longer a need to be concerned about the future. There will be no future if you keep the situation as is. Laying out everything that I had been thinking for a while, I was practically out of breath. This plan of yours. Malin began speaking. She appeared to be in deep thought, and her gaze landed on me. What about the humans? Will they also come here? Yes. I readily nodded my head. I haven't told them yet, and they probably won't be happy with the decision, but it has to be done. Earth, as much as it was our home planet, had to be evacuated. Sending them to Amora was the only way to save as many lives as possible in light of the impending third cataclysm, and considering how dangerous it was for them to be there at the moment, it was the only option available. I won't be forcing those who don't want to go, though. I made it a point to emphasize the very last point. Even though I had a genuine concern for the people, I was prepared to grant their wish to stay on Earth if it was in their best interest to stay there. It was their choice, and I wasn't going to force anyone. Once more, there was complete silence in the room. Everyone had entered a state of profound reflection, and the only sound that could be heard was the sound of their own breathing. I've said what I wanted to say, so I guess it's up to them. There was nothing else that I needed to say, and I was simply waiting for their answer. I didn't have to wait for very long for their answer, as the three of them turned their heads to face me after looking at each other, apparently coming to a decision together. Their mouths soon parted open, and they mouthed their decision to me. Chapter 795, The Final Hurdle, 1. The situation in Idonia was anything but favorable for the three races. The demons were relentless in their pursuit, and although those of the three races did their best to hold on, the situation started to deteriorate for them quickly, and their side began to suffer an increasing number of casualties as the war continued. Retreat. The situation got so bad that the three races were forced into a retreat. Although the demons' numerical strength was not superior to theirs, they were significantly less well organized than them, and each of their strategies appeared to be easily seen through by them. In the main camp of the three races, the dimly lit hall was filled with the sounds of heated discussion as representatives of the three factions gathered to discuss the ongoing war with the demons. We can't go on like this. The elves, with their lithe frames and pointed ears, stood alongside the orcs, their muscular builds and fearsome visages contrasting sharply with the elegant elves. KHH. I agree. We can't go on like this. The dwarves, short and stout with thick beards, sat at the head of the table, their stone faces betraying nothing of their thoughts. They quietly listened to the conversation between the elven and Orson representatives. One of them abruptly stood up and smacked the table. Smack. Of course, we can't go on like this. All you brutes focus on is individual battles, and don't think about the greater picture. KHH. KHH. We are not cowards like you, dwarves. We don't retreat the first moment something goes wrong. That's exactly why we're losing. Calm down, that's only a small part of the problem. Reality is that the demons are stronger than us. One of the elves said, finally intervening in the discussion. Blaming our individual shortcomings at the moment will bring nothing good to the war. We have to change the discussion to a more productive one. Even so, the discussion was tense, with each faction accusing the others of failing to do their part in the war effort. As things stand, what we need to do at the moment is minimize our losses. As the debate wore on, it became clear to the three races that the current situation couldn't go on. With each passing second that they spent here discussing, more and more casualties were starting to pile up, and every second mattered. It's not about minimizing the losses. One of the elven representatives spoke up. She was beautiful, with silky silver hair that contained streaks of gold. She was the calmest of them all, and her eyes scanned those in the room. Minimizing the losses is important, but that's not the main problem that we need to solve. She spoke, her voice ringing inside of the room like a bell. Her next words brought the entire room into a state of gloom. What we need to do at the moment is find a way to deal with the strategist. With a grim look on his face, one of the dwarven representatives spoke. You think we haven't tried that? We've already tried multiple times to send assassins to kill him, but whoever this strategist is, they have multiple duke-ranked, and even a prince-ranked demon protecting them. It's not something that we can achieve without sacrificing a major part of our force. It's simply impossible. The room fell into silence again. None could open their mouth to argue with what he said, and it was this reality that made the mood even gloomier. Then, what do we do? An elf finally spoke. The elders are fighting against the leaders of the demons, and the leaders are up against the demon king. We still know nothing about the situation, but from the last time we spoke, The elf never got to finish that sentence. At that exact moment, while he was still speaking, everyone's expression froze, and a ringing noise echoed within their minds. The reactions varied, but at that moment, everyone stood up from their seats, faces paled. Quickly. Tell everyone to retreat. Retreat right now. Have everyone evacuate to the emergency portals in this instant. Send the injured first. The elders have lost. Reporting, Entering the strategist's tent, the messenger was casually reporting the situation outside when their expression immediately froze. Not long after, their entire body trembled, and the demon prostrated itself to the ground. Why, Your Highness? He greeted Jezebeth, not daring to look up at all. He even held his breath, afraid of somehow getting on his bad side for breathing too rapidly or loudly. Continue. A soft voice reached him, enveloping every part of his body and jerking his body up from the ground. The messenger was not even able to react to what had happened when he found himself standing a couple of meters away from the strategist, who was wearing a white mask and staring at him with his deep green eyes. What's the current situation? Ah, right. The messenger quickly recollected himself and reported. The 7 heads have fought against the strongest members of the other races. The patriarchs of the Pride clan and Greed clan have both sustained injuries, but they aren't extremely serious. They will need a bit of time to fully recover. The advisor's brows furrowed upon listening to the message. 2 of the patriarchs have sustained injuries. Well, this was outside of his expectations. Initially, he thought they'd have been able to get rid of them without suffering much, but he underestimated the tenacity of the leaders from the 3 races. Currently, the forces of the 3 races are set to be retreating from the battlefield. They are barely holding on, and the war is as good as over. I see. The strategist nodded his head, absorbing the information slowly. It was only after a couple of minutes had passed that he raised his head. You can leave. He dismissed the messenger and proceeded to sit back down in his chair. Making himself comfortable, he cast a small glance in the direction of Jezebeth, who was seated not so far from where he was. He had his eyes closed, and his lips were slightly curled at its ends. The war is as good as over, huh? The strategist had mixed thoughts about those words. Casting his gaze away from Jezebeth, he bitterly shook his head. To be honest, the war had been over ever since quite a while back. From the moment that Jezebeth was back, he knew that the most powerful members of the 3 races had been disposed of and that the war had ended at that moment. What was left behind were merely the scraps of civilizations that were set to be doomed. Is this what he wanted to show me? The strategist secretly clenched his fist underneath the desk. It had been quite a while since he had been with him, and he had learned a lot about him. He understood that what was happening to him was a short preview of what was to come later. He was probably sending him a warning. What do you suggest we do, strategist? A voice brought the strategist away from his thoughts, and his head raised up in confusion. When he looked around, and he saw everyone's gaze focus on him, he recollected himself and cleared his throat. Leave them be. A certain voice cut the advisor off. Swoosh. Swoosh. In unison, everyone's heads turned in the direction of where the voice came from, and soon, everyone's gaze was on Jezebeth. He had a simple smile on his face at the moment and didn't seem to mind the stares that were coming his way. He explained. They will open up a portal that will connect them to Earth. That's where they are planning on retreating. A look of understanding appeared on the faces of those present. They plan to join with the remaining forces that are still alive and hold the fort from there. If we attack now, we're bound to sustain enormous losses, so just let them enter the portal. Wouldn't that be disadvantageous for us? The strategist suddenly asked, unable to understand Jezebeth's motives. He soon felt his gaze on him, and their eyes met. You're not wrong. Jezebeth nodded his head. Getting rid of them now would indeed be a good option, but you guys seem to be forgetting something. Jezebeth's eyes scanned the room. The real enemies aren't the ones over here, but the ones over there. Allowing them to retreat is more beneficial than you can imagine. In fact, it's within our best interest if they all retreat and enter Earth. Jezebeth's wars brought confusion to the room as everyone looked at each other, unable to understand what he was trying to say. This went for most of those present, but there was one exception. Wait. It was at that moment that the strategist's eyes opened wide, and Jezebeth's smile deepened. Don't tell me. Chapter 796, The Final Hurdle, 2. Let them retreat, it's an order. A raspy voice made its way inside the minds of the demons on the battlefield. Immediately, all of the demons came to a halt and looked at each other in bewilderment. They wanted to double-check that they hadn't heard something wrong, and as soon as they realized that they hadn't, they looked around in complete and utter shock. Let them retreat. Angelica behaved exactly the same as the other demons when she suddenly stopped in the middle of the air and looked around her in bewilderment. The message. It didn't make sense. Why would you order us to retreat when we're so close to securing victory? The orders made no sense to her and probably to almost every other demon out there. The fuck is going on? At that moment, she heard an irritated voice from beside her. As she turned her head, she observed a familiar demon. She appeared perplexed and irritated by the current situation. Angelica had already grown accustomed to her behavior despite having only known her for a short period of time. Hey, do you have any idea of what's going on? Priscilla asked her, gently flapping her wings once and appearing within her proximity. I'm not sure. Angelica shook her head. She was similarly perplexed about the situation at hand, and it was likely the case for all the demons around them. Every demon is now ordered to return to the logistical area. His Majesty would like to grant everyone a few words. All it took were 2 words, and all of the bewilderment that had been visible on the demons' faces vanished, and in its place was a look of complete and utter excitement. His Majesty would like to share a few words with us. All of the demons' confusion and discontentment regarding the orders vanished in an instant, and they dashed toward the logistical area, which was situated at the very back of the battleground. There was a palpable excitement in the air, and even those who were injured did their best to make it back to the logistical area. This was how much weight the Demon King's name carried among the demons. He was akin to a god to them, and no one dared to be disrespectful toward him. He was, after all, the demon that had revived their race. If it weren't for him, the demons never would have evolved into such a powerful race as they have today. In all likelihood, they would have most probably been bottom feeders had it not been for him. Hunted by the other races for their mana-devouring abilities. The Demon King wants to part us with a few words. Angelica's ears picked up Priscilla's mutter, and she turned her head to look at her. Do you despise His Majesty? Angelica questioned her after observing her reaction and noticing that she did not appear to be as enthusiastic as the other demons. Despise His Majesty? Priscilla raised her head and looked at her as if she was out of her mind. Why would I hate His Majesty? What gave you such thoughts? No, well. You don't seem to be particularly excited at the prospect of getting to meet him in a bit and listening to his words. I could say the same thing about you. Priscilla pointed out. Indeed, just like her, Angelica didn't show much of a reaction to the news and remained in the air with her. She shook her head. I'm sorry. I guess you have a point. No shit. Priscilla did not chew her words and instead cocked her head to the side to take another look at the fleeing army. She wanted nothing more than to keep pursuing them, and her eyes were filled with reluctance, but after thinking about the contents of the message, she had no choice but to give up. Let's go, are you coming? She glanced at Angelica, who appeared to still be floating in place. Her expression was rather icy and difficult to interpret, but Priscilla caught a glimpse of something. It left as fast as it came, but it didn't escape Priscilla's eyes. I'm coming. Nonetheless, Angelica played it cool and decided to follow after her. After that, both of them spread their wings, and the outline of their bodies became less clear. Asterisk. The logistical area was starting to become packed. It had only been an hour since the message was broadcast, and in what felt like minutes, the entire land was swiftly submerged in a sea of demons. The land was completely silent. And the fact that no one uttered a single sound throughout the entirety of the event made the strangeness of the circumstance even more pronounced. The focus of everyone's attention was drawn to a particular tent located off in the distance. It was the strategist's tent, and while it didn't seem like it at first, everyone was sure that His Majesty was in that tent. Such presence. Angelica and Priscilla were 2 of the very last people to arrive, and by the time they did so, the location was already very close to being completely occupied. They maintained their silence along with the rest of the demons and continued to fix their gaze on the tent that was located further away. They were having a hard time keeping their eyes open because of the intense pressure that was coming from inside the tent. This fact alone was sufficient to serve as an indication to the demons that were present as to who was present within the tent, and as a result, the breath of a good number of the demons became labored. Swoosh. 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 Everyone stopped breathing as one figure after another materialized right next to the tent in that very instant. Particularly when they noticed the facial expressions of a couple of the demons that had appeared before the tent. It was anything but pleasant at the moment. It's the 7 patriarchs. Someone muttered in a low voice, recognizing them immediately. He wasn't the only one who recognized them, as nearly everyone within the plot of land had an idea of who they were, and if that wasn't enough, the pressure emanating from their bodies told them exactly what kind of being stood before them. Angelica was no exception as her gaze fixed on one of the demons ahead. Her gaze was anything but pleasant. Swoosh. The door to the tent suddenly opened, and everyone's attention immediately focused on the tent. The first person to emerge from the tent was a lanky demon who was dressed in a black robe. Their posture was stooped, and they appeared to have an unimaginably pale expression. He wasn't the only one who appeared to be in this state. Another figure soon emerged, and it appeared to be in a similar state to the first demon who emerged from the tent. As the minutes ticked by, one demon after another emerged from the tent. When the timer hit 5 minutes, a man wearing a white mask emerged from the encampment. It's the strategist. The strategist. His entrance caused a commotion among the army, and everyone turned their attention to him with great interest as the commotion spread. This was probably the first time that many of the demons had ever seen the strategist in person. The white mask, which was something he was known for wearing, was the only thing that allowed them to identify him so quickly. It was all thanks to that they were able to recognize him. Why does he look familiar? Angelica's expression became somewhat different while everyone else was preoccupied with talking about the strategist. When her eyes laid on him, she felt something stir from within her. His build, his hair, and most importantly, his eyes, they felt awfully familiar and reminded her of a certain someone. That. He was someone she couldn't forget even now, and she didn't realize how important they were until after they were gone. No, that's impossible. Angelica shook her head, casting her gaze away from the strategist. Pent-up emotions that she kept hidden within her started to swell up, and she was reminded of a certain painful memory. One that she didn't want to relieve. Are you that moved by the strategist? Pardon. Angelica looked at Priscilla with a confused look. Did the strategist move you or something? Or is it the prospect of meeting His Majesty? What are you talking about? Angelica's brows furrowed, but just as she was about to speak again, Priscilla pointed at her cheek. You're telling me that you haven't been noticing the tear on your cheek? Angelica flusteredly touched her cheek. Feeling something wet, her face stiffened, and her gaze fell back on Priscilla. She didn't know what to say. It's okay. Priscilla turned her gaze away from her. You don't need to look at me like that. If you look around, you aren't the only one that is acting this way. There are many other demons that are moved. No, Don't worry. I won't judge you. Angelica didn't know how to respond. She wanted to say something, but she knew that Priscilla's mind was already made up, so she decided against it and turned her gaze back toward the strategist. She pursed her lips as she continued to look, and she noticed that their figures were becoming more entwined. What is wrong with me? She silently muttered, trying her best to keep herself from losing composure again. Thankfully, a sudden wave of whispers helped her out. His Majesty is coming. It's His Majesty. He's here. Lord Jezebeth. The Demon King had made his appearance. Chapter 797, The Final Hurdle, 3. We've come a long way, everyone. Jezebeth stared at the sea of demons that stood before him. They numbered in the millions, and they all looked at him with fervent eyes. The sight made Jezebeth smile. Who'd have thought that our race, which was on the verge of extinction a few centuries ago, is now the most dominant of all races? The sight. It moved him, and the smile on his face deepened if ever so slightly. A lot of you are probably confused, perhaps even annoyed by the sudden orders, but I want to make something clear. Jezebeth paused and looked down at all of the demons present. The order. It was something that I had passed down. It was a decision that I made, and not something that was made on the fly. Jezebeth's soft voice traveled through the ears of each of the demons present. It gently vibrated within their minds, and almost seemed to bewitch some of the demons as their eyes turned hazy and their bodies swayed. If you are dissatisfied with the orders, you can voice out your complaints now. I'm all ears. Jezebeth stopped and looked at the army of demons in front of him. He waited for someone to speak up, but none dared. The place was incredibly quiet, and all the demons looked at him with the same eyes as before. So it seems like no one here is dissatisfied. He didn't know whether to be happy or disappointed with this news. He would have loved to have seen a few demons oppose him. Show him that they were different from the others, but he was disappointed to know that such demons didn't exist. I expected too much. Hiding his disappointment, Jezebeth raised his head up and looked at the demons in front of him once more. Now that I got out of the way, I am happy to announce that the war is officially over, Jezebeth continued before the other demons could cheer, but. The real war hasn't even started yet, so don't be too quick to rejoice. As if pouring cold water on them, all of the demons that were previously showing excited expressions revealed disappointed ones. Jezebeth continued. What we have dealt with at the moment is merely a taste. A taste of the true war that is about to come to us. What everyone had currently experienced was merely the prelude to the true war that was about to come. Their forces were strong, and Jezebeth was confident in his chances of victory, but that was before he came to learn of Kevin's action. At the moment, he was uncertain. He was uncertain about the imminent future. What he previously thought was certain was no longer certain, and at the moment, all preparations seemed for naught. That being said, there was actually one certainty. And that this was truly the last regression. Having collected all of the Akashic fragments, he was certain and knew that whoever won between the two of them would be the ultimate winner. With the protectors gone, there was nothing stopping him from getting to the records. No. In fact, there was someone. There was a certain someone who held the key to getting to the records. He was someone who he was very familiar with, and the one entity that he could truly claim to fear. He was the only person to have ever beaten him, and probably his greatest opponent. I'm afraid that things won't be so simple anymore now that Kevin has given him all of his powers. Just thinking of him made his core palpitate, and his gaze shifted toward his right. He felt himself relax, and his face loosened. That's right, I'm not completely unprepared. There was still a little something that he had. Get ready. We will soon depart. He gazed at the army of demons in front of him and turned around. Victory or defeat will dictate whether we will be the only race that exists within the universe. You're planning on migrating everyone here? It was Octavius's voice that rang loudly inside my office. It was just the two of us at the moment, and he looked at me with a look that seemed to suggest I was crazy. I'm not crazy. Like hell, you aren't. That's kind of rude. Laying out the truth doesn't make me rude. Oh yeah, it does. Then you're delusional. There you go being rude again. Is this how you treat your savior? This went on between Octavius and me for who knows how many more minutes or hours. I had lost count. Come on, you know best that I'm making the right decision. Even though I could see where he was coming from, I still don't think my choice was that illogical. When one stopped to think about it, it was obvious that this made perfect sense, and I had no doubt that Octavius was aware of this on some level. That being said, I really can't get used to this new Octavius. I was completely at a loss for words. He was displaying a great deal more emotion than he ever had in the past, and some of the things he was saying and doing with his face were quite unsettling. I want the old Octavius back. As much as I despised the old Octavius, he was incredibly rational and never let his emotions get the better of him. A stark contrast to the current Octavius, who appeared to be on an emotional high, if one could put it that way. It's not like it's a bad thing, but in situations like these, it's really annoying. Are you, honestly, not concerned about the blowback that is going to be directed toward you in the near future? Do you realize that the majority of people will be angry with you because of the decision you make? Do you have absolutely no interest whatsoever in the potential protests that will take place? Calm down for a moment and listen to me. I let out a sigh and pinched the middle of my brows. Thankfully, my words seemed to have reached his ears, and he soon calmed down. I continued. To begin, I will not be forcing anyone into going to Amora. I already stated this to Malin and the others. Everyone is free to decide for themselves whether they want to come here or not. It would be a different story if I forced them, but since I'm not going to do that, I'm confident that there won't be any protests. And if it turns out that some do exist, I'll have to reevaluate my perspective on where we stand as a species. Nobody would be that stupid, right? They should know better than anyone that a war is about to come, and what I am doing is merely providing them with a safe haven to help them avoid this war and not die a useless death. Another reason was that I didn't want them to be a burden on me, but I kept that to myself. For those who chose to remain, I decided to let them be, and if they were in danger, I would place them at the bottom of my priority list of the things that I needed to care about. I couldn't allow them to become a burden to me. Okay, I get it. Octavius sat in front of me, calming down at last. His expression returned to normal for the first time in a while, and he fell into deep thought. Normal was a bit of an overstatement since this was supposed to be his normal self. All right. He eventually said, raising his head to meet my line of sight. Rubbing his chin, he leaned back on the chair and asked. If, and I mean if, we're going to do this, how much do you need? How much? As in cores. Oh. My brows furrowed. Indeed, in order for me to open a portal, I needed to use a core as a source of energy. I remember telling him this piece of information beforehand. If an S-ranked core is enough for tens of thousands of people, then if I am to take into consideration that I am probably going to migrate over millions. My expression turned grim. Most probably several SS-ranked cores. I sighed, feeling a little part of my heart ache. It was such a big expenditure, and with it, I'd probably be able to add even more mana to the city, but I still felt my heart ache. Those were a lot of cores. If not for the fact that they were a necessary expenditure, I would have probably used them for something else. Several. Octavius's limbs trembled at my words, but he eventually managed to calm himself down. I understand. He stood himself up with the assistance of the chair's armrests and then turned his attention to the door of the room. He walked toward it at a slow pace. I'll tell them of your decision through a press conference I'll arrange soon. The media will soon make an announcement throughout the entire domain. His feet came to a stop right before the door. Do you really think there won't be any backlash? I'm certain. If there was one thing I was confident in, it was this. Okay then. Octavius placed his hand against the doorknob, and just as he was about to twist it, he turned around again. By the way. He paused. What's the name of the city? The name of the city. I opened my mouth, and just as I was about to speak, my mouth closed. Thinking for a moment, my lips curled. It was a cringeworthy name, but as I imagined how he would have reacted had he still been alive, I found myself laughing silently to myself. Almost like an inside joke, and the thought was what made me go through with the decision. Perhaps, deep inside of me, I preyed on the thought that one day he'd see what I had built and curse at me for what I had named it. I'd always laugh whenever I thought of the improbable possibility. Nonetheless, it was this single idea that inspired me to name the city as such. Voss City. I looked at Octavius and repeated. This time more slowly. The name of the city. It's Voss City. Chapter 798, The Great Migration, 1. He gives the impression that we have a choice, but if the vast majority of the population abandons us, what are we supposed to do to make a living? Because no one is working anymore, nothing will work, and we will simply be forced to relocate along with everyone else. I have every right to be angry. Why do we have to abandon our current lives? I understand that there will soon be a war, but what would be the point of fleeing? In the event that they end up losing, the next thing that will come under attack will be this new safe haven. It's such an idiotic thing to do. Whose choice was it to appoint him as the head of the alliance? Since Octavius is the most capable, he ought to be the one to take charge of everything. He was a significantly more capable leader than Ren ever was or ever will be. Click. Who? I turned off the screen and took a deep breath. It took every bit of strength I had not to rip the TV in half and start yelling curses. Do you really think there won't be any backlash? I'm certain. My words were starting to haunt me. When I thought about the words that I had said to Octavius with such confidence some time ago, I felt the anger that I had been attempting to stifle rise up once more, and I almost threw a fit. Fuck, and here I had hopes people were a lot smarter. I had given them too much credit. I now understand how presidents, or whoever is in charge, feel when they are in office. No matter what they did, they were going to get criticized, and the majority of the time, the people who were criticizing them probably didn't even have a complete understanding of what was happening and were just imitating the voices in their ears. Ignorance at its best, I guess. I leaned back against my chair. In a way, what they said wasn't completely faultless. The economy and society that had been established would collapse as a result of everyone migrating, leaving those who were left behind to fend for themselves. I kind of knew this beforehand. It was not difficult to foresee the effects that a massive migration would have on the economy and the functioning of society, but it was a necessary step for humanity. If they did not migrate, the casualties that would come from the third cataclysm would simply be too disastrous. You could say that I was aware of the repercussions that would come with the migration, but I chose not to act on them. It was so that I'd indirectly force them to go to Amora. Shit, am I becoming a politician? Oh no. To talk. A knock brought me out of my delusions, and Amanda entered the room. Her previously relaxed face became contorted as she surveyed the room. It's a mess. That. I looked around me and shut my mouth before I could even retort. There was a lot of clutter in the room, and there was nothing I could say to persuade her otherwise. With papers strewn everywhere and sofa cushions thrown about in the room, I gave up resisting before putting up a fight. Come, I'm ready. I stood up and extended both of my arms. Question mark. Amanda's head cocked to the side, visible confusion etched on her face. Ready for what? For the punishment. What punishment? Amanda took a step back and wearily looked at me. Why would I punish you? You're a grown adult, and I'm not your mother. You should know better and take care of your surroundings without the need for me to tell you. That hurt a lot more than I thought. Oh. I lifelessly sat down in my seat. What are you getting all grumpy for? Amanda moved behind me, placing her hands over my shoulders and gently kneading them. It felt rather good as I leaned back and relaxed. Okay. I guess I could forgive her. Not that I was mad at her, to begin with. How's the migration going? I asked Amanda while closing my eyes. Her soothing voice reached my ears as I basked in the relaxing feeling. I needed this. So far, everything has been going without a hitch. Those who come from the same districts are being moved over one at a time, and according to Ryan's calculations, the process should be finished in about a week's time. A week's time. That was faster than I expected. I'd originally thought I'd take a month, but apparently, I had severely underestimated how well organized the alliance was. With their help, everything was sorted out rather quickly. Do you have a list of how many chose to remain on Earth? MHM. Amanda nodded her head and removed her hands from my shoulders. I instantly felt that something was missing, but I kept it all to myself. She leaned against the desk. Surprisingly, there aren't a lot of people that are choosing to stay behind. The majority of those who have chosen to remain are elderly people and people who feel a strong connection to the land and the homes they have lived in all their lives. I see. This was in line with what I had anticipated, but it was reassuring to learn that the number of people who decided to stay put was relatively low. I'd make things a lot simpler and less difficult for myself. What about the situation with the demons? Have you cleaned them all up? About that. Amanda's expression changed a little. She looked rather troubled. What is it? Did something happen? Spit it out. No, well. Amanda sighed and looked at me. It's Emma. She's taken charge of the operation at your orders, but she seems adamant about talking with you at the moment. She's been calling me nonstop for the past few days, and I'm not really sure what I should do. Listening to her words, I turned my head away from Amanda. Well, shit. I didn't need Amanda to clarify further what Emma wanted to talk to me about. It was probably the whereabouts of her father. Waylon. I had long seen this coming and had been delaying it for as long as possible. I, even after all of this time, struggled to think of ways to explain to her what had happened to her father, and while telling her the truth was something that I needed to do, I found it rather hard to do so. How was I going to tell her that her father wasn't the person she thought he was? If only Kevin was still here. Well. What should I tell her? Amanda's voice brought me back, and I pursed my lips. Phone in hand, she looked at me. If you want, I can message her right now. I'm not exactly sure since I'm not with her, but I've been getting reports that she's rather restless these days. I think you should talk to her. I know. I sighed and leaned back against the chair. For now, tell Emma to focus on her mission. Regarding her father, tell her that he's on a very important mission. A secretive one, and that he won't be able to meet her for a while. I'll fill her in on the details later. Okay. Amanda's thumb quickly moved across the screen of her phone, and she quickly sent the message. She then looked at me while putting the phone away. What really happened to her father? Huh. I raised my brow. What do you mean? Ren. Amanda sighed. For how long do you think we've known each other for? You may be able to fool others because your poker face makes it difficult to read your expressions, but you can't fool me. I've spent enough time with you to know what you're thinking. Oh. I scooted my chair back while warily looking at Amanda. You're clearly hiding something about Oliver, and while I won't force you to tell me, I can tell at a glance that he's not on some sort of secret mission. The room fell into a state of silence after her words. I honestly didn't know what to say at this moment. I was being completely seen through by Amanda. Somehow. I don't feel bitter about it. I'd normally feel uncomfortable if someone read through my intentions, but the same wasn't true for Amanda. I somehow felt a bit better, and my shoulders seemed to relax. I really can't beat you. I sighed while shaking my head. She truly was. Here. Thank you. Amanda presented me with a glass of water, and I took a sip. Feeling the coolness in my mouth, I opened my mouth but then closed it again. Turning my head to look at her, I had a sudden thought. I smiled. Hey, Amanda. Yes. She looked at me, her brows slowly coming together. The sight made me smile even more as I suddenly stood up and moved toward her. She scooted back into the desk. What are you doing? We're in your office. Her voice grew more timid by the second, and by the time I was a few inches away, it was as quiet as a mosquito buzz. Don't worry. I gently caressed her hair and moved my head toward her ear. I whispered. Get your mind out of the gutter. A white glow formed on my hand, and I touched her forehead. It was time for her to see everything that I went through in that world.